The apocalypse is coming, meteorites appear in the sky, and zombies are rampant. On the third day of the apocalypse, Bai Ze met the school beauty who had framed him. Coincidentally, a system came into being, the system of having many children and many blessings. The system directly rewards you with unlimited storage space, a variety of magical weapons, and a safe house. In just 3 days, 80% of the world's population turned into zombies. They bit anyone they saw and were extremely crazy. For the continuation of the great human race and to pass on the torch, Bai Ze is determined to save the girls from danger. The beautiful school belle also deeply realizes her mistakes and sincerely repents. My name is Bai Ze. The girl in front of me, wearing a JK uniform and with delicate looks but shivering in the corner, is Lu Yameng, the recognized campus beauty of Jinghai University. I beg you, it was all my fault before. Please let me go. Her voice was trembling and full of fear. At this time, I stood outside the door and had no intention of going in. Please don't open the door. They will see us. I don't want to die yet. Lu Yameng begged in tears. There was a roar coming from outside the door, and it was getting closer and closer. Close the door quickly. If they come over, we will all die. Her voice was shaking violently, as if they were extremely terrifying beings. 3 days ago, many meteorites appeared in the sky, but the observatory's high-altitude monitoring station did not detect them at all. These meteorites seemed to appear out of thin air and exploded after entering the atmosphere. We thought the crisis was over, but we didn't expect that the real destruction had just begun. In just 3 days, 80% of the world's population turned into zombies. They bit anyone they saw, and those bitten would soon turn into zombies. The survivors could only hide and dared not make a sound. Not long ago, when I was killing zombies, I alarmed a large group of people. I ran for my life and happened to see this warehouse, so I hid in it. I didn't expect to meet Lu Yameng here. I resented Lu Yameng and wanted her to apologize to me, but she was arrogant and said that I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, which led to the previous scene. I opened the door, ready to let more zombies in. Lu Yameng's legs went limp with fear, and her psychological defenses finally collapsed. I apologize to you for what happened before. Please close the door. They are coming over, and after hearing her apology, I let go of her hand, didn't open that door, locked the open one, and walked towards Lu Yameng. Lu Yameng, do you remember how you treated me in the past? Just because I accidentally touched you, you said I molested you, which caused me to be bullied by everyone in the school for the past few years, and the teachers ignored me. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Lu Yameng shook her head desperately, crying and apologizing. Seeing her finally bow her head in front of me, the resentment I had accumulated over the years disappeared a little, but it was not enough. I would not let her die easily. I looked outside through the glass and saw a bag of snacks on the table. There were more than 10 zombies in the library, very close to the food. As long as I led the zombies away, Lu Yameng could get it. I thought of a solution. The entire library is round, with bookshelves around it and a table in the middle. When I lead the zombies away, I can move the tables around and connect them together, like a racing track to block the zombies. I did it as soon as I thought of it. I quickly opened the door and rushed out. When the zombies heard the noise, they roared and rushed over. I first straightened the nearest table. When the zombies came over, the row of tables had already been connected. On the other side, Lu Yameng's heart was pounding when she saw me rushing out. At this time, she saw the snacks on the table, and her desire for food reduced her fear of zombies. Soon, she mustered up the courage to run over to get the food. Because the zombies were all led away by me, she got it successfully. But when she ran back, the glass of the library door was smashed by the zombies outside with a crash, and a large number of zombies rushed in. I didn't have time to move the table and quickly ran to the warehouse. We both returned to the warehouse. In a panic, Lu Yameng didn't dodge and her mouth was directly on my face. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Detecting that the host was actively kissed by a girl, the system was unlocked, and this system is a system of many children and many blessings. In order to build a beautiful home, please try your best to fulfill your most primitive instincts. As long as the host voluntarily applauds for love with different girls, he can continue to receive system rewards, and he can also get rewards if he has offspring. The newbie gift pack is being distributed. Reward 1, unlimited storage space. Reward 2, 100 transformation magic weapon. Introduction. This thing will randomly transform into a weapon every 24 hours, and it will not break. There is no ammunition limit for firearms. Reward 3, Hahuan Baolu. Introduction. It can record the opposite sex that the host has contact with, and through it, the information of the opposite sex can be viewed. I, Bai Ze, was so happy. The system is here. I will definitely be the protagonist. At this moment, a string of information appeared on Liu Yuming in front of him. Name, Liu Yuming. Appearance, 91 bust. A pair of D loyalty, 20 maintenance times, 0 times. I didn't expect that Liu Yuming was still a virgin. What are you doing? Liu Yuming was angry. There was not much food left, so I had to take care of it. I was justified. I brought this here, so I had to take care of it. Liu Yuming did not give in at all. Do you think you have the capital to bargain with me? As soon as I thought about it, the magic weapon flew out and turned into a pistol. I was so excited. A pistol with unlimited bullets. Liu Yuming was surprised and said, "You have a gun. I will call the police to arrest you. It's the end of the world. Even if you can get through to the police, no one will come to arrest me. You should just worry about yourself." I glanced at her and said nonchalantly, "This little food will last for several days, so we can't waste it." Then I took out a small bread from my arms, tore open the package, and stuffed it into my mouth. "You said you wanted to save food, so why are you eating it now?" Liu Yuming gritted her teeth in anger. After that, I took out another bag of milk from my arms. Liu Yuming's eyes lit up, as if she had drunk the milk herself. "Do you want some? Kneel down and beg me. Don't go too far." "So what if you go too far? When you slander me, why don't you think about the consequences?" Liu Yuming was about to get angry, but she could only swallow her words back. Liu Yuming said, I kneel. Isn't that enough?" After saying that, Liu Yuming knelt down with a plop. "Call me master from now on. Just give me a call first and let me hear it." Liu Yuming widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. She actually said such embarrassing words. It was impossible. "Then you don't want this food." I put the notch of the food towards my mouth and slowly tilted my head back. The food slowly rolled and was about to fall into my mouth. Seeing this scene, Liu Yuming was extremely anxious. Her hungry stomach protested again, as if she had made some decision. She opened her mouth and said, "Master, good boy, take it and eat it." I handed the snack in my hand to Liu Yuming, who took it and cried with excitement. She suddenly felt that this was okay, although it was a bit embarrassing, but she didn't have to go hungry. After these few days, she realized that there was nothing more uncomfortable than being hungry, and she was even a little addicted to the feeling of being trained. I sneered and ignored her, walked to the door and pushed it gently. The door didn't move. I leaned over and saw that it was a zombie blocking the door. Fortunately, there is another door, which is connected to the library corridor. The cafeteria is outside the corridor. I decided to go to the cafeteria to get some food first. "Where are you going?" Liu Yuming asked in confusion. "If there is no food, of course I will go to look for it." "Then will you come back?" Liu Yuming's eyes were filled with worry. "I might not come back once I find a way out. I want to go with you." Liu Yuming was anxious. "I am now patient and not in a hurry to go out. You want me to protect you?" Liu Yuming nodded and said, "Then why should I protect you? What can you do for me?" Liu Yuming opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something but was embarrassed. After a long while, she said awkwardly, "I can listen to you. I will do whatever you tell me to do." "Do whatever I tell you to do?" As I said that, I looked at Liu Yuming's collar, and her full breasts were faintly visible. Liu Yuming noticed my gaze and quickly crossed her hands to cover her chest, but after hesitating for a while, her frown slowly relaxed. She slowly put down her hands and said, "I can do anything as long as you can protect me." Then, she raised her hands again, but this time she placed them on the buttons of her shirt. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one, she couldn't help but shed tears. She had had many boyfriends during her 4 years in college, but she had always held the last line of defense and kept herself intact. She was unwilling to accept this, but she had no choice, because she wanted to live, and she suddenly felt so regretful. If she had not treated me like that in the beginning, maybe she wouldn't have to pay these prices now. As I was thinking, Liu Yuming had already taken off all her clothes and lay down on the sofa, letting me do whatever I wanted. I didn't hesitate and wanted to vent all the resentment I had accumulated over the years. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the first woman. The rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, a light flashed, and the shape of a building emerged in my mind. I took a closer look and my face suddenly showed joy. In my private space, there was a building blueprint lying there. As soon as I thought about it, a 3D image of the building appeared above the blueprint. From the outside, the building looked ordinary, only 2 stories high. But what surprised me was that it was anything but ordinary. I quickly checked the information on the blueprint. Building name, safe house level, level 1 specifications, 5 people upgrade cost, 1,000 points. The building will have 1 more floor after upgrading. Introduction. The end of the world is coming. and there is no place as reliable as this safe house. We have to find an open area to build it. After seeing this introduction, I have begun to imagine myself hiding in the house and watching people outside banging on the door frantically. But before that, I had to get some food and then leave the school. Fortunately, this school was in a remote location, so as long as I could escape, there would be a large open space waiting for me. I glanced at Lu Yumeng, who was lying naked on the sofa. Don't cry. You were enjoying it just now. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Let's go. Oh. Lu Yumeng responded weakly, then slowly got up and put on her clothes. I didn't have the heart to be gentle with her. I went all out and tortured her so much that some parts of her body were swollen badly. She was very careful with every move, for fear of hurting her. While putting on her clothes, Lu Yumeng's mind was full of the previous scenes. She could never have imagined that I was so fierce and even gave her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. When she thought about following me in the future, she seemed less repulsive, especially when I was training her. Unconsciously, a blush appeared on her face. I didn't notice her change. Soon, Lu Yumeng limped to my side. What a dawdler. It took you so long to get dressed. Let's go to the cafeteria. It will be dark any later. Oh. Lu Yumeng looked aggrieved and followed me slowly. Soon, I opened the door of the warehouse. In the corridor of the library, the zombies disappeared. They were probably attracted to other places by the gunshots just now. I quickly walked through the corridor and came to the back door of the library. I looked back and saw Lu Yumeng still walking crookedly behind me. Seeing her slow pace, I was so angry that I glared at her fiercely. Lu Yumeng's heart trembled, full of grievance. Ignoring the pain, she quickened her pace and caught up with me. I looked out the door. On the way to the cafeteria, there were more than a dozen zombies wandering there. I realized that if I was fast enough, I could get to the cafeteria before the zombies arrived. However, I didn't think Lu Yumeng could do it. If I shot and killed these dozen zombies, it might attract more. It seems that this pistol can't deal with everything, so I have to think of other ways. I saw a fire axe hanging in the miniature fire station next to me. I quickly ran over, took it out, and waved it in the air twice to get a feel for it. I was delighted. The weight and sharpness of the axe were just right. It should be no problem to deal with zombies. I had experience in killing zombies at close range, so I was not afraid. I took the fire axe, put the pistol into the space, pushed open the door and rushed towards the nearest zombie. Crack! I chopped it hard and a head rolled to the ground. Lu Yumeng screamed in fear. The other zombies heard the sound and rushed towards us. I glared at her and then rushed towards the zombies. I kept swinging the fire axe in my hand, and the zombies fell one by one. At this moment, I had killed 5 zombies and was gasping for breath from exhaustion. There was no time to rest. The remaining zombies were approaching, so I continued to swing my axe. Lu Yumeng, who was standing by, was completely stunned as she watched me kill zombies. I glanced at her and said unhappily, "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Go open the door." "Oh, okay." Lu Yumeng then trotted to the cafeteria. Then, I continued to kill zombies. In a blink of an eye, I killed the last zombie, but more zombies came from a distance. I didn't have time to rest and ran to the cafeteria. At this moment, I noticed that Lu Yumeng was pulling the canteen door hard, but the door didn't budge at all. I tensed up. Someone in the canteen had locked the door. Seeing the zombies approaching from behind, I didn't care about anything else. I raised the fire axe and chopped down the glass door. The glass door shattered, and the pieces fell all over the floor. Let's go in quickly. We didn't care about the broken glass on the ground and rushed in. Fortunately, no one was hurt. I looked around and saw that the cafeteria hall was empty, but the door to the kitchen was tightly closed. Let's go there. We both rushed towards the kitchen again. After a while, the zombies behind us were getting closer and closer. If the door of the kitchen could not be opened, we would be trapped. Click. I held the door handle, but the door didn't budge. We both felt a jolt in our hearts, as if someone had locked the door. Looking at the zombies approaching from behind, my face turned pale and I was ready to fight to the death. But Lu Yumeng burst into tears and banged on the door. "Open the door quickly," the person inside. "Open the door quickly." At this moment, the door opened. "Lu Yumeng." A slightly excited male voice came. "Wang Tao, let us in." Lu Yumeng recognized the person inside, and her voice changed with excitement. Wang Tao was not vague and quickly opened a gap big enough for one person to squeeze in. Lu Yumeng slipped in. I was about to squeeze in but was stopped by Wang Tao. "Bai Ze, I didn't expect that you were still alive. It's a pity that you can't come in," Wang Tao said and was about to close the door. How could I let him succeed? I kicked the door and it bounced back and hit Wang Tao on the head. Wang Tao stumbled and fell to the ground. I took the opportunity to get into the house and quickly locked the door. The zombies outside began to bang on the door frantically, and the other people in the house quickly moved things to block the door. When they entered the room, there were 3 people in total. In addition to Wang Tao, who was lying on the ground, there was a man and a woman. The man was called Lu Yang, and the woman was called Xiamo. What's interesting is that these 2 men had bullied me before. They are loyal followers of Lu Yumeng. After Lu Yumeng spread those rumors, they always caused trouble for me. I was quite surprised that Xiamo was here. She is not from our campus, but the national goddess of the neighboring school. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very talented. Her family is rich, and she has been learning music and dance since she was a child, and has won many international awards. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Xiamo is very beautiful, comparable to Lu Yumeng, especially that pair of slender and white legs, which are simply the legs of my dreams. Xiamo looked a little uncomfortable being stared at by me. Wang Tao next to her got up from the ground, covered his forehead and yelled, "You don't want to live anymore." But I have a fire axe in my hand, so he doesn't dare to come close. Lu Yang walked up to Lu Yumeng and said, "Don't be afraid, Yumeng. We are here. This pervert can't hurt you." Wang Tao also came up to Lu Yumeng and took 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen utensils nearby. With the kitchen knives, the 2 men spoke more confidently. "Bai Ze, I didn't expect you to still have evil intentions towards Lu Yumeng. If we weren't here, you would have succeeded. I didn't expect you to be so patient in the past few years. On the surface, you kept a distance from Yumeng, but in fact you were looking for an opportunity to take action. Yumeng, don't worry. He won't be able to touch you today because we are here together." The 2 of them were talking to each other. Lu Yumeng was so conflicted at the moment, she couldn't explain how she felt about Bai Ze. She was afraid, but also a little dependent on him. When she thought of Bai Ze touching her hair and doing that to her, she felt inexplicably excited. She didn't understand why it was like that, but she just felt that the feeling was very comfortable. Wang Tao and Lu Yang, she wanted to explain to them, but she was interrupted before she could finish her words. "Yumeng, don't be polite with us. You know what we are thinking. Even if you don't accept us, we won't let you get hurt. Even if you don't accept us, you can't let anyone bully you. We will protect you." I was stunned watching from the opposite side. I have seen dogs licking people, but I have never seen ones licking people like this. Both of them like Lu Yumeng. Not to mention they are rivals in love. Now they have united to protect Lu Yumeng. They are truly the best dogs licking people. Others can get some benefits from being a bootlicker. At least they can get some good words. But these 2 are different. Lu Yumeng even rejected them openly. It is really a wonder that they are so devoted to them. "How do you know Lu Yumeng doesn't like me?" I bluntly said. "I like you? Everyone knows that you molested Yumeng when we were freshmen. After Yumeng bravely exposed you, everyone in the school knew that you were a pervert. Even the dogs in the school looked down on you." I ignored them and said to Lu Yumeng, "Come here." Lu Yumeng shuddered in her heart, then raised her legs and prepared to come over. Now Wang Tao and Lu Yang were not happy with this and stood in front of Lu Yumeng. "Yumeng, don't listen to him. He can't hurt you with us here. Yes, we will protect you even if we die." Lu Yumeng was stopped and had to stop. She looked at me blankly. Suddenly I became curious. What expressions would these 2 lickers have if they knew that I had slept with Lu Yumeng before? It must be wonderful. Thinking of this, I showed a wicked smile. "Yumeng, tell them who I am to you." Lu Yumeng's heart shuddered again. Bai Ze had asked her to call him master before, but it was so embarrassing in front of so many people. "Humph, Bai Ze, you want to scare Yumeng again? Let me tell you, with us here today, your plot will never succeed. So just forget it. Don't even think about touching Yumeng." Facing their aggressive words, I ignored them and just stared at Lu Yumeng, telling them, "Who am I to you?" My tone became heavier. This frightened Lu Yumeng so much that her whole body started shaking. Her face turned red and she really didn't know how to say those 2 words. But if she didn't say them, she was afraid that Bai Ze would no longer want her. Whenever she thought of Bai Ze killing zombies, she felt safe. She couldn't let Bai Ze dump her and had to rely on him for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Lu Yumeng said those 2 words in the shocked eyes of everyone. "Master, master." "Master?" The 2 stared at Lu Yumeng blankly. Their expressions were so wonderful. "Yumeng, what did you say? Did you say it wrong?" "Yes." "Yumeng, if he threatens you, just blink." When Lu Yumeng was asked this question by the 2 of them, her face turned even redder. She just hoped that this matter would be over as soon as possible. "Don't ask anymore," Lu Yumeng said pleadingly. "Yumeng, what are you afraid of? He is just one person. There are so many of us. What is there to be afraid of?" Lu Yuming could only lower her head in silence as she listened to what they said, fearing that her embarrassed appearance would be discovered. But the more she did this, the more excited Wang Tao and Lu Yang became. Enough. Finally, Lu Yuming yelled angrily, and the two of them immediately shut up. They couldn't understand why Lu Yuming suddenly became so shy. She obviously had someone backing her up, so why did she still say that? Since they couldn't get anything out of Lu Yuming, they turned their attention to me. Bai Ze, what did you do to her? Don't let me know that you threatened Yu Ming, or I'll fight you to death. I sneered. Even if I threatened you, what can you do? If you threaten Yu Ming, I will chop you to death. Wang Tao waved the kitchen knife in his hand and said viciously, believe it or not, I will chop you to death. Lu Yang followed suit. I put on an attitude of, whatever happens. Are you kidding? I have a gun on me. Why should I be afraid of them hacking me? Do you really want to know what I did to Lu Yuming? The two thought I was frightened by them, and their faces were so proud. In their minds, I am a timid person. No matter how they bully me, I never fight back or say anything back. Based on their understanding of me, I don't think I would have the courage to do anything to Lu Yuming. The two of them didn't think of the worst and told me honestly how they threatened Yu Ming. Looking at their faces, I couldn't hide the murderous intent in my eyes anymore. These two guys bullied me a lot and humiliated me in various ways in the past. I want to make them feel what despair is before they die. What do you think a man and a woman alone can do in a warehouse? They just did what they were supposed to do. You little bastard, tell me clearly what you did to Yu Ming. Wang Tao's pupil shrank suddenly. Are you tired of living? You still don't want to tell the truth. Lu Yang looked like he didn't understand. Didn't I make it clear enough? Of course it's about the continuation of the family line. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Tao was stunned on the spot. Xia Mo on the side also turned her head away shyly. How could he say these things in front of her? Wang Tao's expression changed several times, from empty eyes at first, to sadness, to doubt, and finally to ferocity. Wang Tao glared at me fiercely, then looked at Lu Yuming. Yuming, tell me, what he said is not true. Lu Yuming ignored them and just walked towards me silently. This is undoubtedly telling them that what I said is true. I really did Lu Yuming. Wang Tao couldn't accept this reality for a while, and his brain went blank. Lu Yang standing by seemed to have not understood what was going on. When he came to his senses, Lu Yuming was almost walking towards me. Yuming, what's wrong with your legs? Why are you limping? At this time, Lu Yang had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Wang Tao, who was standing next to him, had already seen that Lu Yuming was like this because she had just experienced something. There were no obvious injuries or bruises on her legs, so there was only one possibility: what he said was true. Idiot, Lu Yuming was ruined by Bai Ze. Wang Tao looked at Lu Yang with a look of disappointment. Lu Yang realized it later, and after Wang Tao's reminder, he understood. Lu Yang's face was full of anger, and veins were popping out. Bai Ze, how dare you defile the pure Yu Ming? I will fight you. Lu Yang rushed over with a kitchen knife. I didn't panic at all. I reached into my trouser pocket and used my mind to take out the gun from the space. In an instant, there was a pistol in my hand. This sudden change made Lu Yang calm down a lot. He quickly stopped and looked at me fearfully. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have a fake gun? Although Lu Yang said he was not afraid, his heart was beating wildly. You can try whether this gun is real or fake. I will pull the safety and pretend to be mysterious. Don't be afraid of him. It is impossible for him to get the real gun. Don't forget that this is Long Country. It is illegal to possess firearms privately. After hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Yang felt relieved. This is Longhua. How could ordinary people have guns? After realizing this, Lu Yang rushed towards me again. Dare to defile my goddess. Even if a god comes today, he can't save you. I said. It's so noisy. Bang. I gently pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit Lu Yang's arm. Blood quickly stained his clothes red. The severe pain almost made him faint. Ah. Lu Yang grimaced in pain. He could not even stand due to the severe pain and sat on the ground wailing in agony. The two people next to him reacted differently. Wang Tao lost his previous ruthlessness at this time. He couldn't understand why he had a gun. Did he rob the police station? Xia Mo was like a frightened deer, hiding in the corner and not daring to make a sound. I looked at their reactions and was quite satisfied. I pointed the gun at Wang Tao and said in a cold voice, "Kneel down. Brother Bai, let's talk it over. Don't shoot." Wang Tao knelt down without saying a word, forcing a smile on his face. Seeing Wang Tao kneeling down, I pointed the gun at Lu Yang again. You kneel down too. Lu Yang dragged his injured arm, his expression very painful, and the bloodiness he just had was gone. Although they were reluctant, they still knelt down as I ordered. Seeing the two of them kneeling in front of me, I felt so happy. The grievances I had suffered in the past few years were finally released. Although there were many people who bullied me, most of them turned into zombies. Then, I raised the gun and fired 2 shots, killing them both. I felt very calm at the moment. It was the first time I killed someone, and I was not afraid at all. Instead, I felt a sense of satisfaction in killing my enemy. The scenes of him being bullied by them kept flashing in his mind. He swore that from now on, no one would bully him anymore. He was going to walk sideways in this doomsday. Because Bai Ze fired 2 shots in a row, the zombies outside the door banged on the door like crazy. The condition of the door was not good, and it seemed that it was about to collapse. He looked at Xiamo, who was hiding in the corner. At this moment, Xiamo no longer looked like a lady at all. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. He walked gently to Xiamo and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you." Xiamo then raised her head, then quickly lowered it. Seeing her like this, I couldn't care less. The zombies were about to rush in, and he had to quickly get all the food here into the space. After asking Lu Yuming to take care of Xiamo, Bai Ze ran towards the canteen's vegetable warehouse. He opened the warehouse door, and the food inside was revealed at once. The whole warehouse was full of vegetables and meat. Bai Ze didn't have time to count them carefully and hurriedly stuffed them into the space. There were all kinds of common things on the market, such as cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, eggs, chicken, beef, etc. Fortunately, the food in the school cafeteria has always been good, with a wide variety of dishes every day. So the warehouse is always stocked with a variety of vegetables and meat, and the food is piled up in the space into a small hill of 10 cubic meters. These foods were enough for him to eat for several years. Bai Ze then turned his attention to the seasonings. The school used a lot of them, and the seasonings were all packed in sacks. In the end, Bai Ze collected a total of 5 sacks of salt, 1 sack of sugar, and dozens of other seasonings, either 1 sack or half a sack of each. He also stockpiled more than a dozen boxes of bottled condiments such as vinegar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, etc. Even the cooking utensils were put into the space. Now, there was nothing left in the entire cafeteria kitchen, not even the tables, chairs, and benches. Seeing that there was nothing to take, Bai Ze returned to his original place. At this time, with Lu Yuming's comfort, Xiamo felt much better. Bai Ze first looked at the door and found that it had been deformed and was about to collapse. He quickly turned around and looked at Xiamo. "Xiamo, now I give you two a choice. Either come with me and be my woman, or die here with these two." Xiamo's pupils shrank. "Bai Ze, I know you are a good person. Can you help me, Bai Ze? You already have Lu Yuming. You don't need me. Take me out. My family is rich. I can give you whatever you want." Xiamo had naturally heard about Bai Ze's past. How could she not know about such interesting stories in the school? In her mind, Bai Ze is just a voyeur. Today, she saw him kill 2 people with her own eyes, and he even carried a gun with him. He is definitely a terrorist. Let her be Bai Ze's woman. It would be better to kill her. After hearing Xiamo's answer, Bai Ze's face darkened. Money? Do you think money is still useful now? Don't think that you can settle everything with a little money. I tell you, this is the end of the world. If you give money to the zombies, see if they will spare you. Xiamo shuddered, her 2 beautiful legs trembling. She understood that what Bai Ze said was the reality. It was the end of the world, so what was the use of her having money? In prosperous times, women were worth thousands of gold, but in troubled times, women were worth only a bushel of rice. She understood this logic, but she was really unwilling to accept that such a beautiful woman like her was so easily taken advantage of by Bai Ze, who was a voyeur. She really couldn't accept this result. But now she had no choice but to accept it. The zombies outside had already broken down the door, and some of them poked their heads in. Seeing those ferocious zombies, Xiamo felt a chill on her back. She didn't dare to think about how ugly she would be if she became like that. If her delicate skin became dark and dry, no one would be able to recognize her. "I don't want to die. I can't die. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become ugly." Xiamo suddenly became crazy, but even so, her beauty could still crush other girls in the school. Looking at the peerless beauty in front of him, Bai Ze was a little shaken, but he would only give her one more chance to choose. If she still didn't make a choice, he would turn around and leave. "I'll tell you again. Are you willing to be my woman?" Xiamo shuddered again, and suddenly became quiet, like a completely different person from before. In the face of death, being Bai Ze's woman didn't seem unacceptable. "Okay, I promise to be your woman." Hearing this, Bai Ze gently held her in his arms. At the same time, Xiamo's message appeared in front of him. Name, Xiamo. Appearance, 92 bust. A pair of loyalty. 10 applause for love, 0 times. After reading the message, Bai Ze felt the soft body in his arms. Xiaomo was suddenly hugged by Bai Ze at this moment, and her body twisted unconsciously, and her pair of tall and straight breasts kept rubbing against Bai Ze's chest. Bai Ze felt a little itchy. If the occasion wasn't wrong, he really wanted to do it to Xiaomo. He reluctantly let go of this body that exuded a faint body fragrance. At this time, the zombie was already halfway in. There was no time left, so they had to leave quickly. The three of them ran towards the door from the back kitchen where vegetables were transported. The three of them came outside. This was the most remote place in the school, and there were no zombies. There were 2 ways to escape from the school. Either go through the school gate or climb over the wall. There were the most zombies near the gate, and getting out from there was harder than climbing to the sky. So there was only one last way left. The three of them stood at the base of a 2-meter-high wall. The 2 women were not good at climbing walls, and they were anxiously waiting below. Bai Ze had no choice but to let them sit on his shoulders one by one and lift them up. Both girls were wearing quite cool clothes, and while lifting them up, Bai Ze took the opportunity to pinch their soft and elastic buttocks twice, causing the 2 girls to scream. Fortunately, the 2 women climbed up the wall quickly. Bai Ze took a running start, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and climbed up with an effort. The next step was to get down. Neither of the 2 women dared to jump. Bai Ze had no choice but to jump down to catch them. After a lot of effort, the 2 girls finally jumped out. After leaving the school, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Come with me. Without taking a break, Bai Ze ran in one direction impatiently. There was a large open space behind the school, and his safe house was going to be built there. The 2 women followed Bai Ze and ran all the way. At this moment, they no longer cared about their ladle-like image. Lu Yuming endured the pain in some parts of her body caused by running. The 3 of them arrived at the open space behind the school. Master, why are we here? Lu Yuming asked naturally. After what happened before, Lu Yuming liked Bai Ze more and more, especially when he shot and killed Wang Tao and Lu Yang. She didn't know why she felt a different kind of satisfaction. She no longer felt awkward calling Bai Ze master, as if it was a matter of course. She even hoped that Bai Ze would touch her hair again. Hearing Lu Yuming's words, Bai Ze was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but become curious. He didn't ask her to call him master, so why did she take the initiative to call him master? Bai Ze retrieved Lu Yuming's information. Name, Lu Yuming. Appearance, 91 bust. A pair of D's loyalty, 99. She was abused by her father since she was a child, so she has some mental problems and is addicted to the feeling of being abused and trained. Bai Ze was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yuming had such a past. No wonder she was so abnormal today. He was wondering why Lu Yuming could accept his humiliation. It turned out that she had this habit. But another question popped up. Why didn't I see this introduction when I first saw her message? Was it because she wasn't loyal enough? Or was it because she didn't have that? I couldn't figure it out, so Bai Ze stopped thinking about it. Now he has more important things to do. As he thought about it, the architectural drawings in the space appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the drawings floated in the air with a wisp of wind. The entire blueprint instantly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye it became a building. It was the safe house that had appeared in his mind before. Without even having time to marvel at the magic of the system, he hurried in looking at this safe house full of metallic texture. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Ze was shocked by the alloy security door, which was about 50 centimeters thick. The door was so thick that it could easily block bullets, not to mention artillery shells. Looking at the entire wall, it was made of super hard metal material, which was 70 to 80 centimeters thick. The glass is double-layered and bulletproof, and there are guardrails around it. If you want to come in through the window, there is no door. The safety factor of the entire safe house is off the charts. When I walked into the house, I saw that the decoration of the living room was so luxurious. A row of leather sofas with massage functions were placed against the wall, and an extra-large projector was projected onto the white wall. Next to the living room is the dining room and kitchen, with an extra-large dining table in the middle. The table is decorated with various exquisite decorations, but unfortunately there is no food. Then, Bai Ze looked at the other rooms. The entire safe house had 5 bedrooms, all with private bathrooms, as well as an entertainment room and a gym. After Bai Ze had visited all the rooms, the system prompted him to use points to increase the number of floors, and each increase consumed 1,000 points. Points can be obtained by getting women and offspring. The more beautiful the woman is, the more points you get. As the system prompt disappeared, a thing similar to a game panel appeared in Bai Ze's mind, with upgrades, unlocks, repairs, and intelligence. Bai Ze quickly clicked on the first panel, and his physical attributes appeared in his mind. Name: Bai Ze strength, 10 agility, 12 endurance, 8 charm, 10. Consuming 50 points can permanently add 1 attribute point. Seeing this prompt, Bai Ze was delighted. As long as he could keep getting women, he could keep improving his strength. Then, Bai Ze used his mind to select the option to unlock. This is the option that consumes 1,000 points to add a floor, which can accommodate more people. Bai Ze looked at the repair option again. This option is easy to understand, which is to repair the safe house. Because the safe house had not been attacked, there was no need to repair it. Looking at the last option, he was very curious about the use of this intelligence option. After opening the intelligence, 3 photos appeared instantly. Seeing these 3 photos, Bai Ze was excited, because the women in these 3 photos were extremely beautiful, and each of them was no less beautiful than school beauties like Lu Yuming and Xia Mo. However, when Bai Ze wanted to see the detailed information of one of the women, he was prompted that he did not have enough points and each view would consume 10 points. There was no way. He could only look at the photos and some basic information. The 3 women are a teacher, a student, and a nurse. Their looks are all above 90 and their figures are good in their own ways. From this information, it is impossible to tell where these 3 women are. Looks like I have to get points quickly. As soon as the thought came to mind, all these things disappeared from Bai Ze's mind, which was quite convenient. The most important thing at the moment is to get points. He couldn't help but look at Xia Mo. He wondered how many points this school beauty with a 92% appearance could give him. Xia Mo felt uneasy when Bai Ze looked at her, so she quickly lowered her head. Bai Ze walked up to her, took her hand and walked towards the bedroom. Xia Mo asked Lu Yuming for help, but Lu Yuming just looked at her with a smile and had no intention of helping. Just like that, Xia Mo was pulled into the bedroom by Bai Ze. Although Xia Mo was extremely unwilling, she had promised Bai Ze to be his woman. She did not resist and cooperated with Bai Ze to complete a series of operations. Congratulations to the host for getting a woman. Since it was her first time, the reward was doubled. Congratulations to the host for getting 150 points x2. Bai Ze was delighted. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Just taking down Xia Mo earned him 300 points. It seems he needs to get more blood in the future. Bai Ze quickly puts on his clothes. Xia Mo also slowly started to put on her clothes. Perhaps because of this relationship, Xia Mo was not so afraid of Bai Ze anymore. She even took the initiative to tidy up his clothes. Bai Ze took the opportunity to pinch her butt. Stop it. Xia Mo's face turned red again. You just screamed so loudly that people outside heard it. Bai Ze continued to tease her. Xia Mo's face turned even redder. This was the first time in her life. She thought it would be painful, but it was unexpectedly wonderful. They both put on their clothes. At this moment, Bai Ze saw through the window several panicked figures running towards the safe house outside. Bai Ze looked carefully and quickly recognized these people. They were some sports students in the school, and they were also the ones who bullied Bai Ze before. They came just in time and Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly. He noticed that there was a thin figure behind these sports students. He saw the thin figure clearly. He was very familiar with this person. She was his teacher, Su Runyan, 23 years old. She was so beautiful and loved to wear makeup. There were few people in the school who didn't like her, especially her hot body, which makes people excited every time they see it. This teacher is the only one who does not look down on him, so Bai Ze has a good impression of this teacher and even has some little thoughts between men and women. In fact, they are only 3 years apart in age, so it is normal for them to have such feelings. Many students in the school like her, but Su Runyan keeps a distance from students in this regard, and there is no news of her having any scandals with anyone. But Bai Ze didn't plan to do anything. He didn't want to force Su Runyan to be his woman. The night gradually darkened. Outside the safe house, for people were running wildly in panic. Finally, I escaped. Oh my God, I am so tired. Li Leiyu panted and couldn't stand it anymore. I need to take a break. I can't run anymore. Yao Weidong fell to the ground, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Li Yifei had no choice but to stop. He glanced at Su Runyan behind him, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. You are still athletes, and you can't run this short distance? Li Yifei teased. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Why don't you tell us how long we have been hiding from zombies in school? Li Leiyu was a little angry. That's right. If we hadn't run fast, we wouldn't be able to get out today. Yao Weidong also agreed. I was just kidding you, Li Yifei said with a sly smile, glanced back, and then said to the two of them, do you guys want to have some fun? What's the fun? Li Leiyu looked puzzled, and Yao Weidong quickly came over and stared at him curiously. Li Yifei showed an obscene smile and pouted at Su Runyan. Do you want to taste the taste of teacher? The two of them followed Li Yifei's gaze. This was not a good idea. After all, he was a teacher. If my mother knew about this, she would beat me to death. Li Leiyu was a little embarrassed. I think so, but she is my teacher. Yao Weidong had some thoughts in his mind, but he still had some concerns. Now it is the end of the world. Even if he kills her, no one will know that it was me. Li Yifei smiled disdainfully. Speaking of murder, the two men's faces changed a little. They looked at Su Runyan, looked at that seductive body. Their throats gradually became dry, and a fire burned in their hearts. Okay, then where do we start? Look over there. When did a building appear behind the school? Yao Weidong pointed at Bai Ze's safe house and said, Never mind, let's just rest here tonight. We'll do it while they are sleeping soundly. The three of them had discussed it, and Su Runyan also caught up with them. Teacher Su, please sit down and take a rest. Yes, there are no zombies here, just rest here for a while. Su Runyan looked behind him and patted his chest, which was heaving violently. This scene made the three men even more lustful, and they wanted to pounce on her immediately. Teacher Su, there is a house over there. Let's go there to rest. Maybe we can find something to eat. Okay. Su Runyan looked at the safe house with a puzzled look on his face, but he still agreed. After a short rest, the four of them walked towards the safe house. Bai Ze had been watching their movements in the safe house. Seeing them coming, Bai Ze slowly went downstairs. He exchanged the 300 points for 6 attribute points and added them all to strength. His body underwent some changes. The muscles that were not obvious before were now very prominent, and he felt full of strength. Looking at his own changes, Bai Ze was extremely surprised. He went to the first floor. At the same time, Li Yifei and others were knocking on the door. Hearing the knocking sound, Bai Ze couldn't wait to deal with these three people. Whatever they had done to Bai Ze in school before, he was going to get back 100-fold today. After a while, he opened the security door in the astonished eyes of the three people outside the door. Bai Ze, why are you here? Li Yifei asked, and the three people's eyes quickly turned unfriendly. Bai Ze, this house won't be yours. Li Leiyu looked up, arrogantly. From now on, this house is ours, you can get out. Li Yifei did not hide his greed. What are you talking about? We are all classmates. How can you rob someone else's house? Su Runyan stood up and said to Bai Ze, Classmate Bai Ze, can we stay here for one night? You can do it, but they can't. Bai Ze pointed at the three people behind him and said. Hearing this, the three of them got furious. Bai Ze, I'll give you one more chance to speak again. The three of them said in unison. Don't think that we dare not touch you just because Teacher Su is here. Bai Ze remained unmoved, which made veins pop out on the three men's faces. They felt that they were being provoked. They couldn't tolerate the fact that someone who had been bullied by them in the past now dared to have this attitude. The reason why Bai Ze was so confident was that when he opened the door, he had already looked at the attributes of the three people. Li Yifei had the highest strength attribute, with 13 points, which was 3 points less than Bai Ze. The other two had 11 points. He guessed that the normal person's strength points were about 10 points. The three of them were athletes, and they were stronger than others. Their own strength attributes were high, and they had pistols, so they naturally had the confidence to face the three of them. I said, You three can't do it. Do you want me to say it again? His tone became colder and colder. Bai Ze, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red later. Li Yifei looked extremely unhappy, and he rolled up his sleeves, eager to teach Bai Ze a lesson. He raised his foot and kicked towards Bai Ze's lower abdomen, and Bai Ze also raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Just when a few people thought that Bai Ze was going to be kicked down by Li Yifei actually staggered and was kicked 5 or 6 meters away by Bai Ze. The pupils of the three people shrank instantly. They hurriedly looked at Li Yifei. At this moment, Li Yifei was lying on the ground motionless. After a long time, he groaned a few times in pain. Student Li Yifei, how are you? Su Runyan hurried over to check. At this time, Li Yifei's face was pale, and he looked as if he had been hit hard. Bai Ze used all his strength in this kick, just to test how strong he was. He was quite satisfied with the result. If he had kicked a little harder, he could have knocked the person out with one kick. Seeing Li Yifei in such a miserable state, Li Leiyu and Yao Weidong rushed towards Bai Ze with ferocious faces. Bai Ze stared at the two of them warily. Although he was stronger than the other two fists were no match for 4 hands, and he would not be able to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow in a short period of time. Besides, he didn't want to use a pistol because the sound of the gunshot would attract zombies, and then his safe house would be surrounded by zombies. Soon, Bai Ze finally got the chance. When Li Leiyu showed a flaw, he stepped on the opponent's calf. Ah! Li Leiyu screamed and knelt on one knee, with his knees sinking several centimeters into the mud. There is only one person left on the other side, so things become much simpler. Bai Ze kicked Yao Weidong directly in the abdomen, and he flew 5 or 6 meters away, falling to the ground and rolling in pain. In just a short while, all three of them were knocked down by Bai Ze. Looking at the miserable appearance of the three people, Bai Ze just felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. The grievances he had suffered in the past few years were more than just these. 3 years ago, these three men molested a teenage girl. The little girl fell from the unfinished building because she was scared. Finally, for fear of being exposed, the three of them buried the body and even shoveled the little girl's face with a shovel. Just because Bai Ze saw all of this, they have been threatening and intimidating him for the past 3 years and even used violence to coerce him. Bai Ze slowly walked towards Li Leiyu, who was closest to him, and grabbed his hair with one hand. The sharp pain in his scalp made him wail in agony. Bai Ze, please spare me. He begged for mercy with difficulty. Forgive you? Don't these words sound familiar to you? When I begged you to forgive me that year, did you ever think that this day would come? His voice was as cold as if it came from hell, without a trace of warmth. Li Leiyu was terrified. He had never seen Bai Ze like this before. He felt that Bai Ze was now more terrifying than the god of death. Li Yifei and Yao Weidong were not having a good time at the moment either. The severe pain in their abdomens made it impossible for them to stand up, not to mention running. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Li Leiyu said with a sob. Go to hell and repent. As he said that, Bai Ze was about to kick him out. Stop. Su Runyan saw the critical situation and rushed over without caring about the danger. You can't kill him. This is a crime. Bai Ze stopped and looked at Su Runyan with confusion. I committed a crime? Did you know that the three of them once killed a girl in a more brutal way? You're talking nonsense. The three were terrified to the extreme. Su Runyan obviously didn't believe what Bai Ze said. She said confidently, Bai Ze, I order you in the name of teacher, let them go. Do you really want to protect them? Su Runyan nodded firmly. Bai Ze sneered, and his favorable impression of Su Runyan disappeared instantly. These three people will definitely not be honest. He wants to let Su Runyan know that she is wrong. Get out of here. After saying this, Bai Ze went back to the safe house and closed the security door. The three of them felt relieved, but they still couldn't stand up. With the help of Su Runyan, they slowly stood up. It was dark now, and the three of them were injured, so Su Runyan had to take them to an abandoned house not far from the safe house to rest. After a busy day, and not having eaten for a few days, their stomachs were rumbling. By chance, the smell of food wafted from the safe house, making the four of them feel even worse. In this way, they struggled through the first half of the night. By the early morning, the pain in the three men's bodies had subsided. At this point, they started making eye contact. Looking at the drowsy Su Runyan, the anger in the three people's hearts burned again. Soon, Li Yifei took action. He tiptoed to Su Runyan. Gently lift up Su Runyan's shirt. A piece of snow white appeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the three of them became even more excited and certain parts of their bodies reacted. Maybe it was the feeling of a cool breeze on my chest. Su Runyan woke up, and when he opened his eyes slightly, he saw the greedy eyes of the three people sweeping over him. What are you doing? Her sleepiness disappeared instantly, and a chill spread throughout her body. Teacher Su, I really want to monopolize you. Your body must smell very fragrant. Li Yifei looked crazy. Hee, Teacher Su, just obey us obediently. We will make you happy. Li Leiyu also had a lewd look on his face. Teacher Su, the three of us can definitely satisfy you. Don't resist. At this time, three people stood in three positions, blocking all possible directions for Su Runyan to escape. You? What are you doing? Don't come over here. Su Runyan was really scared now. She didn't understand why these three students who usually looked very well behaved became like this. Teacher Su, if you don't cooperate, you will be in pain later, Li Yifei said, reaching out to grab Su Runyan's clothes, and pulling hard, the shirt was torn off. Su Runyan was only wearing a suspender top, revealing her snow-white shoulders in front of the three men. At this moment, Su Runyan finally understood what the three people were going to do. No, I'm your teacher. You can't do this. Teacher Su, thank you for not believing Bai Ze's words, but I'm sorry to tell you that what he said is true, Li Yifei said in a very slow and strange tone. At this moment, Su Runyan's brain went blank. She blamed Bai Ze wrongly. Looking at the three people slowly approaching, Su Runyan felt extremely regretful. Why doesn't she get to the bottom of the matter? Why doesn't she listen to Bai Ze? Li Yifei attacked again, and Su Runyan's skirt was torn off. A pair of beautiful legs are revealed. The three of them looked even more greedy. Su Runyan shed a tear. She regretted it. But facing 3 strong men, there was absolutely no way she could break free. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing herself for a nightmare. Boom! Bang! With 3 gunshots, Su Runyan opened his eyes in horror and saw 3 people lying in a pool of blood. At this time, a tall figure appeared in the distance. It's Bai Ze. Her voice was trembling, yet full of anticipation. The figure was getting closer and closer, and she finally saw clearly that the person was Bai Ze. Su Runyan let out a long sigh of relief, and then he was hit by a severe dizziness and fainted. Bai Ze originally wanted to ask her whether she was wrong or not, but when he saw Su Runyan fainted, he rushed over. Gently touching her forehead, Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. His forehead was burning hot. Su Runyan had a high fever. He didn't care about anything else, picked her up and walked towards the safe house. Su Runyan's consciousness was hazy, but he felt like he was lying in a warm and comfortable embrace. Soon, a strong light appeared before my eyes. She felt someone calling her. It was 2 girls' voices. They sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember who they were. Then she felt herself being placed on a large soft bed. She felt very cold and her body was shaking. After a while, a pair of big hands took off the only underwear on her body. She wanted to stop it, but her body couldn't move. Only her consciousness was still there. Soon, the big hands were stroking her body back and forth, and soon her whole body was touched. At the same time, she felt that her body was not so cold anymore, and waves of heat were coming up from her body. She also smelled alcohol in the air. Then the big hands gently covered her with the quilt. After hearing the door close, she knew nothing. Bai Ze closed the door gently. "How is Teacher Su?" Lu Yuming asked with concern. "I don't know. I applied alcohol on her body. I hope the fever will go away tomorrow." "That's good." Lu Yuming breathed a sigh of relief, and then said shyly, "Master, I've boiled hot water for you. Let me help you wash up." Looking at the Lu Yuming in front of me, it seemed that she was a completely different person from the annoying Lu Yuming. Lu Yuming now makes him feel a sense of satisfaction he has never experienced before. Okay. After saying that, Bai Ze walked towards the bathroom. Xiamo watched all this from the side. She understood that if she wanted to survive in the apocalypse, she had to please Bai Ze like Lu Yuming did. But she was naturally proud and was very resistant to this kind of thing. She had been a princess at home for 18 years, and now she had to be a servant for a man. She couldn't accept this at all. However, if you fail to demonstrate your own value, you may be abandoned by Bai Ze at any time. She couldn't accept this even more. She knew how safe this place was. It was absolutely impossible for her to leave here and go outside where there were zombies. Therefore, she has to demonstrate her own value and please Bai Ze in exchange for the qualification to live in this safe house. But what is my value? Her own beauty? But there were 2 other women in the room, and neither was inferior to her. By the way, I can sing and dance, and I have won many awards internationally. Life here must be boring. With me here, he won't be too bored. Xiamo became excited. Soon, she changed into a dance costume, which was the only thing she had with her. She went to the bathroom, her heart beating rapidly. I imitated Lu Yuming and said, Master, do you want me to dance for you? Come in." Hearing this, Xiamo breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. If there was no music, she would sing by herself and dance to the song. Bai Ze lay lazily in the bathtub, looking at the graceful Xiamo in front of him, feeling satisfied again. Now there are 2 school beauties. One gives him a bath, and the other dances for him to entertain him. If the students from the 2 schools knew about this, they would drown him with saliva. But even if they knew, what could they do? They have all turned into zombies. Thinking of zombies, Bai Ze's brows slowly frowned. Because of the shooting when rescuing Su Runyan last night, a lot of zombies were attracted, and now the outside of the safe house is full of zombies. Fortunately, they collected a lot of food in the school cafeteria, enough to sustain them for a while. But Su Runyan has a fever, and it will be dangerous if the fever doesn't go down by tomorrow. Without medicine, fever can be fatal. Bai Ze closed his eyes, not thinking about all these troubles and enjoying this beautiful time. The next morning, Bai Ze woke up early. When I opened my eyes, there was a sumptuous breakfast in front of me. They were all done by Lu Yuming. I have to say, Lu Yuming's cooking is delicious, better than that of restaurant chefs. Get up, wash up, and then eat. After eating, Bai Ze came to Su Runyan's room. She hadn't woken up yet. Bai Ze reached out and touched her forehead. Fortunately, the fever had gone down after applying alcohol. At this time, Su Runyan's eyes moved slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. Bai Ze, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by them. Su Runyan didn't say anything else. At this time, her stomach started to growl. She hasn't eaten properly these days since the end of the world. Plus what happened last night, I was exhausted. If I don't eat, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't talk, just eat. Bai Ze picked up a bowl of millet porridge. Thank you. I'll do it myself. Su Runyan wanted to reach out to take it, but he was stopped by Bai Ze. Open your mouth. Bai Ze scooped a spoonful of rice porridge and brought it to Su Runyan's mouth. Although Su Runyan was particularly uncomfortable, he still opened his mouth and drank the rice porridge. This is the first time that I have been fed by my own students. She is not very old, only a few years older than a student. I usually pay special attention to keeping a distance from male classmates, for fear of being misunderstood. She was afraid of developing feelings for her students and affecting her reputation. At this moment, she remembered what happened last night. His face suddenly turned red all the way to his ears. What did you do to me last night? She couldn't tell whether what happened last night was real or a dream, but when she woke up she found that all her clothes were gone. Fortunately, I didn't feel any discomfort there, so I breathed a sigh of relief. You had a fever last night, so I wiped it with alcohol. Bai Ze said calmly, and scooped another spoonful of rice porridge to Su Runyan's mouth. Su Runyan's face turned even redder after hearing this. Then you saw everything? What are you afraid of? She will be my woman sooner or later. What difference does it make if I see her sooner or later? Bai Ze, I am your teacher and I am older than you. Su Runyan buried his head in the quilt. Bai Ze directly threw back the quilt, jumped onto the bed and held her wrists with both hands. His face moved closer to hers. When he was about to touch her, he whispered in her ear, "It will be bigger so I can satisfy you." Su Runyan's dilated pupils seemed to be able to contain the fear of the entire world. What kind of lewd words are these? She must have been roaring in her heart. Could this boy want to do something to me? Su Runyan didn't dare to think any further. After all, she was my teacher. Although we were only 3 years apart in age, she would never do something unethical like a teacher-student relationship. Bai Ze, no, absolutely not. Su Runyan struggled desperately, but she was so sick and weak that she had very little strength. After I held her wrist, she had no room to resist. The more she struggled, the more painful her wrist became, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just when she thought she was going to fall into my hands today, I suddenly let go. You haven't recovered from your illness yet, so just take a rest. After saying that, I turned around and walked out of the room. Su Runyan looked at my departing back and was completely dumbfounded. But strangely, she actually felt a little lost in her heart. Her thoughts drifted back to last night. When the 3 demons were about to attack her, I appeared in front of her like a hero on a colorful cloud and pulled her back from the abyss of hell. After that, I helped her cool down and fed her. She has been obsessed with those stories of heroes saving beauties since she was a child, and has always hoped to have a boyfriend who is like a hero. Thinking of this, Su Runyan's face flushed. She suddenly felt that I was actually a good person. Although I was a little domineering, I had the spirit of a man and a gentle side. Compared with those overseas returnees who pursued her, I was too real and would not talk nonsense to make her happy. She remembered lying in my arms last night, and the sense of security she had only had in her father's arms. Maybe I should try to accept him. As for me, I came to the first floor after leaving Su Runyan's room. I looked through the window and saw, oh my God, the zombies were swarming like ants, constantly attacking the safe house. The entire wall of the house was covered with the black blood of the zombies. Fortunately, this safe house is strong enough and they can't get in. But in this case, I can't get out either. How can I expand our family if I can't get out? At this time, I found that the magic weapon in the space had turned into that broken box again. I remembered that this thing would turn into a different weapon every day, so I quickly took it out of the space. Hey, in the blink of an eye, a crossbow was in my hand. Looking at this crossbow, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Although guns are powerful, they also make a lot of noise. With one shot, zombies from all over the place will be attracted. The more you kill, the more zombies there are. But the crossbow is different. It doesn't matter if it's less powerful. The noise is also small. Plus, I have endless ammunition, so I can slowly clean up these zombies. Thinking of this, I quickly took action. The sooner I could deal with these zombies, the sooner I could go out and look for beauties. The glass of this safe house is bulletproof and cannot be opened. I had no choice but to go to the rooftop. Fortunately, there is an elevator in the house that goes directly to the rooftop. And this elevator is quite exquisite, with identity verification, and only people I allow can use it. I chose the rooftop The elevator started, and I went to the rooftop. There is a fence around the rooftop to prevent people from accidentally falling down. As soon as I reached the fence, the zombies below spotted me and stretched out their claws to grab me. I raised the crossbow, squinted my eyes to aim, and then pulled the trigger. In an instant, 4 crossbow arrows flew out, shooting a zombie's head into a hornet's nest, and the arrows all went out from the back of the head. Seeing this power, I was quite satisfied. At this time, the advantages of the crossbow were reflected. The recoil was not large, the palm of the hand did not hurt, the sound was small, and it would not attract more zombies. After the crossbow arrow was shot out, a new one was automatically loaded immediately. I just had to pull the safety and pull the trigger. It was very convenient. I spent the whole morning shooting zombies on the rooftop. Half of the zombies were gone, and I didn't go back to the safe house until Lu Yumin called me to eat. Today's lunch was so sumptuous. 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. In this apocalypse, it was a miracle to have such a high standard. Before the apocalypse, they probably wouldn't even look at it. But now, the 3 women treated the food as a treasure and didn't waste any of it. After the meal, Lu Yumin took the initiative to clean up the dishes. As for me, I continued to be my uncle. When I was about to go back to the rooftop to continue cleaning up the zombies, Su Runyan stopped me. Bai Ze, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? I turned around with a puzzled look. Can you come over here? I want to talk to you alone. Without saying anything, I walked straight towards Su Runyan. As I got closer, Su Runyan's chest rose and fell violently as if a small motor was installed, and his little face became as red as a monkey's butt. Su Runyan has never been in a relationship, and she has never liked anyone of the opposite sex since she was a child. She doesn't even know what love is. She thinks that to like someone, you have to be like her mother accompanying her father. Seeing me approaching, Su Runyan finally mustered up the courage and whispered in my ear, I think I really like you, but can you give me some more time? I'm not ready to give myself to you yet. I was stunned for several seconds after hearing this. I never thought that Su Runyan would agree. I was ready to let her go. Although I like her to death, I will not force her. It is because Su Runyan never looked down on me during the years in college. Even though I was burning with desire, I held back and did not take her for myself. There have been so many people chasing after Su Runyan these years. Each one is better than the other. But Su Runyan rejected them all. I thought she had very high standards. Although I have fantasized about being with her, I know in my heart that it is a daydream. But today, Su Runyan actually said that she likes me. If the boys in the school knew about this, they would probably dig up my family's graves. You know, Su Runyan is the goddess teacher in the hearts of all the boys in the school. However, from today on, she belongs only to me, Bai Ze. It's okay. I'll wait for you. I said lightly. Su Runyan kissed me lightly on the cheek and then stuck out her tongue playfully. Shall Bai Ze, give your sister 3 more days. After saying that, she ran back to her room. I was stunned. Is this still the dignified and serious Su Runyan? This completely overturned all my perceptions of her. Just like that, I fought zombies during the day and talked with Lu Yumin and Xiamo about big projects worth hundreds of millions at night. My life was so dull and boring. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, I killed all the zombies outside the safe house and burned the zombie corpses together. There was no other way. The smell of zombies was too strong. Who could stand so many corpses surrounding the safe house? I haven't gone out to look for a target to spread out these days, because this magic weapon is too bad. The weapons given are either too short or too weak. Plus, I don't have a clear target, so I can only stay in the comfort of this safe house. On this day, I took out my magic weapon early. Hey, I didn't expect that today's weapon was actually a long sword. And this sword is not ordinary. It actually emits red light. It is a lightsaber. I tried the lightsaber on a stone, and the stone instantly broke into 2 halves. Seeing this power, I was so happy in my heart. If I chop it on the head of a zombie, wouldn't it be as easy as cutting a watermelon? Thinking that today was the day I had agreed to meet Su Runyan, I put away my lightsaber and walked towards her room. I didn't even knock on the door. I just pushed it open. Strange, Su Runyan wasn't in bed. At this time, I heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. I walked over quietly. The door was not closed tightly, and through a layer of gauze, I saw Su Runyan's plump and charming body. She sat on the edge of the bathtub, gently holding the water, letting it flow slowly down her neck. I was thirsty when I saw her, and the blood in my body began to boil. Finally, I couldn't resist the temptation anymore and rushed in. Su Runyan was startled when he heard the noise, but he felt relieved when he saw it was me. Xiaobei's, you're finally here. Su Runyan said in that seductive tone. But she didn't know that I was almost losing my mind at this moment. After being teased by her, I started to take off my clothes. At this moment, Su Runyan was a little panicked. She stood up quickly, but she was about to fall down because of her big movements. Ah! I was quick to act. I saw her slipping as soon as I took off my clothes. I quickly reached out and hugged her in my arms. Our two naked bodies pressed tightly together. After finishing, I carried Su Runyan to the bed. Su Runyan lay in my arms, snuggling up to me like a little girl. Just then, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations to the host for getting the beauty back. The reward for getting the first blood will be doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 points times 2. Name, Su Runyan. Age, 23. Value, 92. Bust, a pair of F. Loyalty, 100. Maintenance times, 1 time. Congratulations to the host for conquering a woman with a loyalty of 100. You can get 100 points every day. This time, I directly got 400 points. Before I could finish getting excited, another system prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for having a child, 100 points reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 gene points. Gene points can strengthen themselves, and there is a chance that they will be transmitted to the next generation. Please have more branches and leaves. I was completely stunned. I was actually pregnant. But who was pregnant with the baby? Right now, I just finished with Su Runyan, so it's definitely not her. Then it can only be one of Lu Yuming and Xiaomo. But now I can't tell them apart at all, even if they stand in front of me. I still have to wait and see. Then, I started to study the genetics. There is a new option, Gene Enhancement, on my operation panel. I opened it quickly. In an instant, a genetic chain appeared in my mind. There are currently 3 options to choose from on the gene chain. 1. Enhance immunity and no longer be troubled by colds. Consume 50 gene points. 2. Increase semen activity and double the hit rate. Consume 50 gene points. 3. Genetic modification, immunity to zombie virus. Consume 50 gene points. Seeing these 3 options, I started to think about it. Although the first one is useful, the cold will not be fatal, so don't choose it for now. The second one can increase the hit rate. This option will definitely allow me to quickly accumulate gene points, but I only have 3 women now, so I can't use it for the time being. I looked at the third one. When I saw this option, I knew what I was doing. What I fear most now is contracting the zombie virus. Without hesitation, I spent 50 gene points on the third option. Congratulations on the successful host gene enhancement. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immune to zombie virus. I was stunned for a moment. It seems that genetic enhancement can fail. I just don't know what the risks will be if it fails. Next, I opened the intelligence option. After a few days, the information changed. I guess the disappeared people turned into zombies. Without thinking too much, I focused on the 3 messages above. The first one was a beautiful female nurse. The second one is a cute little kindergarten teacher. The third one is the foot washer girl in the foot massage parlor. I simply ignored the third one. Concentrate on the first 2. The first nurse has an appearance rating of 90. The second kindergarten teacher's appearance score is only 85. I decisively spent 10 points and chose to check the nurse's information. The main thing is that this nurse has a great figure, with a tiny waist and peachy butt. The entire buttocks are outlined in a perfect curve by the nurse's uniform. Name, Wang Yushi. Age, 21. Bust, a pair of D. Maintenance times, 0 times. Location, underground parking lot of the rehabilitation hospital. The rehabilitation hospital is just 2 kilometers away from the safe house. I decided to go to a rehabilitation hospital this time. Then I spent another 450 points to get 9 points of strength. Now, my strength is up to 25 points. I guess this level is comparable to that of weightlifters. To test my own strength, I put on my clothes and kissed Su Runyan on the forehead. Then he walked out of the safe house and punched a zombie that was wandering towards him. The zombie's head was instantly blown up by my punch. I'm quite satisfied with the result, but it's still a bit shabby to kill zombies directly with my hands. I quickly wiped my hands, went back to the safe house and washed them several times before I felt better. Finally, after leaving 2 days' worth of food for the 3 women, I set off for the rehabilitation hospital. The journey was smooth sailing. With a lightsaber in hand, I could easily kill the zombies on the road. Moreover, I was now immune to the zombie virus, so I was not so cautious. As long as I didn't encounter a large group of zombies, I would just fight them head-on. Soon, the rehabilitation hospital appeared in front of us. The lobby on the first floor of the rehabilitation hospital was surrounded by zombies, and it was basically impossible to get in from the building, so I could only enter from the entrance of the underground garage. It's been a week since the apocalypse, and most of the city has lost power. Fortunately, the rehabilitation hospital has not lost power. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the courage to crawl into the dark underground garage. Soon, I entered the underground garage from the entrance. As soon as I entered, a cool breeze blew past, which immediately made me alert. I walked into the garage carefully. The entire underground garage is divided into 2 floors, and I don't know where the target is, so I can only search slowly floor by floor. Because of the unstable voltage, some light bulbs flickered, and the atmosphere was very weird. Just then, a zombie suddenly jumped out from behind a car. This zombie was incredibly fast. I quickly took out my lightsaber and chopped off its head with one blow. I breathed a sigh of relief and found that the zombies moved faster in the dim environment. I didn't dare to be careless, and I kept the lightsaber in my hand so that I could react immediately if something happened. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the entire underground parking lot. After searching for an hour, I finally found my target in a safe passage. "Are you Wang Yushi?" Wang Yushi turned around in surprise and looked at me warily. "You know me?" Although the woman in front of me was wrapped in a loose nurse's uniform, I could still see that she had a perfect figure, especially her slim waist and charming peach buttocks. Wang Yushi looked very beautiful without makeup, but her face showed a bit of fatigue, probably because she didn't eat well and sleep well in the past few days. "Are you here to save us?" Wang Yushi asked in a low voice. Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs of the emergency passage, and 5 people walked down. I was stunned when I saw them. I knew these 5 people very well. The leader was the vice principal of our school, and the 4 people following him were all the school's deans. These people are all the kind of people who look down on others in school, especially these 4 deans, who spend all day at school not thinking about how to teach and educate people, but just flattering others. And they often find trouble for me. There were many times when it was clearly someone else's fault, but they put it all on me without any reason. Just because I had a bad reputation in school, these deans thought that I was responsible for all the bad things. I was punished a lot because of this. As for the vice principal, I heard that he got promoted through connections. We rarely see him in school, but we hear news about him every day. He is very high profile, and the whole school knows about even the smallest things. When I was in school, I heard that the vice principal had diarrhea these 2 days and asked for a day off to see a doctor. I didn't expect to see him here. What I didn't expect was that the 4 deans were also there. "I just had diarrhea, but you came to the hospital to visit me. Good fellow, if you had come a little later, you would have recovered. You are really a fighter among flatterers." The 5 people came down the stairs and saw me. One of the deans saw me and said, "Bai Ze, why are you here? Has the government dealt with all the zombies outside?" The other dean's tone was even worse. "Bai Ze, this is the principal of our school. Why don't you come over and say hello?" I didn't move. "Bai Ze, why are you standing there like an idiot? Are you deaf? Bai Ze, you don't listen to the teacher, right? Do you still want to graduate?" Looking at the ugly faces of these 4 deans, the murderous intent in my heart gradually emerged. Why can those messy rumors in the school continue to spread? The school leaders are not unrelated. If they could investigate the rumors when they found them, there would not be all those messes later. Therefore, these deans should be held largely responsible for the suffering I have endured in the past 4 years. When several deans saw that I still didn't move, their tone became even more fierce. "You little bastard, are you rebelling? You don't even listen to the teacher? I'm asking you a question, you're deaf, right? Bai Ze, I'm telling you, as long as you stay in school, you won't be able to graduate. Hurry up and kowtow and admit your mistake. Maybe I can forgive you and let you graduate." I sneered again. It's so funny that he is still using his studies to pressure me at this time. I walked slowly forward and stopped in front of the dean who had been scolding me. Snapped. I slapped him in the face. Everyone present was stunned, especially the one who was beaten. At this moment, he felt his head buzzing, stars flashing before his eyes, and half of his face was numb. Then half of his face swelled up quickly. Because half of his mouth was swollen, he couldn't close it, and saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. It took a while for the others to react. "Bai Ze, you dare to hit the teacher. You are done. Wait for jail time. I'll have my lawyer friend sue you. You can expect to spend your whole life in jail." At this time, I sneered. "Haha, you don't think this apocalypse will ever pass? Even if the apocalypse can be over, you won't live to see that day. Because you're all going to die here." Several people were shocked. They suddenly felt that this student was a little scary. But a teacher is a teacher after all, and he cannot lose his dignity even if he is afraid. Bai Ze, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to kill people to silence them? Bai Ze, I advise you not to brag and think about the lawsuit. Humph. How dare a student disrespect the teacher? I don't think we need to call the police. Let's give him a beating first. As soon as these words came out, several deans looked at each other and then rushed towards me. You're right. If students like this are not severely punished, they will definitely become a scourge to society in the future. Humph. Then let's teach him a lesson today, so he won't commit crimes in the future. As they spoke, several people came towards me. The vice principal did not say a word to stop it throughout the whole process. I think I've seen through these people. My face also turned cold. I raised the lightsaber in my hand and slashed at the dean whose head was swollen like a pig. The other 3 deans were stunned for a moment. The 5 people present all looked at the dean with his head chopped off in horror. Ah, murder. Bai Ze killed someone. Ah. Wang Yushi was so scared that she covered her eyes and screamed. The vice principal was so frightened that he was shaking all over and tried to run up the stairs with his crutches. But because he was too scared, he tripped over the stairs and his front teeth flew out. The remaining 3 deans did not dare to approach. Their arrogant appearance disappeared without a trace. After Bai Ze killed one person, he turned his attention to the other 3. The pupils of the 3 people suddenly contracted, and they all stepped back. Bai Ze, don't be impulsive. It was the teacher's fault before. The teacher apologizes to you. Let's have a good talk. Bai Ze, the teacher was just joking with you. I won't let the lawyer sue you. Besides, it was his fault just now. It has nothing to do with you. Bai Ze, the teacher always thinks you are a good kid, so please don't do anything stupid. Bai Ze approached them step by step, watching their attitudes take a 180-degree turn after seeing me kill someone. He couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. These people are typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. When they see someone weaker than themselves, they will bully them to no avail. When they see a strong person, they will try their best to curry favor with him and say a lot of nice things to him. If he had not been bullied by them in the past, he would have believed these people's lies now. And now, Bai Ze didn't believe a word they said. Do you really know you're wrong? When the 3 deans saw Bai Ze speaking, they thought they had convinced him and they nodded their heads vigorously, like pounding garlic. Then go to hell and repent. After saying that, Bai Ze swung his lightsaber violently. 3 people lost their lives in horror. Finally, only the vice principal was left. At this time, the vice principal was shaking like a sieve. Without his crutches, he had difficulty standing up. I could only crawl on the ground and climb up the stairs bit by bit. Suddenly, he felt someone grabbing his foot. He looked back in horror. Seeing Bai Ze's gloomy face, his whole body shuddered violently again, and a foul-smelling liquid flowed out of his crotch. Bai Ze, I have never bullied you in these years. Please forgive me. Let's pretend that what happened today never happened. I won't tell anyone else. Bai Ze ignored him, grabbed him, and walked slowly down. The vice principal's face banged on the steps again and again. After a while, his face was covered with blood. His reading glasses were broken, and the lens fragments had pierced into his flesh. The entire security passage was filled with the vice principal's screams. Finally, Bai Ze stopped and threw him onto the bodies of the 4 deans like a dead dog. The vice principal was so panicked that he could only keep begging Bai Ze for mercy. Bai Ze, please let me go. I have money and I have a very beautiful granddaughter. If you let me go, I will give my granddaughter to you. Bai Ze looked at the vice principal expressionlessly. It is true that he has not been bullied by the vice principal in recent years, but that does not mean he is wrong. If he hadn't allowed those rumors to spread in the school, he wouldn't have been so miserable over the years. Therefore, his mistake is unforgivable. Moreover, such a person is willing to sell out even his relatives in order to survive. How can he have the right to live? Puff! The lightsaber pierced the vice principal's heart. The entire underground garage became quiet in an instant. Wang Yushi watched Bai Ze kill the last person. Her delicate body trembled again. She didn't understand why this man killed someone and even knew her name. But she knew that this man was very dangerous and she must not offend him, and she could not object to any request he made. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death like those people. Bai Ze also looked at Wang Yushi at this time. I saw her huddled in the corner, shaking. He then sheathed his lightsaber and slowly walked towards her. He clearly felt that the other party was terribly afraid of him. The closer he got, the more she trembled. Finally, Wang Yushi couldn't stand this fear anymore and tears flowed down her face. Please don't kill me. Bai Ze stopped 2 meters away from her and said slowly, I won't kill you, but you have to be my woman. Wang Yushi looked at Bai Ze at this time. Okay, I promise you, as long as you don't kill me, I will agree to anything you want. Bai Ze didn't expect it to be so smooth, but it was better this way, because staying 1 minute longer would increase the danger. Can you walk now? Bai Ze asked. Aye. Wang Yushi tried to stand up, but because her legs were shaking and she was hungry, she couldn't stand up. Do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Wang Yushi asked cautiously. Bai Ze directly took out a steamed bun from the space and handed it over. When Wang Yushi saw the steamed buns, her eyes widened. She took the steamed bun and started eating it ravenously. Then, Bai Ze took out a bottle of mineral water from the space. In this way, Wang Yushi took a bite of steamed bun and sipped water, and in less than 2 minutes, a big steamed bun was in her stomach. After eating, Wang Yushi patted her belly with a look of satisfaction. At this time, she was not so afraid of Bai Ze anymore. At least Bai Ze gave her food when she was the hungriest. Follow me after you finish eating. Wang Yushi stood up and followed Bai Ze. Soon, they returned to the safe house. The 3 women felt nervous when they saw Bai Ze bringing back another woman. After all, there are limited rooms in the safe house. If you can't live in a safe house, you may die at any time. If Bai Ze continued to bring women back, they might be kicked out. They can only try their best to perform and please Bai Ze so that they can live a stable life. Master, you're back? I have prepared dinner. Lu Yuming said respectfully. Master, I learned a new dance today. Would you like to see it? Xiaomo said with a smile. She has to look her most beautiful at all times so that Bai Ze will always like her. Only Su Runyan was left at a loss. She knew that she couldn't be Bai Ze's only woman, nor would she be the last. All she could do was not interfere with any of Bai Ze's decisions. Wang Yushi looked at the 3 women with a look of shock. These 3 women are more beautiful than her. She has always been said to be the most beautiful nurse in the hospital. But when I see these 3 women, I still feel ashamed of myself. She couldn't help but wonder. This man already had so many women. Why did he bring her back? Is he a perverted murderer? Kill one after another. Wang Yushi took a breath of cold air when she thought of Bai Ze's previous murder scene. Wang Yushi began to worry and kept pinching her fingers nervously. Come in. What are you still doing standing at the door? Bai Ze looked at Wang Yushi and found that she didn't come in. Hearing this, Wang Yushi's breathing suddenly became rapid and her heart was beating so fast that she felt like it was about to jump out. She wanted to run, but her feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The next second, she was dragged into the house by Bai Ze. As the security door closed, she was completely desperate. She didn't know what her fate would be. She felt like a puppet being manipulated by Bai Ze. Wang Yushi, go take a hot bath first. Yumeng, take her to her room. Okay, master. I'll take her there right away. Lu Yumeng walked up to Wang Yushi with a smile on her face. Let's go, Sister Yushi. Soon, they reached the second floor. Wang Yushi saw that Bai Ze didn't follow, so she quickly said to Lu Yumeng beside her, Girl, were you all captured by him? Will he kill us? Lu Yumeng still had a smile on her face. When she heard Wang Yushi's question, she deliberately said, The master won't kill us. He will only eat us. Wang Yushi's pupils suddenly shrank. Eat us? Why don't you want to run away? Why should we run? It's safe here, we have food to eat, and we can even have clean water to bathe. But aren't you afraid of death? At this time, Lu Yuming's expression changed. As long as we serve the master well, the master will not let us die. You should pay attention to your status. It is your blessing to live here. Lu Yuming's expression suddenly changed, and Wang Yushi was confused. She just gave a kind reminder and didn't expect this result. Wang Yushi said nothing more, for she was afraid that what she said would reach Bai Ze's ears. Soon, she reached her room. Seeing the luxuriously decorated room, a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. She dreamed of living in a house like this, but unfortunately her family was ordinary and this wish was too difficult to realize. This is your room from now on. Feel free to look around. I'll get you some hot water. After saying that, Lu Yumeng walked towards the bathroom. Wang Yushi then looked around. She first walked to the window and found that the windows could not be opened. It was impossible to escape from here. Then she looked at the closet, which was filled with clothes of various styles. She did not give up the idea of leaving. She wanted to stay alive more than temporary comfort. She couldn't stand living with a man-eating monster. However, after walking around for a while, she gave up because there was no window in the room that could be opened. After a while, Lu Yumeng came out of the bathroom. The water is ready. You can go in and wash. After saying that, Lu Yumeng left the room. Wang Yushi was the only one left in the room. She smelled the nurse's uniform, and it did smell a bit smelly. So she took it off and threw it aside, then went to the bathroom. Downstairs, the three of them were eating, and Lu Yuming recounted to Bai Ze the conversation she had previously had with Wang Yushi word for word. Bai Ze was not surprised. He never explained why he brought Wang Yushi here. It's normal for the other party to have this idea. After dinner, Bai Ze went straight to Wang Yushi's room. He wanted to take down Wang Yushi's first blood, and he didn't care whether she left or stayed. When I got to the door, I turned the doorknob and found it was locked. But he had the privilege of entering any room in the house he wanted. Soon, the door opened. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a nurse's uniform on the ground and a set of white lace underwear. Bai Ze tiptoed to the bathroom door. The bathroom door was not closed, and he could clearly see Wang Yushi soaking in the bathtub. Her hair was hanging outside, and her beautiful pair of snow-white legs were resting on the bathtub. Seeing this, Bai Ze became impatient. He took off his clothes as he walked inside. After entering the bathroom, Wang Yushi found him. She was about to shrink into the bathtub, but her legs were grabbed by Bai Ze. Then Bai Ze pulled hard, and Wang Yushi turned sideways. She sat in the bathtub with her legs on Bai Ze's shoulders. He found that Wang Yushi's figure was even more perfect after taking off her nurse's uniform, with her slender waist and plump peach buttocks. He had only seen such body proportions in anime characters. Seeing this, Bai Ze couldn't help it anymore. No. Wang Yushi realized something. But as soon as the words came out, Bai Ze broke through the line of defense. Congratulations to the host for conquering a woman and successfully taking the first blood. The reward will be doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 points x2. After the passion, Bai Ze carried Wang Yushi to the bed. Wang Yushi hugged the quilt and said nothing. Bai Ze knew what she was thinking and was afraid that he would eat her, but he had already eaten her. He gently patted Wang Yushi's peachy buttocks and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I won't eat you." Wang Yushi trembled, and then Bai Ze heard her breathe a sigh of relief. "Have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow." After saying that, Bai Ze put on his clothes and went out. Wang Yushi blushed suddenly. Her first time in life was taken away from her in such a domineering way. Bai Ze walked to the window and looked at the pitch black outside. He knew that most of the city was without power at the moment. Fortunately, his safe house has 2 generators, so he doesn't have to worry about electricity. But this bright light could bring trouble. It seems like I have to be careful when I go out next time. This is a piece of fat meat, and everyone who sees it wants to take a bite. Afterwards, Bai Ze pulled all the curtains and went back to his room alone. At this time, not far from the safe house, a dozen burly men were staring at the safe house viciously. "Look, this is where I'm talking about. I found out everything. There are 4 women in there. All of them are top-notch." "Hey, you mean there's only 1 man and 4 women in there?" "It's absolutely true. I've been waiting here for a day." It turns out that the man went out this morning and came back with a woman in the afternoon. The woman's waist is so thin that it makes me feel itchy. "Well, that's good. Since we are sure there are only 5 people inside, let's take action tonight. Kill the men, and let the 4 female brothers have fun together," said a man with a scar on his face. In the dark night, a group of people laughed evilly. The night is as dark as ink, covering the earth. The night sky tonight is so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you, and there is no sign of the moon. There was complete silence outside the safe house. At this time, a dozen people quietly came to the outside of the safe house. They gestured. After a while, the crowd split into 2 teams. A team followed the scarred man to the security door. One of them took out a piece of wire from his bosom, reached into the door lock, put his ear against the security door, and kept fiddling with it with his hands. Another team quietly came behind the safe house. They tied the iron hook with a rope and threw it towards the railing on the 2nd floor. One of them pulled it hard and found it was quite solid, so he started to climb up. The people below are responsible for keeping watch. Soon, the man climbed to the roof. He looked around but found no access to the safe house. "So, I could only climb down along the rope." Soon, they arrived at the security door and met the scarred man. "How's it going over there?" the man with the scar asked hurriedly when he saw them coming back. The man shook his head. "No, we can't get in from upstairs. How about we try breaking the window?" "Okay, but don't make too much noise. We have to go in quietly." "Okay, got it." Then, the second team circled around the safe house again, and soon they selected a piece of glass. One of them took out a glass cutter from somewhere and scratched the glass hard. But after all his efforts, he didn't break a single piece of glass. When he took a closer look, he almost fainted from anger. This is actually bulletproof glass. Who the hell installs bulletproof glass at home? Then they had to look for other glass. But after running around, I was surprised to find that every piece of glass here is bulletproof glass. This discovery made them worried, and they began to wonder if this was an official secret base. But on second thought, this place is so close to the city, it definitely can't be an official secret base. It is most likely the home of an apocalypse enthusiast. They had no choice but to go back to the security door and tell the man with the scar about their discovery. The scarred man's face turned pale when he heard this. Who would have thought that with so many of them, they couldn't even get through the door? He looked at the locksmith and asked anxiously, "How's your situation? How long will it take to open the door?" The locksmith was already sweating profusely at this time. He had opened more locks than he had eaten meals. He has seen all kinds of locks in the world. If he dares to call himself the second best lockpicker, no one dares to claim to be the best. This is his confidence. If he had not embezzled and bribed bank staff to steal a large amount of cash, he would not have gone to jail. It was only when he was finally in prison that we found out that he was the only one who could open the lock, and the police arrested him without even conducting any investigation. This made him regret it so much that his intestines turned green. But today, he encountered a lock that couldn't be opened. How long has he been in there? Someone has surpassed him? The locksmith became more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. But after fiddling with it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the structure of the lock. "Boss, I can't open this lock." After trying for a while, he reported to the scarred man helplessly. The scarred man looked at the locksmith in surprise. "Even you can't open it?" The locksmith nodded again. The scarred man thought for a moment and said, "Damn it, what bad luck, retreat." Soon, these people left quietly again. The scarred man who was in the lead was called Kai-jun. He was cruel and ruthless and was sent to prison for murder. In prison, he relied on his strong body and quickly became the boss. These people are all his younger brothers. The scarred man was about to be executed, but unexpectedly the end of the world came and saved him. He escaped with several of his cellmates. But they found that not only the prison but also the outside was full of zombies, and there was nowhere to go. Just then, they found Bai Ze's safe house. After observing for a day, I decided to take action tonight. But they never expected that so many capable people couldn't even get through the door. You know, serious criminals like them have all committed serious crimes. How can such people not have some skills? But even so, they still gain nothing. This made them dejected and more wary of the owner of the house. Can someone who can build a house like this be an ordinary person? In other words, this isn't a house, it's a fortress. Not only is the door the most advanced anti-theft door, the walls are made of metal and the glass is bulletproof. It's absolutely flawless. The next day, Bai Ze woke up early as usual, got up habitually and walked to the glass on the first floor to look out. It's still the same as before, except there's not a single zombie outside today. He didn't take it seriously. I was about to go to have breakfast when I suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a scratch on the outside of the bulletproof glass. His heart started beating wildly. Then I quickly looked at the other glasses. As a result, each piece of glass had slight scratches on it. This means that someone has discovered his safe house and wants to get in. Soon, Bai Ze calmed down. The fact that these people didn't come in means that the safe house is very safe and outsiders can't get in at all. Since you know someone has bad intentions, just have some fun with them. So Bai Ze pretended not to notice and continued to act as usual. He walked outside the safe house and trained as usual. He didn't know how long this group of people had been watching him, and what he had to do was not to arouse their suspicion. After the training, Liu Yuming came out and called him to eat, so he went back to the safe house to eat. While eating, he kept staring out the window, but I found nothing. Soon, a whole day passed. This group of people still didn't show up. To be on the safe side, Bai Ze exchanged the 300 points he got from Wang Yushi yesterday and the 100 points he got today into strength attribute points. As a result, his strength attribute is 33 points, and I believe this strength is beyond the scope of humans. Even if someone is plotting against him, he is not afraid at all. Soon, night fell slowly. Just when he thought those people wouldn't show up today. Looking through the window, he discovered something unusual. With the help of moonlight, Bai Ze saw a person lying on the ground not far from the safe house, and his eyes were heading towards the safe house. Bai Ze quickly turned off the lights in the room to avoid revealing that he had discovered him. Then he hid behind the curtains and watched the man's movements through the bulletproof glass. After an unknown amount of time, more people appeared, and they seemed to be holding something in their hands. Kai-jun came back with a group of his men, and they got a lot of gasoline from a car on the roadside. If they still can't open the security door tonight, they plan to use violence. So, did they do anything today? Kai-jun was very angry. Boss, that man came out today, but he didn't leave. He was exercising outside the door. The younger brother hurriedly reported truthfully. Well, you haven't been discovered by him. Don't worry, boss. I haven't moved a muscle here today. There's no way they can find me. Well, good job. When we take over this house, I'll let you be the first one to have sex with those girls after I've had sex with them. When the younger brother heard this, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Thank you, boss. Kai-jun felt a little better. He has been hiding from place to place these days, and he is extremely eager to have a safe place. But when I really came across it, I couldn't get in. Plus, there are 4 gorgeous women in there. How can he not be anxious? In a blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. During this period of time, Bai Ze has been keeping an eye on these people, but they have not made any moves. Just when Bai Ze was feeling a little sleepy, he discovered that these people were starting to run towards the safe house. They hunched their bodies, as if afraid of being noticed by the people in the safe house. Bai Ze guessed that these people were still a little afraid of him. After all, not everyone could have a safe house like this. Since you guys want to rob my safe house, let's have some fun. It's rude not to reciprocate. Bai Ze took out his magical weapon. Automatically changes after 12 o'clock. Today's weapon is a hidden weapon that can fire a poison needle. This poison needle can make an elephant unconscious in a short period of time. It is quite powerful. He quietly went to the first floor. At this time, someone had already reached the door and started fiddling with the door lock. Bai Ze guessed that these people wanted to pry open the door. He sneered. His anti-theft door had 3 locks. Even if the first lock was opened, the next 2 would be triggered and the entire door would be completely closed. Unless he lifted the access control, no one could open it. Ignoring them, Bai Ze quietly took the elevator to the top of the building and then jumped out. He deliberately ran away to observe these people. Soon, he ran to where the men had been hiding before. He found that there were a lot of beer bottles here. Bai Ze opened them and smelled them, and found that they were all filled with gasoline. That's cruel enough. Since you want to kill me so much, I can't just do nothing. Thinking of this, he put all the gasoline into the space. The people outside the safe house struggled for a long time but still couldn't open the door. Boss, no, this lock is too weird. I tried to open it, but it won't open. Kai-jun's face turned green. After waiting for a long time, he was told that it couldn't be opened. Idiot, you can't even handle such a small matter. Prepare to implement the second plan. Kai-jun looked at the brothers behind him and said, You guys, go get the gasoline. Okay, boss. The 4 men turned around and trotted away. On the other side, Bai Ze was waiting for an opportunity. At this time, he saw 4 people running towards this side. He quickly hid behind a tree. Soon, the 4 men returned to where the gasoline was hidden. Hey, I clearly put the gasoline here. How come it's gone in a moment? You may have remembered it wrongly. Look for it quickly, or the boss will get angry again. Yes, let's split up and look for it. Bai Ze was happy to see the 4 people separate. He looked at the person closest to him, aimed the weapon in his hand, and fired. A poison needle with anesthetic instantly pierced his skin. The man fell to the ground without making any sound. Bai Ze's eyes lit up, and he fainted in less than a second. It was indeed a drug that could knock out an elephant. Afterwards, Bai Ze quietly caught up with another person and knocked him out using the same method. Then the third, and the fourth. No one noticed him the whole time. Then, Bai Ze gathered the 4 people together like chickens. There's no need to tie him up. The drug might make him unable to wake up for a whole day and night. After doing all this, Bai Ze continued to wait. Kai-jun was so angry that his face turned ugly when he saw that the 4 people who went to get gasoline had not returned for a long time. You guys go and take a look. Why are you so slow in doing things? The men looked at each other and quickly ran to see what was going on. But they never came back. At this time, Kai-jun started to think about it. Is there any danger? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Looking at the person who was still unlocking the door, he became extremely angry. Stop it, just follow me and take a look. The remaining 6 people hurriedly followed Kai-jun back. When they returned to the place where they hid the gasoline, they were stunned. The people are gone, and the gasoline is gone. Boss, they won't run away with the gasoline. Kai-jun's face was extremely gloomy. He looked around carefully, trying to find some clues. But he found nothing, but the more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Kai-jun knew these people. They would never run away, and he was usually nice to them. What's more, there are zombies everywhere now, and they won't run even if they can. There is only one possibility. They were attacked. There was no blood on the ground, so it was obviously done by a human, and the person was quite skilled. Just then, someone next to him suddenly fell to the ground. He hurried forward to check and found that the man was just unconscious. He followed the direction from which the poison needle came and quickly locked onto a big tree. He winked at a few people, and they immediately understood and dispersed to surround the big tree. When Bai Ze saw this scene, he knew he was discovered, but he was not panicked at all. He had a strength value of 33 points, and these few people were no match for him at all. Bai Ze simply walked out with a swagger. Kai Jun saw him and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the younger brother who was responsible for squatting all day suddenly pointed at Bai Ze and said, "It's him. He is the owner of this house. How could he find us?" Kai Jun took a look at this little brother and became extremely angry. "Idiot. You are the only one here. Who should I ask if you ask me?" Kai Jun stared at Bai Ze with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes, and coupled with the scary scar on his face, he looked extremely ferocious. "Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. If you know what's best for you, hand over the key quickly. Maybe I'll spare your life after I'm done with you." Bai Ze sneered, "Haha, if I were you, I would kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Maybe I could keep my body intact." Kai Jun's expression became increasingly ugly. This was the first time he was provoked like this. "Boy, do you know who you were talking to?" Kai Jun said, gritting his teeth. "What? You're deaf at such a young age? You want me to repeat it again? You want to die?" Kai Jun roared. The younger brothers around him were particularly good at reading the boss's expressions. When they saw their boss getting angry, they rushed towards Bai Ze without waiting for orders. Bai Ze fired poison needles directly at them. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the poison needle came out, 3 more people fell down. Seeing this, the others stopped immediately and dared not take another step forward. They looked at each other and finally could only retreat silently. "Idiot." Kai Jun was furious when he saw his little brother retreat so quickly. The little brothers looked at each other. At this moment, Kai Jun suddenly put away his anger and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You think that thing in your hand can scare me?" After saying that, Kai Jun instantly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bai Ze frowned and quickly hid behind a tree. Boom! Kai Jun shot a bullet into the tree. Ha ha ha! Seeing Bai Ze fleeing in a panic, several younger brothers immediately burst into laughter. "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you acting like a coward now?" Boom! Kai Jun pulled the trigger again and fired another shot at the tree where Bai Ze was hiding. Bai Ze was extremely anxious at this time. He didn't expect that the other party had a gun in his hand. However, his weapon has a limited range, and it is difficult to hit the target at this distance. Although Kai Jun had a gun, he didn't dare to act rashly. He gave his younger brothers a look, and several of them started yelling and cursing at Bai Ze. "Kid, come out if you have the guts. You're no good hiding behind a tree." "That's right. I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're just a wimp." "Boy, you look so delicate and tender. How about I give you some fun?" Faced with the shouting and cursing from several people, Bai Ze remained unmoved. He knew that these people just wanted to provoke him and make him come out and fall into their trap. As long as he stayed behind the tree, these people couldn't do anything to him. Kai Jun and others became even more furious when they saw that Bai Ze did not come out. After a while, Kai Jun suddenly calmed down a lot. "Boy, how about I make a gentleman's agreement with you? We won't use weapons, and we'll decide the winner in a one-on-one duel." Hearing this, Bai Ze sneered. Would such a cruel and ruthless person abide by the agreement? Bai Ze ignored him. After a while, Kai Jun said again, "Since I am the one who proposed this, let me express my opinion first. I have emptied all the bullets in the magazine. If you don't believe me, take a look." Bai Ze secretly observed and found that he really pushed out all the bullets in the magazine. "The magazine is empty. I am sincere enough, right?" Seeing that the other party really did this, Bai Ze immediately agreed. "Okay." As he said this, he threw the poison needle and the weapon to the ground in full view of everyone, and then put the weapon away. Of course, he knew that the other party was not so kind. Looking at the muscular body of this man, he could tell that he was a martial artist. But Bai Ze doesn't care. He has 33 points of strength. When Kai Jun just said this, he was already a dead man in Bai Ze's heart. When Kai Jun saw Bai Ze agreed, he showed a hint of sarcasm. He used to be a boxer. He beat people to death twice in a row in the boxing championship and earned the title of Boxing Death God. He felt that he could kill the boy in front of him with just one punch. When Kai Jun's younger brothers saw Bai Ze agreed, they began to discuss excitedly in a low voice. "Haha, this idiot actually agreed. When the boss was in power, I don't know how many ignorant brats he killed. Today there is another one. Hey, I think I've seen him being knocked out by the boss with one punch." Kill him now. I can't wait to taste those beauties. Bai Ze pretended to empty the poison needle and walked towards them. Along the way, he kept his eyes on Kai Jun, preventing him from pulling out another gun. Fortunately, he didn't do that. Kai Jun was obviously too confident in his own strength. He trusted his fists more than his guns, so he would not do that. Little did he know that he would pay with his life for his arrogance. The two stood 2 meters apart. There was murderous intent in both sides' eyes. In this duel, they all thought Bai Ze was doomed. Because few people can take advantage of Kai Jun's fist, not to mention that this is a life-and-death situation. When Bai Ze approached Kai Jun, he used the system to check the other party's attributes. Name, Kai Jun. Strength, 25. Agility, 8. Stamina, 15. Charm, 0. Bai Ze was a little surprised when he saw the opponent's strength. The average person's strength is about 10 points. He is actually 2.5 times taller than an average person. This could indeed be a trump card, but unfortunately he chose the wrong opponent. Bai Ze chuckled and gave Kai Jun his little finger. When Kai Jun saw this gesture, he got angry and rushed forward. Boy, you're looking for death. He threw a punch fiercely, and Bai Ze also quickly punched out and caught the opponent's fist. He didn't dare to exchange injuries with the other party, so he could only compete in pure strength. The two fists finally collided. In an instant, Kai Jun, who was originally relaxed, showed a painful expression on his face. Bai Ze's fingers also hurt from the shock. But compared to Kai Jun, the pain he felt was negligible, because, at the moment when their fists touched, he felt that Kai Jun's finger was broken. Bai Ze didn't give the other party a chance and swung his other hand violently. Kai Jun didn't react because of the severe pain in his fingers. Bai Ze's punch hit Kai Jun's forehead accurately. Kai Jun's pupils suddenly contracted. How come? He fell down before he could finish his words. He died without closing his eyes. Bai Ze's punch directly shattered Kai Jun's brain. Although he looked fine on the outside, his internal injuries were very serious. Kai Jun's younger brothers were ready to cheer, but they never expected that it was their boss who fell. Several people's faces were filled with fear. Their boss is so powerful, but he couldn't even take a single blow. How terrifying must the person in front of him be? A few people didn't dare to think about it anymore. When Bai Ze looked at them again, they all knelt on the ground, without any intention of resisting. Brother, spare my life. Bai Ze looked at them, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. You four, slap each other. If anyone doesn't use force, I will kill him. The four of them immediately looked bitter, but they did not dare to disobey Bai Ze's orders. So, the four of them knelt on the ground and moved, and soon they lined up in order. Snapped. The first person delivered the first slap, and this time he really didn't hold back. Bai Ze felt the pain just watching it. The person being beaten screamed, and then continued to slap the next person. Just like that, the four of them slapped each other, and soon their bodies were all swollen like pig heads. Bai Ze felt that it was enough, so he asked them to stop. Then, they were asked to carry the unconscious people together. Then tie it up. Finally, let the four of them take turns slapping these people in the face. Soon, those who were unconscious woke up from the severe pain. When I woke up, I was completely confused. What the hell are you doing? You're hitting your own people. Damn it, I'm going to hit you. Fuck you. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that the boss will punish you? I'll beat up your uncle's boss. Soon, these people dared not say a word, because they found out that if they didn't speak, they would be beaten by one person, and if they spoke, they would be beaten by 4 people at once. Who can stand this? Half an hour later, Bai Ze stopped this boring behavior. It's time to wrap up. So Bai Ze shot poison needles at the 4 people. Those who were tied up didn't understand what was going on and started cursing at Bai Ze, but he soon stopped scolding, because Bai Ze actually took out gasoline and poured it on them. At this moment, they backed off. They cried and begged Bai Ze for mercy. However, Bai Ze continued to pour gasoline calmly. These people are all extremely evil criminals, and he doesn't believe that they will be grateful to him for letting them go. So killing is the best option. With the fire, these people began to howl like ghosts and wolves. The billowing smoke even reached 4 or 5 meters high. Bai Ze took the pistol and bullets from Kai Jun. However, there were only 5 bullets, which he stuffed into the magazine and threw into the space. When the sky turned pale, the fire was completely extinguished. These people were all burned to ashes and remained forever on this charred land. Finally, Bai Ze got some soil and covered the burnt ground. Only then did he return to the safe house with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Yuming woke up, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Suddenly seeing Bai Ze coming back, he asked curiously, "Master, you went out so early. Well, don't call me to eat." Bai Ze instructed and went back to his room to rest. I slept until noon. When I woke up, I found Lu yumming next to me. "Master, wake up. I just heated up the meal for you." Bai Ze took a look and felt a little hungry, so he started eating under Lu Yuming's service. While eating, he opened the intelligence system to find the next target to rescue. 3 groups of photos appeared and Bai Ze was stunned, because there are 2 identical faces on it. It's not that the system is wrong, but that these 2 people are twins and Bai Ze knows them. These 2 people are the top students in the school. More importantly, she is not only a top student, but also the recognized campus beauty. The elder sister is Li Mulan, who is the top scorer in science in the province, and the younger sister is Li Mushuang, who is the top scorer in liberal arts in the province. He didn't expect that the 2 sisters were still alive. Hurry up and spend 20 points to view the information of the 2 people. Name, Li Mulan. Age, 18. Bust, a pair of D. Value, 91. Trap location, female dormitory building of Jinghai University. Name, Li Mushuang. Age, 18. Bust, a pair of D. Value, 91. Trap location, female dormitory building of Jinghai University. Seeing the information about the 2 people, Bai Ze felt excited. He didn't expect that the 2 were trapped in the same place, which greatly reduced the difficulty of rescue. But he soon frowned. There are at least 2,000 students at Jinghai University. Even though it was time to go home from school during the end of the world, many people left school. That's at least 1,000 people. There are 1,000 zombies, and I don't know if I can rush in and bring 2 people out safely. But no matter what, you have to go. Just because these 2 sisters are so beautiful. And he especially wanted to try what it felt like to be served by the twins together. Anyway, I am immune to the zombie virus, so the worst that can happen is I can just kill all the zombies in the school. After figuring it out, Bai Ze stood up directly. After saying goodbye to a few women, he went out. After what happened last night, a lot of zombies gathered outside the safe house again. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the weapons from yesterday and wondered if they would be useful against the zombies. So, try to shoot a poison needle at the zombie. To my surprise, I found that this poison is also effective against zombies, but you have to shoot it into the zombie's neck or head. This is not difficult for Bai Ze. After practicing shooting for so long, I can hit the target every time within 30 meters. It can be said that it hits wherever you point. With this result, Bai Ze felt more confident about this rescue. Put the weapons into space and focus on clearing out the zombies. Soon, the zombies outside the safe house were dealt with. Then we hurried to Jinghai University. 2 hours later, we finally arrived at the gate of Jinghai University. He originally escaped from the Kyokai University library. A few days later, he came back. But I don't have any feelings about it, only painful memories. When the door was opened, the zombies inside heard the noise and rushed out. Bai Ze took out his weapon and shot poison needles at the zombie's head. The zombies fell one after another, but there were still endless zombies coming out. It took more than an hour to clear all the zombies on campus. Bai Ze didn't dare to delay, as he didn't know how effective the medicine was on zombies. If the zombies woke up when he came back, it would be a waste of time. According to memory, I soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. The door to the girls' dormitory was locked, but that didn't stop him. With one punch, the entire door was severely deformed. With another push, the door opened. The beautiful zombie inside heard the noise and walked towards the door. Bai Ze has no mercy on women, and he attacks these beautiful zombies violently. I only knew that Li Mulan and her sister's dormitory was on the 4th floor, so I ran straight to the 4th floor. But as soon as I reached the 4th floor, I heard a woman screaming. Bai Ze secretly cried out in alarm and quickly ran in that direction. Following the sound, Bai Ze passed through 4 or 5 rooms in succession. I saw an open room, and the sound came from here. At this time, there was another sound in the room. I'm going to die anyway, so let me have some fun before I die. Get out of here, don't come over here. Baby, I was bitten by a zombie for you. Are you so heartless? The man's voice suddenly became fierce. No, please don't. Snapped. Bitch, if you hadn't insisted that I come to save you, would I have been bitten by a zombie? What did you say in the beginning? You said that if I came to save you, you would be my girlfriend. Now that I'm here, I'm about to die, and you still won't let me have my fill? Woo-woo. From the room came the sound of a woman crying and clothes being torn. Soon, Bai Ze rushed to the door and looked into the room. The man had already forced himself on her. A deep tooth mark on his neck was particularly conspicuous. When the girl saw Bai Ze, she looked at him for help. When Bai Ze saw the girl's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. This person was not the one he was looking for. Just as he was about to leave, the man with bestiality suddenly turned back. He pointed at Bai Ze and yelled, "Don't leave!" Then, he looked at the girl resentfully. "Who is he? Is he your lover?" The girl had a painful expression on her face and shook her head helplessly, then continued to look at Bai Ze for help. Bai Ze frowned. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but this boy dared to yell at him. He also saw the boy's appearance clearly. He remembered this person, and he remembered everyone who had bullied him. The boy also seemed to recognize Bai Ze. He smiled contemptuously. "It's Bai Ze. I didn't expect you to be alive. Tell me, what's your relationship with this bitch? Why are you here?" "I said I've been pursuing her for so long, but she didn't agree. Turns out she's having an affair with you. So, are you mad when you see me having sex with her? Ha ha ha, what can you do? You're just a useless, candid photographer." Hearing the boy's words, Bai Ze's face darkened. What he hates most is people saying that he is a voyeur and a pervert, especially since this person had bullied him before. At this moment, Bai Ze's anger reached its peak. He walked slowly towards the boy. At this time, the boy was a little panicked when he saw Bai Ze like this. "What are you doing?" Bai Ze grabbed him by the collar. The boy wanted to break free, but found that he couldn't, as if he was embedded in the stone. This time, he was completely panicked and instantly sobered up. "Bai Ze, don't kill me. Do you like her? I'll give her to you. Okay?" The girl next to her cried even harder. She could never have imagined that the boy she secretly liked would treat her like this. She hinted at it many times, but he just didn't understand what she meant. Now she finally saw the true face of this man. "You deserve to die," the girl screamed heartbreakingly. "Bai Ze, if you help me kill him, I will do whatever you want of me." Bai Ze looked at the girl with a look of disgust. He also remembered this person, who had been involved in spreading the rumors. "You do not deserve." The girl's pupil shrank, and she became distracted for a moment. Then she looked at Bai Ze with resentment. "I'm not worthy, you're just a voyeur. How dare you say I'm not worthy?" Crack! Bai Ze pinched the boy's neck hard and broke it. When the girl saw this scene, she was so frightened that she dared not make a sound. She looked at Bai Ze in horror. She could never imagine that Bai Ze would really dare to kill someone. "Bai Ze, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." She tried hard to force a smile. Bai Ze smiled at the girl, but the girl became even more nervous. Then, Bai Ze grabbed the girl's neck and lifted her up suddenly. "Remember, you can't reach me today." The girl struggled desperately and wanted to speak, but her throat was strangled and she couldn't speak. Then Bai Ze dragged her out. Then he opened a dormitory door at random, and the zombies inside heard the noise and pounced on him. Bai Ze stretched out his other hand and grabbed the zombie's neck. Then, released the girl. The girl knelt on the ground, covering her neck and coughing violently. "Remember to be a good person in your next life." After saying that, Bai Ze threw the zombie on the girl. The girl screamed in horror. When zombies see living people, they pounce on them and bite them. A large piece of white and tender skin on the girl's chest was torn off. "Ah!" the girl screamed again. For a full 5 minutes, the entire teaching building was filled with the screams of girls. Bai Ze calmed down and kicked the zombie to death, then searched for the target room by room. Soon, the twin sisters were found in a dormitory. The two were hiding in the closet. When he saw Bai Ze coming in, he immediately opened the closet door. "Classmate, can you rescue us?" The screams outside just now were so scary. Was someone eaten by zombies? Li Mulan asked cautiously. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the twins were fine. Seeing that the sisters looked exactly alike, Bai Ze immediately became interested. "I don't usually have the opportunity to observe it so closely. Of course I can, but I can't help you for nothing. What do you want? I can give you anything I have." Li Mulan said quickly, fearing that Bai Ze would not save them. "It's simple. You two will be my women." Li Mulan and Li Mushuang were stunned for a moment. After a long while, Li Mushuang pointed at Bai Ze and said, "I remember now, you are Bai Ze, the Bai Ze who molested Lu Yumeng." Bai Ze was helpless. Bad news really spreads far and wide. "Are you really the person the rumors say you are?" Li Mulan was also shocked. "Sister, don't believe him. I heard that he is a coward. Everyone in school bullies him, but he doesn't dare to resist. How can such a person save us? He might be the first one to run away when he sees a zombie." Li Mushuang stood in front of her sister Li Mulan and stared at Bai Ze. After hearing what Li Mushuang said, Bai Ze's face turned ugly. I still say the same thing. If you want me to save you, just promise to be my woman. Of course, if you become my woman, I can guarantee your safety and endless food. When they heard about the food, they were shaken. The long period of hunger left them with no strength. But the price is too high, making the sisters become Bai Ze's women. Why? Chapter 22. You two will be my women. Your request is too much. Aren't we just asking you for something to eat? Those rumors are true. You are just an old pervert. Li Mushuang cursed. I'm not forcing you. As for what you choose, that's your own business. Bai Ze was also a little unhappy. He had been called a pervert by the third person today. Li Mushuang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Mulan. Sister, stop talking. Li Mushuang could only swallow back what she wanted to say, but she still glared at Bai Ze. Bai Ze, can we make a deal? I'll be your girlfriend, and you'll provide food for both of us. Li Mulan said. Sister, what are you talking about? How could you agree to him? He is a liar. Li Mulan was interrupted by her sister as soon as she finished speaking. Sister. Li Mulan looked a little anxious. Li Mushuang also noticed that her sister's attitude was wrong, so she stopped talking. Bai Ze, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Can you please consider what I said before? Li Mulan said sincerely. Sister, we are both so outstanding. There are so many good men begging to date us. How can you ask him for forgiveness? I don't need you to apologize for me. I am responsible for my own actions. Let's see what he can do to me. Li Mushuang looked fearless. Shut up. At this time, Sister Li Mulan finally lost her temper and then quickly explained to Bai Ze, Bai Ze, my sister is not sensible. You must not argue with her. It's okay. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. If you agree to be my woman, I'll take you away. If you don't agree, you'll stay here and fend for yourselves. Bai Ze's patience had also been exhausted. Li Mulan, who was standing by, quickly pulled her sister aside. Can you please not be so impulsive? Don't you know our current situation? Li Mulan said angrily. But his request is too much. He wants the two of us to be his women. Li Mushuang looked aggrieved. So what? Look outside. There are zombies everywhere. Do you think we can leave here without him? Li Mu's eyes were filled with tears. She looked outside through the window. Looking at the zombies wandering outside, she showed a hint of fear. So we really have to agree to him? Sister, I know this decision is difficult, but now we can only rely on him if we want to survive. But why do you think he can protect us? Look at his condition. He doesn't look hungry at all, which means he has food. And the fact that he can come here alone means he has the ability to kill zombies, Li Mulan analyzed. Li Mushuang suddenly realized, and she also understood how impulsive she had been before. I know it's hard for both of us to be his women at the same time. I will try my best to keep you. After saying this, Li Mulan walked towards Bai Ze. Bai Ze, I agree to be your woman, but I only agree to be your woman for 3 months. If I want to leave after 3 months, you can't stop me. Bai Ze looked at Li Mulan with interest and developed a strong interest in her. At least she is not as stupid as Li Mushuang. Although the two sisters look the same, they have different personalities. Sister Li Mulan is calm and composed, and always considers the consequences before doing anything. Her younger sister, Li Mushuang, has a hot temper and acts impulsively and capriciously. After looking at Li Mulan, Bai Ze thought for a moment and said, okay. When Li Mulan heard Bai Ze's words, a hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. Then can you please let my sister go? I will be your girlfriend, and you take both of us away. She looked at Bai Ze expectantly. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Bai Ze's tone was unhappy. Li Mulan's heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. She didn't dare to refute Bai Ze's words. Then I'll go and persuade her. She didn't doubt Bai Ze's words at all. If she really didn't agree to him, her sister would be left here to fend for herself. Sister, just agree to it. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never run out of firewood. Okay then. Li Mushuang nodded desperately. Seeing that Li Mushuang finally agreed, Li Mulan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you live, there is hope. She couldn't watch her sister die here. Bai Ze was in a good mood seeing that both sisters agreed. Then, he took out a steamed bun from the space. Here, eat it, or you won't be too weak to run away later. When the two saw the steamed buns, their eyes lit up. Li Mushuang quickly ran over and snatched the steamed bun, then cut it in half, looked at the 2 buns, and handed the bigger one to Li Mulan. However, Li Mulan asked for the smaller one. Li Mushuang also disagreed, and finally broke off a little bit of the big piece, and the two were satisfied. The two sisters were obviously very hungry and finished the steamed buns in just a few bites. Seeing the two people eating, Bai Ze walked out. Follow me. I won't be responsible if you get bitten by a zombie. The two women looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. They hurriedly chased after him, fearing that they would not be able to catch up if they slowed down, because Bai Ze had already cleared out the zombies when he came up. At this time, there were only zombie corpses in the dormitory building. At this time, the woman had completely turned into a zombie, and the two lumps of flesh on her chest had been bitten off by the zombies. The ribs inside were all sticking out. The two women screamed in fear when they saw this scene. Bai Ze walked over slowly and punched the zombie as he passed by it, causing the zombie's head to explode. The two women were terrified by what they saw. After seeing Bai Ze's strength, they suddenly felt fortunate. However, when she thought about her and her two sisters becoming his girlfriends, she felt aggrieved again. But they chose their own path, so who can they blame? Soon, the three of them left the girls' dormitory building. The number of zombies downstairs began to increase. Bai Ze did not dare to be careless. He took out weapons from the space and shot poison needles at the zombies. In a short while, more than a dozen zombies fell to the ground. The two girls' eyes lit up again. They originally thought that there were so many zombies this time, and Bai Ze might abandon them and run away on his own. I didn't expect that he could solve the problem so easily. It seems that they underestimated Bai Ze. Bai Ze prepared to take them away. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the school supermarket was only 500 meters away from the girls' dormitory. Since we are here now, we might as well take some snacks back home, so that those people at home don't have to nag about it every day. Wait a minute before leaving. Go to the supermarket to move some things. When they heard the word supermarket, they became excited instantly. Hurry up and follow Bai Ze to the supermarket. After getting rid of the zombies on the road, they opened the door of the supermarket. The shelves inside were in a mess, with snacks scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that someone had been here. Bai Ze asked the two of them to find a backpack each and fill it with food. Finally, Bai Ze was finishing up and put all the remaining edible things into the space. The two women were stunned by this scene. But at this moment, there was a noise outside. Chapter 23. I was so scared. One Punch Man? Boss, I just saw those people enter the supermarket. Damn it. He even dared to rob my granary. I think he is tired of living. Hearing the sound, Li Mulan and Li Mushuang became nervous instantly. What should I do? Li Hu is here. Why don't we give the food back to him? The two looked at Bai Ze for help. Bai Ze snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? If they had the ability, they would have taken the food away long ago. Since they don't have that ability, then whoever gets the food will own it. Soon, a group of people surrounded the supermarket. Bai Ze also swaggered out of the supermarket. He was very familiar with the name Li Hu. He was the one who took the lead in bullying Bai Ze during the college years. Relying on his father being the mayor, no one in school dares to control him, and he has a good relationship with the gangsters outside the school. He is a bully in school. No one dares to mess with him. Last year, someone accidentally hit him while playing basketball. The man was admitted to the ICU that night and was saved after 7 days of rescue, but he ended up with lifelong disability. With the help of his father, the matter was eventually left unresolved. When Li Mulan and her sister saw Bai Ze walking out so arrogantly, they immediately began to worry. They also knew that Li Hu was ruthless and cruel. If they fell into his hands, their fate would probably be even worse than following Bai Ze. They quickly hid under the shelves. Soon, Bai Ze arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. The people at the door were stunned when they saw that the person coming out was Bai Ze. Of course, they all knew Bai Ze. After all, Bai Ze was the target they often bullied. Seeing that the person who came out was Bai Ze, these people didn't care and started teasing him one by one. Bai Ze, I didn't expect that you were still alive. Why did you come out alone? Where are your accomplices? Li Hu said. I never thought that Bai Ze, who has always been timid, could survive to this day. I really don't know what kind of luck you have. Ha ha ha. Bai Ze ignored their ridicule and scanned everyone present one by one. Not surprisingly, these people were all those who had bullied him before. Are you deaf? Li Hu was displeased when he saw Bai Ze ignored him. Then he said to the two men beside him, you two go in and find his accomplices. Soon, the two of them ran in and captured Li Mulan and her sister in a short while. Haha, boss, look who I caught. Two people came out, each holding one. Li Hu looked at the two of them, and his eyes suddenly widened. Sure. I didn't expect our twin school beauties are here too. Looks like I can enjoy myself tonight. Li Mulan and her sister were trembling with fear, and they instinctively looked at Bai Ze. I hope Bai Ze can save them. Li Hu saw what the two were thinking. He said with disdain, "You don't think this piece of trash can save you? Ha ha ha. I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven came today, he can't save you." "Boss, all the food in the supermarket is gone. Could they have hidden it?" One of the younger brothers said at this time. "All gone?" Li Hu was stunned. Then he looked at Bai Ze. "Tell me, where do you hide the food?" Bai Ze still ignored him and just looked at Li Hu with eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Li Hu felt a little frightened when he was looked at. "Damn it, wait and see how I kill you." After saying this harsh word, Li Hu looked at the twins Li Mulan and Li Mushuang. "Tell me, where do you hide the food?" Li Mulan didn't say anything. At this time, Li Mushuang said out of fear, "We only took these 2 bags of food. The rest were transformed by Bai Ze." "Changed?" Li Hu stared with his eyes wide open, obviously not believing such words. "How dare you play tricks on me?" As he said that, Li Hu slapped him. Snapped. Li Hu slapped Li Mushuang hard on the face. Bai Ze did not stop her. He did not want his woman to betray him, and since she had done something wrong, she had to accept the punishment. Li Mushuang was slapped in the face and started crying in pain. Seeing this, Li Hu looked at Bai Ze again. "Tell me, where did you hide the food?" Bai Ze still ignored them and slowly walked towards the 2 sisters. He pushed away the younger brother who was controlling the 2 men, and then protected the 2 men behind him. He didn't want any accidents to happen during the fight later. Of course, this possibility is very small, but Bai Ze always likes to minimize the danger. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. In Li Hu's view, this scene was a naked provocation. Not only did Bai Ze ignore his questions, he also dared to touch the woman he liked. This behavior simply showed that he didn't take him seriously. "Boy, you are looking for death. Brothers, kill him for me." In an instant, Li Hu's younger brothers rushed over with stool legs, shovels, wooden sticks, and other weapons. The 2 sisters, Li Mulan and Li Mushuang, were so frightened that they covered their eyes instantly, not daring to watch the next scene. Just as they were approaching Bai Ze suddenly moved. He kicked out, and a man flew backwards more than 10 meters in an instant. The man fell on the wall, and many cracks appeared on the entire wall. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look at that person. The man suddenly spurted out blood and died instantly. They were just a group of students and had never seen such a scene before. Normally, the people they bullied didn't dare to fight back. When they saw them rushing towards them, they could only squat on the ground and hold their heads to take the beating. I have never seen anyone fight back and actually kick someone to death with one kick. They panicked instantly and stood still, not daring to move. However, Bai Ze will not give them a chance. He attacked quickly, and with his current strength, he only needed to use half of his strength to make these people lose their combat effectiveness in an instant. He rushed towards these people quickly and punched them several times in succession. Soon, everyone except Li Hu lay on the ground wailing in pain. Bai Ze was very confident in himself. Every time he threw a punch, he aimed to break the opponent's bones, so there was no way these people could stand up. Afterwards, Bai Ze quickly rushed towards Li Hu again. It was time to put an end to the anger that had been pent up for so many years. Li Hu was completely stunned. Is this still the Bai Ze he knew? Is this guy possessed by One Punch Man? When he saw Bai Ze rushing towards him, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He was so scared that he ran away, but he could not outrun Bai Ze. He was caught by Bai Ze not long after he ran away. Li Hu was so scared that he pissed himself. Although he was usually quite arrogant, that was just because he relied on the number of his followers. When there was a fight, it was always his younger brothers who rushed to the front, so there was no need for him to do it himself. At this moment, he truly understood what fear felt like. Li Hu's crotch got wet, his legs went limp, and he knelt down. "Bai Ze, I was wrong. Please don't hit me," he pleaded with a sad face. Chapter 24. Li Mulan, come back to my room with me. Bai Ze couldn't handle this kneeling anymore. It turns out that someone who is so arrogant at ordinary times can also be afraid sometimes. "Bai Ze, it was all my fault before. I deserve to die. I am not a human being. Please let me go. I promise I will never trouble you again." Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly. "So you are afraid of death too?" But at this moment, Li Hu suddenly took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Bai Ze fiercely. "Go to hell." Bai Ze's face turned cold. He had no intention of dodging. He suddenly grabbed Li Hu's stabbing hand. Li Hu's pupils suddenly shrank. His hands couldn't move at all. At this moment, he was really scared. "Bai Ze, I was just kidding you. Please let me go." Li Hu's lips trembled because of fear. Bai Ze ignored it and just slowly increased the strength in his hands. "Ah!" A piercing pain spread through Li Hu's nerves, making him howl in pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly slid down his forehead. Tears and snot also flowed down. Bai Ze, I beg you. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. His face had already begun to distort. Humph. Why didn't you think of letting me go when you bullied me? Bai Ze increased his strength again. Only the sound of breaking bones was heard. Li Hu's hand was completely disabled. Bai Ze also let go of his hand. Li Hu's hands drooped instantly. He looked at his hands and instantly fainted from fright. Then Bai Ze stepped on his knee. Another sound of breaking bones was heard. Li Hu woke up from his coma instantly. The whole street was filled with Li Hu's screams. Bai Ze, please don't kill me. My father is the mayor. He is very rich. I can give you as much as you want. Hearing this, Bai Ze laughed. Li Hu, I don't know whether to say you are naive or stupid. It's the end of the world now. Do you think your status, position, and money are still useful? They are worthless to me. After saying that, Bai Ze kicked out again, breaking Li Hu's other leg. Then, Bai Ze kicked everyone on the ground. Li Hu and his brothers all collapsed on the ground, wailing in pain. The wailing attracted all the zombies around. Bai Ze waved to the two sisters behind him and said, "Are you waiting to be fed to the zombies?" The two women finally came back to their senses from their shock. They never imagined that the usually majestic Li Hu would be beaten so badly by Bai Ze. At the same time, they were secretly glad that they met Bai Ze. The two sisters followed Bai Ze, feeling quite happy. Soon, Li Hu and others were unable to stand up and were eaten by the zombies that approached them. They could hear the screams of Li Hu and others until they left the school. On the way back, Bai Ze said to Li Mushuang, "Do you know why I asked them to slap you?" Li Mushuang immediately looked at Bai Ze in confusion. "You do this deliberately. Do you think they can stop me with their mediocre skills?" Li Mu's eyes suddenly turned red and tears welled up in his eyes. Li Mulan saw that something was wrong, and after thinking about it carefully, she guessed most of the situation. "Sister, don't you know you were wrong?" "Sister, what did I do wrong?" Li Mushuang looked at Li Mulan puzzledly. "Why did you say at that time that it was Bai Ze who made the food in the supermarket disappear?" Li Mushuang realized it then. Only at this moment did she realize what a stupid thing she had done. Isn't this betraying Bai Ze? "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was too scared at the time." Li Mushuang quickly explained. "Okay, don't bother explaining. I don't want it to happen again. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a slap in the face." A hint of fear rose in Li Mushuang's heart. Today, Bai Ze brought him too many shocks. The two followed Bai Ze and returned to the safe house safely. As soon as they opened the door, 4 pairs of eyes in the room looked at them. "Master, you're finally back." Lu Yuming ran over enthusiastically to help Bai Ze take off his coat. "Master, are you tired today? I'll go get you a glass of water." Xiaomo also ran to get water obediently. "Xiao Bai Ze, did you encounter any danger today?" Su Runyan asked with concern. Only Wang Yushi was still a little bit unadapted to the environment. She looked at Bai Ze helplessly, wanting to say something but not opening her mouth. "Teacher Su, it's great that you are here too." Sister Li Mulan was very excited when she saw Su Runyan. Su Runyan was a little stunned, and then his expression became a little unnatural. After all, she is a teacher. If she let them know that she is Bai Ze's woman, she would feel a little embarrassed. "Li Mulan, Li Mushuang. Oh my god, you are here too. I've heard of your 2 names. You sisters are really amazing. You actually won the top honors in both liberal arts and science in our Jinghai city. You're truly the double champion." Xiaomo became excited when she saw the 2 of them. "Ah, you are Xiaomo, the most beautiful schoolgirl from the neighboring school. Why are you here too?" Li Mulan and her sister asked in surprise. "Luckily, I met the master. If he hadn't saved me, I would have turned into one of those ugly zombies now." Master? Li Mulan and her sister looked at Bai Ze. "Come in soon. Let's serve the master together. We'll be a family from now on." Xiaomo enthusiastically pulled the 2 of them into the house. "We are one family. Are you all Bai Ze's women?" The 2 sisters were confused. The women in this room are almost the most beautiful women in the 2 schools. Unexpectedly, they were all rescued by Bai Ze. He is indeed an old pervert. The 2 of them thought silently in their hearts. But even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. They were now in Bai Ze's hands and had no choice but to do it. The 2 showed a hint of bitterness and then looked at their teacher Su Runyan. "Teacher Su, are you also?" Li Mushuang didn't finish his words. Su Runyan just nodded awkwardly. It was still a bit embarrassing to admit such a thing in front of his students. But when she thought about serving Bai Ze together with her students in the future, her face turned red with embarrassment. She didn't understand how she could accept such a shameful thing. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang also understood, and they tacitly did not continue this topic. At this time, Bai Ze said to the girls, "The snacks they brought back are a reward for you." As soon as they heard about snacks, everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they ran towards the two of them quickly. Soon, they cleared out the snacks. The entire safe house was filled with the laughter of several women. At this moment, Bai Ze broke the silence and said, "Li Mulan, come back to the room with me." Chapter 25. Wipe the outside and then the inside. Li Mulan became nervous instantly, and she looked at Su Runyan somewhat at a loss. As her teacher, she instinctively wanted to ask for help. However, Su Runyan just nodded to her. Li Mulan understood that Su Runyan had no other options. So she had no choice but to follow Bai Ze to the room. Li Mu's eyes behind him became slightly red and swollen. She knew what was about to happen to her sister, but she had no way to do anything. And it won't be long before she becomes Bai Ze's woman. Soon, the two returned to the room. "Help me undress." "Ah." Li Mulan was a little at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, Li Mulan came to Bai Ze, raised her trembling hands, and then unbuttoned her clothes one by one. When Bai Ze's clothes were completely unbuttoned, a strong and powerful body was exposed in front of Li Mulan. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly turned her head away, afraid to meet Bai Ze's eyes. "Take off your pants too." "This isn't good." Li Mulan showed a hint of embarrassment. "What's wrong with that? You are already my woman. There is nothing to be afraid of." Li Mulan could only obediently untie Bai Ze's belt. At this time, her cheeks had turned red all the way to her ears. Because she was afraid to look, she could only close her eyes. But after closing her eyes, she became even more flustered. "Okay, go and drain the water for me." Seeing this, Bai Ze stopped teasing the other party. Li Mulan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and rushed into the bathroom as if escaping. As the faucet was turned on, a stream of cool water rushed out. Li Mulan hasn't taken a bath for a long time and can only clean her body with wet wipes every day. She couldn't wait to scoop up a handful of water and splash it on her face. The long-lost cool feeling made her fall in love with this place instantly. She really wanted to take off all her clothes and take a comfortable bath right now. But this is prepared for Bai Ze, so she can only bear with it for a while. Soon, Bai Ze walked in. Li Mulan took a look and her face turned red again. "Why did you come in without any clothes on?" She quickly covered her eyes. "You're still wearing clothes after taking a shower." Bai Ze was fooled by Li Mulan's stupid smile. Then you take a shower." "I'm going out." After saying that, she prepared to run out. Bai Ze reached out and pulled her back, but because of his great force, Li Mulan fell directly into Bai Ze's arms. "Who will help me take a bath when you leave?" After the exercise, Li Mulan lay weakly on the bed. Her delicate body was still trembling with pleasure after the exercise. She had never felt anything like it before. She recalled the previous scene in her mind, and a blush appeared on her face again. But at this time Bai Ze was not immersed in joy. At this moment, he was happily receiving the rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for getting a new beauty. Since this is her first time, the reward will be doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 points x2. Look, another 300 points have arrived. Now there are 420 points. Then he checked the space again. "I didn't check the snacks I got from the supermarket today." At first glance, there are quite a lot of things. 20 boxes of instant noodles of various flavors. There are also 15 boxes of sausages of various flavors. Then there were 30 boxes of various puffed foods. There are also 2 large freezers for cold drinks and beverages. There were also a lot of snacks, almost piled up into a small mountain. Next is the daily necessities category, with toilet paper and sanitary napkins being the most popular. It takes up a full 10 cubic meters of space. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about the use of this thing. His safe house is short of sanitary napkins, and the shortage will become increasingly severe in the future. After reading these things, Bai Ze looked at Li Mulan beside him. Suddenly, he felt a little unsatisfied and thought of Li Mushuang downstairs. So he dressed and went out. Chapter 26. Uninvited Guests. Bai Ze came outside and said to Li Mushuang downstairs, "Come up." Li Mushuang walked to the second floor at a loss. She came to Bai Ze and asked anxiously, "Where's my sister?" "Your sister is asleep. Now you come to serve me." After saying that, Bai Ze walked towards another room. Soon, they arrived at Lu Yuming's room. As soon as he entered the room, Bai Ze looked at the things on the table in surprise. There was a small whip, a red candle, and a hemp rope. What are these used for? Could it be that Lu Yuming's special hobby has been upgraded again? Thinking of this, Bai Ze suddenly had an idea. It seemed that he should have time to discuss this with Lu Yuming. Looking at Li Mushuang, who was a little dazed in front of him, Bai Ze went straight up and undressed her. Li Mushuang didn't dare to resist. Just let Bai Ze do whatever he wanted to her. Soon, Li Mushuang was stripped naked. I have to say, these two sisters look exactly the same. If they were naked and standing in front of each other, you couldn't tell them apart at all. Even the pair of pink, big white rabbits are exactly the same. At this moment, Li Mushuang actually walked up and took the initiative to help Bai Ze take off his clothes. It seems that although the two people look the same, their personalities are very different. Compared to Li Mulan, her younger sister Li Mushuang is more proactive. After a while, the two of them got straight to the point. Li Mushuang also had to be bolder and not care at all about making those shameful noises. And as Bai Ze went deeper, her screams became more seductive and enchanting. This also greatly stimulated Bai Ze's possessiveness. Make him more courageous. Every sprint was full of energy. After a while, Li Mushuang's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Congratulations to the host for getting a beautiful woman. The reward for successfully getting the first blood will be doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 points x2. Another 300 points have been credited to my account. Bai Ze looked at Li Mushuang, who was lying beside him with a somewhat intoxicated look in his eyes. I feel bored already. So he got up and put on his clothes. Just then, he heard the sound of an engine roaring suddenly outside. And the sound is getting closer. He looked out the window and immediately gasped. A tank actually slowly drove towards the safe house. Bai Ze frowned slightly. Judging from the posture, these should be government troops. He hurried downstairs, and the women downstairs didn't know what to do. Seeing Bai Ze coming down, everyone suddenly felt like they had found a backbone. Master, someone is coming outside, Lu Yuming said with a worried look on her face. These days, they often hear the sound of machine guns and tank bombings. It's just that the sound was very far away from them. But in the past 2 days, these voices have gradually disappeared. I didn't expect a tank to suddenly appear today. You guys hide in the house. I'll go out and take a look. Before going out, Bai Ze exchanged all 700 points for attribute points. He originally wanted to add it to strength, but after a slight hesitation, he added all 14 attribute points to agility. Now he has 33 points of strength. It is impossible for there to be anyone in this world who is stronger than him. His shortcoming is speed. If the other side has more people and everyone has weapons in their hands, then his strength advantage cannot be reflected. Therefore, he must add all attribute points to agility. When 14 attribute points are added to agility, his agility points are already 28 points. He tried it and ran to the second floor. In less than 2 seconds, he ran to the second floor. This is a distance of 40 meters. It took him less than 2 seconds. You know, even the world's sprint champion can't run at such a speed. To make sure this was true, he rushed downstairs again. Still less than 2 seconds. Bai Ze felt excited. With this speed, not many creatures would be able to catch up with him. At this time, the women nearby were all dumbfounded, watching Bai Ze run upstairs like a gust of wind, and then run downstairs like a gust of wind. They were completely stunned. Is this a speed humans can achieve? Ouch! Why are you pinching me? Lu Yuming said with some reproach. It's okay. I just want to see if I'm dreaming, Xiaomo said with a confused look on her face. After her commotion, the girls finally came to their senses. Everyone looked at Bai Ze in admiration. Of course they are happy that their men are capable. Master, you are too fast. Lu Yuming was the first to come up, constantly stroking Bai Ze's arms with her pair of proud hands. However, Bai Ze had already entered the sage state and did not react at all. Master, that's great. You've become stronger again. Xiaomo also quickly hugged Bai Ze's arm and leaned against his chest with an intimate look on her face. Su Runyan also looked happy, but she did not rush up to touch Bai Ze. Wang Yushi was still a little uncomfortable with the new environment as she had only been there for 2 days, but the joyful expression on her face showed that she was very happy. At this time, the tank outside stopped at the door of the safe house. Then 3 fully armed soldiers jumped out of the tank one after another. Bai Ze's face turned grim. Go back to your room. After saying that, he ran towards the door. At this time, the 3 armed men outside had also arrived at the door of the safe house. There's actually such a sturdy house here. See if there's anyone inside. Let's rest here tonight. Old 3, go knock on the door. Soon, a man walked up to the door and started knocking. Just as he knocked on the door, it opened. Bai Ze looked at the three men vigilantly. If anything unexpected happened, he would take out his weapons without hesitation to subdue the three armed men in front of him. The armed man who knocked on the door saw Bai Ze coming out and subconsciously extended his hand. "Hello, comrade. We are from the 138th Army. Our company was dispersed on the front line, and the three of us escaped. Could you please let us stay at your place tonight?" Hearing the other party's words, Bai Ze instantly became alert. Because normal soldiers will salute when they meet people, no one will shake hands right away. And this passage seems to be fine, but it is full of loopholes. The regular army is very far away from here, and even if they are dispersed, they can't run to him. Moreover, these three people do not look like soldiers either in their expressions or actions. At this time, Bai Ze noticed that there were bite marks on the clothes of one of the people behind him, and there was blood on the clothes. But the man in front of him clearly wasn't injured, which only meant that the clothes weren't his. Also, the way the three of them held their guns was very amateurish. All signs indicate that the three people in front of us are very suspicious. Bai Ze observed the three people calmly. When these three people saw that Bai Ze didn't say anything, they actually wanted to go straight into the house. This further strengthened Bai Ze's thoughts. "Comrade, please stop blocking the door and let us go in and rest for a night." "Yes, comrade. We are fighting desperately on the front line. Please give us some convenience." Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then moved to the side. "Thank you for your hard work. Please come in." Chapter 27 News from the Front. When the three men saw Bai Ze move aside, they swaggered into the house. As soon as the three of them came in, they sat directly on the sofa, as if they had entered their own home. Then he rummaged through a pile of snack bags for food. "Brother, you have a good life. You live in such a big house by yourself, and you have so much food stored. Brother, to tell you the truth, we have already contacted our superiors, and they will soon send out elite troops. It won't be long before all the zombies in Jinghai City will be wiped out. The three of us have nowhere to go right now, so we are requisitioning your house in the name of the military. When the war is over, I will personally commend you to my superiors, and the military will give you a high bonus." Bai Ze chuckled. They were so impatient to reveal their purpose. It's just that their acting skills are so poor, otherwise Bai Ze might really believe it. "Thank you for your hard work, three officers. You can stay here without worries. As dragon people, how can we bear to see our country's soldiers have no place to sleep?" Bai Ze said perfunctorily. The three of them burst into laughter when they heard it. "Young man, you have a high level of awareness. Don't worry, as soon as the main force arrives, I will immediately report you to my superiors for credit. Then you three take a break. I'll go get you something to eat." Seeing how sensible Bai Ze was, the three men immediately relaxed their guard and put their weapons aside. Seeing that the time was ripe, Bai Ze immediately took out his weapon. The poison needle shot out suddenly. One person fell into a deep sleep instantly. The other two were startled and quickly reached for their weapons. Bai Ze shot another needle. One person fell. Now there is only one person left, and he successfully got the weapon. He looked at Bai Ze with a grim smile on his face, and suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It turned out that Bai Ze quickly ran behind the man the moment he got the gun. By the time the other party got the gun, Bai Ze was no longer there. Since he couldn't see Bai Ze, he naturally looked surprised. "Where are the people?" "Behind you." After saying that, Bai Ze slapped him hard on the face, and 5 teeth flew out instantly. The other party fainted immediately after this slap. At this time, several women upstairs ran out in horror. When they saw the 3 people being subdued by Bai Ze, they immediately cheered. "Master is so awesome. Master, I knew you were the best." Then, Bai Ze found 3 ropes from the space and tied up the 3 people. Only after seeing the 3 men tied up did the women upstairs dare to come down. "Are they really soldiers? Will there be any problem if we do this?" Lu Yuming said timidly. "I don't think they are real soldiers. Real soldiers would not enter other people's homes as casually as they do." Su Runyan vowed. "But they have guns and tanks." Xiaomo was still a little worried. When the girls heard this, their faces turned ugly. "The tanks are not fake. If they are not real soldiers, how could they get the tanks?" "Okay, stop guessing." Then, Bai Ze expressed his guess. The women's frowns immediately relaxed. "This is ridiculous. The more I look at them, the more they look fake. Then what should we do with them? How about castration?" Lu Yuming looked innocent. The other women all looked at Lu Yuming and gave her a thumbs up. "Okay, stop making trouble. I don't think this matter is that simple. This tank is real. Since they can get it, it means they must know the news from the front line." Bai Ze said lightly. Several women became excited instantly. Since the end of the world, the signal was interrupted, and they had completely lost contact with the outside world. They are eager to understand what situation humanity is facing now. Then let's wake them up quickly, Su Runyan said anxiously. Afterwards, Bai Ze used 3 points of his strength to slap the 3 men in the face. Pa, pa, pa. There were 3 crisp sounds, and 3 people uttered ouch sounds. Then the 3 of them looked up and around, and found that they were tied up. The 3 of them were immediately angry. Damn it! You dare to tie up a soldier? Don't you want to live? I'm telling you, we've called the headquarters, and they'll send someone over soon. By then, you'll be dead. If you're smart, just let us go. Maybe we can forgive you. Seeing that the 3 men were still so arrogant, Bai Ze slapped each of them again. This time I used 50% of my strength. The 3 men's faces instantly swelled up like pig heads. Don't waste your energy. Do you think I can't tell that you are fake? Bai Ze said angrily. The 3 of them were stunned. They never thought that their identities could be seen through so easily. But how could they admit it? Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know how serious a crime it is to kidnap a soldier? I advise you to release us immediately, otherwise everyone in this room will be treated as terrorists. Listening to what they said, Bai Ze sneered again. Then he continued to slap the 3 of them a few more times. Now, the faces of the 3 people are completely symmetrical. Their brains were buzzing from being fanned. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Then both sides of my face started to hurt. You're still not being honest, are you? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now, Bai Ze said when he saw that the 3 people were conscious. The 3 were slapped several times by Bai Ze and realized how powerful he was. Never dare to pretend to be cool again. Big brother, let's talk. Please stop hitting me. My face hurts. Brother, we just wanted to find a place to live, so we had no choice but to pretend to be soldiers. We know we are wrong. Please let us go. If you had said this earlier, you wouldn't have gotten beaten. Seeing the attitudes of the 3 people change drastically, Bai Ze continued to ask, Tell me, how did you get your tanks in these clothes? The 3 of them looked at each other, hesitating, and no one said anything. You still want to get beaten, right? Seeing that the 3 men were still not behaving themselves, Bai Ze raised his hand, ready to slap them a few more times. Brother, stop hitting me, I say. Bai Ze then withdrew his hand. The man looked struggling, and then began to tell the story. In fact, we escaped from the front line. Hearing this, Bai Ze's face darkened. There was indeed a problem on the front line. Tell us in detail what happened on the front line. Bai Ze's voice became colder and colder. Chapter 28. A beautiful and rich young woman. The man paused and continued, A few days ago, the government army began a large-scale clearance of zombies, and a few of us were rescued from the building by the government army. Then we were settled in a refugee camp. It was called a refugee camp, but it was actually a place they cleared out, and the defenses were very weak. Then these government troops left a small number of people to protect us, and the rest of the large force continued to go deep into the city to clear out the zombies. Just last night, the gunfire on the front suddenly stopped, and the people in the refugee camp were all in a panic. Just then, the large army from the front came back, but they all turned into zombies. A trace of horror appeared on the man's face. We were caught off guard, and those soldiers who stayed behind started to fight back frantically. But there were just too many zombies, and some of them were very scary. These zombies were not afraid of guns and had amazing jumping abilities. They jumped into the crowd and bit them crazily. That's when the crowd started to panic. It was at this time that the 3 of us came up with the idea of robbing the government tanks. It just so happened that the 3rd brother was a military enthusiast and could drive a tank, so we made up our minds and stole 3 guns, then shot the soldier driving the tank to death. Then we drove the tank all the way out of the city, and then walked along the city until we got here. Bai Ze's face had already turned blue. They actually shot at the soldiers who rescued them. Those soldiers fought desperately to save them, but they shot them in the back, and for that alone, they deserved to die. Just as they finished saying these words, Bai Ze had already issued them death notices. However, he still had some details he wanted to know, so he refrained from killing them. Tell me, what do those zombies that are not afraid of guns look like? His voice became colder and colder. Hearing Bai Ze's words, the 3 of them shuddered again and said quickly, Those zombies are very strange. They look weird. Some have scales all over their skin, some have abnormally developed leg muscles, and some have tongues so long that they can swallow a person in one gulp. When the women heard this, they huddled together in fear. Bai Ze was also shocked. He didn't expect that these zombies were actually evolving, and the speed of evolution was so fast. Bai Ze asked some more questions, and when he saw that the 3 had nothing to say, he threw them out. No matter what the purpose is, those who kill government troops should die. Just then, a few zombies appeared in the distance, so Bai Ze did not kill them. When the three saw several zombies chasing them, they were so scared that they ran away. But they were tied up and soon tripped. They could only let the zombies pounce on them and bite them. After a while, the three of them stood up again, like the walking corpses. After Bai Ze dealt with a few zombies, he went into the tank to check. There was a pool of dried blood in the tank, which should be from the government soldier they killed. Bai Ze looked at the others again. He didn't know how to drive a tank, but he could drive a car, so he thought the operation should be similar. So Bai Ze gave it a try, and this time he really succeeded. The tank did move, but it was a little heavier than an ordinary car, not much different. Then, Bai Ze drove the tank around the safe house a few times, stopped, and looked at the weapon system again. He discovered that there were still 3 shells in the tank. There are more than 100 machine gun bullets. Seeing this, Bai Ze was delighted. This time the harvest was quite good. After parking the tank in the garage, Bai Ze returned to the room. After learning that the zombies had begun to mutate, Bai Ze felt like there was something in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He understood that he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible so that he could live safely. So, after returning to the room, I immediately opened the intelligence system. He must seize the time to collect beauties and then improve his strength. The intelligence system opened and information about 3 beauties appeared. The first one is a female white-collar worker. Appearance, 83 points. The second one is the lowly kindergarten teacher. Value, 85. The third one was a young woman. Appearance, 90. After comprehensive consideration, Bai Ze chose the young woman. Information about the young woman who consumed 10 points also appeared. Name, Zhuiji. Age, 25. Appearance, 90. Bust, a pair of D. Maintenance times, 10 times. Location, Villa B2, Building A, Jiangnan Pavilion. Jiangnan Pavilion is very close to here, only 2 kilometers away. The people who live in Jiangnan Pavilion are all wealthy and successful people. But buying a villa here doesn't mean you can buy it just because you have money. First, you need to make an appointment 6 months in advance, and then the developer will investigate the person's character and the company for 6 months. You can only buy a house here if you pass the inspection. It is said that this is a rule made by all the owners of Jiangnan Pavilion. The reason is that I don't want some problematic people to appear in my living environment. It can be seen how troublesome it is to live here. Even so, those wealthy businessmen still want to move in happily. Thinking of this, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel a little curious about Zhuiji. Still leave 2 days of food in case something unexpected happens and you can't get back in time. Then he gave a few more instructions like not to open the door for anyone before setting off. Under the moonlight, Bai Ze ran quickly on the road as if he was familiar with the route. Feeling the rustling sound of the wind around him, Bai Ze just felt refreshed. The zombies on the roadside heard the noise and looked back, only to see a figure running past. Then it instinctively chased after him, but after a few steps the figure disappeared from its sight. Soon, Bai Ze arrived at the Jiangnan Pavilion. The security of the entire community is in place, with electric fences hanging on the tall walls. The door was tightly shut and seemed to be locked from the inside. It seems that there should be survivors inside. I walked around the community but didn't find any place to go in. So he had to go back to the gate and kick the iron railing. Under Bai Ze's strength, the railings easily bent and deformed. Seeing that the railing was so strong, Bai Ze kicked it again. This time, the entire railing was completely broken. He also got in successfully. But just as he got in, a zombie in security uniform pounced on him. Bai Ze was not polite and kicked him in the neck. The security zombie's head and body were instantly separated. Its mouth was still opening and closing, biting Bai Ze from midair. Bai Ze walked over slowly and kicked the zombie's head, breaking it into several pieces. Then, he looked at the identical villas here and felt confused for a moment, not knowing which one was the target villa. Just then, he saw a figure in the distance looking around furtively. Chapter 29, I Love Bear Cookies. Bai Ze looked closely and saw that the person was wearing a red hip skirt, which showed off the perfect curve of her hips perfectly. She was wearing high heels, and although she walked very carefully, one could still tell that she walked very gracefully. She was wearing a black coat, which did not cover the large area of her chest. The whole majestic thing seemed to be about to emerge. Bai Ze swallowed hard. The woman in front of him was completely different from those in the safe house. She has a kind of charm that only mature women have. Add to that the charming red lips and the delicate face. Bai Ze confirmed that this person was the target he was looking for this time. At this moment, A zombie suddenly appeared behind Zhuiji. She heard the noise, looked back, and screamed in fright. Seeing this, Bai Ze rushed forward. She kicked the zombie away when it was about to catch her. Bai Ze reached out to touch Zhuiji. This time, Zhuiji's reaction was even more intense. She waved her pink little hands and grabbed Bai Ze. Ah, don't come over here. Don't eat me. Bai Ze grabbed her two arms respectively to prevent her from moving. Look at me. Am I a human or a zombie? Zhuiji suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Bai Ze in disbelief. Then he blinked his big, lively eyes twice before speaking. Zombies can't talk? You are a human. Seeing the other party's reaction, Bai Ze felt amused. Do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry, Zhuiji said aggrievedly, touching her flat stomach. Of course, but my food is not so easy to get. When Zhuiji heard that Bai Ze had food, her eyes instantly lit up. What conditions? I have plenty of money. Bai Ze shook his head. If you don't want money, then do you want gold or jewelry, or antiques, calligraphy and paintings? Zhuiji said hesitantly. Bai Ze shook his head again. What do you want? I have everything. Tell me quickly, or I'll starve to death. Zhuiji was a little angry. As long as you promise to be my woman, I can give you endless food. Zhuiji glared at Bai Ze. You want me to be your woman? What a joke. I'm a married woman. Do you know who my husband is? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. It's up to you. It's your freedom to agree or not. It's also my freedom to give you food or not. Bai Ze looked confident. You. Zhuiji pointed at Bai Ze angrily, and after thinking for a long time, she said, You are despicable. What? I'm your baby? Bai Ze teased deliberately. You are shameless and vulgar. You want me to feed you from below? You. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Bai Ze, Zhuiji turned around and left. Bai Ze followed behind. Don't follow me. Bai Ze still followed. Zhuiji quickened her pace, but no matter how fast she went, Bai Ze just followed slowly. What exactly do you want? Zhuiji roared. I told you I'll give you food if you agree to be my woman. Then you can go. I can't possibly agree to be your woman. As she said that, she quickly went into the room and locked the door. Bai Ze was not in a hurry and just stood at the window looking inside. Then he took out a bag of bear biscuits from the space and ate them slowly. He deliberately pretended to enjoy it. Zhuiji in the room saw Bai Ze eating, and her stomach started to growl. But she got angry when she thought of Bai Ze's request. Who is she? She is the wife of a real estate tycoon. How could she sell her body for a little food? In the past, many prominent families had begged to have dinner with her, and she would always consider it. This kid actually dared to make such excessive demands on me. It's simply outrageous. Back then, I had everything I wanted. Even someone dared to take out a bag of bear biscuits to tempt me. It's ridiculous. I've seen all kinds of good things, so why would I care about this kind of garbage that is not presentable? I remember that when my mother ate goose liver, she would only eat the tenderest piece of it. And lobsters, I only eat lobsters that weigh more than 10 pounds. As she thought about it, Zhuiji became even hungrier. She glanced at Bai Ze resentfully. If he hadn't tempted the glutton in my stomach, I wouldn't be feeling so uncomfortable now. But if I continue like this, I will really starve to death. No, people can survive for a long time without food. I will never give in. It's just a bag of bear biscuits. Who cares? It would be nice if a little bear biscuit could jump in. She watched Bai Ze finish a whole bag of bear biscuits, and her heart sank to the bottom. Just then, Bai Ze took out another bag of bear biscuits. Zhuiji's heart was moved again. Damn it, Zhuiji said viciously. She closed her eyes deliberately so that she wouldn't think about it as long as she couldn't see it. However, her mind was never at peace. Will he eat all the bear cookies? Will he leave some for me? No, he actually wants me to be his woman. I will never give in. But bear cookies should be delicious. How about lying to him and pretending to agree to be his woman? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Zhuiji immediately became alert. No, how can I have such an idea? I'm already married, but I'm really hungry. All she could think about was bear cookies. Because she was so hungry, she even had some hallucinations. She saw a line of little bear biscuits coming towards her one by one. She reached out to grab at nothing. She suddenly closed her eyes, fearing that she would waver in her thoughts. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of Bai Ze asking her if she wanted bear biscuits would appear in her mind. No matter what, she couldn't escape. Enough, she roared, then stood up suddenly. Looking at Bai Ze, who was still holding the bear biscuits outside, she suddenly felt shaken at this moment. Maybe my husband has turned into a zombie. Yes, he must have turned into a zombie. He can't come back. So I'm not a married woman anymore. I'm still single. Right, that is it. She didn't know that her heart had already been shaken, and she had begun to make excuses for her infidelity. By the way, he once said that if he died one day, he would let me find another man. Her face was full of excitement. Then she rushed to the door and opened it hastily. Looking at Bai Ze outside, she made up her mind. She wants to survive. She must survive. Even if she was with this stranger in front of her, she had to live. Nothing is more despairing than hunger. She slowly said, I promise you, I will be your woman. Bai Ze was not surprised at all about this. He understands human nature too well. People are selfish. When your life is threatened, the vows you made mean nothing. Bai Ze walked into the house slowly and locked the door. Chapter 30. I am your little bitch. Give me the bare biscuits. Zhuiji pounced on Bai Ze and tried to snatch the food from his hand. Bai Ze dodged and Zhuiji missed. Give it to me quickly. Give it to me quickly. Zhuiji's eyes turned red instantly. Didn't you say that you would never agree to be my woman? I beg you, I am willing to be your woman. Please give it to me quickly. I am so hungry. Zhuiji's eyes were fixed on the food in Bai Ze's hand. Bai Ze understood that if he gave it to her now, she would definitely not admit it after she had eaten and drunk her fill. So, he couldn't let her have it so easily. Since you are a married woman, forget it. After all, I don't want to force you. After saying that, Bai Ze made a gesture to leave. Don't go. Please don't leave me. Zhuiji hugged Bai Ze from behind. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. Are you really willing to be my woman? I do, I do. This time, there was no resistance in her tone, but rather anticipation. Bai Ze slowly turned around and took off her coat. So what are you going to do next? Zhuiji's body trembled slightly. Please give me some food from below. After saying that, Zhuiji squatted down and started eating noodles with her clumsy skills. Looking at Zhuiji, who was squatting in front of him eating noodles, Bai Ze felt a sense of satisfaction. So what if you were rich in the past, or no matter how out of your reach you are now? Now aren't you standing in front of me obediently, doing these shameful things? Bai Ze gently stroked Zhuiji's hair. Then he said, from today on, you are my little bitch. Do you understand? Zhuiji looked up at Bai Ze. From today on, I am your little bitch. After saying that, Zhuiji started eating noodles again. Congratulations to the host for getting a beautiful woman. Reward points 150. Only 150 points were obtained this time. After a long time, Zhuiji swallowed the milk and looked at the bare biscuits in Bai Ze's hand longingly. After Bai Ze was satisfied, he handed the food over. Zhuiji snatched it away, fearing that Bai Ze would go back on his word. Then he poured it into his mouth without caring about his image. But despite this, her beauty is still unmatched by ordinary people. No matter how low a swan falls, she is still a swan. Soon, Zhuiji finished her food and looked at Bai Ze again. Anything else? I want to eat more. So, Bai Ze took out some snacks from the space. After Zhuiji got the food, she started eating again. This time, though, she ate a little slower and more gracefully. Bai Ze felt very enjoyable watching Zhuiji eating. That kind of innate temperament is something that ordinary people can never learn. Half an hour later, Zhuiji finished eating everything on the table. Zhuiji looked at Bai Ze again, but there was only disgust in her eyes. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You're not allowed to follow me. After saying that, Zhuiji turned around and went upstairs. Bai Ze sneered. It was just as he expected. But he was not in a hurry at all. After all, the little food she ate was digested overnight. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Ze went to the room next to Zhuiji to rest. The room is big and has a faint fragrance. Through the moonlight, he saw a photo of a woman on the table. This woman is somewhat similar to Zhuiji, but she is younger and more beautiful than Zhuiji. Could this person be Zhuiji's sister? Bai Ze guessed after looking at the pink sheets and curtains. Bai Ze lay down on the bed, which still had a faint scent of shampoo. It makes people think a lot. Soon, Bai Ze fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before a scream broke the silence. Bai Ze suddenly opened his eyes and listened to the sound. He guessed that it was made by Zhuiji, but the sound comes from outside. Do you want to run away? Bai Ze sneered. Then he stood up and rushed out. When he came outside, Bai Ze noticed that Zhuiji was surrounded by several zombies. Bai Ze acted quickly and took care of the zombies in just a few moves. Zhuiji patted her proud chest, looking happy as if she had survived a disaster. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Just as Zhuiji finished speaking, Bai Ze suddenly grabbed her neck. Zhuiji suddenly panicked. She slapped Bai Ze hard, but the harder she slapped, the stronger the force on his neck became. She didn't stop until she could hardly breathe. Why are you running? Bai Ze asked. Let go, you're hurting me. Zhuiji was still trying to struggle, but it was all in vain. If Bai Ze used all his strength, Zhuiji's neck would probably be broken on the spot. Soon, Bai Ze also let go of his hand. You are just a robber. Zhuiji pointed at Bai Ze and cursed. I'm a robber? Did I force you? Bai Ze sneered. You. Zhuiji suddenly didn't know what to say because Bai Ze really didn't threaten her. But she was just holding on to her anger. But I can't vent it. She is such a prominent figure. But today, she ate the bottom of this brat. If this matter gets out, how can she live with dignity in the future? Thinking of this, she burst into tears. Bai Ze did not sympathize with her. In comparison, she was much luckier. How many people died because of this disaster? And at least she was alive, and she had nothing to lose. Compared to her chastity, in this age when food is as valuable as gold, it is probably not even as valuable as a bare biscuit. No matter how glorious she was in the past, now she is just an ordinary person. If you want to get food, you must exchange it for something. Zhuiji cried for a while and then stopped. Maybe I figured something out. She looked at Bai Ze and said, I will follow you from now on. Can you guarantee that I will have food every day? Bai Ze just nodded and didn't say anything. Well, I will follow you from today on. From today on, you can't have other girls. You can only love and pamper me. Can you do that? Hearing these words, Bai Ze was stunned. He originally thought that Zhuiji had figured it out, but it turned out that she had not yet faced the reality. His tone gradually turned cold. Remember, you are just my little bitch. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. If you want to live, I can take you away. If you want to leave by yourself, I won't stop you. After saying this, Bai Ze returned to the villa without looking back. Only the stunned Zhuiji was left alone in the dark. Bai Ze's last words were still echoing in her mind. She's just a little bitch? Chapter 31 Killing mutant zombies will earn you rewards. After what happened just now, she understood. It's impossible for her to survive in this world full of zombies by herself. She needs Bai Ze's protection, and she needed Bai Ze's food more. But he actually said that he was a little bitch. This made Zhuiji, who was always proud, feel full of resistance. How could she be a bitch for this boy? What is her identity? Humph, I don't believe it. I can't live without you. After saying that, she walked out. But after taking 2 steps, a zombie appeared in front of him. Her face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, all the courage I had mustered up before disappeared. She ran towards the villa as if escaping. We return to the villa soon. I've thought it through. As long as you can protect me and give me food, I'm willing to be your little bitch. Zhuiji said with a gasp. Bai Ze ignored her and just got up and went back to his room to rest. Zhuiji was stunned for a moment, then followed silently. Bai Ze lost interest after returning to his room and fell asleep on the bed. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Bai Ze was awakened by Zhuiji. Just when he was about to get angry, he noticed that Zhuiji looked very scared. Zhuiji pointed out the window. Bai Ze looked in the direction she pointed. I suddenly became nervous. Outside the window, I saw an extremely strong zombie wandering around. Bai Ze quickly drew the curtains. But at this moment, the zombie seemed to hear the noise and turned around suddenly. Fortunately, Bai Ze pulled the curtains and was not discovered, but this also attracted the attention of the zombies. It looked around the window in confusion. Then, it gently touched the glass with its heavy, rough hands. Then, the zombies suddenly went berserk. It punched the glass. The glass also shattered. Ah! Zhuiji screamed. Bai Ze cried out inwardly, oh no! Then quickly opened the door and rushed out with Zhuiji. The zombies heard the noise and rushed straight to the window. The entire wall was knocked open by it like tofu dregs. Bai Ze's heart was shocked. He quickly closed the door and ran away. Facing such zombies, staying in the house would only lead to self-destruction. The only way to deal with them is to go out. So, Bai Ze ran straight towards the gate. Zhuiji also followed behind. After leaving the room, Bai Ze asked Zhuiji to hide immediately. She would only be a burden to me if she were around. Zhuiji was also very tactful and hid in the flowers behind the villa. Bang! The loud crash sounded again. The zombie knocked open the entire security door, which shows how powerful it is. Bai Ze was not panicked when facing such zombies. He had observed this kind of mutated zombies during this period of time. Although it is very powerful, its speed is not as fast as that of ordinary zombies. So with his speed, he would definitely not be hurt by this zombie. Soon, Bai Ze took advantage of his own strengths and kept circling around the zombies. The zombies could only circle in place, trying to catch Bai Ze. Over time, the zombies could no longer keep up with Bai Ze's speed. Bai Ze seized the opportunity, rushed to the back of the zombie, and punched hard. The punch hit the zombie's cervical vertebrae hard. At this moment, Bai Ze was shocked. Most of the force he exerted was absorbed by the rough surface of the zombie, and only a small part of the force caused damage to the zombie. But that's already very small. The zombie staggered forward and turned around, showing a ferocious expression to Bai Ze. It roared and then rushed towards Bai Ze. Obviously, the zombies were angered by Bai Ze. Bai Ze continued to take advantage of his speed and dodge the zombies' attacks. After hiding several times, the zombies actually began to beat their chests and stamp their feet. This scene gave Bai Ze a bad feeling. In his understanding, zombies are creatures without thoughts or emotions. But the zombie in front of him showed anger. Could it be that this zombie has evolved emotions? This means that zombies are also living beings in a sense. It's not a pile of walking corpses. Just as Bai Ze was stunned, the zombies rushed up again. Bai Ze continued to dodge. Understanding how powerful the zombies were, he knew that it was impossible to kill this mutated zombie by relying on his own strength. Thinking of this, he dodged the zombies' attacks while taking out his magical weapon from space. This time the magic weapon is a bronze sword. The sword is very sharp. Bai Ze waved twice in the air, and there was a faint sound of air explosion. Seeing this weapon, Bai Ze became more confident in killing the zombie. After dodging an attack from the zombies, Bai Ze quickly swung the bronze sword in his hand. The bronze sword scratched the zombie's skin. A clearly visible wound appeared. The zombie roared again and punched Bai Ze twice in succession. Bai Ze dodged them one by one and even added 2 more sword attacks. The 2 wounds so deep that the bones could be seen once again angered the zombies. The zombies also attacked Bai Ze with even more violent force. Bai Ze temporarily avoided the limelight and began to look for opportunities. Finally, the zombie attacked again and punched the wall, and its arm got stuck in the crack of the wall. Bai Ze didn't hesitate at all. He used all his strength to slash at the zombie's neck with his sword. Crack! A horrible wound appeared on its neck, but the entire head was not chopped off. But that's enough. The zombie lost control of his body and fell straight down. Only the head was still struggling. Bai Ze walked over slowly, grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and stabbed down with force. The zombies also stopped moving completely. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the mutant zombie. Reward Gene Point +1. Bai Ze couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect that I could gain Gene Points by killing zombies. You know, Gene Points can quickly improve his strength. Last time, he consumed 50 Gene Points to make him immune to the zombie virus. Although killing zombies only gives you 1 Gene Point. But this is at least a hope. And judging from the current situation, at least 90% of the world's population has turned into zombies. With such a huge base, are you still worried about the small number of rewarded Gene Points? Bai Ze was in a good mood. Although the zombies had begun to mutate, he was not panicked at all. Especially after he personally experienced the power of this mutated zombie. After realizing this, Bai Ze quickly called Zhuiji out. He couldn't wait to get back to the safe house. After one night, the fixed 100 points per day plus Zhuiji's 150 points. He now has a total of 260 points. This improvement is too slow. He must raise everyone's loyalty to 100. In this way, he can earn 700 points every day without doing anything. Thinking of this, he urged Zhuiji to leave with him. Chapter 32. Let's start with Lu Yamen. The two quickly returned to the safe house. When Zhuiji saw such a sturdy safe house, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Wow, Bai Ze, is this our house? It must be safe to live here. Bai Ze smiled and said, you have to understand that this is my house, not yours. From today on, you are responsible for the sanitation of the entire safe house. If I see you slacking off, you will not be allowed to eat for a day. I protested. I don't want to do this kind of dirty work. It's always been done by my aunt. I don't want to do it. Protests are futile. Leaving a word, Bai Ze walked into the safe house. Inside the room, the girls gathered together and watched a movie. See Bai Ze come back. The girls immediately came forward to greet him warmly. Master, you must be tired. Please sit down and let me rub your shoulders. Lu Yuming came forward. Master, I'll go get you some water to wash your feet. Xiamo said quickly upon seeing this. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? Sister Yuming and I will make it. Li Mulan greeted with a smile and spoke generously and appropriately without any shyness. Master, is there anything I can do for you? Li Mushuang said this reluctantly. Bai Ze looked at the two sisters and didn't expect that they had such a strong ability to adapt to the environment. This is the beginning of actively pleasing yourself. Although Li Mushuang still found it difficult to say it, the fact that she could take the initiative to say it showed that she really accepted herself. Little Bai Ze, take off your clothes quickly. Sister will go and wash your clothes. As she said that, Su Runyan pretended to take off Bai Ze's coat. This scene left Zhuji stunned. A room full of beautiful women, and they all serve Bai Ze alone. How could he have such virtue? Bai Ze stopped Su Runyan and said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. From now on, the sanitation of the house will be left to Zhuji. Everyone, please welcome her." When the girls saw Zhuji, they immediately welcomed her warmly. Zhuji frowned, but she didn't dare to refute. Originally, she thought Bai Ze had never seen any great beauties. As long as you seduce him a little or act coquettishly, he will do what he wants. After all, men are most susceptible to this. But who would have thought that this room was full of beautiful women? And all of these people seem to be younger and prettier than her. This is outrageous. And so many beautiful women are trying to please Bai Ze. Then how am I going to survive here in the future? Think about what life was like. From now on, she can only work as a cleaning lady. Thinking of this, Zhuji felt worried. But she didn't dare show it. After all, she still had to rely on Bai Ze to survive. She tried to force a smile and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhuji. Please take care of me in the future." At this moment, Li Mulan suddenly looked at her in surprise. "You are Zhuji, the Zhuji who is ranked 10th on the list of the richest people who will never die." Zhuji smiled bitterly and nodded. "Oh my god, I admire you so much. You're worth tens of billions at such a young age." Zhuji could only smile bitterly again. In the past, it was a matter of pride to be recognized. But now she felt her face burning when she was recognized. The once wealthy man has fallen to the point of cleaning. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She quickly took Bai Ze's coat and said hurriedly, "I'm going to do the laundry." After saying that, she left so quickly that it was astonishing. After Zhuji left, everyone began to serve Bai Ze. Some people massage shoulders, some massage legs, some wash feet, and some feed snacks. Life is so happy. Bai Ze closed his eyes and began to think about his next plan. The top priority right now is to increase their loyalty as much as possible. But the improvement of loyalty is determined by the person's character and his own actions. Only by catering to their preferences can you quickly increase their loyalty. This is not an easy thing to do. Bai Ze flashed through all the women in his mind, but suddenly he felt he had no idea where to start. Currently only Su Runyan's loyalty is 100. Others have loyalty levels between 50 and 90. Only Lu Yuming's loyalty is currently the highest, at 90 points. It seems that we can only start with Lu Yuming. He suddenly thought of the small whip, small candle, and small hemp rope he saw when he entered Lu Yuming's room yesterday. Some strange thoughts came into my mind. Thinking of this, Bai Ze said, "Yu Ming, I will sleep in your room tonight." Lu Yuming looked stunned, and then a blush appeared on her face. "Good master." After dinner, all the girls went back to their rooms to rest. Zhuji was cleaning up the leftovers on the table. "I'll go back to my room and get ready first." After saying that, Lu Yuming also ran back to the room. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Ze directly caught up with Lu Yuming. When he opened the door, Bai Ze saw that Lu Yuming seemed to be hiding something. "Ah, master, why did you come in so soon?" "I'm not ready yet." She closed the drawer in a panic and turned her back to the table. Bai Ze saw through her little thoughts and walked straight up to her. Then opened the drawer. There were a lot of strange things lying inside. Lu Yuming's face turned red instantly. Bai Ze smiled and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this. Only you and I know about it." Lu Yuming felt much better after that. Bai Ze looked at the drawer at this time and picked out a few things from it. Small whip, lighter, candle, hemp rope, and ball gag. Bai Ze looked at Lu Yuming. At this moment, Lu Yuming just stood there, with a bit of excitement and embarrassment on her face. Seeing her expression, Bai Ze knew that his guess was correct. "Let's try these today." After saying that, Bai Ze looked at Lu Yuming's expression again. She still had the same expression, neither refusing nor agreeing. Bai Ze curled up the corner of his mouth, then picked up the hemp rope and started to tie him up. Lu Yuming was very cooperative. Soon, he was tied up. "Master, I'm ready." Lu Yuming turned her head away shyly and tried her best to straighten her hips. Seeing that she looked ready to be picked, Bai Ze's interest was also aroused. "Start to perform to your heart's content." As Bai Ze moved, Lu Yuming's expression gradually became intoxicated. A soft moaning sound came from his mouth. Finally, A system prompt sounded. Lu Yuming's loyalty reaches 100, daily points, plus 100. Chapter 33 Genetic Enhancement starts with having a strong kidney. Bai Ze was delighted. Lu Yuming's loyalty had indeed increased to 100. Now, he would receive 200 points every day. Add these 100 points. Now there are 360 points. Seeing that Lu Yuming had been tortured to death, Bai Ze put away his tools. Lu Yuming still felt a little unsatisfied. She hugged Bai Ze. A faint fragrance came out of her mouth, and then she whispered in Bai Ze's ear, "Master, you were so powerful just now. I want more." "That's enough for today. We can continue when we have time." Seeing how exhausted she looked, Bai Ze couldn't bear to continue. Rest for a night. The next day, Bai Ze prepared to check the intelligence and look for today's target. Just then, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. "Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. Hearing this voice, Bai Ze immediately became alert. He looked at Lu Yuming, who was lying naked on the bed. Could it be that she is pregnant? After all, I just had an intimate relationship with him last night. According to the speed of the tadpoles, they should be able to capture the position in one night. Bai Ze currently has 2 children, but he doesn't know which 2 of them were conceived. This is very distressing. He doesn't have the tools to test now, so he can only wait. However, Lu Yuming is very likely to be the one, but we are not sure who the other one is yet. Look at the gene points obtained. Bai Ze can't wait to start increasing his strength. Soon, he opened the gene enhancement option. Suddenly, 3 options popped up. Option 1. Enhance immunity and no longer be troubled by colds. Consume 50 gene points. Option 2. Increase semen activity and double the hit rate. Consume 50 gene points. Option 3. Enhance kidney function and stop being a real man for 5 seconds. Consumes 50 gene points. The first 2 options appeared last time, and Bai Ze did not choose them after comprehensive consideration. And the third one is appearing for the first time. To be honest, he was full of disdain when he saw this option. Bai Ze is strong and healthy, in his prime. How could he be a real man for 5 seconds? But then I thought about it, and realized that I have been working too hard recently and I always feel a little tired. What's more, his system is a system of having many children and good fortune. Although he is still very strong now, he can't guarantee that he will always be strong. Plus, he needs to work at a high intensity. So after comprehensive consideration, it is better to strengthen this gene first. After all, it is better to widen the canal than to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. This way he doesn't have to worry about the river drying up one day. So, he spent 50 gene points and chose the third option. Congratulations on the host's successful gene enhancement. Your kidney function has been enhanced, allowing you to fight until dawn. As soon as the strengthening was completed, Bai Ze felt the changes in his body. He suddenly felt relaxed and full of energy. This is the benefit of having good kidneys. I was in a good mood and decided to go out and find a pretty girl to talk to all night long. At this moment, Bai Ze suddenly thought of the bed he slept in last night. The faint scent of the bed still lingered in his mind. There was still a lingering scent of hair on the bed, which proved that someone must have lived in the room not long ago. And this person is most likely the one in the photo. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up. At this time, Zhuiji was sleeping on the sofa on the first floor. Bai Ze walked over and patted her but gently. Zhuiji had not yet adapted to the comfortable environment, so he woke up when Bai Ze touched him. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized she was safe. Then he looked at Bai Ze with some surprise. Bai Ze didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Do you have a sister?" "How do you know?" Zhuiji asked puzzledly. "I saw a photo in the room next to yours yesterday. It looked a lot like you." Zhuiji suddenly realized. "Yes, I do have a younger sister, but she left before the end of the world, and now we don't know whether she is alive or dead." A trace of sadness flashed across Zhuiji's face. Bai Ze was helpless after getting this answer. Since we can't find her sister, we can only look for the target from the intelligence. Perhaps because he was unwilling to give up, Bai Ze casually asked, "Where did she go before the end of the world?" "I heard there was a class reunion, and it seemed to be held at Pinshang Pavilion," Zhuiji recalled. Bai Ze thought for a moment and realized that Pinshang Pavilion was the most famous restaurant in Jinghai City. "I heard that the minimum consumption there is 500,000. It is said that there is a rule for eating there, which is that you must pay enough for the table fee. This table fee is the minimum consumption threshold. You can only dine at the table if you order enough money. Anyone who can eat there is a symbol of nobility. But now it is the end of the world. No matter how prosperous it once was, it is now just an ordinary building. Pinshang Pavilion is about 10 kilometers away from the safe house. Now there are zombies everywhere, making it very difficult to rescue them. And now we don't know whether she is alive or dead. It seems I have no choice but to give up. Thinking about this, Bai Ze opened the intelligence system. There are still 3 photos this time. The first 2 are very ordinary and look only in their early 80s. The third person attracted Bai Ze's attention. This girl is very beautiful. The appearance value is also as high as 93 points. Then, Bai Ze prepared to check her message. At this time, Bai Ze noticed that it actually took 20 points to view this person's information. He actually had 10 more points than the others. Is there something special about this person? Anyway, he doesn't lack these 10 points now. Thinking about it, I checked the information. Name, Sunjai. Age, 20. Bust, a pair of D. Appearance, 93. Maintenance times, 0 times. Location, in the private room on the 2nd floor of Pin's Hang Pavilion. When Bai Ze saw this message, he was excited. By accident, he found information about Pin's Hang Pavilion. This is really an unexpected success. This world is so wonderful. When you want to give up something, he gives you another chance. But no matter what, Bai Ze must go this time. Not only because of Zhuiji's sister, but also because of Sunjai. The appearance score is 93 points. Another school beauty. After this night, Bai Ze's points increased by another 200 points. Minus the 20 points he just used, he now has a total of 540 points. Convert all 500 points into strength. Then I checked my own properties. Name, Bai Ze. Strength, 43. Agility, 28. Stamina, 8. Charm, 10. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immunity to zombie virus, 2. Enhanced kidney function. Seeing this attribute, Bai Ze was very satisfied. After increasing his strength by 10 points, Bai Ze was confident that if he encountered a mutated zombie again, he could kill it with one punch. At the same time, he also figured out one thing. The consumption of intelligence is related to distance. The farther the distance, the more points are consumed. After leaving 5 days' worth of food, Bai Ze went out to Pin's Hang Pavilion. Chapter 34 Encounter with the Qinglong Gang. Keep going along the road. The roads were littered with abandoned cars. Some of the cars had zombies sitting in them. Because they have not eaten for a long time, their skin has become dry and shriveled, just like an old man in his 70s or 80s. And the zombies outside still retain the state they were in when they were alive. It seems that zombies will slowly die if they don't eat. A distance of 10 kilometers is neither far nor short. If he went at full speed, it would only take him half an hour. But there are many situations on the road, so he must be careful. The speed is naturally much slower. At this time, he noticed that there were many zombie corpses in front of him. Bai Ze guessed that there were survivors nearby, so he became more cautious. Compared to zombies, humans are the scariest. When order collapses, people's inner desires will be infinitely magnified. The strong prey on the weak and natural selection prevails. This is the law of survival in nature. When the end of the world comes, this law will also apply to humans. Walked a distance further. At this time, he noticed a group of survivors ahead. These people were watching him from a distance. Bai Ze didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he walked over quickly. But these people started to follow him. Just when he was about to teach these people a lesson, a dozen young men armed with sticks and knives appeared in front of him. At this time, those who had been following him quickly surrounded him. It looked like he was going to eat him alive. Bai Ze did not move either. He was not sure what these people wanted to do. It would be more beneficial for him to wait and see. After a while, a man in black clothes, sunglasses, and hair wax on his head walked out of the crowd. "Are you alone, brother?" Bai Ze nodded. The man looked Bai Ze up and down and continued, "Brother, you don't look like you escaped. You should have some food on you." Bai Ze became alert instantly. In the last days, people will do anything for food. Even killing is common. Seeing Bai Ze's alertness, the man smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, brother. We in the Qinglong gang would never do such a thing as murder and robbery. But if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to join our Qinglong gang." Bai Ze was stunned when he heard the other party introduce himself. Of course he knew about the Qinglong gang. Before the end of the world, the Qinglong gang was the largest gang in Jinghai City. It's just that they do things in a low-key manner and don't do anything illegal. Therefore, it can continue to exist. Bai Ze didn't expect to meet the Qinglong gang here. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Bai Ze said lightly. The man was stunned for a moment, then he smiled again. "Haha, brother, do you need anything? We have cigarettes, alcohol, or medicines here. As long as you bring enough food, you can exchange with us." Bai Ze still shook his head. At this time, the man smiled again and continued, My name is Zhao Zilong. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to come to me. Bai Ze was stunned. Are you from Changshan? Zhao Zilong's expression became a little unnatural, but he soon returned to his smiling face. Not that Zhao Zilong. Okay, I'll remember you. I'll look for you if I need anything. After saying that, Bai Ze prepared to leave. The younger brothers behind Zhao Zilong glared at Bai Ze, with no intention of letting him leave. Make way, Zhao Zilong said, and his tone did not reveal his joy or anger. The crowd then parted and made way. Bai Ze walked straight through the crowd without hesitation. At this moment, Zhao Zilong turned around, his eyes revealing thought and confusion. Boss, why did you let this kid go? Boss, he was so disrespectful to you just now. Why did you let him go? Yes, boss. Give the order quickly. We will kill him right now. A group of younger brothers were very angry. Zhao Zilong raised his hand. The younger brothers around him stopped talking. He said firmly, "This man is not ordinary. Even I can't see through him. He dared to walk alone in this place full of zombies. Moreover, no matter what he was wearing or how he was doing, he didn't look like someone who had experienced the end of the world. Such a person either has real ability or has a powerful force behind him. Remember, if you meet him again in the future, you must not conflict with him." Yes. Got it, boss. You are all brothers that I brought up. I don't want anything to happen to you. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, it's time for us to make our mark. From today on, we will expand our scale and accept all the survivors. I have a feeling that this zombie disaster will last for a long time. Only if we act in advance can we gain a foothold in future competition. Many years later, when people heard the name of the Qinglong gang, they were all terrified. Of course, this is all later. Bai Ze was cautious all the way after leaving, and he was relieved when he found that these people did not catch up with him. At this time, it is still 5 kilometers away from Pinshang Pavilion. Just then, 2 mutant zombies appeared in front. One was very strong, and the other had unusually developed leg muscles. The 2 mutated zombies also noticed Bai Ze. The zombie with well-developed legs suddenly rushed over. The speed is comparable to that of a car. Bai Ze did not dare to be careless and dodged quickly. Although this zombie is very fast, it has poor flexibility and can only move straight forward. Bai Ze seized this weakness and attacked quickly after dodging once. Successfully killed the zombies. The remaining one will be easy to deal with. Bai Ze also successfully killed it by taking advantage of his speed. Successfully obtained 2 gene points. Then Bai Ze continued to move forward. We encountered 3 mutant zombies on the way. These 3 mutated zombies look very strange. One had sharp claws, and the other had scales like fish scales. The last one even grew 2 heads. After a fight, Bai Ze discovered that there was no pattern in the mutations of these zombies. It's completely a mutation of oneself. Every zombie mutates differently, and the strength is also very different. For example, this mutated zombie with fish scales. His strength is not even as good as that of non-mutated zombies. He stood there unable to move, looking as if he was dehydrated. And the one with sharp claws is very powerful. Even a car can be torn into pieces with one claw. The most interesting one is the mutant zombie with 2 heads. Before they even started fighting with Bai Ze, the 2 heads started hitting each other. As expected, Bai Ze successfully killed the 3 mutated zombies. After this incident, Bai Ze discovered that the mutation of zombies was more like an exploration, exploring in different directions. But we don't know to what extent it will mutate in the future. Receive 3 gene points. After looking at his 6 gene points, Bai Ze continued on his way. The rest of the journey was smooth. But when he came near Pinshang Pavilion, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. Chapter 35. 10 tons of food, without blinking an eye. I saw that the 3 floors outside Pinshang Pavilion were filled with zombies. There are some powerful mutant zombies among them. There are so many zombies. If he were to clear them all by himself, it would probably take at least 3 days and 3 nights to finish them. Just when he was having trouble, he suddenly thought of Zhao Zilong. Didn't he say I could come to him if I had any problems? Thinking of this, Bai Ze turned back directly. Soon, he returned to the place where he had encountered the Qinglong gang before. At this time, there are still people nearby. Bai Ze quickly called someone over. The man had also met Bai Ze just now. With the boss's instructions, this man was tactful enough not to offend Bai Ze. Is there a problem? Where's your boss? I have something I want to talk to him about. After a moment of silence, the younger brother said, "Just wait." After saying that, he walked towards an alley. 10 minutes later, I returned with Zhao Zilong. When Zhao Zilong saw Bai Ze, a smile immediately appeared on his face again. "Brother, you're back so soon. Is there something you want me to help you with? Bai Ze got straight to the point and said, how much food do you need to help me clean up the zombies? It depends on how many zombies there are. If there are mutated zombies, that's another matter. You are only responsible for cleaning up the ordinary zombies. You don't have to worry about the mutated zombies. Bai Ze's voice remained flat. This sentence caused Zhao Zilong's expression to change slightly, but he recovered quickly. Bai Ze also saw this change. The reason why the other party didn't cause trouble for me was because he couldn't see through me. As soon as these words came out, the other party's tone became much more restrained. Brother, what should I call you? White Pond. Brother Bai Ze, are you planning to hire us to help you clean up the zombies? I want to know how many ordinary zombies there are. About 10,000. I need you to help me clean it out in half a day. 10,000. Zhao Zilong's expression turned serious. Seeing the other person's expression, Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. What? Can't you take this business? Of course not, Mr. Bai. I need to discuss this with my brothers. Please wait for me. Zhao Zilong's expression changed back to his previous smiling face. See Zhao Zilong leave. Bai Ze also made an evaluation of Zhao Zilong in his heart. This person is definitely not as simple as he seems. No matter what the situation, he can keep calm. Even if you encounter unexpected things, you will quickly adjust your state and find countermeasures. If a person like this didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, it would be impossible for such a large group of people to obey his orders. After thinking it through, Bai Ze decided that he would never become an enemy of this person unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if these people are really blind, he is not afraid at all. After Zhao Zilong left, his expression suddenly became serious. This business deal is definitely the biggest one since the end of the world. Moreover, this business even concerns the future of the Qinglong gang. He must be cautious and careful. After many twists and turns, Zhao Zilong returned to the base of the Qinglong gang. At this time, there were more than a dozen people in the base. Notify all brothers that there is business to be done today. These dozen people left one after another to contact their subordinates. In a short while, the small courtyard was surrounded by people. Afterwards, Zhao Zilong told Bai Ze about his business dealings with him. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the first order they received in the apocalypse would be so big. However, high returns also come with high risks. 10,000 zombies, this would most likely be a devastating action for them. Boss, we only have about 200 brothers in the Qinglong gang right now. Now is the time for development. We can't accept this business. That's right. Boss, if this order comes, I'm afraid half of our brothers will be killed. We'll be in even worse trouble then. Everyone was talking about this deal, and none of them were optimistic about it. Everyone, listen to me. As soon as Zhao Zilong opened his mouth, the hundreds of people in the audience all shut up. This shows how high his status is in everyone's mind. Everyone listen to me. We must do this business, and we must do it well. Just think about how much food we have left. I'm afraid we can't even get together today's meal. With so many of us, if we just collect food bit by bit, it will take us forever. What we need most now is time. As long as we have food, we can go all out and attack those large supermarkets and food factories. This order is extremely important to our current situation. And we don't have to worry about the mutant zombies, we just need to clean up the ordinary zombies. With your skills, there shouldn't be too many casualties when dealing with ordinary zombies. And the most important thing is that this person's strength is unfathomable. Regardless of the mysterious power behind him or his own strength, we must make friends with him. After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, no one had any objections. They only think about the present, they don't find anything that profound. But Zhao Zilong cannot do that. He not only has to consider the present, but also how the future will develop. Boss, we all listen to you. Boss, please give the order. How should we fight this battle? Zhao Zilong looked at the brothers in front of him and smiled with relief. Don't worry, everyone. Although we are willing to take this order, the other party has not accepted the price we offered. Everyone, wait for my good news. After saying that, Zhao Zilong turned and left. After a while, he came in front of Bai Ze. At this moment, he showed an embarrassed expression. Mr. Bai, I have just successfully convinced my men, but there is a problem with the price. My brothers want 10 tons of food. Mr. Bai, do you think this price is acceptable? No problem. Bai Ze said without hesitation. Zhao Zilong, who originally thought that Bai Ze would lower the price, was stunned on the spot. He never expected that Bai Ze would agree without even blinking. He originally planned to take the business at a price of 5 tons. This time he was almost at a loss. Zhao Zilong was stunned for 10 seconds. When he reacted, he quickly put on a smile. Mr. Bai, according to our industry regulations, you need to pay half of the deposit. That's too much trouble. I can give you all 10 tons of food. Bai Ze certainly has the confidence to do so. With his strength, he is not afraid of these people robbing him. 10 tons of food was nothing to him. The food we got from the cafeteria last time was nearly 30 tons. And he has space, so it is not easy for him to get food. But at this time, Zhao Zilong was not so calm. When he heard that Bai Ze was actually willing to give him 10 tons of food in advance, he realized what an awesome person he had met. 10 tons of food, given without blinking an eye. Can such a person be an ordinary person? Zhao Zilong secretly decided that no matter what happened, he must not offend Bai Ze. Chapter 36: Hiring the Qinglong Gang. Zhao Zilong's attitude also changed 180 degrees. They spoke more respectfully. Mr. Bai, do you want to send someone to deliver these foods, or do you want us to pick them up? Zhao Zilong has already determined that there must be a powerful force behind Bai Ze. Bai Ze thought for a moment and said, in half an hour, come to the open space behind Jinghai University to find me. That's my temporary residence. Bai Ze was not afraid that they would know his safe house. With the defensive power of his safe house, Bai Ze was confident that he could catch them all before they broke in. Okay, Mr. Bai, we will be there in half an hour. After saying that, Bai Ze left. The reason why he said half an hour later was because Bai Ze didn't want them to know that he owned the space. This is his biggest secret, and he won't let outsiders know. Human nature is greedy, and he understands the principle that it is a crime to possess a treasure. He doesn't want to be stared at all the time. That would be a very uncomfortable feeling. Afterwards, Bai Ze returned to the safe house and took out 10 tons of food from the space. The food was left at the door. Half an hour later, Zhao Zilong arrived with his men. They were very cautious at first. But when I got here, I found that it was very empty and there was no chance of an ambush, so I walked over with confidence. When they saw 10 tons of food, they were all as excited as if they had seen a naked woman. At the same time, Bai Ze also walked out of the house. His women also followed out curiously. Everyone was stunned again. They had never seen such beautiful women before, and all the women here looked like fairies. Zhao Zilong on the side was also stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. Seeing his younger brothers looking at these women so rudely, he quickly coughed a few times to remind them. But these rough guys were so engrossed in watching that they could hardly hear their boss' voice. Zhao Zilong could only say to Bai Ze awkwardly, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. My brothers and I are so young. Please don't be offended. Bai Ze didn't care. It was a fact that his women were beautiful and anyone would be unable to take their eyes off them. The women looked at so many people looking at them, and they giggled a few times and went back into the house. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Each of them seemed a little unsatisfied, with a trace of regret on their faces. When they saw their boss's face, they realized how rude their behavior was. It is really wrong to stare at someone else's woman without blinking. At the same time, these people also believe their boss's words more and more. This person's strength is unfathomable. He can take 10 tons of food just by saying so. And there is such a sturdy safe house and so many beautiful women to keep company with. The two sides exchanged a few more words, and Zhao Zilong ordered his men to start moving food. They prepared more than a dozen tricycles, put the food on them, and quickly returned to the base. After putting the food away, they followed Bai Ze and came to Pinshang Pavilion. Seeing the large number of zombies in front of them, Zhao Zilong and his men did not show any panic. From this point, it can be seen that they have certain experience in dealing with zombies. Soon, Zhao Zilong observed the terrain and issued a series of orders. These men also proceeded in an orderly manner. Some use cars on the street to create obstacles. Some are responsible for cleaning up the scattered zombies around to prevent them from interfering with the actions of others. Then, the remaining people came to an open space and killed all the zombies there. From this point, we can see that Zhao Zilong has strong command ability and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. You can make the most advantageous choice in any environment. Although this method is very simple, it is impossible for most people to come up with it in such a short time. Bai Ze took a look and roughly understood Zhao Zilong's thinking. It is to clear out a piece of open space, and then use cars to design a tunnel for the zombies. These zombies will pass through this tunnel one by one. There will also be people on both sides of the car to clean up the zombies. By the time these zombies reached the open space, there were not many left. The rest can kill it easily. At this time, Zhao Zilong spoke up, Mr. Bai, my people are ready, but this is only a way to deal with ordinary zombies. What are your plans for mutant zombies? Bai Ze understood that Zhao Zilong was testing his strength. You don't need to ask more about this. I naturally have my own way. Zhao Zilong said no more and waited until the staff below were ready. Bai Ze came to the front of the obstacle. Then someone will attract the zombies, and these zombies will pass through this narrow passage like sand in a funnel. When everyone saw Bai Ze actually walk to the front, they all looked surprised. They thought Bai Ze would pull out a gun to kill the mutant zombies, but they didn't expect him to walk to the front without any preparation. Mr. Bai, don't get so close. These mutant zombies are very dangerous. Yes, Mr. Bai, if you are not prepared, don't try to be brave. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Mr. Bai, please go back. You are our employer. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. People on both sides began to worry about Bai Ze. At this time, everyone began to doubt whether Bai Ze had ever killed zombies. Everyone knows how powerful the mutant zombies are. He just walked to the front so arrogantly without even bringing a weapon. It's okay, just do your job, Bai Ze said calmly. These younger brothers didn't know what to do, and they looked at their boss one by one. At this time, Zhao Zilong frowned. He couldn't figure out what Bai Ze was doing. However, when he saw Bai Ze's confident look, he was no longer worried. What's more, he had already received the commission, so even if his employer died, it had nothing to do with him. It was just right for him to take this opportunity to test Bai Ze's strength. Anyway, whether a person lives or dies has nothing to do with him. After figuring it out, Zhao Zilong ordered, "Since Mr. Bai has said so, you should prepare for action." Soon, several brothers quietly jumped outside the obstacle and used themselves as bait to lure the zombies over. When the zombies saw them, they rushed towards them like bloodthirsty vampires. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, the few people quickly hid behind obstacles and continued to attract the zombies. Zombies have no intelligence. They can only rush around recklessly, and soon the zombies in the front rushed into the narrow passage. Those hiding behind obstacles also took action. They found the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. Just then, a mutant zombie squeezed in. This mutant zombie was so powerful that it almost knocked the car over. At this time, everyone focused their attention on Bai Ze. They wanted to see whether Bai Ze could deal with this mutated zombie. Chapter 37. Qinglong Gang's Show of Goodwill. Bai Ze still did not take any action. If Bai Ze can't deal with this mutated zombie, then they all have to step back. After all, these obstacles can't stop the mutated zombies at all. Everyone looked at Bai Ze nervously. However, the next second, everyone looked incredulous. I saw the mutated zombies rushing towards Bai Ze. Bai Ze blew the mutant zombie's head with just one punch. The mutated zombie died on the spot. Everyone saw this scene. They were stunned on the spot and even forgot what they were doing. They would never have thought that Bai Ze was so powerful. Zhao Zilong's pupils in the distance suddenly shrank. He thought of countless possibilities, but he never imagined that he would end the battle in such a simple and crude way. He didn't even show a hint of fear. To normal people, the horrifying mutant zombies are no different from ants in his eyes. How terrifying must his strength be? Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong decided that no matter what happened in the future, he would never go against Bai Ze, and he would also maintain a good relationship with Bai Ze. Maybe I can get in touch with the power behind him. Just as they were shocked, several more mutant zombies squeezed into the entrance of the passage. Bai Ze stood on the roof of the car and kicked out several times in succession. The heads of these mutated zombies were kicked away like footballs. The whole action goes on like flowing water. Looking at his own strength, Bai Ze was very satisfied. He glanced at the people behind him. Seeing their surprised expressions, Bai Ze smiled gently. He deliberately showed his strength in front of everyone just to intimidate them. Have your own safe house and food. There are so many beautiful women. It's impossible not to be moved. Therefore, Bai Ze must nip their impulse in the bud. If they are thinking of taking action against themselves, they will think about whether they have the strength to do so. Seeing that everyone was still in shock, Bai Ze knew that he had achieved his goal. What are you standing there for? Bai Ze said slowly. If they are not reminded, these zombies will break through the obstacles. Only then did everyone react. Quickly kill the zombies in front of you. Only then did Bai Ze turn around and pay attention to the group of zombies. His target is only those mutated zombies. He killed every mutated zombie he passed by. Only ordinary zombies can pass through the passage, and some of these ordinary zombies will die halfway through the passage. Only a small number reach the open space at the back. But here, there are more people waiting for these zombies. Watching more and more zombies die in the passage, Bai Ze felt relieved and thought it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. When the last mutant zombie is killed, Bai Ze has killed 13 in total. The gene points have reached 19. With nothing to do, he just watched these people kill ordinary zombies. These guys are very professional. It can basically kill with one strike. With such means, he must have killed a lot of zombies. This also shows the potential of the Qinglong gang. At this time, Zhao Zilong came to his side without him noticing. Mr. Bai, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If it weren't for us, I'm afraid you would be able to kill all these zombies by yourself. How about this? We return the 5 tons of food and just consider ourselves friends. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to show his kindness to him, Bai Ze smiled and said, "No need. If I ask you for help next time, you have to give me a better discount." Bai Ze understood that he would definitely ask them for help in the future. So instead of taking back some of the food, it is better to play the long game and catch the big fish. Don't worry, Mr. Bai's business will be charged 50% off from now on. The two of them started chatting happily. There is no longer the mutual vigilance that we had at the beginning. If an outsider saw them, they would think that the two were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Only they themselves know what their purpose is. Brother Bai, since I am 10 years older than you, I will shamelessly call you Brother Bai. Brother Zhao, this is how it should be. Haha, it seems that Brother Bai is also a straightforward person. Since you and I are both straightforward people, I will ask you a shameless question. May I ask where is the power behind Brother Bai? Bai Ze had already seen through everything. From the moment he showed his strength, it was just to let the other party know that he was very strong. But he didn't expect that he would feel that there was a force behind him. But it's better this way. It saves him a lot of trouble. No matter what happens in the future, he can use this non-existent force. Thinking of this, Bai Ze said with embarrassment, "Brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but we have rules and cannot reveal it to outsiders." Zhao Zilong instantly revealed an expression that said, "As expected." Haha, I'm being abrupt. If that's the case, then it's better not to break the rules. While the two were talking, Zhao Zilong's men had basically cleared out all the zombies. I wonder if Brother Bai needs me for anything else? Zhao Zilong asked when he saw that the mission was successfully completed. It's okay, Bai Ze said softly. In that case, I will take my brothers and leave first. If you need me for anything in the future, feel free to come find me at the previous place. After saying this, Zhao Zilong left with his men. Bai Ze did not take any action, but waited until the other party walked away before walking towards Pinshang Pavilion. I came to the door and gently pushed it open. Suddenly, dozens of zombies dressed in high-end suits and evening gowns rushed over. Each of these zombies had a special identity before the end of the world. Now they are just ordinary zombies. In this sense, this virus is fair. You will not be treated differently because of your past status. Bai Ze acted quickly. He took out his magical weapon. Now that Zhao Zilong and others have left, there is no need for him to use his hands and feet to kill the zombies. With a two-handed sword in hand, Bai Ze killed these zombies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. In just 1 minute, nearly 100 zombies in the entire hall were killed. Then, Bai Ze began to search room by room. I have to say this place is really big. There are hundreds of silver boxes on the first floor alone, with a minimum consumption of 500,000. The golden boxes on the second floor are larger, with 50 seats and a minimum consumption of 1 million. The diamond box on the third floor is the largest, with only 20 rooms and a minimum consumption of 2 million. As for the supreme boxes on the fourth floor, I heard there are only 3 of them and they are usually closed. If it were the former Bai Ze, he would probably never have the chance to come here to eat in his life. And here it was just a meal for the upper class. But ordinary people have to work hard to save up for a lifetime. What an irony this is. Some people are born to be Romans, while others are born to be cattle and horses. Why? Bai Ze suddenly felt that this disaster came at a good time. Let everyone stand at the same starting point. Just as Bai Ze was sighing, a scream from the third floor made Bai Ze instantly alert. Chapter 38, Don't act like a big shot in front of me. The sound was a woman's cry. Bai Ze rushed upstairs. Soon, he arrived at the third floor. At the end of the corridor on the third floor, a woman was cornered by zombies. The situation is very critical. Bai Ze rushed forward without thinking. With his speed, it would only take a few seconds to rush over. The zombies had already grabbed the woman's body. The woman continued to struggle, holding the zombie's neck tightly with both hands. But her strength was too little. The zombies are still approaching. Just when the zombie was about to bite the woman, Bai Ze pierced the zombie's head with one knife. The zombie, who had lost his ability to resist, was instantly pushed to the ground by the woman. The woman looked at the zombies on the ground in horror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Bai Ze looked at the woman. The woman was very pretty and delicate, with willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and a cherry-like mouth. She was wearing a purple princess dress, revealing her beautiful legs. The entire shoulder is empty, There is no strap, and the whole skirt is supported by the chest and hips to prevent it from falling. Below the shoulders, a milky white groove appeared. Such clothes are useless except for showing off one's figure. When the woman saw Bai Ze staring at her, she immediately raised her hand to block it. She glared at Bai Ze and said, "How can you be so polite to stare at a girl?" Bai Ze was not angry, but just asked calmly, "What's your name?" "What my name is none of your business." Seeing that the other party was so aggressive, Bai Ze prepared to check it out himself. So he reached out and touched the woman's body. The woman saw Bai Ze actually reaching out to grab her. Suddenly, the expression on his face turned unhappy. "Don't touch me." She stretched out her hand and hit Bai Ze's hand. Suddenly, the information of the woman in front of him appeared. Bai Ze didn't touch her anymore. Name: Sunjai. Age: 20. Bust: a pair of D. Appearance: 93. Maintenance times: 0 times. Loyalty: 0. Your name is Sunjai. Bai Ze said softly after reading her message. How do you know? Sunjai looked puzzled. I can take you away. Really? Sunjai's face was full of joy, and then she continued, Did my father send you to save me? Bai Ze shook his head. A hint of doubt appeared on Sunjai's face. I don't represent anyone but myself, and I have conditions for taking you away. What conditions? I have plenty of money. There was a hint of disdain in Sunjai's words. Hearing the other party's words, Bai Ze showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. Even at this time, she is still acting like a spoiled young lady. Even if you give me all your money, I don't want it. Bai Ze's tone was full of sarcasm. Then what do you want? Sunjai was a little angry. It's simple. I want you to be my woman. When Sunjai heard this, her eyes widened suddenly. You're dreaming. Sunjai's face turned ugly. Whatever. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn. Bai Ze showed a hint of amusement. Sunjai didn't want to waste any more time talking to Bai Ze, so she turned and left. Soon, she walked into a diamond box. Bai Ze walked over and looked inside. There was a table full of food, but there was not much food left on the plates. Bai Ze guessed that these foods were from before the apocalypse. Now that it has been more than a week since the apocalypse, these meals have probably gone bad long ago. Sunjai must have survived to this day relying on these foods. After a while, Sunjai really started looking for something edible among the leftovers on the table. You can tell from her expression how bad the food is. Bai Ze knew that it would not be easy to make her surrender. So he simply started searching in the room on the 3rd floor to see if he could find Juji's sister. Most of the boxes on the 3rd floor were empty. This is another reason why Sunjai is still alive today. After checking the entire 3rd floor, we found zombies in 5 private rooms. Seeing that these zombies couldn't get out, Bai Ze was too lazy to clean them up. However, he did not find the whereabouts of Juji's sister. Helplessly, he could only start with Sunjai. Return to the door of the box where Sunjai is. At this time, Sunjai had already laid down on the sofa and began to rest. Bai Ze pushed the door and found that it was locked from the inside. Bai Ze was not in a hurry to use violence. He wanted Sunjai to open the door herself. He searched in space. He took out a bag of potato chips, then opened the package and started eating outside the door. Sunjai inside heard the noise and got up to check. She frowned when she saw Bai Ze at the door. But when she saw the food in Bai Ze's hand, the expression on her face immediately became interesting again. She saw Bai Ze slowly eating the potato chips. There was a trace of struggle on his face. But not long after, Sunjai stood up and walked straight to the door. As she opened the door, Bai Ze smiled. Have you figured it out so quickly? Bai Ze asked. Can you give me the food? I can trade with you. Sunjai just stared at the potato chips in Bai Ze's hand. Transaction? Bai Ze asked with interest. Yes. She gently took off the earrings from her ears, stretched her hand in front of Bai Ze, and continued. This pair of earrings is worth 2 million. I will exchange them for the potato chips in your hand. Sunjai believed that as long as she offered an attractive enough condition, he would definitely agree. Bai Ze felt unhappy when he saw Sunjai's nouveau riche face. Sorry, this stuff is worthless to me. As he said that, he continued to eat potato chips. When Sunjai heard this, she showed a surprised expression. Are you kidding me? This pair of earrings is very valuable. Do you know the value of it? Bai Ze pointed at the zombie he had killed before and said, It has a lot of jewelry on it, and it looks much more expensive than yours. Sunjai frowned and looked at the zombie. She found that the zombie was wearing a piece of jewelry as big as a pebble. She was stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized something. It's the end of the world now. Money is no longer useful. At this moment, she was completely panicked. She could endure hunger and being trapped here, but she could not accept that she would become a pauper in the future. She has become accustomed to a life of luxury and debauchery. She was used to being served everything she did. But suddenly one day, such days disappeared, and she could not accept it no matter what. You are lying. These things will still be valuable if you take them abroad. Sun Jai still didn't give up. Bai Ze shook his head and said, this disaster is global. Something like this is just a prettier piece of stone, nothing more. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You just want to deceive me and make me your woman, right? Sun Jai cried. Bai Ze suddenly grabbed her wrist and said in a cold tone, don't act like a big lady in front of me. Chapter 39, Zhu Yaxin is even better than her sister. Bai Ze's sudden action scared Sun Jai. She looked at Bai Ze in horror, not daring to make the slightest sound. Seeing that she had calmed down, Bai Ze let go of her hand. If you want food, be my woman, otherwise you will starve to death here. After saying that, Bai Ze found an empty box and sat on the sofa to rest. He was not worried at all that Sun Jai would disagree. Sun Jai, who was standing there, was stunned. Then he walked into Bai Ze's box. Let's make a deal, okay? You give me a bag of food and I'll let you kiss me, Sun Jai said, and looked at Bai Ze with anticipation. What do you think? Bai Ze looked at Sun Jai with interest. A look of despair instantly appeared on Sun Jai's face. Her expression quickly became one of struggle. Then it's okay for me to show you. After saying that, Sun Jai puffed out her chest proudly. Bai Ze took a look at the milky white ditch and swallowed hard. He didn't expect that this little girl would be so flexible, but he just wanted to see how it would work, so he shook his head. Then what do you want? Sun Jai suddenly became angry. I've already said, if you become my woman, I can give you endless food and take you to a safe place. You're dreaming. I'm showing you that this is my limit. You'd better give me the food, otherwise when my dad comes he will never forgive you. Sun Jai gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Okay, then I'll wait for him to come and see if he will come to save your daughter. After saying that, Bai Ze walked straight out and opened all the doors of the boxes where zombies were. Then I went downstairs. When Sun Jai saw this scene, her pupils suddenly shrank and she quickly locked the door. For some reason, the moment she saw Bai Ze coming down the stairs, she suddenly felt a little regretful. But she couldn't make up her mind and could only watch Bai Ze disappear from her sight. Seeing the zombies walking out of the box, she hid behind the sofa, fearing that the zombies would discover her. The zombies outside the door let out a creepy roar. This made Sun Jai nervous, and she covered her ears with her hands, trying to block the sounds from entering her ears. But no matter how tightly she blocked it, these sounds would reach her ears. On the other side, Bai Ze came to the second floor. He planned to search the second floor to find the whereabouts of Zhu Ji's sister. The second floor is the golden box. The standards here are lower, so almost all the boxes are full. At this time, there were a large number of zombies wandering in the corridor. When they saw Bai Ze, they all rushed over. Bai Ze also took out his two-handed sword. Slash at the approaching zombies. In less than 10 minutes, all the zombies in the corridor were killed. Then he searched box by box. Without exception, there were no survivors. Just when he was about to give up, suddenly, he seemed to hear a knocking sound. The sound comes from the ceiling. Bai Ze aimed in the right direction and cut off a piece of the ceiling with his two-handed sword, revealing a ventilation duct. There was rhythmic tapping going on inside. Bai Ze listened carefully, 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. Then repeated again after about a minute. Bai Ze had read books about Morse code. 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short are exactly what the Morse code means for help. Now, Bai Ze was sure that there must be someone inside. Thinking of this, he went straight along the ventilation duct to search. Sure enough, he found a gap in a box, and there was a stool under the gap. This height is enough for one person to climb up. Thinking of this, Bai Ze opened the door directly and killed the zombies inside. Then he jumped up from the stool and jumped into the ventilation duct. The ventilation duct was very narrow, but fortunately his body was large enough to move inside. After moving for a distance, he saw a figure in front of him. The woman was wearing a tight skirt, and from his angle he could see everything. The woman's condition was not optimistic, and she had stopped knocking at this time. He called out, but received no response. Bai Ze guessed that this person had fainted from hunger. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. He came to the woman and patted her legs. Still no response. Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. It would be difficult to deal with if the person was unconscious. It was difficult for him to move inside, let alone carry someone. Soon, he came up with an idea. He first smashed a mark on the iron sheet of the ventilation duct. then slowly back out. We quickly found the place where the traces were left along the pipeline. After that, he found a table and took out the two-handed sword. The two-handed sword was extremely sharp, and it cut a big hole in the iron sheet with just a few strokes. Next, cut a notch in the iron sheet. Soon, a gap large enough for one person to pass through was cut out. Then, Bai Ze leaned his head in, stretched out his hands and carried the woman out. When he saw the woman's face, he was sure that she was Zhuiji's sister. He quickly checked her breath and found that she was still breathing. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly took out a can of milk from the space. She couldn't drink by herself now, so Bai Ze could only insert the straw and put the other end into her mouth. Squeeze it in little by little. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Bai Ze feeding her milk. She stood up suddenly, but almost fainted because she was too weak. Don't be anxious. Wait until you finish drinking the milk before getting up. Bai Ze put the milk in her hand. The woman also quickly took the milk and started sucking it in big gulps. What's your name? Bai Ze asked when he saw that her condition was gradually getting better. My name is Zhu Yaxin. Thank you for saving me. Because Bai Ze had touched her, her information was also stored in the Hahuan treasure record. Name, Zhu Yaxin. Age, 20. Bust, a pair of D. Appearance, 95. Maintenance times, 1 time. When Bai Ze finished reading her message, the expression on his face was not as happy anymore. It was taken by someone else? First blood. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. It's a good opportunity for the two sisters to clean the house together. Thinking of this, Bai Ze said in a cold tone, if you want to survive, obey my orders. Zhu Yaxin's body trembled, and she nodded quickly. Very good. From today on you are my woman. You just do whatever I tell you to do. Seeing that Zhu Yaxin had a good attitude, Bai Ze softened his tone a little. When Zhu Yaxin heard these words, she was stunned. But she didn't dare to refute, because she knew that if she didn't rely on this man, she would die. So she nodded and agreed to Bai Ze. Bai Ze felt much better when he saw that she agreed so quickly. Come here. I'll let you eat my bottom. Bai Ze teased. Zhu Yaxin hesitated for a moment, then crawled in front of Bai Ze. Then a series of actions began. Bai Ze was stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Yaxin's movements to be so skillful. This is much better than her sister. Cool. Chapter 40. The woods are where that kind of thing happens? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beautiful woman. Bonus points, plus 150. Bai Ze watched Zhu Yaxin sucking in front of him with enjoyment. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would really like to have some fun here. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhu Yaxin then stood up with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling and licked her lips. That look is simply too tempting. Bai Ze almost couldn't control himself again. Bai Ze took out a bag of instant noodles from the space. She was too weak now and needed to replenish her energy. You have to call me master from now on. Do you hear me? When Zhu Yaxin saw the instant noodles, her eyes lit up. She was almost starving to death now, so why would she care about anything else? As long as she could survive, she would do anything. Besides, the man in front of her was pretty good looking, so she wasn't wronging herself. Thinking of this, Zhu Yaxin quickly took the instant noodles. Thank you, master. After saying that, she tore open the package and started eating. I was very careful when eating, for fear that any instant noodle residue would fall to the ground. Follow me, Bai Ze said, and walked towards the 3rd floor. Zhu Yaxin followed behind. But when she reached the 3rd floor, she saw dozens of zombies wandering in the corridor. She was so scared that she immediately hid behind Bai Ze. Don't be afraid, Bai Ze said as he walked towards the zombies. The two-handed sword kept swinging in his hand, and these zombies were killed as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Zhu Yaxin behind him was completely stunned. The zombies that seemed so scary to her were actually so vulnerable in front of this person she just met. Her heart suddenly became excited. She suddenly felt very lucky that she had met him. At the same time, she secretly decided in her heart that she must stick to him. In a short while, more than 30 zombies were killed. Master, you are so awesome. Zhu Yaxin quickly praised Bai Ze after he killed the last zombie. Follow me. Bai Ze was unmoved by the compliments from a beautiful woman. Zhu Yaxin suddenly felt a little aggrieved, as she was a famous school beauty in the aristocratic school. Moreover, the family is very wealthy, and the elder sister is ranked 10th on the list of the richest people who will never die. This identity made her always the focus of attention in school, and there are many rich second-generation men pursuing her. If anyone could get a compliment from her, he would probably be envied to death by all the male students in the school. But the person in front of him was so cold to him. Zhu Yaxin suddenly felt a lump in her nose. Tears started to flow out, but Bai Ze didn't even look at it. In the past, whenever she shed tears, there would be countless people coming to comfort her. The more he thought about Zhu Yaxin, the more uncomfortable he felt, but Bai Ze had already walked away. She could only hold back her tears and hurried to follow. Soon, the two arrived at the box where Sun Jai was hiding. As soon as Sun Jai saw Bai Ze appear, she ran over to open the door. I promise to be your woman. Please take me away from here. I don't want to be scared here anymore. Sun Jai looked a little flustered, and her tone was tearful. When she saw Zhu Yaxin behind her, she was stunned. Zhu Yaxin, she said in surprise. Sun Jai, you are here too. Zhu Yaxin also showed a surprised expression. Sun Jai suddenly looked at Bai Ze, and then said to Zhu Yaxin, what is the relationship between you two? Zhu Yaxin suddenly became embarrassed, but she still whispered, he is my master. What? Sun Jai suddenly opened her eyes wide. Of course she knew Zhu Yaxin's family background, and her family had in-depth cooperation with Zhu Yiji. She had even fallen to the point of recognizing Bai Ze as her master. Then where will my future go? Thinking of this, Sun Jai felt extremely desperate. I'm asking you one last time, are you willing to be my woman? At this time, Bai Ze also saw her despair, but he did not feel any guilt. Making her his woman actually saved her life. If anyone else found her, her fate would be even more tragic. Women in the last days are miserable, especially beautiful women. Sun Jai's body trembled, and she suddenly hesitated in the face of Bai Ze's question. If she agrees, then she will have to call Bai Ze master like Zhu Yaxin. But she became even more frightened when she thought about the consequences of not agreeing. She thought of the zombies banging relentlessly against the door. She thought of the time when she was hungry and could only eat rotten food to fill her stomach. Compared to these, it seems that becoming Bai Ze's woman is not such a difficult thing to do. I promise you. Thinking of this, Sun Jai said quickly, very good. Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly. Then, Bai Ze took out some food from the space and gave it to the two of them. As soon as Sun Jai saw the food, she pounced on it like a hungry wolf. She grabbed the food and stuffed it into her mouth, which showed that she was extremely hungry. Soon, the two of them were full and satisfied. Bai Ze looked at the sky and decided to take the two back to the safe house. You two follow me closely and don't get hurt by the zombies, otherwise I can't save you. Do you hear me? Bai Ze deliberately emphasized his tone so that the two would be afraid. In fact, the two of them had already been frightened by the zombies, and they would not dare to leave even if Bai Ze drove them away. The two nodded repeatedly. Then, Bai Ze took the two beauties downstairs. The downstairs is already full of zombie corpses. This shocked the two women. At the same time, when they looked at Bai Ze, they inexplicably felt a sense of security in their hearts. The two women followed Bai Ze on his left and right. They also grabbed Bai Ze's clothes, as if this could give them a sense of security. Bai Ze didn't mind and just let them pull him. On the way back, Bai Ze chose another route. He didn't want Zhao Zilong and his gang to see it. This road is very remote and is located in a large woods behind the school. At this time, the two people behind him were a little at a loss. I heard that the grove in the school is a place where couples do that kind of thing. Is he going to do that to both of us? Thinking of this, both of them looked tense. But even if Bai Ze really wanted to do something to them, they would have no way to stop him. After all, they have all agreed to be Bai Ze's women. Even if that happened, isn't it normal? So, the two of them walked while constantly giving themselves psychological hints. Convince yourself of this fact. Bai Ze walked in front and just wanted to get back to the safe house as soon as possible, not knowing that the two women were engaged in a fierce psychological struggle at this time. But at this moment, 5 men suddenly appeared in the woods ahead. Stop, the leader said lazily, holding a machete. Hee, with 2 such beautiful girls, it looks like we'll have some fun today. A man with a wretched look showed a disgusting expression. I hope these 2 can play for a few more days and not die too early. Several people talked without any scruples, not taking the 3 people seriously at all. Sun Jai and Zhu Yaxin couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Chapter 41. Then go to hell and repent. Haha, don't be afraid. As long as you 2 serve us well, we promise to let you live a few more days. The 2 girls were so frightened that they hugged Bai Ze's arms. This scene immediately made the people on the opposite side unhappy. Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you now, so get out of here now. I remember now, you are Bai Ze from our school, haha. You are the voyeur. I didn't expect you to be so lucky with girls, but from today on, they have nothing to do with you. At this time, a young-looking man came out from behind and recognized Bai Ze at a glance. What's going on? Everyone looked at the person who spoke. Boss, This kid is from our school. He has a bad reputation and can only behave himself in school. We bully him a lot. He is just a coward. The man told all of Bai Ze's past experiences, and they became even more disdainful of Bai Ze. Haha, there are actually such cowardly people in this world. This guy is quite interesting. Haha, boss, I think we should keep him and let him wash our feet. That's a good suggestion. It will be very interesting for him to watch us have sex with these two women. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ze looked at the people in front of him, but his heart was exceptionally calm. He was not angry, nor was he furious, because he would not get angry at the living or the dead. At this time, the two beauties beside him were already like ants on hot pot. What those people said frightened them both. Master, what should we do? Let's run away. Zhu Yashin begged, pulling Bai Ze's arm. Yes, master. There are so many of them. Let's run. Sun Jiai grabbed the other arm. Run. Can you run? The conversation between the two was also heard by the other party. The leader's face turned cold, and he said to the brothers around him, surround them. Let's see who can escape. The group of younger brothers had long been eyeing the two beauties and wanted to get down to business quickly. They immediately rushed up and surrounded the three people. They all had machetes in their hands, and there was blood on them, which showed that they had obviously killed someone. After all, zombies' blood is black, and only human blood is red, which is easy to judge. Bai Ze still did not take any action. He just kept looking at the person who recognized him from before. At this moment, the man felt a chill down his spine as Bai Ze stared at him. He didn't understand why he was afraid of the other party. Bai Ze was obviously a softie who could be bullied by anyone. He just felt that the other party was provoking him. Damn it, you little wimp dare to challenge me. After saying that, he rushed forward with a machete in hand. I'll kill you. After approaching Bai Ze, he swung his sword quickly. He had already imagined the scene of Bai Ze kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But the next second, a look of surprise appeared on his face. His hand was held tightly by Bai Ze, and he couldn't move at all. Let go, you voyeur, let go. He struggled hard, but his hands seemed to be embedded in the stone. After he finished saying this, Bai Ze instantly increased the strength of his hands. Crack! A sound of broken bones was heard. The man felt as if he had been electrocuted. Then, a sharp pain came from the wrist. Ah! The severe pain made him kneel on the ground powerlessly in an instant. The sudden change made others instantly alert. They looked at Bai Ze, no longer as calm as before. Boy, what did you do to him? The leader shouted. Others also pointed their weapons at Bai Ze. Bai Ze just looked at the person kneeling on the ground. Tell me, who is the voyeur? His voice was filled with murderous intent. The man shuddered all over. I'm a voyeur. I'm a pervert, he said in a trembling voice. Then, Bai Ze kicked out, breaking the man's neck on the spot. The man flew backwards instantly, his body twitching continuously on the ground, and soon, blood came out of his mouth. The others were shocked when they saw this scene. The leader was even more furious. He dared to hit his own younger brother. If he couldn't avenge his younger brother, how could he survive as the big brother in the future? So he ordered, kill him. The others raised their weapons and slashed at Bai Ze. At this time, Bai Ze also took out his two-handed sword. Their weapons were chopped off like toys in front of the two-handed swords. Several people looked at Bai Ze in horror. At this moment, they thought about running away. But Bai Ze will not give them this opportunity. Bai Ze moved quickly, so fast that no one could react. By the time they reacted, they only felt wetness on their necks. They touched it with their hands and felt blood on their hands. They looked at their companions in horror, and then were horrified to find that someone else had a wound on their neck that was deep enough to see the bone, and blood was oozing out. Only then did they understand what was going on. They looked at their boss helplessly. He wanted to shout for help, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a stream of blood spurted out. They could only take steps, but after staggering a few steps, their vision went dark and they lost consciousness. The sudden scene startled the leading man. In just a short while, all of his men were killed. At this moment, he also understood that he had offended a person he could not afford to offend. Brother, I am blind and you have killed so many people. Why don't you just let me go? The man begged for mercy. Bai Ze ignored him and just slowly approached him. The man could only retreat step by step. Brother, I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me. The man was completely panicked. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging Bai Ze to spare him. Then go to hell and repent. After saying that, Bai Ze kicked out. The man's chest caved in instantly, and he flew backwards 5 or 6 meters. Bai Ze remembered everything they said before, and he would never let anyone go. The man fell to the ground and completely lost his life. The whole incident happened in a split second. This made the two women behind him, who were originally frightened, look surprised. Their mouths were wide open, as if they were frozen there. Bai Ze returned to the two of them and pinched their buttocks before he came back to his senses. The two of them didn't care about Bai Ze's actions. They looked at Bai Ze with admiring expressions. Master, you are so powerful. Master, it's a good thing you are here, otherwise we would have been abused by them. Let's go. After saying that, Bai Ze continued to move forward. The two women were also willing to follow Bai Ze at this time. They jumped and caught up with Bai Ze, but not long after the three of them walked away, the scene before them made them frown. Chapter 42. The first time after genetic enhancement. Is that a dead person? Sun Jiai exclaimed and quickly covered her eyes, as if she had seen something terrible. Is she dead? Zhu Yaxin also hid behind Bai Ze in fear, not daring to look in that direction. At this time, Bai Ze walked straight over. Not far ahead, a naked woman was lying there. Her body was no longer complete, and one of her thighs seemed to have been chopped off entirely. A belt was tied tightly around her thighs, as if to slow down the blood loss. Just as Bai Ze approached, the one-legged woman on the ground suddenly opened her eyes, with a hint of despair in her eyes. She is not dead. Kill me, the woman said in a very weak voice. Please stop torturing me. Sun Jiai and Zhu Yaxin also ran over when they heard the sound. Perhaps because they were both women, the two were no longer afraid. They squatted on the ground and began to comfort her. Hold on, the bad guys are dead. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Both of them looked at Bai Ze for help. Master, please save her. Master, you are so powerful that you can definitely save her, right? Faced with the two people's questions, Bai Ze could only shake his head. There are no medicines or medical equipment here. The best option for her now is to be relieved. A trace of despair appeared on both of their faces at the same time. When they saw the woman's appearance, they thought of themselves. If it weren't for Bai Ze, I'm afraid the two of them would not have escaped the same fate today. This is the cruelty of the end of the world. You two go aside. She is in so much pain right now. I will send her off for the last time. Both women understood that this was the best option for her. So the two of them stood up and hid aside. When the woman on the ground heard Bai Ze's words, the fear on her face was no longer there. On the contrary, she managed to smile. Then he said with difficulty, "Thank you. Don't worry. I will try my best to reduce your pain." After saying that, Bai Ze punched the woman directly on the temple. The inside of the woman's brain was shattered instantly, but the outside was intact. There was even a hint of a smile on her face. This is how she left this world. Let's go. After doing all this, Bai Ze just said lightly. Two women came out from behind the tree. He went to the woman who had come, covered her body with leaves, and then caught up with Bai Ze. After walking for about 30 minutes, the three of them came out of the grove. The rest of the journey was smooth, and they soon returned to the safe house. As soon as he entered the house, the women of the family greeted Bai Ze at the door. The two women were stunned when they saw a room full of beautiful young ladies. At this time, a woman holding a mop ran over from the crowd. Yaxin, it's great that you're still alive. Zhu Yaxin looked at the woman, her face full of surprise and then excitement. Sister, it's great that you're here too. The two sisters hugged each other, tears falling down. The two sisters were reunited, and the other women were happy for them. But everyone has a family, and they couldn't help but show a hint of worry. But in just a moment, they put this emotion behind them. At least they are still alive, and they have to live for their families. Then, one by one, they began to serve Bai Ze enthusiastically. This scene shocked Sun Jiai, who was standing at the door. She never imagined that Bai Ze had so many women, and each of them was so well behaved. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Just then, Bai Ze looked at her. Go upstairs and wash up. Sun Jiai was stunned. Then her face was full of surprise. She hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Then Lu Yuming took her upstairs. After being served by the women for half an hour, Bai Ze felt that it was enough. So he got up and went upstairs. At this time, Sun Jiai was soaking in the bathtub. She hadn't taken a bath for many days and was unwilling to come out of the warm and comfortable water. She washed every inch of her body very cleanly. The whole person is more attractive than before. At this time, Bai Ze opened the door and walked in slowly. Sun Jiai panicked for a moment and quickly covered the important parts of her body with her hands. How did you get in? She lowered her head shyly. You ask even though you know the answer. Bai Ze chuckled. and then without waiting for Sun Jiai to dry her body, he carried her out of the bathtub. Sun Jiai did not resist and curled up. After what happened that day, she realized that instead of resisting and being kicked out, it would be better to accept it and enjoy it. She had heard that sex between men and women was very comfortable. She has reached the age of spring love, and she has fantasized about being with her beloved countless times. Although Bai Ze is not the person she likes, she can slowly like him. It's nothing to just change the steps. While she was thinking, Bai Ze had already carried her to the bed. Bai Ze carefully placed her on the bed. Then he undressed himself. After the last genetic enhancement, his need in this regard became stronger and stronger. Sun Jiai looked up and glanced at him. Then her eyes widened immediately. She suddenly felt a little scared. "Master, I'm scared," she whispered. Bai Ze knew what she was thinking. Even he didn't expect that there would be such obvious changes after genetic enhancement. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine in a while." He comforted her softly. Sun Jiai gradually became intoxicated, and her body gradually became relaxed. Congratulations to the host for catching a beauty and successfully taking the first blood. The reward will be doubled. Get points 150 by 2. Bai Ze ignored the system prompt in his head. He is still working hard. After genetic enhancement, his time increased significantly. Sun Jiai also gradually got into the mood and began to cooperate with Bai Ze. I do not know how long it has been. The two finally finished their aerobic exercise. Sun Jiai was so tired that she collapsed on the bed. Looking at the beautiful body in front of him, Bai Ze felt an impulse again. Bai Ze smiled bitterly. It seemed that genetic enhancement was not all good. Cover Sun Jiai with the quilt. Bai Ze calmed down and checked his points. Now he has 470 points. But there are more and more people in the safe house. There are now 10 people in total. Even if Zhu Yiji and her sister sleep in the living room, they can only bring back 2 people at most. It takes 1,000 points to upgrade the safe house. It seems that upgrading the safe house must be put on the agenda. Bai Ze decided not to go out for the next 2 days, and to improve the loyalty of these women first. As he was thinking, Bai Ze fell asleep while hugging Sun Jiai. Chapter 43 Xiamo. Early the next morning, Sun Jiai in Bai Ze's arms snuggled like an ordinary kitten. After yesterday's ordeal, Sun Jiai was obviously exhausted. Bai Ze carefully covered her with a quilt and then tiptoed outside. At this time, Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan had already prepared breakfast. The breakfast was not very rich, just pancakes and milk. "Master, you're awake." At this time, Xiamo suddenly walked out of the bathroom and saw Bai Ze. "Well, let's have breakfast together," Bai Ze said casually. Unexpectedly, when Xiamo heard the word eat, she immediately ran back to the bathroom. Then Bai Ze heard Xiamo retching. Bai Ze couldn't help but frown and pushed the door and walked into the bathroom. He patted Xiaomo's back gently. "Are you sick?" "It's okay. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been feeling nauseous these past 2 days." Xiaomo waved her hand and then rinsed her mouth. "Feeling sick?" Bai Ze was stunned. Could it be that the other pregnant person is Xiaomo? Bai Ze recalled what happened before, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was reliable. Thinking about this, Bai Ze checked Xiaomo's information. Name, Xiaomo. Value, 92. Bust, a pair of E. Loyalty, 99. Maintenance times, 1 time. Introduction. Because of her privileged family, she has been learning music and dance since she was a child. She has also shown enough talent and won the runner-up in an international dance competition at the age of 18. Because her parents were always busy and lacked attention to her, Xiaomo longed for her parents to spend her birthday with her. After seeing this introduction, Bai Ze had an idea. If he celebrated Xiaomo's birthday once, would her loyalty increase? But he didn't know the other person's birthday. And even if we knew, we didn't know how long it would take until her birthday. He can't wait. As he thought about it, he came up with an idea that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Since it is the end of the world, let's celebrate a birthday for everyone. This neither seems abrupt, nor does it help Xiaomo fulfill a little wish. Bai Ze went out immediately. He remembered that there was a cake shop next to the school. He needs some tools to make the cake. Since it's a birthday, a cake is inevitable. Soon, he arrived at the cake shop. The cakes made in the counter had already rotted. He hurried to the kitchen and found all the tools and materials needed to make a cake. Bai Ze directly put everything that could be used here into the space. This way you can also make cakes later. After getting what he wanted, Bai Ze returned to the safe house. Now that we have the tools and materials, we need someone to make the cake. Among them, only Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan know how to cook. So, Bai Ze found the 2 people as soon as possible. "Master, you want to make a cake?" Lu Yumeng asked in surprise. I'm good at this. Leave it to me. Su Runyan said with a smile. Teacher Su, it turns out you can bake cakes. Come on, teach me. Lu Yuming suddenly became excited. Okay. It's actually quite simple. The two women talked and got busy. Bai Ze watched for a while and found that it was really done quite well. Then I won't worry about it. He started looking at other people's profiles. It turns out that other people's information did not contain any introduction other than basic information. It seems that loyalty will only be displayed when it reaches 99. The loyalty of other women is also slowly increasing, and I believe it will soon reach 99 points. During this period, Bai Ze went out again. He forcibly captured a pharmacy and stuffed all the medicines inside into the space. The time came to evening. Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan also prepared cakes and more than a dozen delicious dishes. When the girls saw the table full of food, they all showed surprised expressions. Wow, is today a good day? So many delicious foods were made. Xiamo was the first to run out when she smelled the fragrance of the food. It smells so good. This is the first time since the end of the world that there are so many delicious foods. Wang Yushi also had a smile on her face and sat down at the table with a twist of her waist. Li Mulan and her sister were also extremely excited. I couldn't take my eyes off the food on the table. Only Sun Jiai was still a little reserved, but from her eyes one could tell that she had not eaten so many delicious dishes for a long time. Only the two sisters Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin did not sit at the table, because Bai Ze had ordered that the two of them had no right to eat with other people. The two of them complained about this, but no matter how much they complained, they didn't dare to say it to her face. Bai Ze glanced at the two of them and said, "Let's make an exception today. You two should come and eat too." The two sisters were immediately excited and took their seats. Master, what day is today? Why do you make so many delicious foods? Xiamo suddenly became a little embarrassed, as if she had something on her mind. You'll know in a moment. Bai Ze kept it a secret, then looked at Lu Yuming and Su Runyan and said, "It's time to start." The two girls smiled knowingly and walked into the kitchen together. Not long after, the two of them came out carrying a huge birthday cake. When the girls saw the birthday cake, they were all stunned. They instantly felt like they had returned to the time before the end of the world. Bai Ze was looking at everyone. At this time, he noticed that Xiaomo's expression changes were obviously different from those of others. Others expressed excitement and surprise. However, Xiao Machuan showed emotion and disbelief. This was specially prepared for us by our host. He said he wanted to celebrate our birthday together. Lu Yuming looked delighted. After hearing this, the others looked at Bai Ze with gratitude. Only Xiaomo's eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Bai Ze saw that this trick worked, so he quickly said, "From today on, we are a family. If you follow me in the future, I will never treat you unfairly." After just a few words, the atmosphere instantly became lively. The girls chattered endlessly. At this time, Bai Ze noticed that Xiaomo was staring at the cake. Bai Ze saw what she was thinking and walked over. "Are you worried about something?" Bai Ze whispered in Xiaomo's ear. Xiaomo came back to her senses instantly. "Master, how did you know today is my birthday?" Xiaomo looked at Bai Ze with anticipation. Bai Ze was stunned. He didn't expect to bump into him by accident. So Bai Ze followed Xiaomo's words and said, "Each of you is my woman. I will still care about each of you. Today is your birthday. Do you have any wishes?" Bai Ze did not lower his voice when he spoke, and all the women present heard it. It turned out that the protagonist today was Xiaomo. The girls immediately looked at him with envy. Xiaomo was instantly moved and cried. Since she was a child, she has dreamed of her family celebrating her birthday. Unexpectedly, this wish was fulfilled for her by Bai Ze. At this moment, her heart was completely conquered by Bai Ze. She slowly closed her eyes and made a wish. Congratulations to the host. Xiaomo's loyalty has reached 100, and she will receive plus 100 points every day. Bai Ze was delighted. He looked at Xiaomo and asked softly, "What wish did you make?" "Keep it a secret." Xiaomo stuck out her tongue playfully. Chapter 44. Emptying the shopping mall, Sang Biao breaks the defense. "You've kept it a secret from me." Bai Ze gently pinched her pretty nose. Okay, I'll tell you." Xiaomo paused, glanced at the people looking at her and continued, "My wish is that our child can grow up happily." Everyone was shocked. "Xiaomo, are you pregnant?" Su Runyan asked in disbelief. "Not sure yet, but I haven't had my period in days, and I've been feeling really nauseous these past 2 days." All the girls immediately gathered around him. He chattered some caring words to Xiaomo. At this time, Bai Ze took out the pregnancy test sticks he had just found from the pharmacy and distributed them to everyone. "Take some. and check if you feel you have it. The girls then shyly took a few. I'm going to the bathroom. At this time, Lu Yuming took the pregnancy test stick and her expression changed obviously. Then I'll go test it too. Xiaomo also hurried to another bathroom. Half an hour later, both women ran out excitedly, holding the pregnancy test stick with 2 bars in my hand. The women cheered instantly. I originally thought that only Xiaomo had it, but I didn't expect that Lu Yuming also had it. Several other women did not take the test because they had recently had their periods and could not have had it. Okay, let's eat, Bai Ze said, and everyone sat down to eat. Everyone at the dinner table was very caring towards the two of them and served them food. Xiaomo felt like vomiting when he saw the greasy food, so everyone gave him some light food. Lu Yuming did not have any pregnancy reactions and enjoyed the food very much. After this incident, Bai Ze also realized that it was time to stock up some milk powder. The first thing that came to his mind was a large shopping mall that had everything one would need for daily life. This matter needs to be put on the agenda after the safe house is upgraded. He also needs some food. After all, food is hard currency. After finishing his meal, Bai Ze went out. He planned to find out the situation first to facilitate tomorrow's action. The nearest supermarket is about 5 kilometers away. It is a crowded place. Run all the way, avoiding most of the ordinary zombies. Soon he arrived near the supermarket. The once bustling streets are now surrounded by zombies. It is absolutely impossible to rush into the mall. Just then, he noticed that there seemed to be a group of people cleaning up zombies in the distance. Bai Ze looked carefully and saw several familiar figures in the crowd. These people are all hooligans near the school. When Li Hu bullied him, these people also helped. Bai Ze's expression turned cold instantly. The past flashed through my mind one by one. This group of people are accomplices of the evil. If it weren't for them, Li Hu, such a coward, would not dare to be so arrogant. So they all deserve to die. I collected my thoughts and looked at the actions of these people. It seemed that they had also set their sights on this shopping mall. Judging from the progress of this group of people, it is estimated that all the zombies here can be cleared out today. It seems we can't wait any longer. Bai Ze quickly took out his magical weapon. Today's weapon is a pair of steel claws similar to Wolverine's. There are 3 sharp hooks at the front of the steel claw. Can easily penetrate the zombie's head. At this moment, Bai Ze suddenly had an idea. Quickly rushed to the back of the commercial street. There are also densely packed zombies here. But he didn't have to fight these zombies at all. He came to the wall and smashed his steel claws hard against it. The front end of the steel claw instantly entered the wall. He tried again, the steel claws gripping the wall like a claw. That way, he could climb over the zombies like climbing a mountain. Climb up the wall to get inside the mall. He had already imagined the angry scene when the group of people came to the mall with great difficulty, only to find it empty. Thinking of this, he quickened his hands. The whole person slowly climbed up. When he was about 2 meters from the ground, he stopped climbing. Zombies of this height can no longer hurt him. He just needs to move parallel to the mall. And this distance is at least 500 meters. He didn't dare to take it lightly. If you fall down, you will be besieged by countless zombies. He moved carefully, preferring to go slowly but take each step safely. Finally, 2 hours later, he successfully entered the 2nd floor of the mall. At this time, there were also many zombies in the mall. These zombies are either customers or shopping mall staff. As soon as the zombies saw Bai Ze, they rushed over. At this point, Bai Ze was not polite either. Attack these zombies like crazy. After more than 10 minutes, the zombies on this floor were basically killed. The entire mall has 4 floors. The first floor is a supermarket, which is also where there are the most zombies. The second floor is filled with gold and silver jewelry, and there are relatively fewer zombies. The third floor is for clothing, and the fourth floor is for mother and baby products and bedding. Relatively speaking, there are more than on the second floor. Bai Ze didn't care about anything and put everything he saw into his space. In less than half an hour, the entire second floor was empty. After Bai Ze finished collecting, he quickly ran to the third floor. Wasted half an hour cleaning up the zombies. Then he put all the men's and women's clothes into the space. His space was slowly filling up. Then there is the fourth floor. Clean out the zombies in the same way, and then put all the things here into the space. Bai Ze took a break, looking outside through the glass of the shopping mall. At this time, the group of thugs were almost reaching the entrance of the mall. If nothing goes wrong, they will be able to clear out all the zombies in another 2 hours. Bai Ze didn't waste any more time. He stood up and walked towards the first floor. When the apocalypse broke out, a large number of people rushed to the first floor, so the zombies on the first floor could be described as terrifying. Bai Ze did not act rashly because he found that the door on the first floor was open. As the people outside gradually approached, the zombies at the door heard the noise and started running out. That way he wouldn't be in a hurry. He needs to wait patiently. Sure enough, as the sound outside gradually got closer, more zombies rushed out upon hearing the sound. It seemed that half of the zombies in the mall had disappeared. But this is far from enough. He had to wait until more zombies came out. Another half an hour later, the people outside had already arrived at the mall entrance. At this time, all the zombies on the first floor of the mall also heard the sound. They rushed out madly. When Bai Ze saw that the time was ripe, he carefully went downstairs. Then quickly stored the goods on the first floor into the space. Every time Bai Ze passed by a counter, all the goods on the counter disappeared instantly. In less than 10 minutes, the entire first floor was cleared. Bai Ze looked outside and found that they were about to come in. He hurried upstairs, then climbed out of the window and used the same method as before to leave. Outside the shopping mall, the last zombie fell. Haha, we finally got it done. Everything in this entire mall is ours. Damn it, after so many of our brothers died, we finally took over the mall. We're going to have a good drink tonight, haha. They couldn't wait to rush into the mall. However, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene inside the mall. The mall was completely empty. Chapter 45, 10,000 Critical Hit. Everyone looked at the empty shopping mall with dull eyes. They thought they would be able to harvest a large amount of food this time. But no one expected that dozens of lives would be lost only to end up with an empty shopping mall. This allowed them to break through the defense directly. Grandma, who emptied out the entire mall. If I had known this would be the result, I would never have come. So many brothers have been lost in vain. Damn it, who did this? If I find out, I'll kill him. Everyone, hurry up and look around to see if there are any leftover supplies. Sang Biao reacted and said quickly. Sang Biao is the leader of this gang. He gave himself this nickname because he likes watching gangster movies. Everyone finally reacted and started to act separately. But after a round of searching, they found nothing but zombie corpses all over the ground. Boss, these zombies were just killed, and that group of people must have just been evacuated not long ago. Yeah, boss. So many things have been moved out. The other party must have a lot of people. Could it be the Qinglong gang that did it? Sang Biao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression became somewhat fearful. In his mind, the Qinglong gang is the real gang. He once wanted to join it, but was unable to do so because he did not meet the requirements. He clenched his fists. If that's the case, then we'll just have to admit defeat this time. Boss, look, there's someone outside. At this time, a younger brother suddenly pointed out the window and said. Everyone looked out quickly. When Sang Biao saw the man, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar. It took him a while to figure out who this person was. His eyes gradually became fierce. The supplies must be related to him. Catch him. Boss, could he be from the Qinglong gang? A younger brother asked timidly. Damn it, he's just a student who gets bullied every day. How could he be related to the Qinglong gang? Everyone in the room hurriedly chased out, but when they came out, Bai Ze was nowhere to be found. Boss, the direction that boy ran away seems to be towards the school. How about we go over there and search? Sang Biao had lost a large amount of supplies and was extremely angry at the moment. He kicked the younger brother and cursed, Why don't you go now? Everyone quickly ran towards Jinghai University. Soon, they arrived at Jinghai University. But there are zombies everywhere here. It's impossible for anyone to hide in the school. Damn it. Even if I have to dig deep into the ground, I must find this guy. Search all around Jinghai University. Whoever can find his whereabouts will be rewarded with a woman. Yes. When everyone heard the word woman, they immediately became excited. After the end of the world, women are regarded as a resource. There are only a dozen women in their base. There is simply not enough for them to share. If I can win a woman through this, then I can have fun every night in the future. When Bai Ze returned to the safe house, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He picked out some jewelry and skincare products from the space as gifts for the women. When they saw what Bai Ze took out, they all rushed over cheering. Each of them did not forget to leave a lip print of love on Bai Ze's face. Then go and pick out what you like. Soon, the girls had picked out what they liked. Even Juiji and her sister happily got what they liked. Bai Ze noticed that after they received these gifts, their loyalty increased to a greater or lesser extent. It seems that giving gifts is also a shortcut. After dinner, Bai Ze took his beloved teacher Su Runyan back to the room to exercise. Little did they know that a group of people were waiting outside the safe house. Sang Biao looked at the safe house from a distance. Through the window, he saw many beautiful women inside. He rarely encountered these beauties even before the apocalypse, let alone after the apocalypse. What's more important is that I met so many of them at once. Even the two who were cleaning were so beautiful. This made him feel a little itchy. Boss, why don't we rush in? We brothers haven't had a good time in a long time. Yeah, boss, there are so many women right before our eyes. Isn't this just fat meat right before our mouths? At this time, Sang Biao had already been blinded by the beauty. All he wanted now was to take these women down quickly and then press them under him one by one to enjoy them. Brothers, come on, don't hurt them. After receiving the boss's order, everyone rushed out, shouting obscene words. Several people in the safe house also heard the noise at this time. They looked outside through the window, and when they saw dozens of people outside, they suddenly became nervous. Oh no, I'll go tell the master, Lu Yuming said and ran to the second floor. The other women were not idle either. They checked the security door and drew the curtains after confirming that it could not be opened from the outside. Then they ran back to their rooms. Second floor. Lu Yuming ran to Bai Ze's room in a panic. At this time, she no longer cared about the embarrassing sounds coming from inside. She quickly knocked on the door and said, Master, there are a lot of people outside, and they seem to be planning to take over our house. Bai Ze was in the middle of a sprint, but his interest dropped by half when Lu Yuming called him. When Su Runyan, who was under him, heard the noise, he immediately shut his mouth and his face turned red instantly. Bai Ze stood up, walked to the window and looked out. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that they would find him so quickly. Bai Ze was not in a hurry to go out. After all, he was still erect down there, and it would be too uncomfortable if he didn't let it out. It's okay, let them make trouble. Just do what you should do, they can't get in. After saying that, Bai Ze returned to the bed and continued his attack on Su Runyan. And the attack was even more rapid than before. Su Runyan, who was under him, wanted to restrain himself, but he couldn't help but make that sound. Lu Yuming, who was outside the door, calmed down a lot after hearing the sound. Since the owner said it's okay, then it must be okay. So she told the news to others. The others were originally very scared, but through their observation, no matter what, the people outside could not break through the door and glass. This made them bolder. Everyone just listened to Bai Ze and did what they were supposed to do. Now, they should be sitting on the sofa in the living room watching Chongyao dramas together. So everyone sat around on the sofa in cool clothes, eating snacks and watching TV, completely ignored the people outside who were destroying things. Sang Biao and others outside were originally very excited. But when they found out that the house was so sturdy, they felt angry. I can only look at so many beauties, but not get close to them. And they were very angry at their attitude of not taking them seriously at all. What's more, he was extremely angry because someone else had already got to the mall. But even if they are angry or horny, they have to hold it in. They could only look at the beautiful scenery inside from the outside. But at this moment, Sang Biao saw a familiar figure walking down the stairs holding a beautiful woman. And all these beauties below actually ran towards him and kissed him on the face. Sang Biao suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a sense of humiliation rose up instantly. Isn't he just a student who gets bullied every day? How can you have so many beauties? At this moment, Sang Biao suffered 10,000 critical hits. Chapter 46, Upgrading the Safe House and Unlocking the Underground Floor. Sang Biao was completely annoyed. He kept punching the bulletproof glass. But apart from leaving a little mark on the bulletproof glass, he could do nothing else. Bai Ze looked at Sang Biao, who was in a frenzy outside, and a slight smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. He wanted to torture him in this way. Didn't he want these women? But Bai Ze refused to let him have them and made him watch him being intimate with these women. This is far from enough. After Bai Ze had been intimate with the beauties one by one, he deliberately raised his voice. I have moved all the things from the mall out today. Tell me if you have anything you want. The girls became excited instantly when they heard this. They also understood Bai Ze's purpose, and they all cooperated with Bai Ze. Sang Biao was stunned. He worked so hard to kill so many zombies, but he didn't expect that it was Bai Ze who emptied the shopping mall. Sang Biao suddenly felt an unusual tightness in his chest. He felt so aggrieved. He had worked so hard but ended up doing nothing for others. And this person was someone he had never taken seriously. He wished he could kill Bai Ze right now to relieve his hatred. But he could do nothing about the people in the house. Even though he had many followers, they couldn't even break into the door. He felt as if he had punched cotton. His younger brothers were also very depressed. I and others worked so hard just for the supplies in the mall. I didn't expect someone else to get there first. How the hell can I bear this? Damn it, if you're brave enough, come out and fight us. Fuck you. Hiding in the house is nothing, come out and die. Damn it. Let go of those women and take your dead hands off me. I'm going to kill you. But no matter how they shouted, Bai Ze remained unmoved. Even more extreme actions were taking place in the house. How could they bear this? In their hearts, the women in the house have long been their private property. Now Bai Ze is performing such intimate actions with their private property. This directly raised their anger value to the maximum. One by one, they were holding weapons and smashing the safe house desperately. Bai Ze saw that they had reached a point of madness, so he continued to provoke them. It's boring here. We can't have a deep conversation with so many people watching us. Come back to the room with me. We can have a long talk tonight. After saying that, Bai Ze took the women upstairs. These people outside are even crazier. What are you doing upstairs? What in-depth communication? What's the all-night talk? All kinds of images flashed through their minds. Ah, open the door. You scumbag. Don't touch them. Get the hell off me. Fuck you, immortal. You and the others are waiting for us to come in. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I will also throw you into the cesspool and let you stink for eternity. Shut up. Sang Biao's face turned pale. He looked at the people around him and continued to shout, hurry up and find a way for me. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I have to get in. Sang Biao suddenly thought of something. Yes, dig it all up for me. I don't believe that the underground is so solid. The younger brothers became excited instantly. As long as they went in, they could kill that guy. They sprang into action. In a short while, they found a lot of tools. Then they started poaching. Bai Ze looked down through the window and sneered at their actions. If it was so easy to let them in, then his safe house would be rubbish. Even underground is made entirely of solid metal. Bai Ze closed the curtains and ignored them. There are still more than 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. As soon as 12 o'clock arrives, he will be able to get 300 points. At that time, you can upgrade the safe house. Time passed and it was 12 o'clock. Congratulations to the host for getting points plus 300. Seeing that 300 points had been credited to his account, Bai Ze immediately upgraded the safe house. Upgrading the safe house consumes 1,000 points. Host, please choose the upgrade direction. Option 1. Add 1 floor upwards. Unlock the nursery, number of rooms, plus 5. Option 2. Add 1 floor downwards. Unlock the weapons storage, number of rooms, plus 5. Bai Ze was delighted. He didn't expect that he could choose to go up or down. He looked again at the different effects in 2 different directions. Adding 1 level up unlocks the nursery. At present, only Lu Yuming and Xiamo are pregnant. The earliest the baby can be born is 10 months later, so this option is not urgent at the moment. The armory is much more useful to Bai Ze. There are so many people besieging him outside now. If he has weapons, he can take the initiative to attack. And his magic weapon changes into a different weapon every time. This adds a lot of variables to his situation, which is far less comfortable than having fixed weapons. After realizing this, Bai Ze decisively chose to add another layer downwards. Safe house upgrade completed, weapon warehouse initially equipped with crossbows. It takes 100 points to exchange for a crossbow, and 1 point for each crossbow arrow. You can also consume points to unlock other weapons. Bai Ze quickly opened the armory option. At this time, there was only a crossbow and 100 crossbow arrows in the armory, which should have been gifts. The cheapest unlock option is the pistol, which requires 1,000 points to unlock. It takes 1,000 points to redeem one. There are more powerful guns later, but the conditions for unlocking them also increase exponentially. Bai Ze doesn't have that many points now, so he won't consider it for now. After exiting the system panel, Bai Ze lay happily on the bed. Don't they want to dig? Then let them dig. So Bai Ze closed his eyes and went to sleep. At this time, Sang Biao supervised his men to start digging the pit. It took an hour to dig, and the depth was about 1 meter. Boss, something's wrong. How come we're still seeing metal walls after digging so deep? Stop talking so much nonsense. That means his foundation is deep. Keep digging. If we can't dig it through today, no one can sleep. Sang Biao glared at the younger brother and roared. I can only keep digging. You guys go find some baskets to carry the dirt. 3 hours passed in a flash. They also dug a 3-meter deep pit, but it is still a metal wall. Sang Biao's face turned blue with anger. Whose good person has laid such a deep foundation? Keep digging. Even if I have to dig through the blue star, I have to dig it all the way through. Sang Biao's younger brothers were suffering terribly. They were not able to get supplies from the mall. I was extremely hungry at this moment. In addition to the intensive killing of zombies during the day, he also spent several hours digging pits at night. Even if they take turns, they can't stand it. But Sang Biao had spoken, and they dared not disobey him. so they had to bite the bullet and continue digging. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. They also dug a 5-meter deep pit. At this time, a younger brother dug a shovel, and finally there was no metal wall underneath. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. "Boss, we finally dug it through." Sang Biao also opened his eyes instantly and jumped into the pit to check. This is indeed the case. Sang Biao was overjoyed and laughed from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha, you did a good job. I'll let you enjoy it second after we get in." The younger brother was delighted by the praise and worked even harder. But when he continued digging for a while, he found that the house was actually covered with metal. Isn't this all in vain? Chapter 47. Sang Biao got anxious and joined the Qinglong gang. When Sang Biao learned the news, his expression became even uglier than before. "Stop digging," he waved his hand. The other brothers felt relieved and climbed up one by one with difficulty. "Damn, I underestimated this guy." Sang Biao looked at his group of brothers and continued, "Retreat today and think of a solution later." Everyone then left in embarrassment. Bai Ze woke up and found that there was no one outside. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the 5-meter deep pit. It seems that this group of people have been busy all night. He looked at the system panel and found that he could spend 10 points to restore it to its original state. So, he repaired it decisively, as such a big hole would affect the appearance of the outside. After the points were consumed, the ground returned to its previous state. Bai Ze went downstairs with satisfaction. He first went to the basement to check it out. In addition to the 5 rooms, there is also an ammunition depot with a security door. Only Bai Ze or authorized personnel can enter this ammunition depot. This can avoid many accidents. Entering the ammunition depot, there was only a crossbow and a bundle of arrows. He had already seen these things on the system panel. After exiting the ammunition depot, Bai Ze returned to the first floor. At this time, several women had woken up. They were standing at the stairs, looking down curiously. When they saw Bai Ze coming up, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, how come there's an extra basement after one night of absence?" Several women looked at Bai Ze curiously, waiting for his explanation. Bai Ze didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say that he had a system, so I just casually brushed it off. The women didn't ask any more questions. Ever since they moved in here, they felt that this place was not simple. Therefore, I didn't feel that surprised. Even if there is another floor above their heads one day, they will not think it is a problem. Everyone had breakfast together. During dinner time, Bai Ze arranged for Zhuiji and her sister to live on the basement floor. Although the 2 sisters looked a little aggrieved, they didn't say much. After all, the 2 of them understood that they had given their first time to others, and it was already very good that Bai Ze allowed them to live here. Nothing happened all morning. In the afternoon, Sang Biao came back with his men. This time, they got some explosives from somewhere. Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. He was not worried that the safe house would be breached. But I don't understand how they got the explosives. At this moment, he thought of the time before the end of the world when there was a dangerous building that needed to be blown up, and he thought these explosives must have been found there. Sang Biao walked towards the safe house with his little brothers in a proud manner. At this moment, they swept away their previous dejection and became full of energy. "Boss, I never thought that even God would help us this time. Who would have thought that the explosives originally used for blasting would be obtained by us? Let me see how they can hide this time." Sang Biao showed a ferocious expression. "Boss, will so many explosives kill them all? It will be such a pity if so many beauties were killed." A younger brother was worried. "A bunch of idiots. Haven't we dug the pit? As long as we set the blasting point in the pit, the people above it will not be killed." Sang Biao looked at this younger brother as if he were an idiot. "Hee, the boss is right. They can't escape this time. The boss is so awesome. Hee, when the time comes, let them take off all their clothes and dance for us. Damn, I was so itchy watching them dance last night." "Okay, stop flattering me. You'll have your fun later." Sang Biao looked at the other person and said, "How about it? Do you remember what that guy's name is?" "Boss, his name seems to be by something," a younger brother said after thinking for a while. No matter what he is called, he will be dead after today." Looking at the explosives in his hand, Sang Biao was in a very good mood. Soon, they arrived outside the safe house, but they were all dumbfounded when they saw the place where they had dug the pit before. "What about the pit? Fuck. Who filled the hole we worked so hard to dig?" "Boss, this guy must have filled the dirt while we were away." Sang Biao's face darkened again. He hated Bai Ze so much. At this time, he said with a gloomy face, "Damn it, since he wants to die, then let him do it. Put the explosives for me." "Boss, The beauties inside might be in danger. Sang Biao looked at this little brother and said directly, "Damn it! If he's dead, then I'll kill him while he's still hot." Yes. Several younger brothers took the explosives and quickly placed them at the door and bulletproof glass of the safe house. As long as they can break through any of these two places, their goal can be achieved. Soon, the explosives were placed. They pulled the fuse far away, and then everyone retreated. The last person lit the fire, and sparks instantly flew from the fuse and quickly moved towards the safe house. Inside the safe house, the girls' faces were filled with worry. They didn't know whether the safe house would be breached, and they all looked to Bai Ze for help. "You go back to your room first," Bai Ze said calmly. He was also unsure whether the explosives would cause harm to the people in the house. It's better to be safe. Seeing the fuse gradually approaching, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Bang! With a loud bang, the explosives exploded. The dust in the sky blocked the view of Sang Biao and others. They all stretched their necks and looked at the safe house excitedly. The frustration in my heart was also released at this moment. "You won't come out, right? Then I'll blow you out." Sang Biao felt very proud. As the encounter faded, the outline of the safe house slowly emerged. Sang Biao and others watched nervously. Suddenly, their eyes became dull. Then there was a fierce look on his face. The safe house remained intact despite the blast from the explosives. Even the bulletproof glass was not damaged. This is way off the mark. The emotions that Sang Biao and others had just expressed came back instantly. They are really frustrated. Even explosives have been used. Why can't it be broken? Just then, an arrow flew over and hit someone in the chest. Everyone became alert instantly. "Boss, he's on the roof." I saw Bai Ze standing on the roof with a crossbow in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows flew out one after another. Every time I hit one person, those who were shot did not die immediately. They lay on the ground wailing in pain. Boss, he has a weapon. Let's run." "Idiot. Why are you running? He's already out. Come here. I want to kill him." Sang Biao's face turned pale and blue. The brothers gritted their teeth and rushed towards the safe house. But people kept being shot on the road. How could these people withstand such fear? They didn't know whether the next arrow would be shot at them. "Oh my God. This is too scary, run." Finally, this atmosphere spread rapidly after one person turned around and ran away. Everyone is afraid that they will be the next to die. So more and more people fled. Sang Biao looked at the group of people running away and instantly stomped his feet in anger. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Soon, the group of them escaped to a safe place. "Boss, this guy is too evil. Even explosives can't kill him." "Yeah, boss, what should we do next?" At this time, Sang Biao suddenly became fierce. "Since we can't get it, let's reveal this news to the Qinglong gang. Naturally, there will be more powerful people to deal with him. Maybe we can even join the Qinglong gang." "Boss, you are so wise." "Humph. Stop talking nonsense. I asked you to think about his name. Have you come up with it yet?" "Boss, I figured it out. His name is Bai Ze." "Bai Ze, I would not be a human being if I don't kill you." Sang Biao squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Chapter 48. Boss Xiao, did you recognize the wrong person? See Sang Biao and others leave. All the women hiding in the room ran out. There was a cheer surrounding Bai Ze. "Master, we chased the bad guys away." Lu Yuming blinked playfully. "Haha, the master is still the most powerful. The master is the best in the world. No, the best in the universe." Xiaomo puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face. "Little Bai Ze, sister is proud of you." Su Runyan kissed Bai Ze lightly on the face, then shyly hid aside. Li Mulan and her sister also hugged Bai Ze's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and were extremely happy. Sisters Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin also secretly rejoiced. Only Sun Jia looked worried. "Master, do you think they will come back? The next time they come, it will be their death." Bai Ze looked at everyone and continued, "Okay, everyone get busy. Qinglong Gang Base. Boss, we have successfully taken over the armory. Great. From today on, our Qinglong Gang will truly rise." Zhao Zilong stood up excitedly. "Boss, we have received thousands of people in the past few days. I'm afraid our food supply won't last much longer. Notify the brothers, after transporting the arms back, take down the several food factories outside the city." After the last incident, the Qinglong Gang obtained 10 tons of food from Bai Ze. The 10 tons of food also gave them some breathing time. This is how it was able to develop in such a short period of time. The entire Qinglong Gang instantly expanded to 1,300 people. These people were rescued by them from various communities. After they had enough manpower, they set their sights on the military base 30 kilometers away. They also successfully captured the military base and obtained a large number of military weapons. The entire Qinglong gang was immersed in joy. At this time, a younger brother walked in from outside the door. The younger brother came to Zhao Zilong and said respectfully, "Boss, there is a group of people outside who want to join the Qinglong gang, and they also said they have important information." Zhao Zilong frowned and said, "Bring the person over here." Soon, Sang Biao and dozens of his men were brought over. As soon as Sang Biao saw Zhao Zilong, he immediately nodded and bowed and walked forward. "Boss Zhao, do you still remember me? We have met before." Zhao Zilong looked up and down at the scoundrel in front of him, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. "I'm sorry, I have no impression." Sang Biao raised his hand and wanted to shake hands with the other party, but after hearing this, he could only put it back awkwardly. "It's okay, Boss Zhao, just call me Sang Biao from now on." Zhao Zilong was obviously not interested in this person. He was willing to come out to see him simply because he said he had important intelligence. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to see me?" Zhao Zilong didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. "It's like this, I want to take my brothers and join the Qinglong gang. To show my sincerity, I am willing to share some information with you," gang leader Zhao. Sang Biao said with a smile. "Oh, then tell me, if this information is really valuable, I don't mind accepting you." Zhao Zilong looked calm. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao smiled even more brightly. He whispered in Zhao Zilong's ear, "Boss Zhao, I found an absolutely safe refuge, and it's full of stunning beauties." The smile on Zhao Zilong's face slowly faded. This reminded him of Bai Ze. "What place is it?" At this moment, Zhao Zilong's expression changed. Sang Biao did not notice Zhao Zilong's change and continued to say proudly, "It is in the open space behind Jinghai University. I don't know when it was built. Today, I brought this group of brothers to use explosives but couldn't blow it up." Zhao Zilong's pupils suddenly shrank. He had witnessed Bai Ze's power with his own eyes, so he specifically ordered his men not to offend Bai Ze. "I didn't expect that these fearless guys would dare to blow up Bai Ze's house. But why did they come here alive after doing this? Did Bai Ze do it on purpose?" Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong quickly asked, "Did you have a conflict?" "Yes, after we blew up his house, he shot us with crossbows. More than a dozen of our brothers died. Boss Zhao, you have to avenge your brothers. This Bai Ze is a piece of shit. He has so many beauties all to himself. I think these beauties should belong to you, Boss Zhao." Sang Biao didn't forget to flatter her while he was speaking, but Zhao Zilong didn't buy it. At this time, he was still thinking about Bai Ze's intention of letting these people leave alive. Could it be that he knew these people were coming to me for help and was testing me? Or maybe he simply doesn't have the strength to kill all these people. Zhao Zilong thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out why Bai Ze did this. But he always believed that Bai Ze's strength was unfathomable and he must not offend him unless it was absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He planned to take these people to find Bai Ze to find out what Bai Ze's intentions were. If Bai Ze intends to kill them, then I will do him a favor and it will also help them get closer to each other. If he wanted to use these people to test his attitude, he could also take this opportunity to express his attitude. Maybe we can find out the power behind Bai Ze. No matter which situation it is, it will be a win-win for him. Zhao Zilong looked at Sang Biao again, with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. But the emotion was fleeting. "Okay, then take me there. As long as what you say is true, I will agree to your request." "Boss Zhao, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will work hard for you until my death." Sang Biao was overjoyed when he heard this. "Okay, let's go." Zhao Zilong didn't want to listen to the other party's nonsense anymore, so he urged. Sang Biao was also very tactful and immediately walked in front to lead the way. Soon, they arrived outside the safe house. Sang Biao brought Zhao Zilong with him this time, and he felt much more confident. He walked to the window and yelled at the inside, "Bai Ze, you little brat, get out of here right now. Maybe Grandpa can still spare your life." Bai Ze frowned slightly and looked through the window. When he found Zhao Zilong, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why is Zhao Zilong here? Is he planning to take advantage of me too? Bai Ze's expression turned cold. No matter who it is today, as long as they have ill intentions towards him, he will make them pay a heavy price. Bai Ze slowly walked out of the door and looked at everyone coldly. Sang Biao smiled triumphantly when he saw Bai Ze coming out. "Boy, do you know who's behind me? He's the leader of the Qinglong gang. Come over here and kowtow 100 times." Bai Ze looked at Zhao Zilong and said in a cold tone, "Boss Xiao, how are you?" Zhao Zilong quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Bai, we meet again. Sang Biao was confused. Why is the leader of the Qinglong gang so respectful to this kid? Boss Zhao, did you recognize the wrong person? He is just a student who is bullied every day. Chapter 49. Psychological and Physical Torture. Zhao Zilong, is this person your younger brother? Bai Ze asked in a cold tone. How dare you? Do you think you can call Boss Zhao by his name? Sang Biao was delighted when he saw Bai Ze dared to speak to Boss Zhao like that. In order to show his loyalty, Sang Biao quickly shouted loudly. Snapped. Zhao Zilong turned around suddenly, stretched out his hand and slapped Sang Biao, looking at him with murderous eyes. Sang Biao was startled for a moment. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Bai and admit your mistake? Zhao Zilong shouted angrily. Sang Biao was so frightened that he instantly knelt on the ground. His younger brothers also quickly knelt down. At this moment, Sang Biao only felt a chill on his back. After being slapped, his mind became much clearer. Just now he thought Zhao Zilong had recognized the wrong person. But Zhao Zilong actually used the respectful title of Sir to address Bai Ze. Doesn't that mean Bai Ze's status is even higher than Zhao Zilong's? Isn't he a student? How could it be related to the mafia? At this time, Sang Biao was completely confused. But no matter what, the facts were already before him. Even if he doesn't believe it, it won't help. He thought about what he had done to Bai Ze before. He was so frightened that his whole body began to tremble. Mr. Bai, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I hope you can forgive me and spare my life. Sang Biao kowtowed quickly, his whole body trembling. His group of younger brothers were so frightened that their faces turned pale. In order to save their lives, they kowtowed and begged for Bai Ze's forgiveness. Bai Ze ignored these people and looked at Zhao Zilong. Mr. Bai, these people were originally going to join our Qinglong gang, but I heard that they were disrespectful to you. So I brought them here specifically for you to deal with. Hearing this, Sang Biao's face became even more terrified. Hurry up and continue to kowtow and admit your mistake. Mr. Bai, I really know I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please let me go. Mr. Bai, please let us go. The younger brothers behind him also begged for mercy. Humph, let you go. Didn't you say yesterday that you would kill me and my woman in front of me? Bai Ze sneered. Mr. Bai, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Sang Biao's face changed drastically. He hurriedly continued to kowtow, each time very hard. Soon his forehead was covered with blood. Do you remember how you treated me before? Bai Ze walked up and kicked Sang Biao to the ground. Sang Biao rolled 4 or 5 meters away. The scene of blocking Bai Ze at the school gate also flashed through his mind. At that time, he met Li Hu at school, accepted some benefits, and wanted to teach Bai Ze a lesson. Then after school, they took Bai Ze to the woods. He still remembered that he personally gave Bai Ze 3 kicks at that time. He originally thought that Bai Ze was just an ordinary college student. If he knew that Bai Ze had a connection with the Qinglong gang, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. Sang Biao was regretting his decision so much that he wanted to cut Li Hu into pieces. But he didn't know that Li Hu had already been killed by Bai Ze and died a tragic death. Sang Biao quickly got up, knelt down and crawled to Bai Ze, kowtowed and said, Master Bai, I will never dare to do it again. Please let me live. I will never appear in front of you again. You can ask me to let you go. You kicked me 3 times back then. If you can withstand my 3 kicks and survive, all our grudges will be written off. When Sang Biao heard this, he was overjoyed. It's just 3 kicks. He had just received a kick from Bai Ze. Although the force was a bit greater, it was still within his tolerance. Sang Biao kowtowed quickly. Thank you, Master Bai. The corner of Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly. With his current strength, let alone 3 kicks, even 1 kick would be enough to kill him. He had just restrained his strength. How could he let Sang Biao die so easily? He wanted Sang Biao to die slowly in pain. All of you, take 3 kicks from me, and all our grudges will be wiped out. Bai Ze said to Sang Biao's younger brothers. Thank you, Master Bai, for your kindness. Thank you, Master Bai, for your kindness. They all felt relieved. But they didn't know that what was about to happen would be the most terrifying and darkest moment in their lives. You go first. Bai Ze pointed at Sang Biao and hooked his finger. Sang Biao quickly got up and knelt in front of Bai Ze, nodding and bowing. Bai Ze was not polite either. He used 50% of his strength in the first kick, kicking at Sang Biao's left knee. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Sang Biao's face flushed instantly, and he tried not to make a sound. But the severe pain almost made him faint. There are still 2 legs. Bai Ze said jokingly. Sang Biao's heart trembled, and he suddenly regretted it. In just a moment, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He tried to move his kicked left leg, but he was horrified to find that his left leg could not move, and he felt as if his left leg was separated from his thigh. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. At this moment, Bai Ze kicked again, this time his right knee. There was another sound of breaking bones. Ah! This time, Sang Biao couldn't hold it back and he let out a painful wail. The people behind him only felt their anus tighten, especially Sang Biao's younger brothers. The originally relaxed mood became tense again. Is this a kick that a human can actually give? After receiving the second kick, Sang Biao's eyes went dark and he fainted. You two lift him up, Bai Ze said, pointing at the two people kneeling behind him. The two men swallowed hard and walked up bravely. Then they lifted up Sang Biao from the left and right. But when Sang Biao was clamped up, his legs were twisted at a strange angle. Ah, his legs are broken. Someone said this, and all of Sang Biao's brothers were terrified. Only then did they realize that Bai Ze didn't want to let them go, but wanted to torture them to death. They stood up instantly, but just as they turned to run, guns were pointed at them. Anyone who dares to run will be shot on the spot. Zhao Zilong's voice reached everyone's ears. This plunged them into despair in an instant. Don't worry, there's still a third kick. It will be your turn later. After hearing Bai Ze's words, these younger brothers became disheartened. Bai Ze also quickly kicked out the third kick. Still with 50% strength, this kick accurately hit Sang Biao's chest. Sang Biao, who was held by two people, flew out instantly. In the air, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs was spat out. He also woke up from his coma due to severe pain. Sang Biao is not dead. Bai Ze had already calculated the force, which was enough to rupture his internal organs without causing him to die immediately. He wanted to let Sang Biao slowly face death in pain and fear. As expected, Sang Biao's body began to spasm as soon as he landed on the ground. Because of the severe pain, he kept making painful sounds from his mouth. He would spit out blood and flesh from time to time. This scene further irritated the nerves of others. Some people even fainted because they couldn't bear the psychological pressure. However, Bai Ze will not let them have it so easy. Even if he faints, he must be woken up. He wanted them to watch him punish them one by one. He wanted to make these people suffer tremendous pain both mentally and physically. Finally, slowly wait for death. Next. A voice like that of the god of death plunged this group of people into despair in an instant. Chapter 50. A beauty with a stunning appearance. Who dares to let Bai Ze kick 3 times? What's the difference between that and seeking death? Everyone avoided Bai Ze's gaze, afraid to meet his. It's you. Bai Ze pointed at someone casually. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. The man looked horrified. At this time, the two men walked towards the man under Zhao Zilong's instructions. Then drag him in front of Bai Ze. The man was so frightened that his crotch was instantly wet. No, let me go. I don't want to die. The man was still struggling, and then Bai Ze kicked him. The man's knee broke instantly, and he let out a terrifying scream in pain. Bai Ze kicked out 2 more times in succession. There were still many people queuing behind him, so he had to speed up. This little brother eventually followed in Sang Biao's footsteps. 2 men dragged the younger brother to Sang Biao and placed them neatly beside him. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were kicked down by Bai Ze. Then, placed them together one by one. Several of the remaining people couldn't bear the psychological pressure and went completely crazy. Even so, Bai Ze did not let them go. They brought this upon themselves. If it weren't for Bai Ze's strength, his fate would probably be even worse than these people. In the last days, there cannot be even the slightest bit of mercy. With the cooperation of Zhao Zilong, soon Sang Biao and his brothers, a total of 48 people, were all lying on the ground. Now even death has become a luxury for them. The wailing and screaming never stopped. What they regretted most at this moment was offending Bai Ze. They will continue to endure this pain until they bleed to death. Zhao Zilong on the other side looked a little heavy. Even he felt a hint of fear. He was glad that he did not offend Bai Ze at the beginning, otherwise he would probably have ended up like this. Seeing Bai Ze dealing with these people, Zhao Zilong walked up to him. Mr. Bai, now that the matter has been resolved, I am ready to go back. Brother Zhao, are you ready to leave now? I was planning to invite you to come to my house for a visit. After hearing Bai Ze's words, Zhao Zilong just felt uncomfortable all over and had no sense of security at all. No, I have something else to do. I'll come visit you another day. Zhao Zilong quickly declined, fearing that Bai Ze would continue to invite him. Sitting with such a person is very uncomfortable. In that case, I won't keep you here any longer. Help me throw these people away, so they don't scream and scare my women. Zhao Zilong quickly ordered his men to carry Sang Biao and others away. After watching everyone leave, Bai Ze returned to the room. The women in the house were hiding in their rooms at this time. They were really scared. Seeing Bai Ze coming back, they all hurriedly surrounded him. Master, it was so scary just now. They were screaming so creepy. Lu Yuming patted her proud chest, which was still heaving violently. Fortunately, the master is very powerful and chased away the bad guys. Xiaomo's beautiful legs trembled slightly. I was scared to death. Wang Yushi stuck out her perky peach but and looked out the window secretly. Although the girls were a little out of control, every move they made was very charming and stimulated the secretion of hormones. Bai Ze hugged several people and touched them all over with his hands. The women gradually became shy from being frightened. Bai Ze looked at the time, and it was still early. Sang Biao and the others have been dealt with. It's time to go out and look for new beauties. So Bai Ze opened the intelligence system and selected the target for rescue. 3 girls caught my eye. The first one is a bank clerk. Her appearance is only 85 and her bust size is only A. Bai Ze simply ignored it. Such beauty and broad mind no longer had any appeal to him. Then, Bai Ze looked at the second target. This is a cosplay enthusiast. Appearance, 89. Judging from the photos, she is a cute type with a big heart. She is a good choice. Then, Bai Ze looked at the third one. When he saw this photo, he was stunned. Then there was a look of joy on his face. This is a beautiful policewoman. Her appearance score is 96 points. And you can also see from the photos how amazing her beauty is. And after seeing her photo, Bai Ze was reminded of a female star, Li Yitong. Even more beautiful than that. Even without makeup, she is dozens of times better than many celebrities and internet celebrities. With the police uniform as a backdrop, he looks very heroic. Bai Ze couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. He had never tried to be a policewoman before. Of course, when dealing with the people's police, he will still follow the principle of voluntariness and will not force the other party. This is also Bai Ze's bottom line. Thinking of this, he decisively spent 20 points to check the information of the policewoman. Name, Li Kim Mei. Age, 23. Value, 96. Bust, a pair of D. Maintenance times, 0 times. Location, China Unicom Building. China Unicom Building is the headquarters of China Unicom in Jinghai City. The whole building has nearly 100 floors. It can be considered a landmark building. But he never expected that Li Jinmei was hiding here. You know, this is a crowded place. Even though it's not the city center, it's not easy to get into. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the tank. If we go there in a tank, it should be much easier. Thinking of this, Bai Ze went straight to the garage and drove out the tank. After greeting the girls, Bai Ze drove the tank towards the target location, inside China Unicom Building. A young girl in police uniform looked at the outside world worriedly. There are man-eating zombies everywhere outside, and she has been trapped here for more than a week. There are many other refugees trapped here. These refugees were rescued by her. We don't have much food left. If we don't find a way to escape, we'll starve to death here. A magnetic male voice appeared behind her. I understand. I will find a way to get everyone out. Okay, the man said and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a dozen men hurried in, looking unfriendly. Officer Li, we have been trapped here for more than a week. When can we escape? Li Jinmei couldn't help but frown and turned to look at the person who came. The dozen or so people looked at her without any hesitation. Greed constantly revealed in his eyes. Sun Dazhuang, I will find a way to get everyone out. Please cooperate with me. Li Jinmei glared with her beautiful eyes and her tone was cold. Sun Dazhuang was not afraid, but instead showed an evil smile. Then we can expect Miss Li to lead us civilians to escape. After that, Sun Dazhuang said to the people behind him, let's go and don't disturb Miss Li. Watching this group of people leave, Li Jinmei let out a long breath. Chapter 51. If you want to save him, then kneel down and beg me. What should we do? It seems they can't wait any longer. We still need some time. Li Jinmei's face was heavy. But we are running out of food. Li Jinmei frowned slightly, and after a long while she said, from today on, everyone will only be provided with 1 meal a day. The man's expression changed, but they will be even more dissatisfied with you this way. I can't care about that anymore. Now I have to make sure everyone stays alive. The man sighed and walked out. Li Jinmei suddenly thought of something and said quickly, Li Ming, wait a moment. Li Ming turned around and looked at Li Jinmei in confusion. I'd better go and tell it myself. Sister, listen to me. Those people are not worth saving at all. Li Ming said earnestly. Stop talking. I'm a people's policeman. There's no way I'll just abandon them at this time. Li Jinmei said with a firm look. Well, Li Ming understood her temper and stopped talking. Li Ming is Li Jinmei's younger brother. He is an ordinary employee of China Unicom Building. When the apocalypse broke out, Li Jinmei overcame numerous obstacles and came here to rescue his brother and some employees here. However, they were also trapped here by the zombies outside. It was fine at the beginning, and these people all listened to Li Jinmei. But the days passed slowly. Li Jinmei still couldn't lead them away. At this time, some people gradually began to become dissatisfied with her. Especially Sun Dazhuang. He is a manager here, and most of the people here are employees of China Unicom Building. Plus, Li Jinmei is a woman. Therefore, his prestige is far greater than Li Jinmei. Gradually, Sun Dazhuang began to test Li Jinmei's bottom line. It was just a verbal provocation at first. In the end, it became a provocation in action. He brought a group of cronies to openly challenge Li Jinmei's authority. If she didn't have a gun in her hand, she would probably have lost control of the situation now. The two walked outside. At this time, there were dozens of people standing or lying in the hall outside. They are both men and women, and basically they are employees here. Li Jinmei looked around and did not see Sun Dazhuang and others. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he quickly walked up to these people and cleared his throat. These people all looked at Li Jinmei in confusion. Everyone, we are running low on food. In order to hold out for a while longer, I have decided to reduce the number of meals per person from 2 to 1 per day. The originally quiet hall was suddenly in uproar. What? You want to reduce our rations? Then we won't have the energy to kill zombies. That's right. Why are you reducing our rations? Aren't you going to take us out? When are we leaving? You're not planning to cut down our rations and put the money in your own pocket. It sounds like each of these people's words is more unpleasant than the last. Li Jinmei's heart sank to the bottom. She thought these people would disagree, but she never expected that they would say such hurtful words. Enough. My sister is trying to let everyone live a few more days. Don't be ungrateful. Li Ming couldn't stand what these people said, so he shouted at them. When the crowd heard Li Ming's words, they all lowered their heads guiltily. After all, Li Jinmei still wanted them to survive. But at this moment, Sun Dazhuang appeared out of nowhere. Is that really the case? Didn't you say you would take us away from here? Why haven't you taken any action for several days? Could it be that you don't have the ability to do so? Sun Dazhuang had a wicked smile on his face. That's right. If you don't have the ability, just tell us earlier so we can make other plans. The younger brother behind him quickly agreed. Sun Dazhuang, I warn you not to cause trouble again. Li Jinmei pointed at Sun Dazhuang angrily, with an extremely angry expression on her face. Haha, my dear Officer Li, I was just questioning whether you can lead us all to escape. Why did you react so strongly? Could it be that, as they said before, you are planning to run away alone with everyone's rations? You're talking nonsense. Li Jinmei didn't know how to refute for a moment. After Sun Dazhuang's words, the crowd, who were already wavering, started discussing fiercely again. It can't be true. I don't think Officer Li is that kind of person. What do you know? She has been saying for so many days that she would find a chance to take us away. But have you ever seen her actually take action? That's right. Today we are going to reduce our rations again. It seems to me that she is going to abandon us and leave on her own. This is outrageous. This is really too much. I didn't expect that she is so beautiful but has such a vicious heart. Shut up, all of you. If it weren't for my sister, you would have been dead by now. Don't forget who saved you. Li Ming became angry when he saw everyone talking about Li Jinmei. Do you have the right to speak here? This is a different time. It is true that it was your sister who saved us, but do you dare to say that she has no selfish motives at all? That's right. Putting aside the facts, is she really that great? She's probably just afraid that we'll become zombies and threaten her. Listening to what everyone said, Li Jinmei couldn't help but shed a crystal tear. This was the man she had risked her life to protect. It had only been a few days, and they were talking about themselves like this just because she wanted to cut her rations for one day. Shut up, Li Ming yelled angrily, then rushed towards the man, swinging his fist to teach this outspoken person a lesson. You little brat, who are you following? This man was not a good person either. When he saw Li Ming punching at him, he dodged and then kicked Li Ming hard. Stop! Li Jinmei shouted sternly when she saw her brother being beaten. Officer Li, is this how you police officers handle cases? Your brother hit someone first, and this brother was clearly acting in self-defense. Sun Dazhuang said as he walked towards the man who had attacked earlier. When the man saw Sun Dazhuang speaking for him, he immediately felt confident. That's right, I was acting in self-defense. Your brother hit someone first. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would be the one lying on the ground now. At this time, a younger brother who followed Sun Dazhuang sneaked into the crowd and said, I think the police are unreliable now. I suggest that we listen to Manager Sun from now on. I believe that only he can lead us to escape. Yes, this is a good suggestion. I agree with it. Humph, I've known for a long time that this woman has problems. Fortunately, Manager Sun is here. Otherwise, we would all be screwed by her. The crowd suddenly became agitated and began to denounce Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes flickered, and she felt extremely desperate inside. This is the person she has always wanted to protect, but now he is criticizing her. She suddenly felt a little shaken, not knowing whether it was right or wrong for her to save them. She looked at her police uniform and understood that as long as she was wearing this uniform, the safety of people's lives was the most important thing. Just as she was stunned, Sun Dazhuang kicked Li Ming. Li Ming's painful wail brought her back to reality. When she saw Sun Dazhuang beating her brother, her pupils suddenly shrank. She quickly took out her pistol and pointed it at Sun Dazhuang. However, Sun Dazhuang sneered and pulled Li Ming up to block him. Shoot, there are so many of us. How many can you kill? At this time, all the people stood beside Sun Dazhuang, and glared at Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei frowned and said, Let my brother go. Sun Dazhuang showed a wicked smile. If you want me to let him go, it's not impossible. Take off all your clothes and beg me. Chapter 52 Beg Me. Li Jinmei showed a trace of panic. She knew that Sun Dazhuang coveted her body, but she didn't expect him to say it in front of everyone. She looked at the others, but she saw expectation in their eyes. She was extremely disgusted by the gazes that kept scanning her. I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you don't do as I say, I will kill him in front of you. Sun Dazhuang seemed to know Li Jinmei's weakness and was not worried at all that she would not obey. Li Jinmei became nervous instantly, and she quickly looked at her brother. At this time, Li Ming was being strangled by Sun Dazhuang and looked extremely painful. Let him go. I told you, if you want him to live, you have to take off all your clothes, kneel down in front of me and beg me. Hey, Officer Li, you don't want your brother to die young, do you? Just listen to Manager Sun. A man in the crowd showed a greedy look. Li Jinmei looked at this man, feeling extremely desperate. She didn't know what she had done wrong that everyone was against her. She just wanted these people to survive. Is that wrong? And these days, she has been observing the situation outside. She found that the zombies were moving slowly. In just a few days, there will be a lot fewer zombies outside. They will also have a greater chance of escaping. But why can't these people understand her? She really couldn't understand. You have half a minute. Sun Dazhuang's voice broke Li Jinmei's thoughts. Her brows were tightly furrowed. Sister, don't listen to them. They will never let us go. Huh? Sun Dazhuang's face turned cold, and he twisted Li Ming's arm into a twisted angle with one hand. The severe pain made Li Ming howl in agony. Don't hurt him. Li Jinmei was in a state of panic. Then why don't you take it off? Okay, I'll take it off, I'll take it off. Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes were trembling. Her mind went blank. Li Jinmei reached out and slowly moved her hand to the top button of her clothes. She unbuttoned it gently, and the entire collar of the dress was opened. The snow-white neck was exposed to everyone. Li Jinmei paused for a moment, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. Then her hand moved to the second button. The buttons were slowly unbuttoned. A group of people stared intently, not wanting to miss even a second of the scenery before them. Take it off. Hurry up. Haha, it's so white. All kinds of obscene words came out of their mouths. They had long forgotten that it was Li Jinmei who saved them. Li Jinmei slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and her hand slowly moved towards the third button. It's hot in summer, and underwear is worn underneath clothes when the third button is unbuttoned. Li Jinmei's proud chest was about to burst out, even though there is a bra covering it. But the ravine between the 2 peaks is particularly eye-catching. The lace bra partially covers the area, but the scenery inside can still be clearly seen through the layer of gauze. This scene made the group even more fascinated and crazy. They were like hungry wolves, swallowing their saliva constantly. Li Jinmei's hand continued to move down, unbuttoned the 4th button, and her snow-white belly was exposed to everyone. There is not a trace of fat on her belly, and her waistline is very obvious. There were still some people with conscience in the team, but now they looked at Li Jinmei without any scruples. Finally, Li Jinmei's clothes were completely undressed, and she slowly took them off. The entire upper body was also exposed to everyone. Let my brother go. Her brother is her only relative now, and she can't lose him again. Sun Dazhuang still had a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes looked at Li Jinmei's pants. Keep taking it off. Li Jinmei was disheartened. She had no other options. She didn't dare to gamble with her brother's life. So, her hand slowly moved towards her pants. Under everyone's greedy gaze, she unbuttoned her pants. The pants slowly slid down. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was her pink panties with cartoon patterns. Next are the slender and straight beautiful legs. Suddenly, the sound of swallowing saliva became more frequent. Soon, Li Jinmei appeared in front of everyone in beachwear. She looked at Sun Dazhuang fiercely and said in a tough tone, "Let my brother go. You haven't finished taking off your clothes yet. You." Li Jinmei clenched her teeth. "Do you want your brother to die?" Sun Dazhuang continued to threaten. "That's right. Take it off quickly. Brother can't wait. You are such a slow-witted woman. Why is it so hard for me to take off my clothes? Damn it. I'm already reacting. Don't let me down at this time. Take it off quickly." Li Jinmei thought that these people would come to their senses and turn back, but she never expected that they would say such words. These people have completely turned into demons. Li Jinmei's eyes instantly lost their luster. This was the person she risked her life to save. She felt a little regretful. She should have taken Li Ming away and ignored these people. But it's too late to say anything now. Li Ming on the ground kept struggling. Suddenly, he bit Sun Dazhuang's hand and bit off a large piece of flesh. Sun Dazhuang instantly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Sister, leave me alone. Don't listen to them. Get out of here. Damn it, you're looking for death." Sun Dazhuang kicked Li Ming on the back of the head. Li Ming stopped making any sound instantly and lay on the ground motionless. "Li Ming!" Li Jinmei shouted worriedly. But Li Ming didn't react at all. At this time, Sun Dazhuang grabbed Li Ming and said to Li Jinmei viciously, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want him to die, take off your clothes quickly." Li Jinmei's face was already wet with tears. At this moment, her brother was the only one in her heart. "Okay, don't hurt him. I'll take it off." Her hands slowly moved to her back. Everyone's eyes followed. Each of them was extremely eager to explore the scenery inside. The expressions on his face began to become distorted. At this moment, the distortion of human nature was displayed to the extreme. When order collapses, human greed will be infinitely magnified, and no matter what they do, they will not be punished by law. Li Jinmei saw it all, but it was too late. Her hands slowly unfastened the buckle behind her. Without the restraints, the straps on the back fell off. The crowd went even crazier when they saw this scene. When have they ever seen such a beautiful woman? Now such women take off their clothes in public in front of them. This gave them an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Li Jinmei used her arms to cover the bra on her chest. She was struggling inside too. Finally, she mustered up the courage. Because nothing is more important than her brother's life, not even her own innocence. In this world, she only has this one relative. Her hands slowly loosened. "Don't let go." Just then, a man's voice came from behind her. Chapter 53. Killing him like this would be too easy for him. Li Jinmei looked back in surprise. A handsome man stood behind her. What surprised her was that she didn't know this person and he didn't seem to be from here. Could it be that he came in from outside? Li Jinmei's heart started pounding. If this is true, then this person is no ordinary person. The person who came was Bai Ze. In fact, he had been here for a while, just watching to see what this group of people could do. The result of this group of people really did not surprise Bai Ze. After the end of the world, he has seen too many inhumane things. Therefore, Bai Ze was not surprised at all. This result is still of some benefit to him. After all, with Li Jinmei's personality, she would never ignore the lives of these people. By then, these people will become a burden to him. Now that this has happened, I think Li Jinmei will no longer care about these people. Bai Ze slowly walked up to Li Jinmei and reached out to help her fasten the ring of her bra. Because the two people were facing each other and very close to each other, Bai Ze could smell a milky smell at the tip of his nose. You can also hear Li Jinmei's breathing gradually getting heavier due to nervousness. He was a little intoxicated for a moment, but Li Jinmei didn't expect Bai Ze to do this suddenly. When she realized that Bai Ze had no ill intentions, she did not try to stop him. Otherwise, her bra would probably fall to the ground. She had never had such close contact with a man in her life. For a moment, her heartbeat quickened and a blush appeared on her face. Bai Ze moved very slowly, and his hand accidentally touched her smooth back while fastening her bra. He felt the body in front of him tremble as if it was electrocuted. Bai Ze had no intention of continuing to take advantage, but quickly clasped his hands, then took a step back, keeping a distance from Li Jinmei. Boy, where the hell did you come from? Don't ruin my good thing. Sun Dazhuang pointed at Bai Ze and cursed. That's right. If you want to see it, come quickly and don't spoil everyone's fun. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? At this time, someone in the crowd raised questions. This question made others confused as well. Yeah, this guy doesn't look familiar. He's not from here. Could it be that he came in from outside? Doesn't that mean he has the ability to take us away from here? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned toward Bai Ze with a fiery look. Only Sun Dazhuang looked bitter and resentful. Everyone, don't get excited. There are so many zombies outside. How could he come in alone? I think he must have been hiding in a corner and never came out. After all, there are nearly 100 floors here. Who knows, there might be someone else out there. Now that Sun Dazhuang has finally gained the dominant position, how could he lose it because of a young boy who suddenly appeared? Manager Sun is right. Get out of the way, kid. Don't block us from looking at the beauties. That's right. Get out of the way quickly. I almost saw it. Go away. As soon as the crowd heard that Bai Ze was not here to save them, they immediately lost their patience. Everyone urged Bai Ze to get out of the way. Bai Ze didn't move. He looked at the group and said, "Is this how you treat your savior?" Bai Ze's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting everyone's anger. Of course they knew that Li Jinmei saved them, but they ignored or even deliberately forgot it for their own benefit. It's not that they don't know, they just pretend not to know. What Bai Ze said now was tantamount to a slap in their faces. You little bastard, do you know what you're talking about? Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Do you want to die? I suggest we throw him out to feed the zombies. Yes, throw him out to feed the zombies. Bai Ze sneered, just you guys. The crowd instantly became furious and rushed towards Bai Ze, swearing. Although they would feel sorry for Li Jinmei, they would not have such concerns if it came to Bai Ze. When Bai Ze saw them rushing towards him, he didn't run away, but rushed towards them. These people were stunned, and then became even crazier. They just thought they met a madman today. After a moment, the two sides came into contact. They waved their fists and rushed towards Bai Ze. But just when their fists were about to hit Bai Ze actually blocked their attacks in a strange way, and they only felt a sharp pain in their hands. They looked at their palms in horror, and when they saw their palms clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank. They found that all their palms were broken. At this time, their palms were drooping and swinging freely with the swaying of their bodies. Screams rang out. They retreated back in horror and looked at Bai Ze again with fear in their eyes. Sun Dazhuang was originally looking forward to the show, but he never expected that his men would be defeated so quickly. And all of them had their hands broken. This is the ability that ordinary people can unleash. Obviously not. Even his heartbeat quickened at this moment, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. He swallowed hard and pretended to be calm. Friend, we are the ones who offended you. Please show some mercy. Bai Ze pointed at Li Ming on the ground and said, I want this person. Haha, no problem. Sun Dazhuang gave a hypocritical smile. Then, he asked two of his younger brothers to carry Li Ming to Bai Ze. Li Jinmei, who was standing by, had already put on her clothes. When she saw her brother being brought over, she quickly ran over to check the situation. Li Ming, how are you? But no matter how she shouted, Li Ming did not respond. At this moment, she suddenly had a bad premonition and slowly stretched out her trembling fingers, then placed it on Li Ming's nostrils. Then, Li Jinmei sat down on the ground as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes were empty and she looked in disbelief. No, it won't. Seeing her like this, Bai Ze roughly guessed something. He walked to Li Jinmei, slowly squatted down, and then touched Li Ming's carotid artery. Has lost vital signs. Li Jinmei sat there in a daze, tears falling down her face. She still failed to protect her brother. The past scenes flashed through my mind. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to avenge her brother. She stood up suddenly and raised her hand to shoot. At this moment, Bai Ze grabbed her hand, lifted it up hard, and the bullet hit the ceiling. Li Jinmei looked at Bai Ze in confusion. Are you going to stop me? Sun Dazhuang on the side was already frightened. Because he had controlled Li Ming before, he was sure that Li Jinmei would not dare to shoot. But now her brother is dead, and he no longer has any bargaining chips to threaten Li Jinmei. Officer Li, don't be impulsive. Don't forget that you are a policeman. You can't kill me. Sun Dazhuang quickly hid in the crowd. Li Jinmei still looked at Bai Ze, with murderous intent in her eyes. Bai Ze knew he was misunderstood. He let go of his hand and said, killing him like this would be too easy for him. Li Jinmei was stunned and didn't understand what Bai Ze meant. The next second, Bai Ze moved. He grabbed Sun Dazhuang from the crowd and brought him in front of Li Jinmei at an extremely fast speed. This scene scared everyone again, and they looked at Bai Ze in horror. Li Jinmei was also stunned, and then showed a look of surprise. Kneel down, Bai Ze shouted sternly. Sun Dazhuang had already been frightened, and when he heard Bai Ze's words his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. Chapter 54. The Unrestrained Punisher of Evil. Seeing Sun Dazhuang kneeling down tactfully, Bai Ze looked at Li Jinmei and asked, how do you want him to die? Li Jinmei was stunned again. She thought about it, but she still couldn't think of any solution. All she could think of was to shoot the man who had killed her brother. I don't know. Li Jinmei sighed. Since you don't know, I'll make the decision for you. Please don't kill me. Sun Dazhuang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled all over after hearing this and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Bai Ze didn't care about all this at this moment. He just grabbed the other person's hand and twisted it hard. With a click sound, Sun Dazhuang's wrist was deformed and bent at a strange angle. Then, Bai Ze did the same thing again and broke the wrist of the other hand. Sun Dazhuang opened his mouth wide and his screams echoed throughout the hall. A mixture of tears and snot flowed into his mouth. Li Jinmei covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect Bai Ze to be so cruel, but she felt that Bai Ze did nothing wrong. She was a little surprised at her own thoughts. She was a police officer. How could she have such thoughts? She shook her head, but all she felt was the pleasure of avenging her brother. On the other hand, the group of people who had previously troubled Li Jinmei were now like ants on a hot pan. Looking at Sun Dazhuang's miserable condition at this moment, he was afraid that the same scene would happen to him. They all huddled in the corner, not saying a word. Bai Ze did not stop what he was doing. It doesn't matter if your arms are broken. You still have your feet. Bai Ze grabbed Sun Dazhuang's feet with both hands and twisted them again in front of his horrified eyes. Ah! Sun Dazhuang howled again. Officer Li, please ask him to stop. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Li Jinmei did not say anything. Although she also felt that it was a bit cruel, the revenge for her brother's murder did not soften her heart. Seeing this, Bai Ze sneered, then slowly grabbed Sun Dazhuang's other foot. At this time, Sun Dazhuang's face had been distorted to the extreme. His eyes were wide open, and his expression had become a little strange. He kept muttering something. Bai Ze tried to break it with force, and Sun Dazhuang screamed again. And amidst the screams there seemed to be sounds of terrifying laughter. After a while, Sun Dazhuang started laughing, and then started crying again after a while. The whole mental state seemed to be severely traumatized. Seeing him like this, Bai Ze clicked his tongue and felt a little unsatisfied. Finally, Bai Ze kicked Sun Dazhuang in the crotch. After hearing two cracking sounds, Sun Dazhuang covered his crotch with his arms and started crying and laughing. Now Sun Dazhuang has become a disabled person and his mental state has become abnormal. There is no possibility for him to survive. Bai Ze turned his gaze towards the others. They were instantly trembling with fear. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for being obsessed with sex. I'm not a human being. I also know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Officer Li like this. I am not a human being. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. Officer Li, please spare my life. It was Sun Dazhuang who taught us to do this. We were all bewitched by him. The crowd began to explain, as if they were all right and it was Sun Dazhuang who was wrong. Bai Ze sneered, obviously not believing what they said. He had seen how they treated Li Jinmei before. How could such a group of people be innocent? However, Bai Ze did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Li Jinmei. After all he had to do was win her favor. What are you going to do with them? Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Bai Ze at a loss. Then he looked at the group of people again. A trace of confusion appeared on her face. Although she was very angry, she was a police officer after all. The person who killed her brother was Sun Dazhuang. He also received the punishment he deserved. Although these people did things that were wrong to her, they did so under the instigation of Sun Dazhuang. If she were really asked to kill these people, she really couldn't bear it. But if Bai Ze had not appeared, how would this group of people treat him? Li Jinmei began to waver. I want to kill them, but I don't want to kill them. The education she received over the years and her profession do not allow her to do such evil things. But are their actions really worthy of forgiveness? Putting aside her profession, she really couldn't forgive these people's bad behavior. However, Now that she is wearing this police uniform, she has to endure it no matter how much injustice she has suffered. This is the profession and obligation of this police uniform. Two thoughts kept running through her mind. No one idea prevails. Her expression also became extremely painful. Duty and resentment constantly collided in her heart. Suddenly, she became calm. In an instant, she seemed to have figured it out. She could not let down the police uniform, nor could she let down herself. She slowly took off her police uniform and threw it hard towards the group of people. I won't kill you because I respect my profession, but I hate you. If I see you again next time, I will kill you. She looked at the police uniform reluctantly again, leaving a crystal tear. If I keep wearing it, I will always live within the rules. The police can't save people from greed, so I will take it off and become an unrestrained criminal. Bai Ze felt touched after hearing her words. The world is no longer bound by rules. If you want to live long, you can't be a soft-hearted person. As for the people in front of him, Bai Ze already has a plan. He would naturally respect Li Jinmei's choice and not kill them. But it doesn't mean they can live happily. Bai Ze walked up to Li Jinmei, took off his clothes and put them on her. Li Jinmei looked at him gratefully, and then put her mind to it. Bai Ze looked at her tenderly and said softly, "Leave these people to me." Li Jinmei looked at him and nodded heavily. Bai Ze smiled gently, looked at her beautiful face, and touched her hair as if possessed. Then he turned and looked at the group of people. Li Jinmei was stunned and looked up at Bai Ze's profile, a blush appearing on her face. "You are very lucky. I can take you away and arrange accommodation for you later." The crowd became excited when they heard this. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Bai Ze profusely. Bai Ze smiled evilly. How could he be kind enough to arrange accommodation for these people? He just punished them in a different way. Bai Ze looked at Li Jinmei again and said, "Come with me." Li Jinmei nodded, then lowered her head shyly. Then, Bai Ze picked up Li Ming's body. As Li Jinmei's younger brother, he should give his brother-in-law a proper burial. Chapter 55, Li Jinmei agreed. Bai Ze looked at the group of people again, and his expression turned cold. "If you want to live, follow me." The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Bai Ze to be willing to take them away. Everyone immediately perked up. Those whose hands were broken by Bai Ze before also looked excited. Good people. There are still many good people in this world. I really don't know how to thank you. I will definitely repay you when I become rich in the future. My benefactor. It was all our fault before. From today on, we will never make such a mistake again. A group of people were giving all kinds of compliments and making big promises. Listening to these people's words, Bai Ze sneered. Of course he wouldn't believe what these people said, and he wouldn't be so kind as to save these people. Carrying Li Ming's body, they walked out. Because there were too many zombies outside, Bai Ze chose to bury Li Ming's body in the underground garage. Li Jinmei had no objection either. After they arrived at the underground garage, Bai Ze took out his magical weapon. Today's magic weapon is a grenade. Bai Ze threw one out, and a big hole was instantly blown out. This scene stunned everyone present. Their gazes towards Bai Ze became even more fiery. Can someone who can pull out a grenade be an ordinary person? They guessed that Bai Ze was most likely also a military member. Li Jinmei was equally shocked. She was also curious about Bai Ze's identity. Bai Ze put Li Ming's body into a deep pit, and then he asked these people to bury the body. These people participated actively one by one. If you don't have any tools, just bury it bit by bit with your hands. Even if his fingers were rubbed, he had no complaints at all. Finally, Li Ming's body was buried. Li Jinmei's tears were also flowing. Bai Ze looked at the group and shouted, "Li Ming's death is related to you all. Everyone, kneel down and kowtow." Their expressions changed one by one. Although they were unwilling, they obeyed Bai Ze's orders and knelt down and kowtowed in front of Li Ming's grave. After doing all this, Bai Ze prepared to leave with everyone. Bai Ze used to drive a tank, but gradually he discovered that the roar of the tanks would attract more zombies. So he decided to abandon the tank. He tried to store the tank into the space, and unexpectedly he succeeded. So there was no need to worry that these people would see his tank. Everyone walked to the entrance of the underground parking lot. Before coming here again, Bai Ze came in from here. Therefore, all the zombies nearby were killed by him. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. "Stop looking and let's go," Bai Ze said softly. The man finally came to his senses and quickly followed Bai Ze's footsteps. Along the way, Bai Ze did not throw any grenades. After all, he didn't have a backpack, and if he kept throwing grenades, it would arouse suspicion. He used a machete he picked up from the roadside to clear a path ahead. With his strength, He can kill these ordinary zombies without any effort. There are also some mutant zombies on the road. Bai Ze can also deal with it easily. Finally, after arriving at the safe area, Bai Ze's gene points had accumulated to 50 points. You can upgrade again after returning to the safe house. He did not stop there and brought this group of people to the Qinglong gang. Zhao Zilong knew that Bai Ze had arrived and came out to greet him in person. After learning that Bai Ze intended to let this group of people stay, Zhao Zilong readily agreed. Since this is Mr. Bai's arrangement, I will definitely support it with all my strength. Well, you have to take good care of these people and don't let them die, Bai Ze hinted in a low voice. Zhao Zilong was stunned at first, but the next second he understood Bai Ze's meaning. In the same tone, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I will take good care of them." After getting the reply, Bai Ze took Li Jinmei away. The group of people they brought with them relaxed instantly and began to feel grateful. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong and his men started whipping the group of people with whips. While beating them, Zhao Zilong said to his men, "Brothers, Mr. Bai told us to take good care of them and not let them die." "Got it, boss." The sounds of whips hitting the body rang out one after another. Various screams were also heard. At this moment, they finally understood why Bai Ze brought them out. But who can be blamed for this? "Brothers, don't beat them up. We still expect them to work." After hearing what Zhao Zilong said, they regretted it deeply. Why would you be so blinded by greed and do such a thing? But it's all too late. Every day in the future they will be whipped and have endless work to do. If Zhao Zilong was happy, he would be whipped a few times. If he was unhappy, he would be whipped even more times. For them, only death is relief. But even if they wanted to die, they couldn't, because Bai Ze had ordered that they must not be allowed to die. Bai Ze took Li Jinmei away. Not long after walking, Li Jinmei suddenly stopped. "Tell me, why do you want to help me?" Li Jinmei's expression suddenly became serious. "There are zombie corpses all along the way since we came out. If I'm not mistaken, you killed them all. Also, there were obvious traces of tanks on the road behind, but the traces mysteriously disappeared. I have reason to suspect that you drove the tank there and then used some means to hide it. This place is at least 5 kilometers away from the China Unicom building, and you ran so far and did nothing but save me. What was your purpose?" After listening to Li Jinmei's speculation, Bai Ze couldn't help but admire her. As expected of a policeman, his investigative and reasoning abilities are so strong. "Li Jinmei, my goal is very simple. It's you." Li Jinmei's pupils shrank and she said in disbelief, "How do you know my name?" "Wait, because of me?" Li Jinmei was stunned again. Then, her face gradually became gloomy. All men are really the same. At this point, there was no need for Bai Ze to hide anything. So he said, "Yes, it's you. I want you to be my woman. Of course, this is not forced. You can choose to refuse." After hearing Bai Ze's words, Li Jinmei's expression eased a little. At least Bai Ze wouldn't force him. She thought about what happened before. If Bai Ze hadn't appeared, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. After going through so much, she also understood a lot. This world is no longer the world it once was. Human survival has become extremely difficult, especially women. Not only do you have to face dangerous zombies, but you also have to guard against men with bad intentions. And the person in front of him was not as annoying as those people. Li Jinmei was silent for a moment, looked at Bai Ze, and said seriously, "I promise you." Chapter 56. Li Jinmei hiding in the bathtub? Now it was Bai Ze's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect Li Jinmei to agree so readily. He was even ready to let her go. Bai Ze checked Li Jinmei's information. Name, Li Kim Mei. Age, 23. Value, 96. Bust, a pair of D. Maintenance times, 0 times. Loyalty, 66. Unexpectedly, because of this incident, her loyalty level directly rose to 66. No wonder he agreed so readily. Bai Ze walked up to Li Jinmei, took her smooth hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Li Jinmei blushed instantly when she heard this. "You haven't told me your name yet." She lowered her head shyly and asked in a low voice. "White Pond." The two chatted a lot along the way, and Bai Ze also told Li Jinmei about the situation of the safe house. Of course, this also includes his other women. Bai Ze could feel that Li Jinmei's mood suddenly became heavy. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, this kind of thing cannot be concealed. After a long while, Li Jinmei finally spoke. "I understand. I will get along well with them in the future." Hearing this, Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief, and then secretly checked Li Jinmei's loyalty. As expected, her loyalty dropped from 66 to 20. Bai Ze smiled helplessly. As long as the person is still there, his loyalty can be increased slowly. Soon, the two appeared outside the safe house. Bai Ze opened the door and the women inside cheered enthusiastically. Sister, welcome home. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. Love it. I want to sleep in the same room with my sister. Don't fight with me. The girl's enthusiasm made Li Jinmei feel a little uncomfortable. She has not yet adapted to serving one husband with a group of women. Therefore, she was somewhat hostile towards these women. Bai Ze also noticed Li Jinmei's condition, and he quickly said, "Okay, everyone, stop blocking the door. Come in and I'll introduce you." Soon, a group of women returned to the house and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for Bai Ze to introduce them. Bai Ze also introduced Li Jinmei to everyone. Wow, this beautiful lady is also a police officer. So cool. We will feel more secure with Sister Li Jinmei around. Bai Ze continued to introduce that when they learned that Li Jinmei had just lost her younger brother, they all felt lost again. Don't be sad, sister. We will be your real sisters from now on. Yes, we will be your relatives from now on. Li Jinmei looked at the people in the room and felt their kindness, and her inner aversion to them disappeared. Thank you all. This is the first time that Li Jinmei has felt the warmth before the end of the world. Sister, why are you being so polite to us? We are a family from now on. We have to take care of each other. Bai Ze also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was getting along so well. Time passed quickly and it was already evening, and Li Jinmei had completely become friends with the others. Bai Ze checked the genetic enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity and no longer be troubled by colds. Consume 50 gene points. 2. Increase semen activity and double the hit rate. Consume 50 gene points. 3. Change the structure of the retina, allowing the host to see clearly regardless of day or night. Consume 100 gene points. Increase the failure rate by 10%. The first two Bai Ze's are already very familiar. I didn't expect the third one would actually consume 100 gene points. And there is also the risk of failure. In this case, he can only choose one of the first two options. The first option is obviously inferior to the second. There are now 10 women in the safe house. It's also time to increase your hit rate. This way he can gain gene points faster. Comparing the two options, Bai Ze directly chose the second option. Gene enhancement is successful, sperm activity is increased, and the hit rate is doubled. After the strengthening was successful, Lu Yuming and others also brought up the food. Finish eating quickly. Bai Ze will prepare to have a baby soon. He looked at Li Jinmei. He really wanted to have a deep conversation with her tonight, but he didn't know if she was willing. He didn't know how to start for a moment. At this time, everyone else had finished eating, and then they pulled Li Jinmei to Bai Ze's room. With their careful care, Li Jinmei was soon arranged into the bathroom. At this time, others quickly gave Bai Ze hints. Bai Ze quickly understood what they meant. This is creating opportunities for him. So Bai Ze quickly returned to the room. At this time, there were only Li Jinmei and Lu Yuming in the bathroom. Sister Xiaomei, the water temperature is just right. Come in and get in the bubbles. It's so comfortable. Li Jinmei hadn't taken a bath for a long time, and she was very happy when she saw the water. Okay, thank you for your help. I can do it myself from now on. It's no trouble, no trouble. Sister Xiaomei, just wait. I'll help you wipe your back later. Lu Yuming said and ran out. As soon as Lu Yuming came out, she whispered in Bai Ze's ear, Master, go in and help Xiaomei wipe her back later. After saying that, Lu Yuming gave Bai Ze a strange smile, then fled out of the room. Now, Li Jinmei and Bai Ze are the only ones left in the room. But Li Jinmei didn't know that Bai Ze was just outside the bathroom. She soaked in the bathtub, gently caressing the water. Ripples appeared on the water surface. Li Jinmei was obviously in a very good mood and was humming a beautiful song. I have to say that Li Jinmei's voice is very good, and it is beautiful with a touch of her unique characteristics. Looking at Li Jinmei's beautiful back, Bai Ze's heart gradually began to stir. He walked slowly into the bathroom. There was mist inside, and Li Jinmei's snow-white body was particularly charming. Bai Ze picked up the towel and gently wiped Li Jinmei's back. The smooth touch stimulated Bai Ze even more. Xiaoming, who did you learn this technique from? It feels so good. Li Jinmei said teasingly. Bai Ze didn't answer because he didn't know how to answer. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Jinmei couldn't help but feel puzzled. She turned around and found that the person who was wiping her back was Bai Ze, not Lu Yuming. Ah, she screamed in fright. What are you afraid of? It's not someone else. Bai Ze said with a smile. Only then did Li Jinmei realize that she was naked, so everything must have been seen. She quickly covered her proud chest. How did you come in? Get out. Li Jinmei's heart was pounding. What are you afraid of? Isn't it normal for a husband to bathe his wife? Bai Ze continued to rub her back. Hearing this, Li Jinmei's face became even redder. I no longer have the confidence to speak. That was too sudden. I wasn't prepared. Bai Ze chuckled and said, It's okay. Get ready. I'll be waiting. Chapter 57. I almost died in your hands. How can you be like this? At least give me some time. Li Jinmei's face became hotter and hotter, and her voice became weak and faint. It was the first time for her to speak to a boy at such close range while taking a shower without clothes. And this man was rubbing her back. This made her feel even more shy. Li Jinmei's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. It was so fast that they could both hear her heartbeat. Plop, plop. Her chest rose and fell slightly with every heartbeat. Bai Ze also felt Li Jinmei's heartbeat quicken. This is the best time to promote the relationship between the two. He slowly approached Li Jinmei's face. Li Jinmei wanted to dodge, but she could only tilt 45 degrees while sitting in the bathtub. Unless she climbs out of the bathtub, but in this way, she will be completely exposed to Bai Ze's sight. She could only watch Bai Ze approach slowly. Bai Ze stopped when he got close to her ear. The warm air fanned across her face. Li Jinmei's face became even redder and her breathing became faster. Bai Ze, you go out first. Li Jinmei was afraid that Bai Ze would do something even more excessive, so she said quickly. But Bai Ze suddenly bit Li Jinmei's ear. Ah! Li Jinmei exclaimed, and her body reacted instinctively. But as Bai Ze continued to suck, Li Jinmei felt more and more stimulated. She felt her ears getting more itchy. She wanted to push Bai Ze away, but she was somewhat addicted to this feeling. Just like that, after struggling in vain, Li Jinmei slowly closed her eyes. Her consciousness gradually faded, slowly fell into intoxication, from resistance at first, and then slowly giving in. Seeing that the time was right, Bai Ze slowly reached a hand into the water, looking for a paradise. Li Jinmei suddenly opened her eyes. Faced with Bai Ze's actions, she suddenly came to her senses. Bai Ze, don't. But Bai Ze was already in the mood, so how could he listen to her? And the more a woman says no, the more she wants it. So Bai Ze kissed her red lips directly. Li Jinmei let out a soft moaning sound. Bai Ze pried open her silver teeth and demanded frantically. He moved up and down at the same time, and Li Jinmei soon fell into a state of ecstasy again. Outside the door, Lu Yuming gently pushed it open and carefully poked her head in. Listening to the sounds Li Jinmei continued to make, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Then, she tiptoed into the house, turned on the Bluetooth speaker, and played a song called Princess. As the accompaniment sounded, Lu Yuming left the room again. The atmosphere between the two people in the bathroom was not ruined by this episode. On the contrary, the songs make me more passionate. The swirling wine glass, the lips seem to be stained with blood. That unusual beauty, that unforgivable sin. Anyone who follows loyally can at best be a guard. With roses under his feet, he returns a kiss as comfort. Pitiful. Like silly music, it teaches people how to fall asleep. An unknown perfume, a suffocating ghost. Sharp high heels have broken so many hearts. Scimitar-like eyebrows guard your secret garden. The night is so beautiful, no matter how dangerous it is. There are always people with dark circles under their eyes, staying up late. Love is so beautiful, no matter how dangerous it is. I am willing to sacrifice everything and spend 1,000 years of tears. The pain is so beautiful, no matter how humble it is. I also want to experience the feeling of being torn into pieces. You are so beautiful, even though I am speechless. I want to block out the world with a pile of stones. My princess, I want to monopolize your beauty. The singing is passionate. The two people in the bathroom are no exception. As the song reaches its climax, the two of them completely merge together. Congratulations to the host for successfully harvesting a beauty and taking the first blood. The reward will be doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points x2. Bai Ze couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect to get so many points this time. It seems that once your appearance exceeds 95 points, the rewards will also increase. Bai Ze quickened his movements. Li Jinmei, who had been restraining herself, could no longer hold back from making a sound. All kinds of heart-stirring sounds were heard. Li Jinmei also felt a little ashamed at this time. She couldn't believe she could make that sound, but she just couldn't help it. As the music covered up the pain, Li Jinmei could no longer hold it back. Release it freely. The night is so beautiful, but there are always people who stay up all night with dark circles under their eyes. The singing continued all night long. The two of them also did not sleep all night. Even Bai Ze felt a little tired. What's more, it's Li Jinmei. Her voice was already hoarse. I collapsed in bed, exhausted. Bai Ze got up and turned off the music, then lay on the bed and fell asleep holding Li Jinmei in his arms. The two of them slept very soundly. I slept until noon the next day. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. Bai Ze woke up instantly. I didn't expect the effect of genetic enhancement to be so significant, and I succeeded in the bid after just one try. Bai Ze sat up and stretched. All the fatigue in my body disappeared. He gently stroked Li Jinmei's hair. Li Jinmei turned her head and glared at Bai Ze. It seemed like blaming. Okay, get up and eat something. You consumed too much last night. Li Jinmei then slowly stood up, but judging from her movements, she seemed very tired. It's all your fault. I almost died in your hands. Li Jinmei complained. Bai Ze scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want to do that either. Who made his genes so strong? Lunch was already placed on the table without me noticing. Bai Ze stood up and picked up a bowl of porridge. The porridge was still hot. Bai Ze brought it to Li Jinmei, blew it carefully, and then fed it to her mouth. Seeing Bai Ze working so hard, most of the resentment in Li Jinmei's heart also disappeared. She burst out laughing. Okay, I'll do it myself. She was not used to being fed. Seeing that Li Jinmei had calmed down, Bai Ze handed the porridge to her. Soon, the two finished their meal. Li Jinmei went back to sleep after dinner. Bai Ze was bored, so he opened the attribute panel. Name, Bai Ze. Strength, 43. Agility, 28. Stamina, 8. Charm, 10. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immunity to zombie virus, 2. Enhanced kidney function, 3. Improved semen activity. Now, his strength attribute is very high and his agility is sufficient. He turned his gaze to the two below. Stamina and charisma. Now he has 1,300 points. Can be exchanged for 26 attribute points. So I exchanged 13 points for each. Name, Bai Ze. Strength, 43. Agility, 28. Stamina, 21. Charisma, 23. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immunity to zombie virus. 2. Enhanced kidney function. 3. Improved semen activity. As his endurance improved, he felt his body's strength increase. He tried pinching his arm, but didn't feel much pain. Then he went to the mirror again. He found that he was different today. He seems to have become a lot more handsome, and there is also a feeling that is hard to describe. This change seems to be that the temperament is different from before. Although he couldn't feel it, he had a way. As long as she went out for a walk, those women would definitely notice the changes in him. So Bai Ze put on his clothes and went downstairs. Chapter 58. The rapidly growing Qinglong gang. Come to the living room. The women who were originally talking and laughing all looked at Bai Ze in amazement. Several people were stunned. The snacks in his hand were suspended in midair. Everyone seemed to be still, as if they had seen something new. After a long while, Lu Yiming said excitedly, Master, why do you feel different today? What's the difference? Bai Ze smiled. Several women looked at Bai Ze even more obsessively. I feel like my master has become more handsome today, Lu Yiming said shyly. The others all nodded excitedly. He stared at Bai Ze without blinking. Seeing everyone's reactions, Bai Ze was in a very good mood. This way, those women will be completely obsessed with him in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Ze's face was full of smiles. He had already begun to imagine a group of women surrounding him, begging to have a relationship with him. Bai Ze returned to the room again. Li Jinmei was still sleeping in bed. Bai Ze sat on the bed and opened the intelligence system. Photos of 3 women appear. The first one was a cashier with an appearance score of only 85, which was also the lowest appearance he had ever seen in the intelligence. Bai Ze guessed that only women with an appearance value of 85 points or above would be included in the system. Just ignore the first one. The second one is a bank employee with an appearance score of 87. He has a very decent appearance, but judging from his height, he would not be more than 1.5 meters. Bai Ze shook his head and looked at the third one. The third one is very much to Bai Ze's liking, with a pair of lively ponytails and a very high appearance value, with a score of 91. So, Bai Ze directly spent 20 points to check her information. Name, Zhou Siyao. Age, 21. Bust, a pair of D. Value, 91. Maintenance times, 1 time. Location, Qinglong Gang Headquarters. Qinglong Gang. Bai Ze never thought that she would be in the Qinglong Gang. If that's the case, things might not be so easy. After all, he has some connections with the Qinglong Gang. But I really don't like the other two. so I might as well go to the Qinglong gang and bring her back if possible. Thinking of this, Bai Ze went out, all the way to the core area of the Qinglong gang. From a distance, he saw members of the Qinglong gang on many buildings. He did not come to the core area of the Qinglong gang yesterday, but just had a brief conversation on the periphery. I didn't expect that the Qinglong gang has now transformed from a crow into a phoenix. All kinds of heavy weapons were obtained. These members are dressed in camouflage uniforms and are armed to the teeth from head to toe. At this time, a man holding an M4A1 walked towards Bai Ze. This person obviously knew Bai Ze. He came up to him and said respectfully, "Mr. Bai is here. Our gang leader is resting at the headquarters. Please follow me." Bai Ze followed the man. Bai Ze had only been here once before. Now the headquarters of the Qinglong gang has moved to another location. This is an 8-story office building. The door is still guarded by fully armed guards. The building was very clean, and what surprised Bai Ze was that there was a generator here. The elevator is available. After getting on the elevator, the security guard leading the way pressed the switch for the 8th floor, and then he exited the elevator. As the elevator door closed, the elevator started slowly. Soon, he arrived at the 8th floor. When the door opened, there was still a fully armed guard. The guard politely guided Bai Ze, and soon they arrived at Zhao Zilong's room. Knock, knock, knock. The security guard knocked on the door and said, "Boss, Mr. Bai wants to see you." Soon, hurried footsteps were heard from inside. Zhao Zilong quickly opened the door and looked at Bai Ze with a smile on his face. "Mr. Bai, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in." "Haha, I didn't expect that Brother Zhao has developed so quickly. I almost didn't recognize you," Bai Ze said and walked in. "Haha, Mr. Bai, please don't be polite to me. I am only able to achieve this today thanks to your 10 tons of food." As he spoke, Zhao Zilong handed over a cup of tea. Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Bai Ze felt more and more that this person was not simple. Relying solely on those 10 tons of food, they grew to such a size in such a short time. This was definitely not as easy as he said. "Mr. Bai, what brings you here this time?" Zhao Zilong asked after taking a sip of tea. Bai Ze was not a person who liked to beat around the bush. Since the other party asked, he said directly, "I want to find a woman from you." "What woman?" "Zhou Xiao." Zhao Zilong called the guard nearby and said, "Go and find out if there is a woman named Zhou Xiao here." "Yes." The guards received the order and went out. Zhao Zilong picked up the teapot and poured tea for Bai Ze with a smile. "Haha, I wonder who this person is to Mr. Bai? It's like this. This woman is a friend of my wife. I heard that she lives nearby, so I thought I'd try my luck and see if I can find her." Bai Ze made up a lie. "So that's how it is. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. As long as the person is with me, I will definitely find him for you." After a while, the guard came back and whispered something in Zhao Zilong's ear. Zhao Zilong's brows slightly frowned, but soon relaxed again. "Okay, I got it." After Zhao Zilong finished talking to the guard, fellow villager Bai Ze continued, "Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry. We found the woman you were looking for, but she's in our custody now. I'll have someone release her right away." "How many women are locked up here?" Bai Ze's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Zilong's words. If there are a lot of people locked up, then he could go and take a look. Maybe he could meet some good-looking women. "About 100 or so. Why is Mr. Bai interested in these women?" Zhao Zilong gave an intriguing smile. He knew that Bai Ze had many women, so when Bai Ze asked this question, he subconsciously thought that Bai Ze was not sexually satisfied. If this is true, he can still cater to her preferences and thus bring them closer together again. Thinking of this, he said before Bai Ze could speak, "Mr. Bai, why don't you go and take a look yourself? If you like anything, just tell me." Bai Ze was eager to go, so he agreed immediately. At this time, a guard walked in from outside the door and said something in Zhao Zilong's ear. Zhao Zilong's face frowned again. Bai Ze was also paying attention, and he found that this time it took Zhao Zilong a long time to control his expression. I guess the Qinglong gang is in big trouble. At this time, Zhao Zilong also looked at Bai Ze and said with guilt on his face, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Bai. I wanted to go with you, but something happened. So, I'll let my men go with you." "It's okay. If Brother Zhao has something to do, just go and do it first." After saying this, Zhao Zilong hurried out. Bai Ze followed the guards towards where the women were being held. Chapter 59. Robbery. Soon, they arrived at a 4-story building. The security here is tight, and the building is guarded by armed guards all around. Standing at the door, it was pitch black inside. Obviously, there is no generator here. "Mr. Bai, the person you are looking for is inside." The guard made a gesture of invitation. Bai Ze followed him in. As soon as he entered, The first thing he saw was a corridor, which reminded him of the long corridors in school. The building was quiet, with people walking around from time to time. Mr. Bai, the women here are actually our commodities. Everyone who comes here is here to buy women. The guard explained hurriedly. You are also engaged in human trafficking. Bai Ze was a little surprised. To be honest, we actually do any business. As long as the price is affordable, we will take it even if it means killing all the zombies in the city. Bai Ze chuckled, although it was impossible for them to really kill all the zombies in the city. But this at least made Bai Ze understand that the Qinglong gang's current business scope is very wide. He had used 10 tons of food to get them to help clear out the zombies. The two continued walking forward. Soon they arrived in front of a room. Through the glass on the door, you can see that there are 4 women locked in the room. The room is very small, only about 20 square meters at most, and contains 2 single bunk beds. Bai Ze looked at the 4 women's looks, which were quite average. So I continued walking forward and checked the next room. There are also 4 women in this room, but their looks still fail to impress Bai Ze. Soon, he checked more than a dozen rooms in a row, but there was no woman that satisfied him. In fact, it's not that these women are ugly. After all, they are the products selected by the Qinglong gang. He is also 1 in 100. It's just that Bai Ze is used to the beauties at home who are as beautiful as fairies, so he finds any girls who are slightly less attractive unattractive. The guard nearby saw Bai Ze checking and shaking his head repeatedly. So he asked doubtfully, Mr. Bai, is there nothing here that satisfies you? Yeah. Bai Ze also lost his patience and decided to go directly to Zhou Siyao. He continued to ask the guard, where is Zhou Siyao being held? Mr. Bai, please follow me. So Bai Ze no longer paid attention to the rooms around him and just followed the guard forward. As they walked, the guard introduced Zhou Siyao's situation. Mr. Bai, this Zhou Siyao was actually sold to us by her husband for 100 kilograms of rice. Her husband is a piece of shit. He was a drug addict before the end of the world. He squandered all the family assets and often committed domestic violence. When Zhou Siyao was sold to us, her body was covered in wounds. After the apocalypse, he sold his wife to survive. I guess he had to exchange all the food for drugs. Are you still selling drugs? Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. No, our gang leader said that we can do any business except drug business. After listening to the guard's words, Bai Ze had a deeper understanding of Zhao Zilong. To sum it up in one sentence, there is a little conscience, but not much. It can be seen from the fact that he is involved in human trafficking that he is definitely not a good person. Soon, the guard stopped in front of a door. Mr. Bai, the person inside is Zhou Siyao. Bai Ze looked into the room. I was immediately attracted by the hot woman inside. She was wearing a white shirt that was somewhat see-through. You can clearly see her underwear. I have to say that Zhou Siyao has a great figure. Her figure was faintly visible through her clothes. No man could remain indifferent when seeing that slender waist and snow-white skin. Open the door. The guard quickly took out the key and opened the door. Hearing the noise, Zhou Siyao inside quickly looked over. When she saw Bai Ze and the guards, she immediately curled up on the bed, seeming very scared. Hey, Mr. Bai has taken a fancy to you. Get up quickly. The guard shouted sternly. Zhou Siyao on the bed became even more frightened, and his body was shaking constantly. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Seeing this, Bai Ze had no choice but to comfort her. Perhaps it was because Bai Ze's voice was gentle enough that Zhou Siyao's body didn't tremble so violently. Her eyes were full of pleading, as if to say, save me. Don't be afraid. Come with me. Bai Ze stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Zhou Siyao. Zhou Siyao was stunned for a moment and slowly stretched out a hand from under the quilt, then slowly approached Bai Ze. Just when she was about to touch Bai Ze, a person suddenly broke in from outside the door. Haha, this girl is pretty. I want her. As he said that, the man walked over quickly, ready to reach out and grab Zhou Siyao. Bai Ze frowned, took 2 steps forward and grabbed Zhou Siyao's hand first. Then he pulled it up and hid it behind him. The man didn't expect Bai Ze to suddenly attack. His face suddenly turned gloomy. You stinky boy. You dare to snatch the woman I like. You are tired of living, right? As he spoke, the man actually pulled out a pistol from his waist. The guard who led Bai Ze here quickly stood up and said to the man, Mr. Wang, this is the Qinglong gang. Please abide by the rules here. Unexpectedly, the man surnamed Wang was not afraid at all, but became even more aggressive. Damn it, don't talk to me about rules. I am the rules. Do you know who I am? Go get Zhao Zilong. Just then, there was a noisy sound of footsteps in the corridor. Soon, A dozen men in casual clothes with fierce looks rushed in. Boss, what happened? The group of people came in and went straight to the man surnamed Wang. Bring this woman to me. Just at this moment, Zhao Zilong also walked in with his men. Boss Wang, I'm afraid that what you're doing is not in compliance with the rules. The fully armed guards behind him quickly pointed their guns at the people in the room. Boss Zhao, what do you mean? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Boss Wang, Mr. Bai was the first to choose this woman. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. I don't care who picked it first. If I pick it, then it's mine. Then you are just not giving me face. Zhao Zilong's voice suddenly became sharp. The man surnamed Wang saw that Zhao Zilong suddenly became serious and his momentum was not as strong as before. Brother Zhao, I really like this woman. Please give me some face and let her go to me. I will pay double the price. Seeing that he had calmed down a lot, Zhao Zilong smiled again. Haha, Boss Wang. It's not that I don't give you face, but if anyone can break the rules here, who would dare to do business with me in the future? Don't you think so? Boss Zhao, you are just not giving me this face. Hearing this, Boss Wang's expression became even uglier. Zhao Zilong still had a smiling face. Boss Wang, I, Zhao Zilong, always value honesty and rules when doing business. Since Mr. Bai chose this woman first, she should belong to him. If Boss Wang is determined to force her, I will accompany him to the end. As soon as these words were spoken, the guards who were armed with live ammunition loaded their guns and were ready to start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Okay, okay, okay. Boss Wang said, okay, 3 times in a row, then glared at Bai Ze fiercely. Just wait for me. After saying this, he left angrily with his men. Chapter 60. I bought this information. Several people watched each other leave. Zhao Zilong then looked at Bai Ze with an apologetic look on his face. Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry. This man is called Wang Shangquan. He used to be a drug dealer. He is ruthless and cruel. Now his strength is not inferior to mine. You have to be careful of his revenge. Bai Ze looked at Wang Shanquan's departing back, murderous intent revealed in his eyes. It's okay. I want to see what he wants to do. Bai Ze turned and looked at Zhou Siyao. At this time, Zhou Siyao lowered his head, looking frightened. Seeing her like this, Bai Ze also felt a strong desire to protect her. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl is already married. How much food does this woman need? Bai Ze asked. Haha, if that's what you want, then I'll give you half the price, 500 kilograms of food. Bai Ze took a deep breath. The woman who bought 100 kilograms of rice sold it for 500 kilograms. And this was agreed upon in advance. As long as Bai Ze comes, there will be a 50% discount. If we sell this to others, it would cost a ton of grain, which is a huge profit. No wonder Zhao Zilong rose to prominence in such a short time. At the same time, Bai Ze also became curious about what kind of business Zhao Zilong was doing. No problem. I'll bring people to my house to move it later. 500 kilograms of food is nothing to Bai Ze. Last time we emptied an entire shopping mall, there were 200 tons of food alone. After that, Bai Ze continued to ask, I don't know what business Brother Zhao is in. If I have any related needs in the future, I will come to you directly. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Haha, it's my fault for forgetting to introduce you. After we last met, we have expanded a lot of businesses one after another. We can help customers attack a building, and the fee will be determined by the number of zombies and mutant zombies. There are also escort missions. Whether it's the client's relatives or the client himself, we will escort them to the designated place. There are also arms trade, human trafficking, intelligence, assassinations, etc. We are also constantly expanding new businesses. You can come to us anytime if you need anything. You can even buy intelligence here. Can you get information about Wang Shangquan? Bai Ze asked in surprise. Of course there is. Mr. Bai, if you need one, I'll get you one right away. After saying that, Zhao Zilong ordered a younger brother to run out. Mr. Bai, I will give you this information as an apology for what happened just now. Bai Ze did not refuse. Although he had no shortage of food, he would take advantage of any opportunity he could get. After a while, the little brother came back with an envelope in his hand. He handed it to Zhao Zilong respectfully. Zhao Zilong took it and handed it to Bai Ze. Bai Ze directly took out the paper inside and examined it. Wang Shangquan, 54 years old this year, once made his fortune by selling drugs, and later founded a gang drug trafficking organization, Zio Yatang. He smuggled a large number of guns into the country. Strength estimation, extremely dangerous. After the end of the world, Wang Shangquan quickly organized the remaining members of the organization, continued to develop drugs, and exchange survival materials with other forces. He rose rapidly in a short period of time. The estimated number of people in the force, between 1,000 and 1,500. The accuracy is 80%. There are also some other introductions, such as information about the main members of their forces. After reading this information, Bai Ze once again looked at Zhao Zilong with admiration. It is very difficult to collect this information when information is cut off in the end times. With these things, Bai Ze can also make preparations in advance. Now that Zhou Siyao is in his hands, Bai Ze is ready to leave. After saying goodbye to Zhao Zilong, Bai Ze took Zhou Siyao out of the Qinglong gang base. In the dark, a figure slowly caught up with the two of them. Inside the Qinglong gang base. At this time, Wang Shangquan did not leave. He selected a few good-looking women from inside. I feel much better now. However, when he thought about Bai Ze snatching the woman he liked, he felt angry. At this moment, he saw Zhao Zilong. Wang Shan walked over angrily. Brother Zhao, you are so unkind. As soon as Wang Shangquan opened his mouth, he began to blame. Zhao Zilong sneered, then greeted him with a smile. Brother Wang, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. You have to understand me. If I make an exception this time and give you that woman, will I still be doing this business in the future? I still have to give face to Brother Zhao. By the way, who is that guy? Do you have any information about him to sell? After hearing what Zhao Zilong said, Wang Shanquan's expression improved a lot. Of course I have, but his information is very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy it? Humph. How valuable can a kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair be? Wang Shangquan said with disdain. Zhao Zilong sneered secretly, then said seriously, in this case, let's go get Bai Ze's information. A guard ran away quickly and brought back a locked box a short while later. Then it was handed over to Zhao Zilong. Wang Shangquan couldn't help but frown after seeing this. What the hell are you doing? It's just a piece of information. Why do you have to hide it so carefully? Zhao Zilong suddenly became serious. Brother Wang, are you sure you want to buy this information? After being treated like this by Zhao Zilong, Wang Shanquan's heart began to beat fast. But he didn't take Bai Ze seriously at all. So how much could his information be worth? Stop talking nonsense and tell me how much food you need. Zhao Zilong held up a finger. 100 kilograms of food? No problem. Zhao Zilong shook his head. 1,000 pounds, no problem. Just give it to me. Zhao Zilong shook his head again. This time, Wang Shangquan couldn't help but feel a little angry. How much is it? Come on. Zhao Zilong smiled warmly and said calmly, 100 tons. 100 tons. Wang Shanquan's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was frightened by something. 100 tons of food is enough for their base to consume for 5 years. This kid costs 100 tons for just one piece of information. At this time, Wang Shanquan's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't think that the boy had such great ability and was worth so much money. Instead, he thought that Zhao Zilong was deliberately making things difficult for him. Zhao Zilong, I am doing business with you sincerely. Why are you playing tricks on me? Brother Wang, how can you say that? I, Zhao Zilong, never cheat anyone in business. I'll pay you whatever the price is. You're my old customer. How could I possibly play tricks on you? After listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Wang Shangquan also calmed down. He also didn't believe that Zhao Zilong would really play a trick on him, but the price was too high. If he is really worth this price, then his identity... Thinking of this, Wang Shangquan also became cautious. If it is really as he thinks, then this information is even more worth buying. After all, he had already had a conflict with the other party before. If he doesn't get this matter sorted out, he will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. Thinking of this, he reluctantly said, I'll buy this information. Chapter 61 Brother is here to catch me. Zhao Zilong showed a hint of amusement. He had already calculated that Wang Shangquan would buy it. He knew Wang Shangquan. He was a suspicious man, but he was not a cunning person. A true nouveau riche. If he hadn't been lucky enough to live in the end of the world, he would have been arrested by now. In fact, he did raise the price. But the more this happened, the more suspicious Wang Shangquan became. If he sells it at a normal price, it will be difficult to sell it. Go back quickly and bring me 100 tons of supplies. Wang Shangquan urged. When Zhao Zilong saw the other party's anxious look, he knew that he would be able to kill him this time. Haha, don't worry, Brother Wang. We just harvested a batch of excellent Longjing tea yesterday. Let's try it together. Wang Shangquan took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and smiled awkwardly. Okay. Now, Zhao Zilong has taken the initiative, and Wang Shangquan is no longer as arrogant as before. The two soon arrived at the tea room. Zhao Zilong was calm and composed, brewing tea slowly and leisurely. Wang Shangquan was restless and got up from time to time to look out the window. In just half an hour, he went to the toilet 3 times. It feels a bit empty. Brother Wang, please wait patiently. Zhao Zilong handed over another cup of tea. Wang Shangquan was in no mood to taste the tea at this time, so he swallowed it in one gulp. Finally, another half an hour passed. There was the roar of a car outside. Hundreds of large military trucks slowly drove in, loaded with a full 100 tons of food. Judging from the supplies on the car, they are all puffed foods, which are light in weight and take up space. As soon as Wang Shangquan saw these supplies, he immediately changed his behavior. He was originally nervous, but suddenly he wasn't nervous anymore. Haha, Brother Zhao, my brother's supplies have arrived. Give me the information quickly. Zhao Zilong still had his signature smile. Brother Wang, why are you in such a hurry? I just brought back a group of top-notch women today. I heard there's a top internet celebrity among them. Do you want to go take a look? When Wang Shangquan heard this, he immediately showed a lecherous expression. Why didn't you tell me about this good news earlier? I wouldn't have drunk tea if I had known. Brother Zhao, take me to see it. Zhao Zilong sneered, thinking, with your weak appearance, can you last a minute? If I don't delay, can you wait for me to collect the supplies? By the time you read the intelligence, all the food will be in my warehouse. By then, it will be too late for you to regret. Zhao Zilong gave the younger brother a look. The young man quickly ran out and ordered people to start unloading the goods. Zhao Zilong walked out slowly with Wang Shangquan. Soon, they came to a building. Brother Wang, this female internet celebrity is in there. Wang Shangquan's obscene expression became more and more obvious. His eyes were narrowed into a slit, and his big yellow teeth were all exposed. Hee, thank you very much, Brother Zhao. After saying that, Wang Shangquan pushed the door open and went in. Zhao Zilong immediately stopped smiling, and his expression turned somewhat sinister. Then he closed the door. The light in the room was a little dim, but the graceful figure on the bed could still be seen. Wang Shangquan looked at the woman sitting on the bed and making various seductive poses, and his mood suddenly became excited. My body gradually became hot. The female internet celebrity took a sneak peek and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother, you are so bad. Her voice was so charming and moving that people felt melted when they heard it. Hey, sister, brother is here. Wang Shangquan stared at the female internet celebrity without blinking, then slowly walked towards the bed. The female internet celebrity also slowly stood up and gently threw a piece of clothing off her body. The clothes were buttoned on Wang Shangquan's face. Wang Shangquan picked up the clothes gently and then sniffed the fragrance on it with an intoxicated look on his face. You smell so good, sister. After saying that, he pounced on the female internet celebrity. Hee. The female internet celebrity's laughter was as loud as a silver bell, and she dodged it with a light move. Brother, come and catch me. Wang Shangquan missed and fell directly on the bed, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled even more brightly. You little rascal, wait and see how your brother will deal with you later. After saying that, he pounced on the female internet celebrity again. He chased. She fled. She was doomed. After chasing for a while, the female internet celebrity still couldn't escape Wang Shangquan's pursuit. He hugged her from behind. Wang Shangquan kept rubbing his face against the female internet celebrity and smelling her fragrance. This made the female internet celebrity laugh so hard that she was shaking with laughter. Brother, you make me so itchy. If you are caught by me, you will be punished. Then how are you going to punish me? The female internet celebrity said shyly. You'll know soon. Wang Shangquan felt proud. His hands were dishonestly touching the female internet celebrity's body, then slowly undressed the female internet celebrity. In a few seconds, the upper body of the female internet celebrity was exposed. Wang Shangquan looked at the beauty in front of him and became more obsessed. He was about to take off the rest of his clothes, but was stopped by the female internet celebrity. Brother, can we play something different today? Okay, of course. I'll listen to you. Wang Shangquan was completely fascinated. The female internet celebrity took Wang Shangquan's hand, and they both came to the bed. Then she asked Wang Shangquan to lie on the bed and make his body into a big character. There is a rope at each of the 4 corners of the bed. Then the female internet celebrity slowly tied his hands and feet. Wang Shangquan was still grinning from ear to ear, and he teased, So my sister likes this. You must serve me well later. Oh, don't worry, brother. I will definitely take good care of you later. Soon, his limbs were tied up. The female internet celebrity also slowly took off his clothes. Then she slowly stood on the bed and started dancing. Wang Shangquan was intoxicated again by what he saw. Then, the female internet celebrity slowly sat on Wang Shanquan's body, gently caressing every inch of his skin with her hands. After some teasing, the female internet celebrity stood up again. This time, she placed her hands on her belt. Wang Shanquan immediately perked up. His eyes were fixed there. Take it off quickly. As the female internet celebrity slowly took off her clothes, Wang Shanquan's expression became more and more excited. The key point is about to be revealed. The female internet celebrity moved lightly, and she paused deliberately to continue teasing Wang Shanquan. Good sister, brother can't wait. The female internet celebrity then continued. Finally, Wang Shanquan saw the place as he wished. But his expression froze immediately. His mind went blank in an instant. There is a sculpture. How could there be a sculpture? Wang Shanquan wilted instantly. You, who are you? Wang Shanquan kept struggling, but his limbs were controlled and he couldn't move at all. Brother, I am your sister. Don't come over here. Let me go. Brother, I will serve you well. Having said that, the female internet celebrity ignored Wang Shanquan's struggle and forcefully took the initiative. Ah! Wang Shanquan screamed at the top of his lungs. He was in his 50s and one day. What a shame. Chapter 62. I, Wang Shan, have written down everything that happened today. After it was over, Wang Shanquan curled up on the bed and cried like a baby. He had never felt so helpless as he did today. He suddenly thought of Zhao Zilong, who had tricked him into coming to this room. Zhao Zilong, he said hoarsely, gritting his teeth. The transvestite next to her had already put on her clothes and turned into the beautiful internet celebrity again. At this time, Zhao Zilong walked in from outside. Brother Wang, are you having fun? This sentence undoubtedly stabbed Wang Shanquan's wound again. Zhao Zilong, how dare you harm me? Brother Wang, what are you talking about? Are you not satisfied with the beauty I have here? Zhao Zilong instantly looked terrified. Fuck you. Wang Shanquan became more and more excited. Zhao Zilong showed a puzzled expression. Brother Wang, if you are not satisfied, just tell me. I just brought this girl home not long ago. I will definitely train her well. Wang Shanquan just felt like his fist was hitting cotton. Hearing what Zhao Zilong said, Wang Shanquan sighed. He thought to himself, if he was really told this, then it means he doesn't know that this person is a she-male? No, I can't let others know that I was fucked by a she-male. This matter must be kept secret and must not be known to any third person. Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger and said, Brother Zhao, I am very satisfied with this internet celebrity. Please name a price. I will buy this woman. Zhao Zilong suppressed his laughter and continued with an embarrassed expression. Brother Wang, this is not good. I also like this woman very much. I originally planned to train her well and let her make more money for me. Wang Shanquan almost vomited blood. If you cultivate it, won't more people know that I was done that by a she-male? He would never allow such a thing. Brother Zhao, I really like this woman. Just name your price. Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger. Since Brother Wang likes it, I can only reluctantly give it up. Do you think 10 tons of food is okay? What? You sell 10 tons of a woman? Brother Wang, there are so many women in the world. Why do you like this? How about this? I have a few pretty ones here. I'll find them for you. They're all cheap. No, we want this one. Wang Shanquan interrupted quickly. Are you kidding? Is he doing this for women? He is in deep pain right now. Finally, Wang Shanquan gritted his teeth and said, 10 tons is 10 tons. I will send someone back to haul it now. At this time, all the 100 vehicles outside had been unloaded. Zhao Zilong's men are working hard to move these supplies into the warehouse. The vehicles also left in an orderly manner. Brother Zhao, the supplies have been unloaded. Do you think it's time to give me this information? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, I'll get it for you right away. After giving the order, a younger brother ran out. Soon the box containing information about Bai Ze was brought over. Zhao Zilong took out a key and opened the lock. There was only an envelope and a few photos inside. Wang Shanquan's eyes lit up when he saw these photos. Because these women are so beautiful. Compared with these women, his women are simply ugly. Brother Zhao, who are these women? He asked puzzledly. These are Bai Ze's women. They are all his. Wang Shanquan suddenly felt a little jealous. How could so many beautiful women all belong to him? He quickly opened the envelope. Name, Bai Ze, age, 20 to 21. He is a student at Jinghai University. He was often bullied by his classmates and was slandered by the school beauty Liu Yumeng. After the end of the world, Bai Ze rose to prominence, surrounded by beautiful women, and once conducted a transaction with us for 10 tons of food. The transaction involved clearing the zombies outside Pinshang Pavilion. During the operation, Bai Ze showed amazing strength and was able to kill the mutant zombies with one punch. After that, we secretly observed and found that Bai Ze took 2 women away from Pinshang Pavilion. It is speculated that Bai Ze likes to rescue women, especially beautiful women. Bai Ze's base is located in the open space behind Jinghai University. According to reliable information, his base was not damaged at all in the explosion. The place speculates that there is a terrifying force behind Bai Ze. The reliability of the information is 99%. After reading the above content, Wang Shanquan's face turned ugly. This news seems fake no matter how you look at it, but they say the news is 99% reliable. This really takes him for a fool. Wang Shanquan threw the letter to the ground angrily. Zhao Zilong, you are kidding me. How can someone kill a mutant zombie with one punch? I may not be able to kill it even with a gun. Tell me he can kill it with one punch. And who is the power behind this? Why isn't it written down? How dare you sell me 100 tons of food with this kind of information? Are you crazy because you are so poor? Brother Wang, I've already given you the information. As for whether you believe it or not, there's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Zilong's words became more forced. I don't care. I want a refund. I'm sorry, but we, the Qinglong gang, never allow returns. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Soon, a group of armed guards rushed in and quickly surrounded Wang Shanquan and several of his men. Wang Shanquan's face became increasingly gloomy. He knew that he was bound to suffer a loss today. Okay, you are so cruel. I, Wang Shanquan, will remember what happened today. Brothers, let's go. After saying that, Wang Shanquan prepared to leave. At this time, the guard still showed no intention of giving way. Wang Shanquan looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, What do you mean? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Wang. Your 10 tons of food haven't arrived yet. Have you forgotten that your woman is still here with me? Zhao Zilong emphasized his tone, especially on the word woman. Wang Shanquan's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he realized that all this was a trap set by Zhao Zilong. Okay, I admit defeat today. Just wait for me. Now that they had already fallen out, Zhao Zilong was too lazy to pretend with him. Wang Shanquan, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't offend Mr. Bai, or you will regret it. Wang Shanquan narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't think this was a reminder, but only thought that he was humiliating himself. Soon, 10 military trucks drove into the Qinglong gang again. 10 tons of food were quickly moved down. Now can I go? And that bitch. Of course, you are welcome to come again next time. At this time, all the guards who were armed with live ammunition put away their weapons and made way. The internet celebrity Shimale was also brought here, but it was a dead body. Wang Shanquan's younger brothers lifted up the body and left angrily with Wang Shanquan. Chapter 63 Fanjian? Really a jerk. After leaving the Qinglong gang base, Wang Shanquan vented his anger angrily. Damn it. Sooner or later, I will destroy the Qinglong gang and that kid. Boss, I've arranged people to follow that guy. A smart younger brother said quickly. Wang Shanquan's expression eased a little. Humph. I want to see where this kid comes from. Boss, do you need me to bring people to kill him? Wang Shanquan rolled his eyes and said, Don't let our people go. Zhao Zilong is a very cautious guy. We can't distrust his information. Let's find an outsider to find out his background first. After saying this, a trace of pain appeared on Wang Shanquan's face. Yes. On the other side, Bai Ze took Zhou Xiao away. Zhou Xiao followed Bai Ze carefully all the way and seemed very afraid. In order to make her less scared, Bai Ze started chatting with her. I heard that you were sold to the Qinglong gang by your husband? Yeah. Zhou Xiao responded softly, still very vigilant. He also caused all the injuries on your body? Yeah. Zhou Xiao was still very vigilant. After speaking, he pulled up his sleeves to cover the scars on his body. Don't worry, no one will beat you anymore, and no one will sell you out again. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao showed a look of surprise, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Really? Of course, you will be my woman from now on. As long as you are obedient, you will be provided with food, clothing, and other necessities. Zhou Xiao was stunned and looked at Bai Ze. I feel like being with this handsome man is a good choice. As she thought about it, a blush appeared on her little face. The two continued walking, and at this moment, Bai Ze keenly sensed that someone was chasing them quickly from behind. His expression immediately turned cold, and he looked back. A dozen men with machetes were running towards him. Zhou Xiao also looked back, and was instantly frightened when she saw these ferocious-looking people. At this time, She also saw a figure in the crowd that frightened her. She quickly hid behind Bai Ze. Bai Ze noticed the change in Zhou Xiao's expression. Originally, she was just a little scared when she saw this group of people, but she was not so scared as to hide behind herself. And she seemed to become so panicked when she saw someone. Could it be the scumbag who sold Zhou Xiao? Thinking of this, Bai Ze's face turned even more gloomy. Then he took out his magical weapon. Today's magical weapon was a stick, which looked a bit like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. At this time, these people had also caught up. As soon as they came up, they surrounded the two of them. Xiaoyao, come here quickly. A skinny man with dark circles under his eyes, pale complexion, empty eyes said impatiently. Zhou Xiao's body trembled, and she slowly took a step forward. Don't go. Bai Ze grabbed her wrist directly. You little bastard. How dare you touch my woman? The man roared. Bai Ze ignored him and looked at Zhou Xiao and said, Is this the scumbag? Zhou Xiao nodded with a painful expression. You little bastard, who the hell are you calling a scumbag? My name is Fanjian. Let her go quickly, or I'll kill you. Bai Ze couldn't help laughing when he heard the other person's name. He is really a bitch. Boy, you're looking for death. Fanjian was so angry that he stomped his feet. He looked at Zhou Xiao again and vented all his anger on her. Get over here, you stinky bitch. Zhou Xiao was so frightened that his body trembled, and he instinctively walked towards the other person. Bai Ze stopped her again. I know you are a good person, but there are too many of them. If I don't go with him, he will kill both of us. Zhou Xiao looked at Bai Ze in despair. She didn't know how powerful Bai Ze was. In her opinion, Fanjian and those gangsters were already very powerful. If so many of them attacked Bai Ze alone, he would definitely not be able to resist. That's why she said such a thing. Humph, you little brat, did you hear what she said? This is a matter between us two, so be smart and let him go. Fanjian was very proud. Fanjian has been taking drugs continuously for this year, and he no longer has that desire. I feel so resentful every day when I look at such a beautiful woman but cannot have sex with her. Therefore, he often abused Zhou Xiao to satisfy his perverted needs. Today he had a drug addiction, but he had no food to exchange for drugs, so he set his sights on Zhou Xiao. He had just sold Zhou Xiao to the Qinglong gang, and then took the food to the Zhao Yatang headquarters to buy drugs. When buying drugs, he actually met a senior executive of Zhao Yatang. According to his understanding, this senior executive is the right-hand man of Xiaoyao Hall's leader Wang Shangquan. A small fry like him has no right to talk to such a being. But today, the other party took the initiative to ask me for help and said that as long as the job was done, all the drugs would be provided free of charge in the future. With such a huge temptation, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just killing one person? Not to mention that it is the end of the world now. He would dare to do it even in a prosperous era. So he found some people and prepared to kill Bai Ze. But he didn't expect that he would meet Zhou Xiao again. Originally, he felt a little painful about selling Zhou Xiao. Although I can't do those things anymore, it's still very pleasing to the eye to have around. Just when he was regretting, he met Zhou Xiao again. He felt extremely lucky today. Not only did he get Zhou Xiao back, but he also got an endless supply of drugs. In the future, you will be able to board the big ship of Zhao Yatang and reach the peak of your life. Thinking of this, Fanjian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, I'm in a good mood today, so I can let you choose a quick way to die. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhou Xiao was the first to panic. She quickly said to Fanjian, I'll go with you. Please let him go. When Fanjian heard this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his hatred for Bai Ze became even stronger. Which man can tolerate his wife begging for mercy from other men? You stinky cousin, do you have the right to speak here? You want to save him, right? Then I will torture him to death in front of you. Fanjian's expression gradually became hideous and distorted. Faced with all this, Bai Ze remained calm. Zhou Xiao didn't know why this man was so calm, but she felt that she had brought disaster upon him. She looked at Bai Ze with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Looking at the woman in front of him, Bai Ze didn't know what to say. He raised his hand and gently stroked Zhou Xiao's head. Don't worry, these guys can't hurt me. Bai Ze's voice was so loud that everyone present heard it. Fanjian's face became even uglier. Damn it, kill him for me. The people around looked at each other, with a hint of fierceness in their eyes. Several people swung their swords and slashed at Bai Ze in an instant. Chapter 64. Seeking the Psychological Shadow Area of Wang Shangquan. Ah! Zhou Xiao screamed in fright when she saw this scene, and then quickly covered her eyes. Ouch! Ah, puff. In just a moment, all kinds of screams were heard. Zhou Siyao was a little surprised. This didn't sound like Bai Ze's voice. She gently moved her hand away and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw this, her pupils suddenly shrank and her mouth opened wide in disbelief. There were only 7 or 8 people lying on the ground. These people were lying on the ground, wailing constantly, as if they were in great pain. She couldn't help but look at Bai Ze. It is still as calm and peaceful as ever. He did all this? Zhou Siyao suddenly seemed to have opened the door to a new world. It's like discovering something incredible. It turns out he is so strong. No wonder he dares to say those words. At this moment, a look of joy appeared on Zhou Siyao's face, and all the fear in his heart disappeared. Hiding behind Bai Ze, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, she fell deeply in love with Bai Ze. On the other hand, Fanjian was just the opposite. He would never have imagined that the people he found were so useless. He was beaten by Bai Ze at the same time, but no one could hurt him, not even touch him. This is outrageous. At this moment, he also understood Bai Ze's strength. This task was not as simple as he had imagined. Waste. You are a bunch of waste. Fanjian cursed angrily. At this time, Bai Ze looked at Fanjian and glared at him fiercely. Fanjian was about to say something, but was frightened by Bai Ze's eyes and swallowed it back. At this sight, Fanjian felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't describe the fear, he just had a feeling that it would be easy for Bai Ze to kill him, and it would be effortless. At this moment, Fanjian was really scared. Fear begins to arise from the bottom of my heart. He was just a small gangster, and when his life was threatened, all he could think of was running away. All the endless drugs and Zhou Siyao were thrown out of his mind. No matter how good these things are, can they be as important as your own life? So, without waiting for Bai Ze's next move, he ran away. Bai Ze saw him running away and quickly chased after him. After running a few steps, he caught up with Fanjian, whose steps were a little unsteady. Bai Ze took the opportunity to kick out. Fanjian flew out directly, and then slid on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Bai Ze only used 20% of his strength in this kick, which would not kill him at all. But Fanjian just lay on the ground without moving. Bai Ze walked over and found that Fanjian's face had become even paler and he had fainted. Bai Ze shook his head. He guessed that the other party had been taking drugs for a long time, and his body was seriously overdrawn. Even if Bai Ze didn't kill him, he wouldn't survive for a few days. So Bai Ze ignored him and walked towards the other people. At this moment, they were still lying on the ground. Bai Ze controls a lot of his strength and calculates his strength every time he attacks. Each of them had 1 or 2 broken bones, which was why they couldn't get up for so long. When Bai Ze came in front of these people, they immediately trembled with fear. Some were even frightened to the point of peeing. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Bai Ze shouted sternly. Several people trembled again. "Brother, it was Fanjian who asked us to do this. Please, just do it for us." "Yes, big brother, it was Fanjian who asked us to come here. He said that he would give us drugs if we killed you. We didn't believe him at first, but he took out a lot of drugs and gave them to us. We were also bewildered for a while. Please, big brother, forgive us this time. Brother, we won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us." Listening to the same words from several people, Bai Ze understood that they really didn't know. He looked at Fanjian again, wondering in his heart. Fanjian even sold his wife for drugs. Where did he get the food to exchange for drugs and distribute them to other people? Could it be that Zyro Yaetang instructed him to do so? Thinking of this, Bai Ze's face darkened. He didn't expect that Wang Shanchuan's revenge would come so quickly. As soon as he left the Qinglong gang, they sent people to follow him and sent such a group of useless things to test the waters. Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Since you want to play, I'll play with you." Bai Ze looked at the people on the ground. They were just pawns and were of no use at all. Instead, they could send back some false information. Thinking of this, Bai Ze used his magic weapon to break their legs. Although he could avoid killing them, it didn't mean that they would not pay any price. Bai Ze deliberately restrained his strength to give them the illusion that he was weak. Soon, the screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard again, and Bai Ze pretended to have to use a lot of effort to break their legs. "Get out!" These people seemed to have heard some heavenly music, and each of their faces was filled with expressions of painful joy. One by one, they thanked Bai Ze for not killing them, then limped towards Fanjian and carried him away. At this moment, Zhou Siyao looked at Bai Ze with eyes full of admiration. It is hard for her not to be moved by a man who is both handsome and powerful. She hasn't had a single good day since she followed Fanjian. She was often subjected to domestic violence, and gradually her character became timid and cowardly. Her life was full of darkness. Now, Bai Ze was like a ray of light, shining into her heart. Zio Yatang headquarters. Damn you, Zhao Zilong. I'm going to kill you. Bitch, hurry up and do it for me. If you don't get it up today, I'll kill you. At this time, a beautiful girl was kneeling in front of Wang Shangquan, fiddling with her body trembling. But no matter what she did, it remained indifferent. She was so anxious that tears were falling down her face. Wang Shanquan's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. Normally he would have a reaction when he saw this woman, but today he felt nothing. Snapped. Wang Shangquan angrily slapped him and yelled, "Get lost." The woman felt relieved, covered her face and ran away. "Go find me a doctor." Wang Shangquan shouted to his younger brother at the door. The younger brother had never seen his boss so angry, so he ran out to find a doctor. Soon, a male doctor walked in. After some conversation, the doctor began to do various examinations. But as he examined him, the doctor's expression became more serious. Finally, he stopped what he was doing and said to Wang Shangquan, "Boss, this time you must have been frightened and became impotent. Medical conditions are limited now, so recovery is unlikely." Hearing this, Wang Shan felt completely disheartened. He regretted it, just because he had taken a fancy to a woman in the Qinglong gang. When it was about to start, the guy took out something bigger than his. This frightened him so much that he instantly wilted. The incident left him with a psychological trauma, so that whenever he thought about doing that kind of thing, the shemale would appear in his mind. Chapter 65: The Thoughts of Various Forces. Get out. All of you, get out. Wang Shangquan cursed everyone in the room like a madman. All these people ran out in fear. Then Wang Shangquan continued to smash things in the house to vent his anger. After a while, Wang Shangquan stopped panting. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Shangquan said unhappily, "Come in." When Wang Shangquan saw the person coming, his mood eased a little. "Lu Shuo, what's the matter?" "Boss, the people you ordered before are back," Lu Shuo said respectfully. "Oh, what's the result?" Wang Shangquan immediately became excited. They didn't kill Bai Ze, and they all suffered multiple fractures. Hearing this, Wang Shanquan's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited again. "Waste. All of them are waste. Where are they? Bring them here. I want to interrogate them in person." "Yes." Lu Shuo turned around and went out, and soon Fanjian and others were brought in. At this time, Fanjian had already woken up. When he saw Wang Shanquan's gloomy face, he was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Hall Master." When the other people heard Fanjian's name, they also knelt down quickly. For them, such big figures are people they can only look up to. "Tell me, how strong is Bai Ze?" Wang Shangquan suppressed his anger, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Master, that kid is quite skilled. We couldn't defeat him even when we attacked together." Fanjian hurriedly repeated what he had said to Lu Shuo before. "What kind of weapon did he use, and what do you think of his strength?" Wang Shangquan looked a little unhappy. "Master, that guy used a stick and they all had multiple fractures. We were beaten so badly that we had no power to fight back and could only let him beat us." "He must be very strong," Fanjian said timidly. "Not only did he fail to complete the mission this time, but he was beaten so badly. I'm afraid he will be in big trouble this time," Fanjian thought. "Then why did you all come back alive?" Wang Shangquan continued to ask. Fanjian and his companions were suddenly speechless. They don't know how to answer this question. Do you think they are lucky? Or did Bai Ze let them back on purpose? The key point is that he was unconscious at the time and knew nothing. At this time, another person quickly spoke. "Master, at that time we all thought we were going to die, so we just protected our vital parts. When he hit us, I felt that he was a little out of breath, as if he was tired. After a while, he told us to get out." "Tired? That means he let you back because he was tired." This time it was Wang Shanquan's turn to be surprised. Several people nodded. "Then did you tell me who ordered you to do this?" Several people quickly shook their heads and said, No, we just found out about it." At the time, only Fanjian knew about it, and he was already unconscious. After hearing the answers from several people, Wang Shangquan smiled. "Well done, you can go and claim your reward. Remember not to let anyone else know about this, or you know the consequences." Fanjian was smart, and got a reward even though he didn't complete the task. He quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely keep this matter to myself." Seeing this, others also quickly expressed their opinions. Wang Shangquan waved his hand and signaled them to leave. Come with me to get your reward, Lu Shua said sternly at this time. Fanjian and his companions quickly got up from the ground and followed Lu Shua out. As soon as he got out of the door, Fanjian couldn't wait to ask, Deputy Hallmaster Lu, what is our reward? Lu Shua showed a devilish smile and said, you'll know later. Soon, several people followed Lu Shua to a building. Your reward is inside. Go in and get it. Thank you, Deputy Chief Manager Lu. With that, Fanjian and others rushed in impatiently. When they all went in, Lu Shua closed and locked the door. After a while, screams were heard from inside. There are also the roars and chewing sounds of zombies. Soon, the voices of several people disappeared, leaving only the zombies chewing in the house. Only the dead can keep secrets. Lu Shua outside the door sneered and said lightly. Then he turned and left. Returned to Wang Shanquan's room. Boss, everything is done. Well, what do you think of this, Bai Ze? Wang Shangquan shook the goblet and took a sip of the red wine in it. Lu Shua looked thoughtful. I've already seen the injuries of these people. Each of them has many marks of being beaten with sticks, and the broken bones were caused by many beatings. This shows that his strength is not as exaggerated as the intelligence said. He can blow up the mutant zombie's head with one punch. With such strength, he should be able to kill them with just one blow of a stick. How could he survive after so many hits? Unless what? Wang Shangquan looked anxious. Unless he did it on purpose to show us. Lu Shua said. On purpose? Why would you show it to us on purpose? Wang Shangquan looked puzzled. I don't understand this either. He lowered his strength to confuse us. If the information Zhao Zilong gave us is true, then he did this to lower our defenses and let the forces behind him take action to deal with us. What if the information is false? Then we have missed the opportunity to kill him. Wang Shangquan was a little excited. Obviously, he was unwilling to let Bai Ze go just like that. Boss, think about what happened today. From Bai Ze snatching the woman you liked, to Zhao Zilong selling you information, and then what happened afterwards. Lu Shua suddenly stopped talking. Seeing Wang Shanquan's grim expression, he quickly continued, don't you think this is a trap set by Zhao Zilong for us? Wang Shanquan's expression changed, and his eyes were full of resentment. Boss, the only thing we need to verify right now is the authenticity of the intelligence. As long as we are sure that the intelligence is false, we can kill that guy immediately. Lu Shua vowed. But how do we verify this? Wang Shangquan asked puzzledly. This is easy. We just need to make sure whether the two of them are colluding to deceive us. Okay, let's do this. You immediately arrange for people to go down and monitor the Qinglong gang and Bai Ze. I want to know if they are colluding with each other. Yes, Lu Shua said and turned to leave. Qinglong gang. Ha ha ha. Boss, Zyro Yaetang has suffered a huge loss this time. I guess Wang Shangquan is crying in his bed right now. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zilong thought for a moment and said, take out 10 tons of these supplies and send them to Bai Ze. After all, we are selling him intelligence, so don't let this matter cause any misunderstandings among us. Don't worry, boss. I'll do it right away. Chapter 66 Undercurrents. Soon, 10 large trucks loaded with supplies drove out of the Qinglong gang headquarters. In the dark, several figures recorded all of this. As the trucks slowly moved away, some of the figures separated and followed quietly. The truck drove all the way to Bai Ze's safe house before stopping. At this time, a beautiful woman got off the first truck. The woman shook her flowing hair, and the hair on her shoulders began to shake like a waterfall. The woman came to the safe house and gently pressed the doorbell. Bai Ze had already noticed these 10 trucks. He already knew who these people were when he saw the woman. The woman's name is Li Xiaoxiao, and she is Zhao Zilong's right-hand man. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very skilled in martial arts. However, this person was very loyal to Zhao Zilong, so Bai Ze did not include her in his goal of having many children and great fortune. Bai Ze gently opened the door and walked out with a smile on his face. Ms. Li Xiaoxiao, right? Are you here to get supplies? You misunderstood, Mr. Bai. Our gang leader said that you don't have to pay for buying that woman, and we will also give you 10 tons of supplies. Li Xiaoxiao showed a professional smile. This time, Bai Ze was a little surprised and didn't understand why the other party said that. Send me supplies? What's going on? Then, Li Xiaoxiao said what Zhao Zilong had told her. She did not hide anything and told everyone everything about selling Bai Ze's information. Bai Ze was a little angry at first, but when he learned that his intelligence had sold 100 tons of supplies, he suddenly felt relieved. He had already imagined the heartache Wang Shangquan must have felt after losing 100 tons of supplies. This is not the end yet. Li Xiaoxiao also took out the video of Wang Shangquan being raped by a she-male. Upon seeing this, Bai Ze burst out laughing. Especially the picture where that beauty took out something bigger than Wang Shanquan's. It can definitely be included in the Beijing Film Academy teaching materials. This is so fucking funny. Okay, I'll take all these things. Go back and tell Zhao Zilong that I don't blame him for this. Li Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered his men to start unloading the supplies. After all the supplies were placed in the safe house, Li Xiaoxiao said goodbye and left. As all the trucks left, several figures hurried away not far from the safe house. At this time, Bai Ze looked in the direction where the figure left and sneered. Since his speed attribute has been improved, his perception of the surroundings has also been greatly enhanced. He had long sensed those who were following him. The reason why he didn't kill these people was that he didn't want to alert the enemy. He didn't want to be watched all the time. So he either had to take action and solve the problem in one go, or wait for the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. After returning to the safe house, Bai Ze directly put the supplies into the space. At this time, the women in the room also came out. They also heard what he and Li Xiaoxiao said just now. So, as soon as they came out, they looked at Bai Ze with heavy expressions. "Give me a gun, and I will protect everyone together with you." Li Jinmei said with a firm look. "Master, is Wang Shangquan very powerful? Will they do anything bad to you?" Lu Yumeng was a little worried. "Master, we will face it together with you," Xiaomo said with determination. "Xiao Bai Ze, no matter who he is, I will never allow him to hurt my family." Su Runyan clenched her fist and said fiercely. Bai Ze looked at this group of women and felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. "Don't worry, no one can hurt you here." However, Bai Ze changed his mind and felt that these women should also be able to protect themselves. It just so happens that Li Jinmei can teach them how to use firearms. Today, Li Jinmei's loyalty has reached 80 and she can be completely trusted. So he authorized the authority of the safe house to Li Jinmei. This way, she also has free access to the safe house and armory. Li Jinmei, from today on you will be responsible for teaching everyone how to use firearms. There is an armory on the first floor underground. You can go in and out as you like. I guarantee to complete the task. Li Jinmei's face lit up after hearing this. Because Bai Ze always acts alone, and he has a variety of magical weapons, he does not collect weapons. Now he only has 2 pistols and 32 rounds of ammunition. This amount of weapons and ammunition can be ignored. Fortunately, his system gave him a crossbow and 100 arrows. Bai Ze took Li Jinmei directly to the armory. Weapons and ammunition are quite precious nowadays, so you can use this crossbow to teach them how to shoot. Li Jinmei nodded, picked up the crossbow and played with it in her hand. Then, shoot at the target on the wall. The crossbow arrow hit the bullseye accurately. This crossbow is of very high quality. Li Jinmei looked at Bai Ze in surprise. "As long as you like it," Bai Ze said with a smile. He planned to exchange a few more crossbows and crossbow arrows so that his women could help out. "Then I'll go teach them how to use the crossbow." After saying that, Li Jinmei trotted out of the armory. Bai Ze also followed out. A group of women surrounded Li Jinmei and asked some questions chatteringly. Everyone was learning very actively. On the other side, the people responsible for monitoring the safe house and the Qinglong gang returned to Zhaoyatang. At this time, Wang Shanquan's face was as gloomy as water. He slammed the table hard, and the teacup on the table rolled to the ground. Everyone in the room was so frightened that they trembled and dared not breathe. Damn it, they are in cahoots with each other. "Master, now that the truth has been clarified, there is nothing to be afraid of Bai Ze. Now we should think about how to deal with the Qinglong gang." Lu Shuo on the side said calmly. "Humph, even if he's not scary enough, I'm going to kill him. He must die if he dares to steal my woman." Lu Shuo picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He then said slowly, "Before, several small bases wanted to form an alliance with us and seek our protection. What use are those small forces? Forming an alliance with them will only waste our resources." Wang Shangquan looked disgusted. "Master, the situation is very different now. The survival of those small forces is in question. If we spread the word that Bai Ze has offended us, then those forces that want to form an alliance with us will find a way to form an alliance with us and will naturally take action to deal with Bai Ze. We can then focus on dealing with the Qinglong gang. It will be up to you to decide whether to form an alliance with them or not." Wang Shangquan was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you still have a solution. The Qinglong gang is even more despicable. They actually cheated me of so many supplies. This revenge must be avenged. After these guys help me deal with Bai Ze, we will find a way to kill that bastard Zhao Zilong. Then, Lu Shua arranged people to move between various forces, spread the news about Bai Ze and Xiao Yaotang's celebration. For a time, Bai Ze's name became known to many people. Chapter 67. Prime Minister Chao is truly my teacher. Nightfall. Bai Ze went to bed early. He also knew that the next period of time would not be peaceful, so he wanted to take advantage of this time to improve his strength as quickly as possible. And the way he improves his strength is in bed. The bathroom door slowly opened, and a pretty figure wrapped in a bath towel quickly came out. This person was Zhou Siyao, who was brought back to the safe house today. She stood timidly in front of Bai Ze, with her head lowered, and said nothing. Bai Ze looked at Zhou Siyao after she took a bath. The whole person looks more beautiful, but there are many bruises on his body. Some of the marks are already very faint, but some are new. It can be seen that Zhou Siyao has been suffering from domestic violence for a long time. Come here, Bai Ze said softly. Zhou Siyao quickly took 2 steps and got closer to Bai Ze. Bai Ze took Zhou Siyao's hand and looked at the scars on her body. Bear with it, it might hurt a little. He picked up the ointment for treating external injuries that he had prepared in advance by the bed and gently applied it to the area where she was injured. When Bai Ze touched her wound, her body dodged. Ah. A soft moan also came out of her mouth. Hearing such a sound, Bai Ze felt that the air around him was getting a little hot. He had to move gently. Soon, all the exposed scars were covered. Okay, take off the towel. I'll help you apply the paint on the scratches inside. I have to apply it inside too. Zhou Siyao lowered her head and said shyly. What's there to be embarrassed about? You are mine now. Well, okay then. Zhou Siyao gently pulled open the bath towel, and the snow-white bath towel slid down Zhou Siyao's body to the ground. Suddenly, a more charming body appeared in front of Bai Ze. It's just that she has more scars on her body. Bai Ze couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Come here and lie down. Zhou Siyao lay on the bed obediently. Bai Ze also sat down next to her and applied the medicine evenly on her body. Zhou Siyao's back was very smooth and tender and a little cool. She was obviously a little nervous and her body was tense. Bai Ze had no choice but to apply the paint slowly each time to allow her to relax. But even so, some places still hurt. When she touched it, Zhou Siyao's delicate body trembled. From time to time, some impulsive sounds come out of his mouth. Although Zhou Siyao gradually relaxed, the frequency of the sounds she made also increased. This made Bai Ze feel very uncomfortable, and a feeling of heat filled his whole body. Some places also responded. Finally, after applying the lotion on her back, Bai Ze turned his gaze to her round and firm buttocks. He applied a handful of ointment and gently touched the scar. This is Zhou Siyao's sensitive part. She twists her waist every time she applies it. Bai Ze stayed calm and tried to remain cool-headed. Soon, the scars on the buttocks were also painted over. Okay, turn over. Zhou Siyao cooperated very well this time and turned over. Suddenly, a more attractive scenery appeared before our eyes. Bai Ze sighed helplessly and had to endure it for a while. He applied the ointment on his hands and then scratched the scar on Zhou Siyao's chest. Zhou Siyao spoke again. Her eyes were closed tightly and her body began to twist around, seeming to be in great pain. Bai Ze continued to apply the ointment, evenly coating the wound. At this moment, he found that Zhou Siyao suddenly clamped her legs together. The sound it makes becomes more and more enchanting. Bai Ze wanted to execute her right there and then. However, looking at the other wounds on her body, Bai Ze had to resist the urge and continue applying. Next was her waist, where 2 obvious scars appeared in a cross shape above her belly. Bai Ze continued to apply, trying to be as gentle as possible. Soon, all the scars on the upper body were painted over, and all that was left was to paint over the scars on the thighs. However, when he looked down, he was stunned. Zhou Siyao was still twisting her body at this time. Her eyes were blurred and her face was flushed. He seemed to be in great pain. My goodness, she has to be a young woman. After this, Bai Ze lost interest in continuing to paint. Who can apply medicine on this damn horse? As soon as Bai Ze stopped moving, Zhou Siyao also opened his eyes. When she saw Bai Ze staring at her there, her face became even redder. She sat up immediately and put her arms around Bai Ze's neck. Heavy breathing echoed in his ears. My heart was pounding like a boiling kettle. Take me, hurry up. Zhou Siyao's enchanting voice was like a love potion, making Bai Ze instantly infatuated. He picked up Zhou Siyao directly. Because of his rough movements, he accidentally touched the scars on her body. But Bai Ze couldn't care less. Bai Ze also quickly took off his clothes. Their skins pressed tightly together. feeling the cool liquid sliding down the body. Bai Ze no longer endured it. Ah! Suddenly, an even more enchanting sound appeared rhythmically. Congratulations to the host for getting a beautiful woman. Bonus points, plus 150. 2 hours later. It didn't end until Bai Ze groaned. After stopping, Zhou Siyao breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually a little afraid that Bai Ze would continue, because she really couldn't bear it. Bai Ze carried the limp Zhou Siyao into the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with water, they began to wash. Only then did Bai Ze realize that young women were more attractive. It's a pity that he still had a virgin complex at the beginning. Pooh. At this moment, he finally understood the joy of Prime Minister Chow. Prime Minister Chow is truly my teacher. After washing up, Bai Ze applied medicine to Zhou Siyao again. This time, Zhou Siyao was much more obedient and didn't dare to make those strange noises anymore. I was afraid that Bai Ze's blood would boil and he would do it again. Soon, the ointment was applied. Bai Ze gently covered her with a thin blanket. Then he turned off the light and left the room. Then, Bai Ze turned around and went into the next room. At this time, sisters Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin looked at Bai Ze in surprise. The two were just playing and joking in the bed when Bai Ze suddenly came in. This made both of them blush. "What's wrong with you?" Bai Ze asked. "Nothing, nothing." The two of them wrapped themselves tightly in the quilt and said nervously. But the more this happened, the more curious Bai Ze became. So, he took advantage of the two people's unpreparedness and directly lifted up the quilt. Suddenly, two naked white bodies appeared before my eyes. Chapter 68 Sexy Lingerie. Put it on and show me. What are you doing? Bai Ze suddenly became interested. Ah, we didn't do anything. Yes, my sister and I didn't do anything. We really didn't do anything. The two hurriedly explained. But the more they explained, the more Bai Ze didn't believe it. Real? The two sisters nodded quickly. Oh well. Hearing Bai Ze's words, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Bai Ze quickly turned behind the two of them. I saw that each of them had a piece of underwear hidden behind their backs. Ah! The two women were startled and quickly hid their underwear under their bodies. Take it out. Bai Ze stretched out his hand and said angrily. The two women had to take it out reluctantly. Bai Ze took the two pieces of underwear and checked Zhu Yaxin's first. This is a set of pink lingerie. The fabric is transparent, and the area covering the private parts is also transparent. There is actually no difference whether you wear this underwear or not. This is a sexy lingerie. Bai Ze looked at Zhu Yaxin with a wicked smile. Zhu Yaxin shyly covered her head with the quilt. Then, Bai Ze looked at Zhu Yiji's set again. This one is even more exaggerated, with black lace edges and two holes showing on the bra. There are two strings directly under the underwear, which can't cover anything. Looking at the two sets of underwear, Bai Ze's mind emerged with the image of the two people wearing them. Put them on and let me see. Bai Ze handed the underwear in his hand to the two women. The two sisters looked at each other awkwardly and then hid under the quilt again. Only after Bai Ze continued to urge her did she reach out and take the underwear. The two sisters tossed and turned in the quilt for a while and got dressed in no time. However, they did not dare to come out. It was Bai Ze who helped them lift the quilt. Only then did I have the courage to stand up. When Bai Ze saw the two sisters wearing sexy lingerie, he couldn't take his eyes off them. The two sisters' figures are already top-notch, and these two pieces of sexy lingerie set off their look even better. It fully showcases the best of both people. Aren't you wearing this for me to see? Don't be shy, turn around and let me see. Bai Ze stared at the two beauties. The two sisters had no choice but to turn around twice in shame. Although they prepared these for Bai Ze to see, they were only for Bai Ze to see. But now I feel so ashamed to wear it in front of my sister. Bai Ze looked around and hugged the two women directly. His passion was aroused again. You two are making me very upset, so next, you two have to come together. The two girls' pupils suddenly shrank. Two people together? The two were about to object, but Bai Ze had already taken off his clothes. The two sisters looked down the body. For a moment, their eyes were fixed in the middle. So big, they could hardly believe that there was such a big thing in the world. At this point, the two sisters were already itching to try it. The body also honestly stopped resisting. After a while, the two sisters leaned limply on Bai Ze. Their breathing became rapid, and the blush on their faces was as seductive as if they had put on blush. Then, Bai Ze asked the two sisters to lie on the bed. An hour later, they were both sublimated at the same time. Having scored twice today, even Bai Ze felt a little tired. So I went back to my room to rest. As soon as I woke up the next day, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. He directly obtained 2 offspring. Now he has 150 gene points. It is time to strengthen his genes. So, Bai Ze quickly turned on the genetic enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity and no longer be troubled by colds. Consume 50 gene points. 2. Change the structure of the retina, allowing the host to see clearly regardless of day or night. Consume 100 gene points. Increase the failure rate by 10%. 3. Change the gene arrangement, evolve the attack ability, and shoot hardbone needles from the palms of both hands. Consume 150 gene points, and the failure rate increases by 20%. Seeing the 3 options, Bai Ze felt excited. These 3 options have different costs and provide different benefits to Bai Ze. The higher the consumption, the better it is, but the chance of failure will also increase. Bai Ze thought about it and did not choose the 3rd option, but chose the 2nd option, because he didn't know whether this genetic enhancement would change the structure of his palm. Secondly, he is not short of weapons. If he wants weapons, he can exchange them with points. After comprehensive consideration, the 2nd option is what he needs most at the moment. He needed to be able to see clearly at night so that he could be at an absolute advantage in any environment. As the options disappeared, the gene points flowed into Bai Ze's eyes, transforming his eyes. After a while, Bai Ze felt that the scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. It was daytime now, and he felt his eyesight had improved. I can see farther and more clearly. Places that were previously invisible can now be seen clearly at the same distance. Bai Ze looked around and felt that he could see everything within 1,000 meters. Then Bai Ze ran to the basement again. He turned off all the lights. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could still see everything in the basement clearly. It's like there's no difference from daytime. If there is a difference, it is that you can see shadows during the day, but not at night. Bai Ze smiled with satisfaction and then turned on the light. Then, he looked at the genetic enhancement system again and refreshed an option. 3. Enhance skin resistance, so that the host is no longer troubled by skin diseases. Consume 50 gene points. This option is the same as the first one. Both are immune disease types. The consumption is 50 points. At the moment, he doesn't need it, so he simply doesn't choose any of them, leaving the gene points for more useful ones. For the next 2 days, Bai Ze did not leave the safe house. During the day, I watched Li Jinmei teach other women shooting, and at night I discussed life with them. Life is very comfortable. Just like that, his score has reached 1,070 points. He also successfully made the twin sisters Li Mulan and Li Mushuang pregnant. The gene points also accumulated to 150 points. On the 3rd night, when everyone was having dinner, a group of uninvited guests appeared outside the safe house. Chapter 69. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Bang! There was a sound of banging on the door outside. The girls' hearts sank, and they all looked out the window. Break the door open for me, quickly. Damn it! They are eating in there. I've been hungry all day. Hurry up and break in. I want to have a good meal. Fuck. There are so many beauties in there. I feel like I can do it again. A group of people were smashing the security door desperately. However, the door was not damaged at all. Bai Ze went straight to the window and ate while watching the group of people outside banging on the door. Damn, why is this door so strong? Then try the window. A group of people came to the window again. When they saw Bai Ze sitting by the window eating with a confident look on his face, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a group of people showed fierce looks on their faces. They were starving outside, but Bai Ze was eating delicious meals inside, with so many beautiful women keeping him company. Instantly ignited the anger of these people. You little bastard, I'll kill you first when I get in. Damn it, I'll let you eat enough later. Hurry up, everything inside will be ours once we get in. One man swung an axe and smashed it at the bulletproof glass. Bang! The axe hit the bulletproof glass. The huge recoil force made the man retreat 4 or 5 steps, and the axe fell out of his hand and hit the ground, hitting his foot. He squatted on the ground and screamed in pain. Others looked at the bulletproof glass in disbelief. There wasn't even a crack on it. Fuck, this is bulletproof glass. Damn it, break down the wall for me. I don't believe that his house is made of iron. A few more people took tools and smashed the wall, but they were horrified to find that the wall was actually made of metal, and it was a particularly hard metal, so the tool wouldn't even leave a scratch on the wall when it fell on it. What the hell is this guy doing? Go home, take a shower and go to bed. At this time, the group of people outside all had gloomy faces. Brother, I can't get in. Damn it, just block the door. I don't believe they won't come out. So, a group of people sat on the ground around the safe house. Bai Ze observed for a while and found that they had no hot weapons, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks. Then he opened the security door and walked out. When Bai Ze came outside, this group of people immediately surrounded him. It's too late to surrender now, you little brat. Damn it. Were you deliberately trying to make us hungry just now? I'm going to watch you eat shit later. Hey, hurry up and let the beauty in the room come out to give us some fun. As soon as these words came out, the leading man went up and slapped the man in the face. Idiot, these women belong to the hall master. You are going to die. Yes, yes, yes. The man quickly covered his face and smiled apologetically. Bai Ze frowned slightly, thinking that the hall master the other party was talking about should be Wang Shangquan from Xiaoyao Hall. These people were indeed hired by Wang Shangquan. Are you Wang Shanquan's men? The leader was slightly stunned. Then he smiled smugly and said, Boy, I didn't expect you to know the name of the hall master. To tell you the truth, as long as I kill you, I can join Xiaoyao Hall. This time, Bai Ze frowned even more tightly. The Xiaoyao gang did not do it themselves, but instead found some cannon fodder. Are they afraid of me? Bai Ze reviewed what happened yesterday and immediately understood everything. Although Wang Shangquan hated him, he should hate the Qinglong gang more. After all, the Qinglong gang stole 110 tons of supplies from him. And he was also raped by a she-male. I think the person Wang Shangquan hates the most right now is Zhao Zilong. And yesterday, Zhao Zilong sent someone to deliver 10 tons of supplies to him. I guess Wang Shangquan wouldn't believe the information in the intelligence. In this way, things will go smoothly. However, this is not what Bai Ze wants to see. Such inferior forces are numerous. It seems that he has no choice but to use iron-blooded methods. Otherwise, this kind of small forces will come to knock on his door every day, which will be very annoying. The man next to him saw Bai Ze stunned and thought he was scared. The man said proudly, Boy, kneel before me now, and maybe I can spare your life. The younger brother at the side quickly echoed, Brother, let him eat shit. I just can't stand the face of people like him. Yes, let him vomit out everything he just ate, and then eat shit. The leading man sneered, Haha, did you hear what my brother said? Kneel down in front of me and eat shit, and I will spare your life. Bai Ze looked at the people around him coldly. Then he slowly said, If you lie on the ground and eat shit and bark like a dog, maybe you can get away alive. Boy, what did you say? Everyone was immediately angry. Brothers, kill him for me. The leader's face also turned pale. In an instant, a group of people rushed towards Bai Ze with weapons such as axes, shovels, and machetes. Bai Ze did not move either, but stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be a master. Then wait until the group of people are close enough and imitate the scenes in Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. Step on these people's feet as quickly as possible. In just a moment, the feet of the people in front of him were all crushed by Bai Ze. These people also showed painful expressions instantly. They rolled on the ground holding their feet in pain. The sudden change shocked the rest of the people. Is this fucking Kung Fu? The next second, Bai Ze instantly appeared in front of the leader. The man's heart trembled, and a strong sense of crisis filled his heart. Bai Ze grinned and punched the brain in the eye before the other party could react. This time he only used 20% of his strength. Even so, the man's nose collapsed. The man was completely stunned. Lying on the ground, my mind was blank. In just a dozen seconds, more than half of the people were injured. The rest of the people were completely frightened now. They couldn't even see how Bai Ze attacked, but he still crippled the man. They quickly helped their eldest brother up and looked at Bai Ze in fear. The leading man was also scared at this time. You? Who are you? Bai Ze pressed forward step by step, and these people retreated step by step. If you want to live, you have to think about what I just said. Bai Ze said in a cold voice. At this moment, someone turned around and ran. Bai Ze quickly caught up with him and chopped off his head with a knife. The sudden scene made these people feel depressed. You can neither beat him nor run away. Thump. At this moment, the leading man knelt on the ground first, and the others followed suit. Brother, I am blind. Please spare our lives. Please, please let us live. Do you need me to repeat it again? Bai Ze shouted again. These people trembled and recalled what Bai Ze had said before. I'll eat. I'll eat. Chapter 70. Eat shit if you want. Why are you licking your lips? Severe warning. At this moment, they all had sad faces. Brother, do we really want to eat? The man was furious when he saw this popularity. He directly gave the other person a big nose back. Fuck, are you the first one who said that you want to make brother by eat shit? The younger brother was stunned by the slap, but he couldn't refute it. After all, It was he who made Bai Ze eat shit. At this moment, everyone looked at him with some unfriendly eyes. I looked at the people around me and had a bad feeling in my heart. What are you going to do? Fuck him, someone shouted, and the crowd immediately rushed towards the little brother. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to eat shit. Let me let you taste my fist first. Damn it, beat him to death, he killed us. Everyone started beating him up with fists and kicks, and the man was soon beaten into a pig's head. Stop hitting me, or I'll kill you. The younger brother kept begging for mercy. These people seemed to be tired of fighting and stopped one by one. Bai Ze saw that this was not going to work, so he quickly said, hit the shit. The others rolled up their sleeves and beat him again. After a while, the kid started to poop and pee. The others avoided it when they smelled the odor, pinching their noses in disgust. Bai Ze could smell the scent even though he was far away, so he quickly pinched his nose. Don't just stand there, this is ready-made. Eat it quickly, 1 bite each. If you spit, eat 2 bites. After saying that, Bai Ze quickly held his breath. These people's faces turned green, and they wished they could kill this guy right away. What the hell did you eat that stinks? You did this on purpose. Fuck you. You're constipated and you stink. At this time, they looked at each other and no one dared to step forward. Seeing this, Bai Ze pointed at their leader and said, you are the leader, right? If so, you should take the lead. The man's face looked uglier than if his wife had died, but he didn't dare to refute, so he had to slowly walk towards his younger brother lying on the ground. Then, with a look of desperation, she pulled his pants down. Suddenly, a stench filled the air and filthy things were exposed. Seeing this scene, several people started retching on the spot. Bai Ze hid far away, fearing that he would see something that would cause him discomfort. The man squatted there for a long time without moving. Just as Bai Ze was about to urge him, the man grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, the retching sounds began again. Fortunately, Bai Ze had his back to the man and did not see the detailed scene. Next, Bai Ze continued to give orders. The man then stood up with a sigh of relief and licked his lips after he turned around. Damn it, just eat shit. Why are you licking your lips? Bai Ze felt a little nauseous. What a talented person. The next one quickly grabbed a little and put it in his mouth, but he vomited it out as soon as it entered his mouth. It fell right on top of that thing. Others even wanted to die. Isn't this disgusting? It's just opening the door to disgust. Isn't it disgusting to the extreme? Who can stand this? Then everyone started retching. Bai Ze couldn't stand it anymore, so he gave the difficult task of supervision to the eldest brother of the group. As their good brother, I will definitely not favor anyone and will definitely take care of everyone. Just like that, Bai Ze returned to the safe house, and it took him a while before he stopped feeling nauseous. After an hour, the man began calling Bai Ze. We're done. We can go now. Bai Ze quickly sent them away. I don't want to see them at all. It was such a mistake. Bai Ze secretly decided that he would never play such a dirty game again. After receiving the reply, these people all breathed a sigh of relief. At least they saved their lives. On the way out, they decided that nothing that happened today should be leaked, especially the thing about eating shit. As for the contributor, he was also beaten to death by them. Until the early hours of the morning, another group of people slowly approached the safe house. Bai Ze, who has night vision, found this group of people moving forward in the dark with their backs hunched over, which seemed particularly funny. Bai Ze was too lazy to pay attention to them. Just take out the crossbow, go to the rooftop, then aim and shoot. Whoosh. The crossbow arrow hit one person right between the eyebrows, and the man died without even a scream. This person is also the last one in the team. The others were still moving forward, and no one knew that someone behind them had died. Bai Ze continued to shoot, still hitting the heart, still the last person. Soon, when they were only 10 meters away from the safe house, there were only 3 of them left. None of these 3 people noticed that there was no one behind them. This shows the results of Bai Ze's hard work in practicing shooting skills during this period. Brothers, be careful. It would be best if we could capture the people inside alive. I heard that the women inside are more beautiful than the other. Even if we can't have sex with them, we can at least touch them. Hey, I can't wait any longer. Brothers, follow me. But the only response he got was silence and the chirping of insects and birds. The 3 of them noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and they quickly turned around to look. There was no one behind them. All 3 of them were stunned. What is going on? However, no one could give them an answer. Brother, this place is a bit weird. Why don't we go back? Someone said in a trembling voice. Yes, brother. Why do I feel like there are a pair of eyes watching us? One of them looked around in horror. frightened out of his wits. The leading man's heartbeat also quickened at this moment. He had never encountered anything so strange. There are no zombies here. How come all his minions are gone? Retreat. Maybe they have fallen behind. The leading man pretended to be calm. Yes, let's go back and look for it. The other two people hurried back. But after running a few steps, one of them was tripped by a corpse. He looked over in horror and was instantly frightened by a pair of eyes that were still open. Ghost. Oh my God. Help. He immediately ran away with a sad face and incoherent speech. The other two people were also frightened and trembled, but they were braver and they saw the corpse on the ground clearly. It was obviously their people. However, they both looked at each other at the same time. A chill instantly spread throughout my body. This fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. They didn't even know when they were attacked. They both swallowed hard, then quickly escaped from here. After the three people escaped, Bai Ze returned to his room to rest. There was no way he could stay up all night staring outside. Soon, a night passed. Fortunately, no one came that night. And the news here is also slowly spreading to other forces. Some people say this place is haunted, and some say there is a corpse raiser here. Some people also say that there is no one here at all. Some even say that this is the gate to hell. Of course, this is all in the past. At this time, a group of people were walking towards here. And the leader was actually a beautiful woman. The woman has delicate makeup and looks sweet and charming. She was wearing cool clothes, a small white tank top underneath, revealing her charming waist. The tulle she wore on the outside added a sense of mystery to her graceful figure. She was wearing a mini-skirt, and as she walked, her mysterious area was faintly visible. The woman twisted her body, a look of displeasure on her face. At this time, a man came up behind her. The man embraced the woman from behind and kissed her gently on the face affectionately. Okay, baby, don't be angry. I will reward you well after I succeed. The man said gently. Pang Dahai, you are really great. You can even sacrifice your own wife. If anything happens to me, you will regret it. The woman's eyes sparkled with tears after she said this. Okay, baby, haven't we made preparations in advance? This Bai Ze is an old pervert. You are so beautiful that he has to fall at your feet. When the time is right, you can secretly open the door and let us in. Then he will be trapped. The man hurriedly comforted. Well, okay then. The woman had no choice but to agree. Soon, they saw the safe house and took cover. The woman twisted her hips and walked towards the safe house with seductive steps. Soon she arrived outside the safe house. At this moment, the woman immediately put on a panicked expression. She knocked on the security door urgently. Is there anyone here? Help me. Bai Ze heard a knock on the door and came out to check. He found that there was only a woman outside, so he opened the door. When the woman saw Bai Ze open the door, she instantly fell into Bai Ze's arms. Bai Ze was stunned. Throw yourself into his arms? When Bai Ze touched her body, the woman's information also appeared in the Ha Huan treasure record. Name, Wang Yao Yao. Age, 23. Bust, a pair of E. Appearance, 90. Maintenance times, 38. Loyalty, -80. Bai Ze was stunned when he saw this introduction. He has never seen this person before, so his loyalty level is directly -80. Bai Ze became alert. At this time, Wang Yaoyao slowly woke up. Excuse me, can you let me into your house and rest for a while? Wang Yaoyao pretended to be weak. While speaking, she kept twisting her body and rubbing Bai Ze's arms with her proud breasts. Bai Ze immediately became alert, with only one thought in his mind, beauty trap. He slowly raised his head and looked around, but didn't see anyone else. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his face. In that case, he would take advantage of the situation. After all, only he and the person he designated could open this security door. Come in quickly. You haven't eaten for a long time. Bai Ze helped Wang Yaoyao walk into the house and close the security door. The moment the security door was closed, Wang Yaoyao trembled and became visibly nervous. After a pause, Wang Yaoyao said in a coquettish voice, I haven't eaten yet. Do you have anything to eat? Just give me anything. That's great. We just finished eating. If you don't mind, go and have some. Bai Ze said, pointing at the table. Wang Yaoyao's expression immediately turned unhappy. He actually let her eat leftovers. When had she ever received such treatment? Ever since she followed Pang Dahai, she had 3 meals a day, and there was never a miss. Moreover, there was pickled mustard tuber for every meal, and if things got any better, there would be some canned meat. That was a life we lived, although it couldn't be compared to the life before the end of the world. But at least after the end of the world, There are only a handful of people who can enjoy such treatment. However, in order to complete the mission, Wang Yaoyao had no choice but to endure it. She decided to just eat a few bites and deceive Bai Ze. After she takes over here, she will eat 2 more steamed buns and 2 packets of pickled mustard tubers. Thinking of this, Wang Yaoyao showed a happy look. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. It will be thrown away anyway if you don't eat it. Bai Ze said deliberately. Wang Yaoyao's smile froze. She was already starting to go crazy inside, but she couldn't lose her temper anymore. She had to gain the other person's trust. So, she suppressed her anger and said, "It's okay. It's good enough to have something to eat." "That's good, as long as you don't mind. Go and eat it, it will get cold soon." After being polite, Bai Ze reached out to pull Wang Yaoyao. "If a bargain comes to your door, you should take it." Wang Yaoyao did not refuse and let Bai Ze hold her little hand and play with it in his palm. Seeing Bai Ze like this, Wang Yaoyao felt contempt in her heart. As expected, all men are the same. No matter who you are, you still have to fall at my feet. Hee hee hee. Wang Yaoyao laughed sweetly as Bai Ze touched her hand. "You are so annoying. You just met me, and you're already touching me. You're going to?" Wang Yaoyao suddenly stopped talking halfway, then covered her mouth and laughed softly. "What else can we do?" Bai Ze asked quickly. Hateful. Wang Yaoyao turned her head away but did not pull her hand back, with an attitude of wanting to refuse but actually wanting to. Bai Ze also took advantage of the situation. Since the other party was using the beauty trap, he certainly couldn't spoil the fun. The main reason is that Wang Yaoyao's hands are so fucking smooth, Bai Ze really can't let go of them. Seeing Wang Yaoyao turned her head away and did not reject his action, Bai Ze also began to look at her. The most eye-catching thing is this pair of plumpness. The suspenders are almost bursting. Moving her eyes downward, Wang Yaoyao suddenly put her legs together to block out the beautiful scenery. "You are so bad. You actually looked at me when I wasn't paying attention." Wang Yaoyao lowered her head, like a young wife who wanted something but didn't dare to say it. This scene directly stimulated Bai Ze to react. Who can stand this? Bai Ze quickly pulled Wang Yaoyao up. He doesn't know the other party's purpose yet, so he must remain calm. "Go and eat quickly. The food won't taste good if it gets cold," Bai Ze said as he pulled Wang Yaoyao towards the restaurant. Wang Yaoyao did not refuse. She let Bai Ze pull her and followed him by twisting her little butt. Looking at her figure, Bai Ze wanted to tear her clothes into pieces. He exhaled and suppressed the urge. At the same time, I have a certain understanding of Wang Yaoyao's lethality. This woman is not simple. Just a few simple words and actions aroused him and made him unable to stop. This was even though he had seen many beautiful women. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. When Wang Yaoyao saw the dazzling array of food on the table, she was stunned. "I even forgot to twist my butt. Are these what you usually eat?" Wang Yaoyao looked incredulous. Seeing her like this, Bai Ze had already guessed what was going on. She probably hasn't eaten these meals for a long time. Bai Ze was about to say something when he saw Wang Yaoyao quickly sit down on the stool and start eating with big mouthfuls. "Eat slowly, don't choke." "Beauty, why are you crying?" "Beauty, what are you doing? Don't take off your pants." "Oh, it turns out that loose pants make you eat more." "Don't worry, there's more to come in the evening." Soon, all the leftovers on the table were eaten by Wang Yaoyao. When she finished eating, she picked up the napkin on the table and returned to her ladle-like appearance. She folded the tissue and brought it to her mouth, wiping it gently. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." Wang Yaoyao put her hands on her legs, blinking her big, Kazalan eyes and flirting with Bai Ze. "It doesn't matter. What are your plans for the future?" Bai Ze continued to pull Wang Yaoyao's little hand and play with it in his hand, then asked tentatively. At this moment, Wang Yaoyao showed a sad look on her face, and tears suddenly flashed in her eyes. Bai Ze couldn't help but sigh. This is really a good material for being an actor. He can cry at will, much better than those young actors who can only say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. "I don't know where to go. My family has been infected by zombies, and I escaped from the city with my life. If I hadn't met you, I might have." When she said this, Wang Yaoyao's tears fell. Bai Ze hugged Wang Yaoyao and let her lie on his chest. Feeling the 2 soft lumps on his chest, Bai Ze said intoxicatedly, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If you have no other place to go, why not stay here?" "Can I?" Wang Yaoyao looked incredulous. "Of course you can. You're so beautiful and speak so sweetly. I can't bear to see you leave." Wang Yaoyao kissed Bai Ze on the face, then turned her head away shyly. "I'm sorry, I got so excited." "It's okay. I'm pretty excited too." Ah, something hit me. Wang Yaoyao stood up quickly in surprise. It's okay, it's okay. It's the flashlight in my pants. Bai Ze took out a flashlight. Fortunately, there was no harm. That's good. Wang Yaoyao patted her proud chest. At the same time, I was thinking about another thing. I should have this kid in my hands, and the next step is to let Peng Dehai and the others in. But this guy looks more and more handsome, and his thing is really big. If I could do it with him once, it would be ba ba ba. What am I thinking? Wang Yaoyao shook her head and looked out the window. He couldn't help but frowned. Bai Ze suppressed his excitement at this time, stood up and said, I still don't know your name? Wang Yaoyao came back to her senses and continued in a soft voice. Just call me Yao Yao. Yao Yao, you haven't taken a bath for a long time. I have hot water here. Do you want to take a hot bath? Wang Yaoyao was stunned. You still have hot water? Of course I have. Do you want to? Yes, 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 of course. Wang Yaoyao said quickly before Bai Ze could finish speaking. Love of beauty is a woman's nature, especially for beautiful women. Cleansing the body seems to be an obsession. The greatest pleasure for his other women was taking a bath. Then come with me. After saying that, Bai Ze pulled Wang Yaoyao to the second floor. Soon, the two arrived at Bai Ze's room. After looking at the furnishings and items in the room, Wang Yaoyao lowered her head shyly. Why did you bring me to your room? Of course I'm here to take you to relax. Bai Ze pulled her to the bathroom and said, just take a shower here. There's hot water here. What about you? Wang Yaoyao said instinctively, but when she said it, she felt something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Of course I'm going outside. Do you want me to help you wash? Bai Ze teased. After these words were spoken, even Wang Yaoyao couldn't help but blush. She quickly pushed Bai Ze out and locked the door. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She touched her hot face and felt confused. She came here to seduce Bai Ze, so why does she feel like she's being seduced by him now? Her mind began to recall Bai Ze's face and his passion. Before she knew it, Wang Yaoyao felt her whole body getting hot. She quickly turned on the water and washed her face, and the feeling disappeared. As the water flowed out, the water in the bathtub slowly rose. But during this period of time, Wang Yaoyao had been in a daze, and Bai Ze's face kept appearing in her mind. She mechanically took off her clothes and soaked her body in the comfortable hot water. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little dazed. Isn't this the life she wants? There is a comfortable living environment, delicious food, and a handsome man. What's more important is that it is big. Ever since she followed Peng Dehai, she has been fleeing and wandering every day. One day, she will truly be able to live such a comfortable life. Gradually, Wang Yaoyao began to compare Bai Ze and Peng Dehai. In terms of looks, he can't compare to Bai Ze. If you want safety, there is nowhere else as safe as here. To be comfortable, she had never taken such a relaxing hot bath since the end of the world. So what's the comparison? At this time, Wang Yaoyao had begun to dislike Peng Dehai. Bai Ze in the bedroom was a little confused at this time. He looked at Wang Yaoyao's message. Loyalty dropped from -80 to -40 in the blink of an eye. Then it immediately became 0. But before he could catch his breath, his loyalty level returned to 40. Until now, the favorability has been rising and finally stopped at 80. Bai Ze didn't know what happened in these 10 seconds. It can make a person with a loyalty level of -80 instantly become his diehard fan. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is that Wang Yaoyao is now completely loyal to him. And he was also able to learn from Wang Yaoyao what her purpose was. Thinking of this, Bai Ze was in a very good mood. After a while, Wang Yaoyao came out wrapped in a bath towel. Although Wang Yaoyao without makeup was slightly inferior to the other women in the safe house, it also met his inclusion criteria. Bai Ze sat on the bed, looking at the graceful beauty with admiration. When Wang Yaoyao saw Bai Ze waiting for him, a hint of joy appeared on her face. She twisted her waist and walked towards Bai Ze, then sat directly on his lap. His arms were wrapped around Bai Ze's neck. She asked with a charming look, "So how do you plan to accommodate them? Be my woman from now on." Bai Ze smiled, hugged the other person with both hands, and kept groping the other person's body. Wang Yaoyao felt a little itchy when being touched, and she immediately giggled. He, good brother. I will be your woman from now on. You must treat me well." Bai Ze couldn't help feeling proud and pinched Wang Yaoyao's butt hard again. "Ah!" Wang Yaoyao screamed, then put on a coquettish look. "You're so annoying. Why do you touch me?" Bai Ze became even more unscrupulous at this time. His hands slowly wandered over Wang Yaoyao's body. "Ah!" Wang Yaoyao screamed again and instinctively wanted to get off Bai Ze's body. However, Bai Ze held her waist with one hand. making it impossible for her to escape. Ah! Bai Ze kept exploring, and Wang Yaoyao's screams became more and more enchanting. Brother, don't. Wang Yaoyao gradually closed her eyes and began to respond. Soon, Wang Yaoyao also completely let herself go. The shouting became more and more unbridled. Husband, husband, brother. Her voice became even more charming and intoxicated. At this moment, Bai Ze suddenly stopped. In a cold tone, he said, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" This instantly sobered Wang Yaoyao, who was in an intoxicated state. At the same time, she loosened her hand. "You? What are you talking about?" At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Of course she understood what Bai Ze meant, but she hoped that he would never know all this, because she was afraid that she would be kicked out after telling the truth. "I'll give you one more chance to tell me all the reasons why you're here." Wang Yaoyao was stunned. In an instant, Wang Yaoyao's tears rolled down. She felt like Bai Ze had suddenly become a different person, but she also felt that he was supposed to be like this. "I said, I'll tell you everything. Please don't drive me away. Don't let me leave you." Then, Wang Yaoyao told everything, including what happened between her and Pang Dehai. After hearing this, all Bai Ze's doubts disappeared. He couldn't help but look down on this vast ocean. He actually let his woman go out to seduce him. But in the end, Pang Dehai had to pay the price for his stupidity. Not only did he lose his wife, but he also lost his life. "Next, you obey my orders." Wang Yaoyao nodded desperately. "Okay, you just say this later." Bai Ze whispered in Wang Yaoyao's ear, and his face turned red with embarrassment. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wang Yaoyao replied obediently. The next second, Bai Ze directly picked up Wang Yaoyao. Wang Yaoyao screamed in shock. "You screamed very well just now. Keep going." Bai Ze's hand once again. "Ah, husband." Bai Ze carried Wang Yaoyao to the window, then closed the curtains, leaving only a gap. Outside the safe house, Pang Dehai and his brothers were waiting anxiously. At this moment, he could be said to be extremely confused. Somehow, he always felt uneasy. He looked at the time and saw that there was still some time before the agreed time. But he really couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he thought of his beloved Wang Yaoyao in that house, he wanted to rush in immediately. Finally, he couldn't stand this torture anymore and slowly approached the safe house with his men. The door to the safe house was not opened. This means that Wang Yaoyao has not succeeded yet. This made Pang Dehai even more uneasy. "Ah, husband." Just then, Pang Dehai heard a familiar voice. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. I was shocked to see that Wang Yaoyao was lying on the window, her body shaking constantly. Pang Dehai was struck by lightning at that moment, and his brain went blank. That's his woman. But now she is making such a sound under another man. "No, no." Pang Dehai shouted hysterically. He couldn't accept this reality. When Wang Yaoyao saw Pang Dehai, she screamed even louder. "Hubby is awesome. You're much better than that, Pang Dehai." "What?" Pang Dehai looked at Wang Yaoyao in disbelief. His eyes had turned red. He really wanted to ask Wang Yaoyao why she betrayed him. "No, she must have been coerced. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her put herself in danger. Yaoyao, I'm here to save you." Pang Dehai roared, and then began to bang on the door frantically. But no matter what he did, he just couldn't break the door open. Pang Dehai was completely in a frenzy, and Wang Yaoyao's voice was ringing in his ears all the time. The sound that once seemed so pleasant now seems particularly harsh. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yaoyao was already exhausted. Then, Wang Yaoyao collapsed on the windowsill, but her face was full of satisfaction. After a long while, Wang Yaoyao moved her plump body. He put his hands on Bai Ze's body, and Bai Ze also held him in his arms. "Husband, let's go down and humiliate him." At this time, Wang Yaoyao had completely given her body and mind to Bai Ze. She hated Pang Dehai so much. Good. Then, Bai Ze adjusted Wang Yaoyao's bathrobe. After that, he put on his clothes, picked up Wang Yaoyao and went downstairs. At this time, Pang Dehai no longer banged on the door. He sat on the ground in a daze. Then Bai Ze opened the door. Pang Dehai jumped up immediately with a start, looking at Bai Ze fiercely. "Boy, give my woman back to me." "Your woman? Then see her and see if she agrees." Pang Dehai quickly looked at Wang Yaoyao and said in a gentle tone, "Yaoyao, come out quickly. I'm here to save you." Wang Yaoyao never looked at him. Now, there was only Bai Ze in her eyes. "I only have one man, and that is Bai Ze. I also want to thank you for letting me seduce him, otherwise I wouldn't have met my true love." Wang Yaoyao snuggled in Bai Ze's arms, twisting her body seductively. Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai froze again. No, it's not like that. I don't believe it. It must be this pretty boy who has bewitched you. Come with me. As he said that, Pang Dehai was about to rush in. Bai Ze kicked out directly. Pang Dehai flew out instantly. Only then did Wang Yaoyao look directly at Pang Dehai. In a cold tone, he said, Pang Dehai, the past is over. I am Bai Ze's woman now. If you keep pestering me, I will let my man kill you. Kill people and destroy their hearts. At this moment, Pang Dehai truly realized that he had completely lost this woman. He is now regretting so much why he made such a decision. At this moment, Pang Dehai became so angry that he vomited blood and died on the spot. Bai Ze looked at Pang Dehai coldly. His death was determined from the moment he decided to deal with himself. It's not a pity for such a person to die, but it would be a relief for him to die like this. When the younger brothers brought by Pang Dehai saw this situation, they all fled in all directions. Bai Ze did not stop them. He needed these people to spread the situation here, so as to prevent more people from plotting against him. Then, Bai Ze put his arms around Wang Yaoyao's slender waist and went back to the room. That night, everything outside the safe house was calm. And there is indeed a lot of passion inside. Bai Ze tortured Wang Yaoyao enough that night, but he still didn't want to get enough, so he continued to torture Su Runyan. When I woke up in the morning, I received 2 pieces of good news. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward gene points plus 50. Together with the previous ones, there are now a total of 250 gene points. Bai Ze only had sex with Wang Yaoyao and Su Runyan last night, so it was quickly confirmed. The points increased by 300 every day, plus the 150 contributed by Wang Yaoyao. Now, he has 1,820 points. Bai Ze looked at Su Runyan beside him. He pinched the perky breasts. Then I got up and went to the bathroom. Then quickly turned on the genetic enhancement system. In an instant, 3 options appeared. 1. Enhance immunity and no longer be troubled by colds. Consume 50 gene points. 2. Change the gene arrangement, evolve attack ability, and shoot hard bone needles from the palms of both hands. Consume 150 gene points, and the failure rate increases by 20%. 3. Change the gene sequence. The host grows a tail, and the body's balance and coordination are greatly enhanced. Consume 100 gene points, and the failure rate increases by 10%. Bai Ze has already seen the first 2 options, and the third one was just refreshed. However, when he finished reading the content of this option, he felt bitter. This is just a piece of crap. If he grew a tail, he would be regarded as a monster. Thinking of this, Bai Ze decisively ignored the third option. But I don't really want to choose the first 2. Then you can only choose the cheapest one and see what good options can be refreshed. Just as he was about to make a choice, he noticed that there was a refresh option hidden in the corner of the system panel. Bai Ze looked over quickly. Each refresh consumes 10 gene points and requires a 10-minute wait. Bai Ze thought about it and decided that instead of choosing not to catch a cold again, it would be better to just refresh the 3 options. So Bai Ze chose to refresh directly. 10 minutes passed quickly. 3 options appear. The first one is to strengthen the gene, making the host immune to all allergic symptoms, consuming 50 gene points. The second is to change the number of chromosomes, causing the host sex to change, consuming 50 gene points. The third one is to strengthen the gene, making the host immune to common toxins, which consumes 50 gene points. The toxins in these creatures are generally not lethal, such as those from caterpillars, bees, scorpions, etc. I looked at the 3 options, and they all seemed useless. He has never had any allergies in his life. And with his current defense, these little bugs can't hurt him at all. As for changing gender, it is even more outrageous. It is a system that advocates having many children and good fortune. You ask him to change his gender. What a joke. So, Bai Ze continued to refresh. This time, the first 2 are pretty useless, and only the third one is acceptable. Change the host gene sequence, evolve defense capabilities, and enhance bone hardness. Consume 100 gene points, increase failure rate by 10%. However, Bai Ze still chose to give up, mainly because he could gain increased defense by scoring points. There's no need to waste precious gene points. Keep refreshing. 3 useless pieces. Keep refreshing. The first 2 were useless. Just when Bai Ze thought they were going to refresh again, he suddenly stopped. His eyes fixed on the third option, and then he almost shouted out in excitement. Increase the number of gene sequences, evolve attack capabilities, hallucinogenic factors. The body stores a hallucinogenic factor. When the host needs it, the hallucinogenic factor will be released quickly and can spread within a range of 10 meters in a short time. The hallucinogenic breath is colorless and odorless, not enough to be fatal. It can be recovered by breathing fresh air in a short time. Consume 200 gene points. Increase the failure rate by 30%. Bai Ze was excited when he saw this introduction. What does that mean? If he had this ability, he could make enemies within a 10-meter radius fall into hallucinations without them realizing it. Thinking of this, Bai Ze quickly chose to strengthen. 200 gene points quickly flowed into Bai Ze's body, quickly merging, splitting, arranging, and integrating in his body. Soon, a complete gene sequence emerged. This also means that Bai Ze has successfully acquired this ability. In his mind, he quickly grasped how to use it, as if it was an innate ability of his. There is no need to use it deliberately. It is as easy and casual as raising your hand while walking. There were 20 gene points left, and Bai Ze closed the gene enhancement panel. After several refreshes, he found that the current gene point consumption was 50, 100, 150, and 200 respectively. There should be more consumption. The more he consumes, the greater the risk, but also the greater the help to him. Most of the ones that cost 50 gene points are useless and have no risk of failure, but they are the ones that refresh the most. The higher the gene point consumption, the smaller the probability of refreshing. Then, Bai Ze opened the points panel again. Currently, he can use the points to strengthen his body and further increase his strength. You can also choose to spend 1,000 points to unlock a new weapon. You can also exchange some weapons for women to protect themselves. During this period, their shooting skills have been almost perfected. However, outside the safe house, there is no need for them to take risks, and letting them learn shooting is just to prepare for emergencies. Thinking of this, Bai Ze looked at the armory. Currently available to unlock is a pistol with a silencer and matching ammunition. After unlocking it, you can get one for free, along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Now, what Bai Ze lacks is bullets. Unlocking a gun will also unlock the exchange bullets. Facing Zhao Yaetang, who might arrive at any time, Bai Ze now urgently needs guns and ammunition. Thinking of this, Bai Ze directly spent 1,000 points and unlocked the pistol. At the same time, a pistol and 100 rounds of bullets were added to the arsenal. He currently has 2 pistols, and these bullets can be used. There was no need for more guns for the time being, so Bai Ze exchanged another 500 rounds of bullets. Finally, there were 320 points left, and he closed the system panel with satisfaction. At this moment, he suddenly felt the ever-changing magic weapon in the space tremble. Bai Ze didn't know what was going on and hurried to check, but nothing has changed. So, he directly took out the magic weapon. Unexpectedly, this time, the magic weapon did not transform into other weapons. Instead, it came out in the same state as the box. Bai Ze was surprised again. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. As he was checking, the information about the magical weapon appeared in his mind. Bai Ze was excited. The ever-changing magic weapon has become controllable. The reason is the pistol he unlocked. Today's magical weapon has 2 modes. One is to randomly change a weapon. The other is to specify a weapon in the arsenal for transformation. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. In this way, he has a pistol with unlimited bullets and is not afraid of damage. However, the magic weapon can still only transform into one weapon every day. The change can only be continued after 12 o'clock in the morning. But this minor flaw is acceptable. Bai Ze put the magic weapon back into the space. Then he went downstairs to have dinner with the girls. 3 days passed in a flash. Bai Ze only did one thing during these 3 days. That is to make all 5 remaining women in the safe house pregnant. In the past 3 days, no one dared to attack him. His goal was achieved. What Bai Ze didn't know was that those who escaped had already spread the rumor about him becoming a monster. This made all the other people who wanted to take advantage of him give up the idea. Naturally, this news also reached Wang Shanquan's ears. At this time, Wang Shan's face was livid, and he was sitting upright in the tea room. He looked at the person in front of him who told him the news and threw the teacup in his hand away. Damn it! Trash! All of them are trash. The people below immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Wang Shanquan's temper has become more and more irritable recently. All of these little brothers were scared out of their wits. If they weren't careful, they would be dragged out and beaten to death. At this time, Deputy Hall Master Lu Shual walked in slowly. He looked at the situation and waved to his younger brother who was kneeling on the ground, signaling him to go out. The man then felt relieved and ran away. Master, what on earth made you so angry? Humph, these rubbish can't even kill one person. Master, you were talking about Bai Ze, right? I have heard some rumors recently, but these news are too false. don't take them seriously. But flies don't bite seamless eggs. Since he was able to survive the attack of so many people, it means that these rumors are not entirely false. Master, I have an idea that can eliminate this trouble forever. Wang Shangquan looked at Lu Shua happily. Tell me quickly, what good ideas do you have? We are now fully focused on dealing with the Qinglong gang, and we really don't have the manpower to deal with Bai Ze. But we can hire some small forces outside to lure the zombies out of the city and surround his ironclad house. By then, Bai Ze will be trapped and fighting. Even if he is strong, he will die without external supplies. Ha ha ha, great. Wang Shangquan suddenly smiled happily, sweeping away his previous unhappiness. Lu Shua, have you found the doctor I asked you to find? Wang Shangquan put away his smile and continued to ask. I found it. I heard that the doctor is an expert in this field and is waiting in the living room. I came here to report this matter. Okay, bring him here quickly. Wang Shangquan couldn't wait any longer. Okay, I'll bring him here right away. After saying that, Lu Shua walked out. During this period, Wang Shangquan has seen many doctors, but his problem could not be cured. After making inquiries from many sources, he found this expert from other forces and spent a lot of resources to invite this expert. Soon, Lu Shua came in with the expert with graying temples and a bald head. Expert Mu, this is our hall master. Please take a look. After the end of the world, doctors have become the most important profession, and many forces have tried their best to find a doctor. Therefore, even Xiao Yatang had to be polite to him. Master Wang, please take off your pants. I will examine you. Lu Shua tactfully left the room and closed the door. Only then did Wang Shangquan take off his pants. After some examination, Expert Mu said, Master Wang, there is nothing wrong with you in this regard. Do you think of some unpleasant things every time you have sex? Upon hearing this, Wang Shangquan immediately pulled up his pants and stood up. Miracle doctor, you are so right. I suggest you find a psychiatrist. The root of your illness is not physical, but mental. After saying that, Expert Mu began to pack up the medical box and put the testing instruments back one by one. Divine doctor, I'll take you there. After seeing the doctor off, Lu Shua walked in from outside. Lu Shua immediately arranged for someone to search the entire city for a psychiatrist. Yes. Lu Shua paused and continued, Master, we have reached an agreement with the Brown Bear Gang and the Tiger Gang to jointly attack the Azure Dragon Gang. In 3 days, our 3 forces will launch an attack at the same time. Ha ha, very good. Now that the 3 strongest forces in Jinghai have united as one, I wonder how Zhao Zilong can survive. Oh, and don't forget that brat named Bai Ze. Just do as you said. Okay, I'll do it right away. After saying that, Lu Shua turned and left. After he left, he began to make arrangements. A few hours later, he found a human settlement of 200 people. This settlement had run out of food, so when they heard that Xiao Yatang was recruiting workers, they agreed immediately. Even though they were tasked with a dangerous mission of attracting zombies, they did not hesitate at all. I took the job immediately. Then, these people began to move in all directions. Inside the safe house, Bai Ze was discussing erotic jokes with a room full of beauties. This caused all the women in the room to laugh. Since these women became pregnant, that need seems to have become even stronger. Bai Ze had to satisfy them in broad daylight. Fortunately, I have just gotten pregnant, so I don't need to pay too much attention to this aspect. After a few months, when her belly became more noticeable, Bai Ze could only refuse cruelly even if he had a strong desire. As they chatted, the sky gradually darkened. What's that noise outside? Lu Yuming went to the window curiously, but it was too dark outside and she couldn't see anything. I don't know. It seems to be getting closer. Su Runyan couldn't help but frown, his face full of worry. At this time, only Bai Ze saw the situation outside. It was an endless sea of corpses. In front of this swarm of zombies, there are more than 100 people attracting these zombies forward. Each of them was holding a white plastic bucket in their hands. Soon, these people arrived outside the safe house. Brothers, this is it. Pour it on me. A group of people opened the plastic buckets in their hands instantly. Then they poured all the liquid in the plastic bucket onto the wall of the safe house. Suddenly, the pungent smell of blood spread. This made the endless zombies behind him even more crazy. The eyes of many of these zombies turned blood red, and their speed increased exponentially. Haha, this is so exciting. I heard there is a very powerful person here. I wonder if he can make it out alive. I also heard there are a lot of beautiful women in there. If I can play with 1 or 2 of them, it will be worth it even if I die in this life. Alas, we are not lucky enough to enjoy it, and these zombies are just giving it away for nothing. Haha, if the zombies knew this, the beauties here would be so happy. TSK, I think you just want to have some fun. Hurry up and work. Soon, all the blood poured onto the wall. At this time, Bai Ze's face turned ashen. The other women were also so angry that their chests kept heaving. Go back to your room. The women returned to their rooms, and only Li Jinmei stayed. These people are so hateful. I'm going to kill them. After saying that, Li Jinmei took out a pistol. Bai Ze grabbed Li Jinmei. These people are not worthy of your attack. You wait in the room for me to come back. After saying that, Bai Ze took the elevator directly to the rooftop. The people outside have spilled all the blood. The leading man, a pockmarked man, said, "Brothers, retreat." However, as soon as he said this, he felt dizzy. When he was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly saw a man with a livid face standing on the roof. His heart skipped a beat, and then he realized that all the people who followed him stopped talking and lay on the ground one after another. He wanted to call out to them, but his head became heavier and heavier. His consciousness became blurrier, and finally he fell to the ground with black vision. This is exactly the ability of Bai Ze using the hallucinogenic factor. He didn't expect that all these people would fall into coma in just a few seconds. Bai Ze looked into the distance and saw that a large number of zombies were already close at hand. Plus the blood spilled by these people. It is obviously impossible to lure these zombies away. He looked angrily at the group of people lying on the ground. If you don't go to heaven, you will come to hell. Since you want to die, I will let you die happily. After saying that, Bai Ze stopped releasing the hallucinogenic factor. As long as they stop and breathe fresh air, they will wake up naturally. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, people opened their eyes one after another. The pockmarked man also woke up. His head was dizzy and he couldn't remember where he was or what he was doing. The breeze blew on his face, and a pungent smell of blood penetrated into his mouth and nose. At this moment, he suddenly regained consciousness and memories flashed rapidly in his mind. He thought about the purpose of this trip. He was hired by Zhao Yatang to attract a large number of zombies to surround Bai Ze's house. Zombies. The pockmarked man's heart skipped a beat. He sat up suddenly. When he saw the zombies less than 10 meters away, his brain exploded. How did he fall asleep? At this moment, he couldn't care less. He quickly shouted to alert his companions around him, then got up and ran. The others also slowly regained consciousness. When they saw the zombies so close to them, they were so scared that they cried for their parents and howled in pain. They quickly got up and tried to escape. However, some of those who were slow to react were knocked down by the zombies, and large chunks of flesh were torn off by the zombies. Suddenly, bright red blood spurted out. These zombies smelled the fresh blood and seemed to become even crazier. Most of the zombies continued to chase the fleeing people. The speed is getting faster and faster. From time to time, someone would be knocked down by the zombies that were chasing them. Then bite and gnaw. Many people were knocked down as soon as they were surrounded by zombies. These zombies bit down at the same time, and these people suffered tremendous pain in an instant. At this moment, the pockmarked man running in the front had a look of regret on his face. But it was too late. At this moment, a mutant zombie suddenly stuck out its tongue. This tongue is 10 meters long. The pockmarked man was instantly entangled by the tongue and then quickly dragged back. He struggled desperately, but the tongue was too strong and he couldn't get free. Finally, he was dragged to the zombie's side, and something like a straw was inserted into his head. Through the straw-like thing, you can vaguely see the red and white things being sucked out. The pockmarked man's body was also twitching violently. During this process, his facial skin was extremely distorted, and he seemed to be in great pain. Soon, his entire body began to shrivel rapidly, until only a shell of skin was left, and the mutant zombies discarded it like garbage. Such cruel scenes are everywhere. This bloody massacre lasted for half an hour before it gradually stopped. None of these people escaped. Bai Ze watched all this coldly from the rooftop. At this moment, because of the blood spilled by these people, a large number of zombies began to surround the safe house and bite it continuously. But the result was just that their teeth were knocked out. Some zombies also discovered Bai Ze and kept roaring at him. Some mutated zombies used their own evolutionary abilities to try to rush to the rooftop. Bai Ze stood on the rooftop, took out his magic weapon and turned it into a pistol. Then shoot those mutated zombies crazily. The pistol with a silencer is very quiet. At this time, the long-tongued mutant zombie suddenly stuck out his tongue. It instantly wrapped around Bai Ze. Bai Ze quickly grabbed its tongue and pulled it hard. The mutant zombie's tongue was pulled out by the roots. Then, The mutant zombie fell to the ground and began to twitch. Bai Ze fired 2 more shots at his head, and only then did he stop moving completely. The zombies that covered the sky were increasing in number. No matter how many people Bai Ze killed, it seemed insignificant in the face of absolute numbers. In the end, Bai Ze stopped shooting after killing 130 mutant zombies. This would be like a drop in the bucket. He had to find another way. Back in the safe house, all the girls gathered together. "Master, let us kill zombies with you." "Yes, we have learned to shoot." "Master, let us go." Looking at the girls' reactions, Bai Ze smiled with relief. "Don't worry. You all have a chance this time, but not now. I have to kill the mutant zombies outside before I can let you go to the rooftop without worry." The girls then breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Bai Ze excitedly. "Everyone go back and rest, and we'll think of a solution tomorrow." After sending the girls away, Bai Ze opened the genetic enhancement panel. "These days, I have successfully impregnated 5 people and obtained 250 gene points, plus the 130 mutant zombies I just killed, and the 20 points left over from before. Now, he has a total of 400 gene points." Bai Ze didn't care about wasting gene points. A refreshing meal. Finally, after refreshing 8 times, I found something useful. Increases the number of adrenal medulla cells. The host can autonomously control the release of adrenaline. After release, the host's pain perception is reduced by 80%, and various abilities are enhanced by 30%. Consumes 200 gene points, and the failure rate increases by 30%. After seeing this introduction, Bai Ze directly chose to strengthen. 200 gene points also quickly flowed into his body, transforming his body. He felt a warm current flowing through every corner of his body. The whole person feels refreshed. After a while, the reinforcement was successful. Bai Ze could also feel the adrenaline in his body at this time. Adrenaline can be released to every corner of the body at any time. He tried to focus the adrenaline release on his head. In an instant, Bai Ze felt his mind was particularly clear, and his thinking and reaction abilities became much faster. Next, he tried to transfer the adrenaline to his hands. He felt that his strength had increased significantly. He also found that the increase in strength was related to the dose of adrenaline. If you want to unleash maximum power, you can transfer all the adrenaline you can muster to your hands. However, this way, the duration it can last is limited. There are pros and cons. After the test, Bai Ze quickly took back the adrenaline. After all, it took time to recover. Then check the properties panel. Name, Bai Ze. Strength, 43. Agility, 28. Stamina, 21. Charisma, 23. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immunity to zombie virus. 2. Enhanced kidney function. 3. Improved semen activity. 4. Enhanced retina. 5. Hallucinogenic factor. 6. Adrenaline. The zombies outside were screaming, "Wow, wow, wow, wow." The noise makes people feel upset. Since he couldn't sleep, Bai Ze continued to go to the rooftop to kill zombies. With the sound of gunshots, the mutated zombies fell to the ground one by one. By 12 o'clock in the morning, all the mutated zombies outside were basically killed. Bai Ze's gene points also increased from 120 to 289 points. The remaining ordinary zombies will not give genetic points, so Bai Ze is too lazy to continue killing them. So I prepared to go back to my room to sleep. When he returned to the room, he found someone lying on the bed. With a slim waist and peachy buttocks, it is no wonder that Wang Yushi has such a figure. However, Wang Yushi was dressed quite hot today. A pink see-through nightgown. Her figure was fully exposed through her clothes. Snow white, smooth skin, and those perfect curves that are barely visible. Hearing the door open, Wang Yushi also turned around. Seeing Bai Ze coming in, Wang Yushi sat up immediately. "Master, you are finally back." As Wang Yushi sat up, her underwear somehow slipped down. The alluring scenery is revealed instantly. Wang Yushi didn't notice it, and she slowly stood up. 2 soft lumps swayed with the swaying of her body. Wang Yushi snuggled into Bai Ze's arms and hugged his waist like a little bird. A milky aroma instantly hit my nose. There are a lot of zombies outside. I'm a little scared. Bai Ze patted Wang Yushi's peachy buttocks and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? They can't get in." Hateful. Wang Yushi blushed immediately. Bai Ze picked up Wang Yushi and slowly walked into the bathroom. Wang Yushi is very well behaved. Bai Ze placed her on the edge of the bathtub. Then the water was released. At this moment, Wang Yushi stood up and pulled gently, and the only piece of clothing was pulled down by her. Then it slides down the beautiful legs to the ankles. "Master, let me serve you today." After saying that, She knelt in front of Bai Ze. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yushi was so tired that she fell into Bai Ze's arms. Bai Ze had no choice but to carry her to the bed. Congratulations to the host. Wang Yushi's loyalty has been raised to 100. Points increase by 100 every day. After a long period of cultivating feelings, Wang Yushi's loyalty finally reached 100 points. Bai Ze carefully covered her with the quilt. At this time, Wang Yushi had fallen into a deep sleep and was making silly noises. Bai Ze also turned off the lights. The fatigue of the day made him fall asleep quickly. The next day, Bai Ze woke up early. Wang Yushi lay in Bai Ze's arms, with her legs clamped around Bai Ze's legs. He gently pushed it open, then put on his clothes and went downstairs. Downstairs, Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan had just prepared breakfast. The girls also woke up one after another. Judging from their condition, they probably didn't get enough rest last night. Everyone was yawning. These zombies are so noisy. Li Mulan said somewhat unhappily. What are you talking about? You kept moving around yesterday, so I couldn't sleep well. Li Mushuang yawned and walked out. At this time, Li Jinmei, dressed in a heroic outfit, also came out. At her waist was the pistol. Who of you will come with me to kill zombies later? The girls were stunned for a moment, then quickly raised their hands excitedly. Me, me, me. And me. I'm going too. You stinky zombie. You've been screaming all night. I'm so fed up with it, count me in. Li Jinmei smiled and looked at Bai Ze. You see, this is what everyone wants. You can't stop us today. After saying that, she stuck out her pink tongue at Bai Ze, looking playful and cute. Bai Ze smiled slightly and said that he didn't let them go yesterday because there were a lot of mutated zombies outside. Now that the mutant zombies have basically been killed, he has no reason not to let them go, and he can also use this opportunity to train them. Okay, after dinner you can come with me to the rooftop, but let me tell you in advance that your own safety is the most important thing. If you encounter a mutant zombie, you must tell me immediately. The girls cheered immediately upon hearing this. Then, one after another, the other few who had not come out also came out. When they heard that they were going to kill zombies, they all became excited. I really don't know why women like these are interested in killing zombies. However, only the new member Wang Yaoyao was a little timid. Plus, she had never learned shooting, so Bai Ze didn't let her go with him this time. After dinner, Bai Ze looked at the points. Only 720 points. Now, he has 3 guns and a crossbow. These women are not enough. So Bai Ze exchanged for 4 crossbows and 300 crossbow arrows. After exchanging these things, he only had 20 points left. There are only 8 weapons now, so only 8 people can go out. In the end, Wang Yaoyao and Wang Yushi, who was tired after a night of work, stayed. The others went up to the rooftop together. This is also the first time for the girls to come to the rooftop. When they stood on the rooftop and looked at the densely packed zombies below, they all showed expressions of panic. Don't be afraid, these zombies can't come up. At this time, policewoman Li Jinmei spoke to reassure everyone. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Remember what I taught you before? Now these zombies are your targets. Try to aim at the head. After saying that, Li Jinmei pulled the trigger and a bullet hit a zombie's head. Wow, that's great. I want to try it too. Lu Yumeng said, picked up the pistol, pointed it at the zombie, and pulled the trigger. Bang! When the gunshot rang out, Lu Yumeng's body trembled. Fortunately, this bullet hit the zombie's head. The others stopped watching at this time and were eager to try. They started shooting one after another. I have to say, these women are awesome. After training with Li Jinmei, they were all able to hit the target accurately. Seeing this, Bai Ze felt relieved. Start concentrating on finding the hidden mutant zombies among the zombie group. Bai Ze's eyesight has been genetically enhanced, so he can see as clearly at night as during the day. So, after a whole night of hunting last night, there were basically not many fish that slipped through the net. Bai Ze easily killed the remaining dozen or so mutant zombies. Then, Bai Ze followed and killed ordinary zombies. Qinglong Gang. What? Bai Ze is surrounded by zombies. Zhao Zilong suddenly jumped up from the stool. Yes, I will investigate it myself. Li Xiaoxiao shook her hair and said expressionlessly. Zhao Zilong was stunned for a few seconds, then sat back down. This must have been done by Xiao Yaetang. They have been in close contact with the Brown Bear Gang and the Tiger Gang recently. I think they are going to make a big move. Will they do anything bad to us? Li Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. It's not impossible. Pass the order and ask the brothers to be more cautious recently. Yes, then should we help Bai Ze? No need. His safe house is extremely sturdy and the zombies can't do anything to him. When the time comes, We'll send people to help when the power behind him comes out. Maybe we can get in touch with this line. Zhao Zilong pondered.
Yes.
After saying that, Li Xiaoxiao turned and left. After a moment, Zhao Zilong also left the room. Set out with a team of people. Soon we arrived at a food factory that produced canned food. The place is filled with zombies. Brothers, if we take over this factory, we can produce our own food. Let's work hard and try to take it over within 2 days. After saying that, Zhao Zilong started shooting at the zombies inside. Suddenly, gunshots resounded through the sky. The zombies inside also fell down one after another. However, the zombies behind quickly replenished. After a burst of gunfire, these people stopped shooting tacitly, then they took out melee weapons and rushed forward, attacking frantically through the fence. Little did they know that just 2 days later, the Qinglong gang would face a near-devastating disaster. On the rooftop of the safe house, because there were too few crossbow arrows, they were quickly used up. The women began to take turns using pistols, but their hands are too tender. My palms would ache from the vibration after just a few shots. Only someone like Li Jinmei who has undergone long-term training can shoot for a long time. In the morning, they killed more than 1,000 zombies. But this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the zombie horde below. Not much has changed. The zombies are still swarming. There must be at least tens of thousands of them. Bai Ze understood that this was not a solution. He had to think of another way. Thinking of this, Bai Ze said, "Okay, everyone go back and rest." The women then returned to the safe house exhausted. After coming back, Bai Ze went back to his room alone. Now he still has to think of other ways, and the only thing he can think of now is genetic enhancement. Open the gene enhancement panel and continue refreshing. However, this time I refreshed it 9 times in a row, and without exception, all of them were useless. Bai Ze decided to try one last time. If he still couldn't get anything useful, he would think of other ways. If it really doesn't work, you can try to seek help from the Qinglong gang. Thinking of this, Bai Ze directly chose to refresh. Suddenly, 3 options appeared. 2 of them are useless, and Bai Ze's eyes are fixed on the third option. Recombining gene sequences, allowing the host's facial appearance to change as desired. Consumes 200 gene points, failure rate increases by 30%. Now Bai Ze still has 202 gene points. I just chose to strengthen it directly. A warm current flashed through the body. Bai Ze understood that the strengthening was successful. Then he quickly went to the mirror and was surprised to see something. His appearance was under his control, changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, he suddenly had an idea for a prank. He wanted to see if his women would be surprised when he changed into another face. Thinking of this, his face had changed into that of another man. Then he quietly walked out the door. Next door is Lu Yuming and Xiaomo's room. He quietly opened the door. He found 2 women in their underwear talking on the bed. So Bai Ze walked over quietly. "Xiaomo, do you think the master will think my breasts are too small?" Lu Yuming pinched her breasts and said dejectedly. "Hee, stop imagining things. Although the master likes girls with big breasts, yours is not small either." Xiaomo covered her mouth and chuckled. Bai Ze was speechless. When did he ever say that he liked girls with big breasts? This is absolutely slander. Does the master like a peach but like Wang Yushi's? I see the master often touches her butt. Lu Yuming said a little melancholy. "Yuming, why do you think so? The master likes each of us very much, and he has often looked for you alone." As she said that, Xiaomo threw Lu Yuming to the ground and started touching her breasts. The 2 girls started playing and laughing, completely unaware that Bai Ze was right next to them. At this time, Bai Ze walked quickly towards the 2 people and blindfolded them from behind. "Guess who I am?" The 2 girls immediately became shy. "Hey, master, why are you still playing such childish games?" "Hee, master, I still recognize your voice." At this time, Bai Ze also let go of his hand, looking forward to the 2 people's reactions after seeing his current appearance. When Bai Ze let go of his hand, the 2 women also looked at Bai Ze. When the 2 women saw Bai Ze's face, they were stunned. Then, they both shouted at the same time. "Ah! Ah!" Bai Ze was stunned. He didn't expect the 2 women to react so strongly, so he quickly changed his face back to his own. "Stop yelling, it's me." The 2 women looked at Bai Ze, and when they saw this familiar face, they stopped shouting. "Master, you scared me to death," Lu Yuming said, patting his chest. Xiaomo also quickly crawled out from the quilt and looked at Bai Ze curiously. "Master, did we see it wrong just now?" Xiaomo rubbed his eyes and asked curiously. Lu Yuming also ran over with blinking eyes, then got close to Bai Ze and looked around. "I even pinched it. Strange, there's no mask." Bai Ze directly grabbed Lu Yuming's jade hand, and then changed his face again. This time, Lu Yuming and Xiamo were obviously not afraid, but showed a curious expression. Master, how did you do that? The two women suddenly became excited. Bai Ze smiled, and then returned to his original appearance. It's just a disguise, nothing special. Bai Ze made up an excuse. After hearing this, the two women didn't ask any more questions. Everyone was tired today, so Bai Ze had no intention of rewarding them. After telling him to go to bed early, Bai Ze returned to his room. Now I can't go out, and I can't continue collecting beauties. At this moment, some images flashed through Bai Ze's mind. In The Walking Dead, people can cover up their own breath by simply smearing zombies' blood on themselves. This way you can fool the zombies. So can his disguise skills have such an effect? Thinking of this, Bai Ze came to the rooftop with some excitement. The zombies below immediately started roaring again when they saw him, and stretched out their claws to try to grab him. Then, Bai Ze took a step back, and his appearance began to change into that of a zombie. Bai Ze came to the edge of the rooftop again. The zombies below were still roaring, but when they saw Bai Ze's face, they slowly calmed down one by one. Seeing this result, Bai Ze was excited. This means that zombies can deceive through vision. Just in case, Bai Ze tried again and waved his hands at the zombies below. However, these zombies didn't even look at him, and some of them would quickly turn their heads and look away after taking a glance. It seems that it is possible, but the zombies will also smell my scent, so I must be fully prepared. Having said that, Bai Ze restored his appearance and went downstairs. He came to the security door and opened it a crack, and instantly two zombies ran in. Bai Ze quickly closed the door again. Afterwards, Bai Ze quickly changed his appearance, but the two zombies still chased Bai Ze. So, Bai Ze went up to the rooftop, carrying the two zombies by the scruff of their necks as if they were kittens. The two zombies struggled continuously, but they couldn't break free. Soon, Bai Ze came to the rooftop and threw one of the zombies out. The zombie was instantly smashed into pieces. Only one head was left struggling. Then, Bai Ze took out some furniture from the space and surrounded another zombie. Then he came to the zombie that was smashed into pieces. He kicked the head out, then stripped the clothes off the zombie and smeared the outside of the clothes with the zombie's black blood. Then, Bai Ze put on the zombie's clothes. At this time, the other zombie also stopped struggling. Bai Ze put on clothes, changed his appearance, and then swayed in front of the zombies. The zombies still looked at the other side with empty eyes, as if Bai Ze didn't exist at all. Seeing the zombies' reaction, Bai Ze knew that this experiment was successful. Then, Bai Ze threw the zombie away like garbage. He put the furniture into the space again, and after thinking about it, Bai Ze also put the clothes into the space. After doing all this, Bai Ze returned to the room to clean up. After taking a quick shower, Bai Ze lay on the bed and began to think about his next plan. After what Wang Shangquan had done, revenge was inevitable, but he just needed an opportunity. If he rashly rushed into Zhao Yatang headquarters, he would probably be beaten to a pulp. His defense is not yet strong enough to withstand bullets. Thinking of this, Bai Ze opened the intelligence system. Now he needs to speed up the process of collecting women. 3 pieces of information appeared before my eyes. The first 2 are very average, and their looks just passed the passing line of 85 points. The third one's appearance score is 91 points. From the photo, we can see that she is a petite lowly and works as a kindergarten teacher. So, Bai Ze used up his last 20 points and checked the information of the lowly kindergarten teacher. Name, Zhang Xintian. Value, 91. Bust, a pair of F. Maintenance times, 0. Location, P-space. After looking at the data, Bai Ze exclaimed, "Wow, this is really a big-breasted lowly." Bai Ze continued to look down. P-space. This time the information was a bit vague, and Bai Ze didn't know the location of this P-space. Looks like I need to go to the Qinglong gang. I believe they must know the location of the P-space. Bai Ze came to the door, put on the clothes stained with zombies' blood again, and then changed his appearance. After checking to make sure there were no problems, he opened the door. Just as the zombie outside the door was about to rush in, Bai Ze kicked it away. A space was instantly left at the door. Seeing that the other zombies had no intention of rushing forward, Bai Ze walked out with peace of mind. This was the first time Bai Ze faced so many zombies at close range. The zombies had empty eyes and did not change because of Bai Ze's appearance. Seeing this, Bai Ze was finally relieved. He gently pushed away the zombie in front of him, and the zombie took a step back. In this way, Bai Ze slowly walked out among the mountains and seas of corpses. Half an hour later, I finally squeezed out. Afterwards, Bai Ze quickly moved away from the zombies, put his clothes into the space, and restored his appearance. All the way to the Qinglong gang. Unfortunately, Zhao Zilong is not here. I originally wanted to hire them to help clean up the zombies, but it seems I can only wait until he comes back. Afterwards, Bai Ze spent 10 kilograms of food to obtain the basic information of the peace base. Peace base. The total number of people is between 100 and 130. Most of them are elderly people, children, and women. Due to the lack of young and middle-aged labor, this base is short of supplies. Threat level 0. Location: former Xinhua kindergarten. Bai Ze quickly recalled Xinhua kindergarten in his mind. Soon, he remembered. This kindergarten is not far from Jinghai University, but the location is quite remote. It is probably for this reason that these people chose to stay there. Thinking of this, Bai Ze walked towards the peace base. Fortunately, all the zombies along the way have been cleared out. This is the suburbs and also the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. It is rare to see zombies around here. After turning several turns, Bai Ze soon arrived at an alley. The peace base is at the innermost part of the alley. Just then, Bai Ze heard a noise. It seemed that a fierce fight was taking place ahead. Bai Ze couldn't help but frown, so he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. At this time, more than 20 strong men were smashing things in front of the kindergarten with farm tools. There was also the sound of a child crying from inside. "Stop smashing it. Please stop smashing it." A middle-aged woman with a bloated body begged with a sad face. "Fuck you." At this moment, a man covered in tattoos kicked out. The middle-aged woman immediately sat on the ground, and from time to time, blood began to flow from her lower body. In an instant, the crowd panicked again. The child's crying became louder. Originally, they thought these people were just here to smash things, but they didn't expect that they would actually beat people up. For a moment, those who had originally wanted to come out to dissuade them hurriedly returned to the house and looked at the people outside vigilantly. Ouch! Ouch! The middle-aged woman wailed in pain on the ground, her face turning pale. At this time, the attacker burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Old thing, you are blind. Even if someone dies today, you must hand over the food you were supposed to hand over to me. Please let us go. We really don't have any extra food. That food is for the children to grow." The middle-aged woman's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her voice became weak and feeble, and it seemed that she might fall into a coma at any time. But these attackers had no mercy at all. When they heard the woman say there was still food, their eyes seemed to light up. "Damn it, why don't you hand over the food earlier? Do you want to die?" The man spat at the woman, then said to the people behind him, "Go in and search." After saying that, these people rushed into the house. When the people in the room saw the other party rushing towards them, they were frightened and quickly retreated. I was afraid that if I ran too slowly, I would end up like that middle-aged woman. The men quickly rushed into the house. As soon as they entered the house, they started smashing things crazily. In a short while, the house was in a mess. "Boss, we found the food." At this time, a younger brother ran out holding a bag of rice. When the others saw that there was nothing left, they also ran out quickly. The younger brother placed the rice he found at the feet of the tattooed man. The tattooed man looked at the rice and said nonchalantly, "This is the interest you owe. Hurry up and hand over the rest of the food." At this time, the middle-aged woman on the ground saw that the last bit of food was also snatched away by them. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. This was the only food ration for more than 100 people. The middle-aged woman thought that if the food was stolen, the children would have nothing to eat. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she stood up in an instant, then rushed to the tattooed man and scratched his face. In an instant, the tattooed man's face was covered with blood. "Fuck you." The tattooed man became furious and kicked out again. "Ah." The middle-aged woman flew backwards again, and this time, more blood flowed from her lower body. The tattooed man touched his face, and when he saw the blood on his hands, his expression became ferocious. "Fuck you. You dare to scratch my face? I'm going to kill you." After saying that, the tattooed man raised the weapon in his hand and was about to chop the middle-aged woman. "Don't want." At this moment, a clear and urgent female voice came from inside the house. Then, a pretty figure rushed out, threw herself beside the middle-aged woman and checked her injuries. "Dean, how are you?" The woman cried, tears already falling from her eyes. The middle-aged woman touched her belly and her face became increasingly uglier. She managed to smile, but she was no longer able to speak. She could only shake her head and comfort the woman. "Hey, pretty girl, you're out of food, right? Then use her to pay off your debts." The tattooed man showed a lewd smile and licked his lips after saying that. Then he reached out to grab the woman. The middle-aged woman on the ground saw this, and she didn't know where she got the strength from and rushed out again. But she could only hug the tattooed man's thighs. Zhang Xintian, run. You old bastard. I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying that, the tattooed man swung down the weapon in his hand. In an instant, a streak of bright red blood spurted out, and the middle-aged woman no longer has the strength. He fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Dean! Zhang Xintian shouted upon seeing this, and her tears could not stop flowing. If it weren't for the dean, she would have died long ago. The dean took out his own stored grain for everyone to eat. This is how this peace base came into being. Zhang Xintian looked at the people who were hiding behind her. These people are all those who have been helped by the dean. How she wished these people could come forward and help her. However, none of these people stood up. At this time, the tattooed man also walked up to Zhang Xintian. He showed a lewd face again. Girl, come and play with me. The tattooed man stretched out his claws. He tore off Zhang Xintian's coat. Suddenly, the bra inside was exposed. The tattooed man looked at the beautiful scene, the waves standing proudly. Make him even crazier. Ha ha ha, girl. Let the brothers have enough fun today, and you don't have to pay for food this month. The tattooed man kept looking at Zhang Xintian with greedy eyes. Zhang Xintian covered her chest with her hands, but her breasts were too big. No matter how hard she tried to cover it, she couldn't completely block it. The tattooed man grabbed Zhang Xintian's arm. Zhang Xintian struggled hard, but her strength was too little and she couldn't break free. Faced with Zhang Xintian's struggle, the tattooed man seemed even more excited. He seemed impatient. It's time to taste Zhang Xintian's delicious food. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind everyone. The tattooed man looked back with some displeasure. When he saw the person coming, his expression was full of jealousy. He is jealous of every handsome man. Boy, you're courting death. How dare you interrupt my good deeds? The person who came was Bai Ze. Bai Ze ignored him. After finishing his words, he walked straight towards Zhang Xintian. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the tattooed man's face became even gloomier. Damn it! Kill him for me. The younger brothers behind him rushed towards Bai Ze instantly. And Bai Ze just threw a punch. The person closest to him flew out instantly. The entire chest caved in instantly, and the man lost his breath instantly after falling to the ground. This time, everyone was shocked. They couldn't get close to Bai Ze and retreated one after another. The tattooed man was also frightened at this time. Is this the kind of power a human can have? Seeing Bai Ze approaching, the tattooed man instinctively stepped back. Kid, who are you? The tattooed man shouted again. Get out! Bai Ze shouted sternly. The tattooed man's body trembled instantly and his legs went limp with fear. Damn it! I'm giving you one last day. If you can't get the supplies, all of you will die. He quickly went outside, said a few harsh words and ran away. At this moment, Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Ze, and that handsome face made her instantly obsessed. Zhang Xintian stared at Bai Ze blankly, having forgotten her current situation. Her complexion was as beautiful as a flower, and there was a touch of pink on her pretty face, making her look even more lovely and charming. Bai Ze picked up Zhang Xintian's clothes. Then he gently put it on her. Zhang Xintian finally came back to her senses, but when she saw Bai Ze's actions, her face became even redder. Zhang Xintian couldn't help but lower her head shyly and whispered, "Thank you." At this moment, Zhang Xintian suddenly thought of the dean standing next to her. Zhang Xintian's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly ran to the dean. "Dean, wake up." Zhang Xintian gently touched the dean's body, but the dean did not move at all. She had a bad feeling instantly. She raised her slightly trembling hand and placed it under the dean's nostrils. Suddenly, Zhang Xintian was so scared that she sat down on the ground, her face as pale as paper. At this time, Bai Ze also came over and gently helped her up. His hand touched her waist, and the soft, boneless touch made him unable to let go. The dean. Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Ze, tears welling up in her eyes. She suddenly threw herself into Bai Ze's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, soaking his clothes. Bai Ze was stunned by the sudden pounce. He just felt two softballs hit his chest, carrying the ball into someone. Nice shot. Quite elastic. Bai Ze thought about it and gently stroked her head, trying to comfort her. After a long time, Zhang Xintian seemed to realize her mistake and she quickly got out of Bai Ze's arms. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Zhang Xintian wiped her tears, her eyes already red. It's okay, you're Dean. At this point, Zhang Xintian's eyes became even redder, and Bai Ze didn't continue talking. After a while, the people in the house ran out. Zhang Xintian, you're in big trouble. An older man looked anxious. That's right, Zhang Xintian, it's you who offended the Brown Bear Gang. You are responsible for your own actions, so don't implicate us. A middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Xintian and spitted. Yes, yes, yes. And this man, he is your lover, right? Don't let what you two do implicate us. An old lady with gray hair looked at the two of them with disgust. Everyone was talking at once, and everyone was blaming Zhang Xintian. Zhang Xintian looked at these people at this moment, and she suddenly felt that these people were so strange. Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the dean, you and your grandson would have starved to death. And Uncle Li, they are also stealing your food. How can you get away with this? Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Kai, they have taken away all the food. Won't you starve to death? How can you say such things? For a moment, these people gradually lowered their heads, but more people were still blaming Zhang Xintian. Zhang Xintian wanted to explain. Just then, Bai Ze grabbed her. No need to explain to these people. Bai Ze glanced at everyone present one by one. They are just a bunch of cowards who can only shirk responsibility. Of course they know you are not wrong. They just need a sinner to make excuses for their cowardice. What did you say, you little brat? Damn it. Didn't your mom teach you manners? We are the elders. Is this how we talk to our elders? Boy, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Bai Ze glanced at the group of people. Before, they all hid in their houses and dared not come out. Now that others have left, they come out to show off their power. A bunch of bullies. Bai Ze cursed without any mercy. These people immediately showed ferocious expressions. They gathered together, as if they were going to teach this rude guy a lesson. Kneel down and apologize to us, kid. We will forgive you for this matter. Young man, be careful with your words, or you won't be able to have children in the future. You little brat, I have a heart disease. Don't leave, you're scaring me. Because when the tattooed man was here, these people all hid in the house, fearing that they would be implicated. Therefore, they did not see the scene where Bai Ze knocked someone away with one punch. Looking at this group of weirdos in front of him, Bai Ze sneered. It's already this late, and he's still trying to scam people. It's obvious he's done this before. Old thing. Bai Ze continued to curse. You. The old lady said, you, for a long time, then sat down on the ground. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be pissed off by this little thing. You little bastard, look how mad you made this old man. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to teach him a lesson, a young man said and rushed forward. He raised his fist and hit Bai Ze in the stomach. Just when he was about to hit Bai Ze, his body stiffened. The man's facial expression instantly became painful. He looked at Bai Ze in disbelief. He didn't even see when Bai Ze made his move. At this moment, his hand was being held by Bai Ze, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Suddenly, the man screamed and felt a sharp pain in his hand. Crack! Ah! The man's screams became even more tragic, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Then, Bai Ze let go of his hand, and the man rolled on the ground, covering his completely deformed palm. The others fell silent instantly. They watched the scene in horror. Even the old lady lying on the ground got up dejectedly and hid in the house. If you say one more word, this will be the outcome. Bai Ze's voice reached everyone's ears. At this time, no one dared to refute. In an instant, everyone fled into the house, fearing that they would suffer the same fate. The man on the ground was still howling. Get out! Bai Ze roared again. The man's body trembled, and a smelly liquid flowed out of his crotch. He stood up with difficulty and fled quickly. Zhang Xintian was also frightened by Bai Ze's dominance. But she was not afraid of Bai Ze. When she needed help the most, he was the only one who stood up for her. Bai Ze walked towards Zhang Xintian. His voice softened. Let's bury the dean. Zhang Xintian nodded, and looking at the gentle yet domineering Bai Ze in front of her, her cheeks became rosy again. Then, the two of them worked hard to bury the dean's body. The sky gradually darkened, and Bai Ze had nowhere else to go, so he could only spend the night here. That night, Zhang Xintian lay in Bai Ze's arms, and the two talked a lot. Zhang Xintian also quickly agreed to be Bai Ze's woman. Just like that, Zhang Xintian fell asleep peacefully in Bai Ze's arms. Not long after, Bai Ze also fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Bai Ze woke up instantly, because at this time, a group of people surrounded them. Bai Ze came to his senses instantly and glared at these people. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, we don't mean any harm. Yeah guys, we won't hurt you. We just want to ask you for a favor. A group of people immediately showed kind smiles on their faces. They are completely different people from yesterday. Hearing the noise, Zhang Xintian slowly woke up. At this time, a group of children immediately surrounded them. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang. They surrounded Zhang Xintian and hugged her in the middle. Zhang Xintian was confused and didn't know what was going on. Children, are you hungry? At this time, a middle-aged woman in the crowd squeezed out 2 tears and said, looking at these children, I feel really sad. They are so young and should not be punished like this. They are the flowers of the motherland and the future of the motherland. Yes, these children are the future of our human race. We must not let them get hurt in the slightest. That's right. I have to protect them even if it costs me my life. Listening to what everyone was saying, Zhang Xintian gradually lowered her head. She gently stroked the children's heads, feeling mixed emotions. Teacher Zhang, we are all uneducated, and we are sorry to trouble you to take care of our children's education. Yes, Teacher Zhang, you are the guiding light for these children. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise what would these children do? I suggest that everyone save some food in the future. Teacher Zhang has worked so hard to educate the children. We should save the best food for her and these children. Yes, that's right. I agree. I'm old. I can eat less, I agree. Looking at the unprecedented unity of these people in front of her, Zhang Xintian's eyes became moist. At this moment, she was very touched and felt that everything she had done before was worth it. Teacher Zhang, we were wrong about what happened yesterday. We shouldn't have let the dean take risks alone and caused her to lose her life. Yes, we will never do this again in the future. We must unite together and fight against the bad guys from outside. Zhang Xintian was moved. Don't blame yourselves. Those people were so fierce, it's understandable that you're afraid. I won't blame you. Teacher Zhang, it's great that you don't blame us. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Thank you for forgiving us. Let us thank Teacher Zhang together. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Children, thank your Teacher Zhang quickly. She will be your mother from now on. Why don't you thank Mrs. Zhang quickly? The children quickly surrounded Zhang Xintian and said in baby voices, Thank you, Teacher Zhang, thank you, Mom Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xintian's eyes became wet again. The maternal instinct hidden in her body began to overflow. Children, we will protect you. Zhang Xintian hugged the 2 children, tears falling from her eyes. At this moment, Bai Ze on the side looked at these people coldly. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Bai Ze would have believed these people. But is it possible for them to have such a big change? Yesterday they were still blaming and shirking responsibility, but today they are admitting their mistakes one by one. He also praised Zhang Xintian to the skies. They also said that Zhang Xintian would be the mother of these children in the future. Isn't this pure moral kidnapping? What a clever trick. Bai Ze sneered. At this time, these hypocritical people turned their eyes to Bai Ze. My dear brother, what happened yesterday was all a misunderstanding. Since you are Zhang Xintian's boyfriend, you are our family. Yes, we are all a family from now on, and as a family we should help each other and defeat the foreign invaders together. Haha, Zhang Xintian really found a good man. He's handsome and skilled. If I had a daughter, I would have her marry you. Listening to these people's flattery, Zhang Xintian couldn't help but smile sweetly. His eyes were also full of pride. Bai Ze saw everyone's performance. At this moment, Zhang Xintian has completely believed these people. After thinking for a while, Bai Ze smiled and said, Haha, thank you everyone, but I have already told my girlfriend that I want to take her away. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Are you leaving? An old lady said anxiously. Why are you leaving? Can you take me with you? An old man with white hair looked anxious. What will we do if you leave? Yeah, what are we going to do if you leave? Yes, don't leave, stay. Everyone was talking at once, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Zhang Xintian couldn't help but frown. Cough, cough. At this time, a cough sounded and the voices of the crowd gradually stopped. Soon, a young man walked out of the crowd. He quickly said, We don't mean that. There are zombies everywhere outside. We just don't want you to be in danger. After hearing the man's words, Zhang Xintian finally relaxed her brows. Don't worry, everyone. We won't leave. Zhang Xintian said with a smile, and then touched the head of the child next to her. Bai Ze understood that Zhang Xintian was now completely controlled by these people. He must make Zhang Xintian see the true intentions of these people. So, Bai Ze continued, Of course, we will come back in the future, but we have some other things to do, so we have to leave you for a while. Yeah, my boyfriend and I have agreed that we will be away for a while. Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Ze sweetly. After hearing what the two said, everyone's expressions changed again. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Bai Ze looked at the expressions of these people and sneered. Are you going to reveal your true nature? The man's face gradually became gloomy. Well then, I wish you guys a speedy return. You can't leave. At this time, a domineering voice sounded from the crowd. Yes, you can't leave. Don't leave. If you leave, what will we do? That's right, Zhang Xintian, you are such a heartless person. Your boyfriend is so capable. What's wrong with asking him to stay and protect us? Humph. Let's see who can leave today. Ouch. I don't want to live anymore. Young people are beating up old people. The old lady who tried to scam people yesterday sat down at the door and started to make a scene. This scene made Zhang Xintian stunned for a moment. At this moment, she finally understood. These people just wanted to use her to kidnap Bai Ze and keep him to protect them. A feeling of grievance suddenly arose in her heart. She trusted these people so much, and yet they had been lying to her all along. At this moment, she became more determined to leave here. When Bai Ze saw these people reveal their true faces, he suddenly burst into a strong murderous intent. Get out, he shouted. The old woman who was originally sitting on the ground and making a scene immediately quieted down and looked at Bai Ze with horror. Bai Ze's loud shout instantly made everyone in the room quiet down. But then, these people exploded again. One by one, they revealed their true colors. You little brat, I'm old enough to think you're too old, but that's how you talk to your elders. What are you so proud of? There are so many of us. I don't believe you can do anything. Bitch, you really think you are a treasure. If you were not still of some use, would we be so flattering to you? But you don't help us, but help a stranger you just met for less than a day. That's right, you are such a traitor. Don't even think about leaving today. Yes, didn't that person say so yesterday? If we can't hand over the grain, we'll use her to pay off the debt. We'll capture her and hand her over later. Yes, that's it. As they spoke, several young men approached Zhang Xintian. The other elderly people approached Bai Ze. At this moment, Bai Ze's expression was extremely gloomy. Do you really think I dare not kill you? After saying that, Bai Ze directly took out his pistol. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, a man fell to the ground. These people showed horrified expressions again. Gun. He has a gun. Ah! Screams instantly echoed throughout the hall. The crowd retreated with a rush. The woman who was trying to scam people and was sitting at the door also knelt on the ground and crawled out of the door, faster than the young man. In just a few seconds, Bai Ze and Zhang Xintian were the only two people left in the hall. Let's go. Bai Ze grabbed Zhang Xintian's hand and walked out. Zhang Xintian didn't have the slightest attachment to this place at this moment. As soon as the two of them walked to the door, the people from yesterday appeared again. But this time, they were no longer arrogant when facing Bai Ze. Especially the tattooed man. When he saw Bai Ze, he immediately nodded and bowed, and took out a pack of soft zhonghua from his trouser pocket, took out one and looked at it in front of Bai Ze. Anyone who can smoke at this time is definitely not an ordinary person. You know, some people feel very uncomfortable once they get addicted to smoking. It can also have a calming effect. Therefore, cigarettes are like a luxury in the end times. Ordinary people can't even afford to eat, let alone exchange their surplus food for these luxuries. Bai Ze didn't take it, and the tattooed man tactfully put it away. Brother, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. Please forgive me and let me go. The tattooed man apologized sincerely. Bai Ze was originally a little resentful, but seeing that this boy was so understanding, most of the resentment in his heart disappeared. Okay, let's forget about what happened yesterday. After saying that, Bai Ze prepared to leave. Brother, my name is Wang Xiaohu, just call me Xiaohu. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the Tiger Gang to find me. Wang Xiaohu said hurriedly when he saw Bai Ze was about to leave. Bai Ze paused and looked at him meaningfully. He had heard of the name Tiger Gang, which was currently the third-ranked force in Jinghai City. There is also a word tiger in his name. Could it be related to the Tiger Gang? Bai Ze didn't think about it any further and just thought it was a coincidence. Then he prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Xiaohu called Bai Ze again. Brother, the people here? Bai Ze was somewhat displeased and glared at Wang Xiaohu angrily. But then I thought, I can use him to punish these people. So he said, it has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with it. After saying that, he took Zhang Xintian away. Wang Xiaohu was a little excited and ordered the younger brothers behind him. Brothers, let's get to work. After saying that, these people immediately rushed into the yard. Soon, Screams were heard from inside. Ouch! You hit an old man. You will not die a good death. You old woman, I'll teach you a lesson. Ouch! My teeth. My teeth. After the fight, everyone had scars on their bodies to varying degrees. They didn't dare to say a word to Wang Xiaohu and others. Stand aside obediently. Damn it! Where's the food I asked you to prepare? Big brother, we originally wanted to give this bitch Zhang Xintian to you, but she was taken away by that damn man who came yesterday, an old man said attentively, trying to gain the other party's favor. When Wang Xiaohu heard this, he immediately glared at the man. Fuck, that's my brother. If you dare to say that about my brother, beat him up. In an instant, two younger brothers rushed out and beat the old man violently. Others originally wanted to put the blame on Bai Ze, but when they saw this situation, they quickly shut their mouths. The old man hit a snag and covered his injured area, not daring to speak anymore. Wang Xiaohu felt that he had vented enough anger. Seeing that these people had been beaten so much but still didn't produce any food, he told his men to stop. They couldn't take the food away, which made Wang Xiaohu a little depressed. But since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. So he turned his attention to these children and women who were slightly pretty. He had heard that many perverts like to keep young boys and girls. As for what to do, he didn't know. Take all these children away from me, and take all these women away from me too. The younger brothers behind him immediately came up and dragged the children and women away. Suddenly, cries and shouts resounded throughout the hall again. Even at this point, the men still did not have the courage to resist. I watched them take the children and the woman away. The remaining people secretly felt lucky that they could stay. Although the child is gone, the burden is also gone, right? Not only did these people not feel heartbroken, they even felt a little relieved. They blamed their current situation entirely on these burdens. They will never look for the reasons in themselves. They will only blame everything on others. Their fate was already determined. Bai Ze had nowhere to go at the moment, so he simply brought Zhang Xintian to the Qinglong gang. With the warm hospitality of the younger brothers from the Qinglong gang, Zhang Xian had a sweet and satisfying meal. A couple room was also thoughtfully arranged. Everything in the room stimulates the secretion of hormones. Dim candlelight, romantic red roses. A big soft bed in the shape of a heart. What's more important is that there is a pretty little loli next to him. Zhang Xintian sat on the bed shyly, looking up at Bai Ze from time to time, then quickly lowering her head. Bai Ze gently took off Zhang Xintian's coat. Her proud figure is extremely inconsistent with her appearance. Such a cute girl has such a surging heart. This contrast gave Bai Ze a novel sense of satisfaction. He raised his hand and slowly reached in. It feels smooth, elastic, full and round. It was hard for him to imagine that he couldn't cover it with one hand. It can be seen that this is extraordinary. Hearing Zhang Xintian's rapid breathing, Bai Ze's movements became larger. Zhang Xintian's breathing became more and more rapid. After a while, Zhang Xintian finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a soft moan. She quickly covered her mouth and her face turned red instantly. She felt a little ashamed of the sound she had just made. Bai Ze kept moving his hands and comforted her. It's okay. There are only two of us here. Just scream if you can't help it. Zhang Xintian just nodded, still covering her mouth with her hands. However, Bai Ze could sense that she was forcing herself to hold back from making that sound. Bai Ze did not stop, but instead moved both hands at the same time. Aha! Zhang Xintian also began to get into the mood, and the frequency of her sounds became faster and faster. At this time, Zhang Xintian's face had turned red to her ears. She had never been touched there by anyone in her life. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and she felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Bai Ze. She called Bai Ze's name softly, with a slightly anxious tone in her voice. Don't be impatient. Bai Ze continued to draw circles, neither hurried nor slow. At this time, Zhang Xintian had already begun to twist her waist, slowly catering to Bai Ze. The blush on her face gradually faded, but her earlobes were still red. The whole person fell into a state of intoxication, like feeling dizzy after drinking alcohol. Her eyes had begun to blur. Bai Ze saw that the time was right, so he picked her up. Zhang Xintian blushed again and hugged Bai Ze tightly. Then, she pressed her hot face against his chest. Bai Ze no longer had any worries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beauty and successfully taking the first blood. The reward will be doubled. Get points 150 by 2. Including these 300, plus the 400 fixed points from last night, I now have 700 points. Zhang Xintian lay in Bai Ze's arms, like a little girl who had been wronged. Her eyes were slightly red, and she pouted her lips without saying a word. Bai Ze knew that he was the one who hurt her, but he had no choice. After being strengthened, the thing became much bigger. This was even though he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, she would be in more pain. But it won't be like this anymore. After all, it's always a little bit awkward the first time. Bai Ze hugged her tighter. After a long time, the little cutie in my arms let out a soft cry. Bai Ze looked down and saw a lovely face framed by two mountains. Her eyes were closed, and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered from time to time. She had already fallen asleep. She snuggled in Bai Ze's arms like a kitten, so Bai Ze slowly laid her down on the bed. Then he carefully covered himself with the quilt. Then he put on his clothes and stood up. Bai Ze opened the curtains and then blew out the candle on the table. It was still afternoon. Bai Ze was not sleepy, so he quietly opened the door and went outside. Bai Ze hadn't seen Zhao Zilong in the past 2 days. After asking, I found out that he was leading people to attack a food processing factory. It just so happened that Bai Ze had nothing to do. So I planned to go there according to the address given by this young man. I just walked out a short distance. Coincidentally, at this time, several people from other forces passed by and came to the Qinglong gang to exchange supplies. The content of the conversation between the few people aroused Bai Ze's interest. Have you heard? The leader of Xiaoyao Hall spent a lot of money to find a psychologist. If I had known this, I would have gone to study psychiatry. Alas, a man said regretfully. Another man lowered his voice and said, I have a tip-off. The head of Xiaoyao Hall has been looking for a male doctor, and a few days ago he spent a lot of money to invite an expert in this field from our base to see a doctor. Several people immediately became interested. At this time, another person said, Where did you get the news? He bought Dilraba Dilmurat from our base a few days ago. What do you think he bought this star for? The man said with a smirk, Oh my god, Dilanaza. She's the national goddess, my idol. Damn, if there is such a thing, then is Wang Shangquan really capable of that? What do you think? If not, why should he spend a lot of money to buy Dilanaza? Several people looked at the man again, their eyes full of disbelief. Hey, don't disbelieve me. What I said is true. He really spent a lot of money to hire a male doctor from our base. I hope what you said is true. I really don't want to see my goddess being defiled by that fat guy. Oh, Dilanaza, my goddess. I didn't expect you to be so lucky as to be the one that got away with it. If I could just lick Dilnaza's feet, I would be satisfied. Stop fantasizing about this. That's Dilanaza. Even if it's the end of the world, you can't possibly get your hands on her. A few people talked and laughed and then walked away. At this moment, Bai Ze felt excited. Of course he knew Dilraba Dilmurat. She is a top female star in China. She has an angelic face. She is tall, has fair and delicate skin, and even has a very pleasant voice. There are simply no flaws. It is also said that she has never had a rumored boyfriend and has never met with male friends alone in her life. There has never been a single scandal since her debut. Unexpectedly, she arrived in Jinghai City before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, he liked Dilanaza very much. Now I hear from her again, and she is so close to me. Bai Ze began to feel itchy inside. He used to have no ability, and his attitude towards Dilraba Dilmurat was just admiration. Now that he has this ability, what he wants is more than just appreciation, but to get her and possess her. But when I think about Dilanaza now and Xiao Yaetang, Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. It's time to ask for some interest, Bai Ze said in a cold voice. Wang Shangquan has caused trouble for him more than once, and now he has attracted a large number of zombies, causing his safe house to be trapped in the horde of zombies. Coupled with some previous grudges, the relationship between the two had already reached an irreconcilable point. Although he did not fight back immediately, it does not mean that he was afraid of Wang Shangquan. He was just too lazy to do it. Wouldn't it be nice for him to have many children and good fortune in a safe house? Why does he have to fight and kill? But some people just seek death, and Bai Ze cannot be blamed for that. Are you looking for a psychiatrist? The next second, Bai Ze's expression changed rapidly. In an instant, he became another person. From previous intelligence, Bai Ze already knew the location of Xiao Yaetang. Therefore, Bai Ze went straight to the base camp of Xiao Yaetang. Soon, he arrived at a residential area. The entire community has been occupied by Xiao Yaetang. This is a natural defense site. Not only is there a wall to block the zombies, but there are also ready-made furniture and other items in the house. However, it is not an easy task to capture a residential area. Many forces are unable to clear out the zombies in the community and are forced to set up tents in the wild. Come to the door. At this time, there were 2 guards standing guard in front of the gate. They had pistols on their waists and were standing guard meticulously. This can be seen from the mental outlook of the guards. Not all the management of Zio Yaetang are good-for-nothings like Wang Shangquan. At this time, the two guards looked at Bai Ze. One of them shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here." Bai Ze was not angry and said with a smile, "Isn't your hall master looking for a psychiatrist?" "I am one." The two guards were stunned. Then their expressions immediately became enthusiastic. "So you're a psychiatrist? I'm sorry for offending you just now. I'll take you in to see the hall master." The guard looked at the other guard and continued, "You stay here and watch for a while. I'll give you half of the reward later." "Hey, okay. Doctor, please come in." The guard made a gesture of invitation. Bai Ze did not waste any time and followed the guard in. Soon, Bai Ze was taken to a place similar to a reception room. "Doctor, please wait here for a moment. I will go and ask the hall master." After saying that, the guard left quickly. Soon, he ran back excitedly. "Doctor, our hall master wants to see you. Please follow me." Bai Ze smiled. He has only been out for a short while. It seems that Wang Shangquan has been busy with this matter recently. Continue to follow the guard. After a while, the two arrived in front of a villa. The guard stopped at the door and turned to Bai Ze with a kind smile. "Doctor, whether you can enjoy wealth and glory in the rest of your life depends on your ability. When the time comes, don't forget my kindness in recommending you." "Haha, definitely. Then I won't bother you anymore. Please go in." After saying that, the guard turned and left. Bai Ze looked at the door and reached out to push it open. There were still two guards inside the door. However, these two guards looked much more majestic than the two guards at the door. Moreover, these two men have a lot of muscles, and you can tell at first glance that they are quite capable. When the two men saw Bai Ze coming in, they stepped forward to stop him. Then, someone took out a metal detector and quickly scanned around Bai Ze. After finding nothing unusual, the two returned to their original positions. "Continue to stand guard motionlessly." Bai Ze continued to walk inside. Soon, I walked through a corridor and saw a young and beautiful woman waiting there. However, based on Bai Ze's experience, the woman in front of him is not qualified enough to be included in the Hahuan Baolu. The woman spoke in a Taiwanese accent. "Sir, are you a psychologist?" Bai Ze nodded. "Okay, sir, please follow me." The woman turned around and walked away slowly, swaying her perky butt. Bai Ze took a look and followed. "Go up to the second floor." Bai Ze faintly heard the sound of conversation. Among them was a voice he was familiar with. It was Wang Shanquan's. The woman was still leading the way, and her voice became clearer. "Master Wang, we will rely on you from now on." "Haha, yes, Master Wang, we will follow you from now on." "Don't worry, Master Wang. We will follow your lead from now on. We will definitely actively participate in tonight's operation." "Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. As long as we accomplish today's mission, you will all be a force to be reckoned with in Jinghai City." Bai Ze was taking dictation seriously when suddenly, the woman in front of him stopped. She slowly opened the door. Inside were Wang Shangquan and a few others. "Master, the doctor is here." The woman bowed slightly. Wang Shangquan immediately looked at Bai Ze, his eyes full of urgency. But he was not in a hurry to let Bai Ze in. Instead, he looked at the people around him. Seeing this, these people tactfully said goodbye and left. "Then Master, we still have some things to do, so we won't bother you anymore." Wang Shangquan also stood up to see him off. After they had gone far away, Wang Shangquan excitedly asked, "What's your name, doctor?" Bai Ze thought about it and made up a name at random. "Just call me Long Air." "Haha, Dr. Long. I'm sorry for not treating you well just now. Please come in." Bai Ze then sat aside. The woman also walked over, took out a new teacup, filled it with tea, and placed it respectfully next to Bai Ze. "Dr. Long, you're a psychology major, right? But you don't look very old. You should still be in school at the end of the world." Wang Shangquan asked tentatively. Bai Ze was not in a hurry and took a sip of tea. He had already prepared a countermeasure for such questioning. "I have a master's degree in psychology from Jinghai University. I studied abroad for a year and cured many psychological patients. Since you have no way to verify it anyway, just talk nonsense." Bai Ze smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, Wang Shangquan immediately became energetic when he heard this. "So you're an international student. I heard that psychology is very advanced in foreign countries. I've long wanted to take my family to live in the United States. I heard that the air there is very sweet. Tell me, is the environment abroad much better than that in China?" Wang Shangquan showed a longing look. Bai Ze's face turned serious, and there was a murderous look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Shangquan. This guy is a dog who worships foreigners and fawns on them. However, the murderous intent was fleeting. and he had another purpose for coming here. Haha, but everything is the same now. There are zombies everywhere. Maybe the outside is even worse than here, Bai Ze said casually. That's true. Dr. Long, let's not talk about this anymore and just treat me quickly. Wang Shangquan seemed to have dispelled his doubts and said anxiously. Okay, but before that I need to understand your condition first so that I can give you targeted treatment later. Bai Ze certainly knew his condition, but he still had to put on a full show. At this moment, Wang Shan showed bitterness all over his face, as if he had something to hide. Don't be nervous. I'm a psychiatrist. I will keep your secret. Well, all right then. Then, Wang Shangquan told the story of how he was raped by a she-male in the Qinglong gang. Bai Ze tried hard not to laugh after hearing this. Although he had known about this matter for a long time, hearing it again from the person involved still made him want to laugh, especially when he saw Wang Shanquan's aggrieved expression. Bai Ze suppressed his laughter and pretended to be thoughtful. I have met someone in the same situation as you, and it was basically the same as yours. Really? Then I am not saved yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Shangquan immediately became excited. Yes, but I'll need your cooperation. It would be best if you had a beautiful woman by your side. The prettier the better. This will be of great help to your treatment. Yes. Hee, just wait. I'll have someone bring her here right away. Wang Shangquan immediately became excited and quickly ordered his men. Soon, a familiar figure was brought over. Bai Ze's face lit up with joy when he saw the person coming. The person who came was Dilanaza. She is even prettier than on TV. That arrogant and domineering character has not changed. She stood there like a queen who despised everything. Haha, how about it? Now you know who she is. Wang Shanquan's tone was full of boasting. Bai Ze pretended to be surprised and said, Is this Dilanaza? After hearing what Bai Ze said, Wang Shangquan seemed even more proud. Hee, I spent a lot of money to get this girl. Don't worry, Brother Long. As long as you can cure my heart disease, I will make sure you have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Bai Ze glanced at Dilanaza. She looked at herself with disgust in her eyes. Bai Ze didn't care about the hatred in her eyes, because it didn't take long for her to understand what she wanted to do. Okay, I will perform hypnosis treatment on you next. No one can disturb you during this period. Wang Shangquan looked at the woman beside him and the two guards at the door, and immediately ordered, All of you go out, clear all irrelevant people out of the villa, and don't disturb Dr. Long from treating me. Yes. Several people bowed and left the room. Seeing the people being sent away, Bai Ze showed a hint of sarcasm. I didn't expect Wang Shangquan to be so easy to fool, but this also saved him a lot of trouble. Dr. Long. Before Wang Shangquan could finish his words, Bai Ze directly released the hallucinogenic factor, causing him to fall into a coma instantly. Bai Ze controls the range of the hallucinogenic factor so that it will not affect Dilanaza. Dilanaza, who was watching the two of them coldly from the side, suddenly froze. She didn't understand why Wang Shangquan, who was just talking, suddenly fell asleep. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Bai Ze looked at Dilanaza. Who are you? Dilanaza's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Then, Bai Ze quickly changed back to his original appearance. When Dilanaza saw Bai Ze's face suddenly change, that arrogant face was finally moved. Even the tone of his voice became much gentler. You are not a doctor. Who are you? You can call me Bai Ze, or call me husband. Bai Ze smiled confidently. You. Dilanaza frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. This is the Xiaoyao gang. You should think about how to get out. Don't worry about this. I will naturally find a way to get out. Bai Ze still smiled confidently. At this time, Dilanaza looked at Bai Ze curiously, as if trying to find something different from him. However, no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see anything special about him. After a while, Dilanaza said, Can you take me away? Bai Ze was waiting for her to say this. So he said, Of course, as long as you promise to be my woman. Dilanaza didn't say anything, but just stared at Bai Ze without blinking. Bai Ze was not afraid that she would not agree. After all, he could take her away by force. At this time, Dilanaza said, What will you do if I say no? Kill me? Of course not. But are you sure you want to stay here? You should know what the consequences will be if you stay here. Dilanaza bit her red lips lightly, struggling internally. After hesitating for a moment, she relaxed and let out a breath. It's better to leave with him than to stay here and be defiled by an old man. At least the person in front of me doesn't look that annoying. Okay, I promise. Seeing Dilanaza agreed so readily, Bai Ze was also extremely delighted. He gently touched Dilanaza's hand. Dilanaza's information is also stored in the Hahuan Baolu. Name, Dilanaza. Age, 23. Value, 98. Bust, a pair of D. Maintenance times, 0. Loyalty, 0. Seeing Dilanaza's message, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel happy. I didn't expect her appearance to be as high as 98 points. The only regret is that her loyalty is not. There is no way around it. After all, she didn't follow me voluntarily. Dilanaza was touched by Bai Ze, and she instinctively dodged. There was displeasure in his eyes. It seems that it is not easy to win her heart. Bai Ze sighed helplessly. After the hallucinogenic factor was taken back, Wang Shangquan standing beside him showed signs of waking up. Bai Ze immediately took out a dagger from space and stabbed it into his heart. Feeling a sharp pain, Wang Shangquan suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Bai Ze's face, his heart trembled. He wanted to shout loudly, but no sound came out of his mouth. Dilanaza didn't expect Bai Ze to attack suddenly, and she opened her mouth in fright. Fortunately, she didn't make any sound. Are you crazy? How are we going to get out if you kill him? Dilanaza asked with some blame. Bai Ze drew out his dagger and stabbed him again, killing him directly. After making sure that Wang Shangquan was dead and taking off his coat, Bai Ze turned and looked at Dilanaza. Then, his appearance began to change, and when he put on his coat, he looked exactly the same. Dilanaza widened her eyes in horror, looking incredulous. You? How did you become him? Dilanaza's eyes moved back and forth between Bai Ze and Wang Shangquan. Then, a look of joy appeared on her face. Believe me now. Let's go. Dilanaza nodded, and the expression on her face was no longer as arrogant as before. Don't worry. Now that you're here, how can you not bring some souvenirs? Do you know where their warehouse is? Dilanaza shook her head. Forget it. Go out and ask others. I will arrange everything later. Dilanaza nodded again. Hold my arm. Bai Ze raised his arm. Dilanaza hesitated for a moment, then stood beside Bai Ze and gently held his arm. A fragrant breeze blew by. Bai Ze took a deep sip and felt refreshed. Feeling Dilanaza's smooth skin, Bai Ze stepped out, all the way to the door of the villa. At this time, the housekeeper and 2 guards were guarding the door. When the housekeeper saw Bai Ze coming out, she hurried forward to greet him enthusiastically. Master! Bai Ze lowered his voice and imitated Wang Shanquan's moaning and said, Take me to the warehouse. I want to see how much inventory we have left. The housekeeper led the way without any doubt. Before leaving, Bai Ze instructed the 2 guards, By the way, Dr. Long is resting in his room. You are not allowed to disturb him. Just stay here and guard him. The 2 guards saluted respectfully and then stood on both sides of the villa's gate. Seeing that there was no problem, Bai Ze took Dilanaza's arm and followed the housekeeper to the warehouse. Dilanaza, who was standing by, was extremely nervous at this moment. Her palms were full of sweat. Bai Ze stroked the back of her smooth hand and soothed her gently. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the warehouse. Master, this is the key. Please take a look. Bai Ze took the key directly and said casually, Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. Go and do your thing. The housekeeper turned and left. Bai Ze couldn't wait to open the warehouse door. When he saw what was inside, he couldn't help but feel happy. The entire warehouse is filled with a wide variety of items. And this warehouse is a full 1,000 square meters. Even if only half of the area is filled with supplies, this is still a considerable number. I didn't expect Zhao Yatang to have collected so many supplies, but these will all be Bai Ze's private property. Wait for me here. In order not to expose the secret of the space, Bai Ze left Dilanaza at the door and walked in alone. After entering, Bai Ze frantically collected the supplies into the space. Food, daily necessities, clothes and shoes, bedding, sex toys, and even baby products are all available. Almost everything that can be bought on the market is available here. Bai Ze follows the principle of not wasting anything, so he puts everything into the space. But this warehouse is really big and there are really a lot of things in it. With Bai Ze's speed, he ran here for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the warehouse that was originally full was completely emptied. After moving the things, Bai Ze hesitated for a moment. Aren't you looking for someone to kill me? Now you're even using such a dirty trick as zombies blocking my house. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Thinking about it, Bai Ze took out a dozen Elba's lollipops and spelled out the words, Bai Ze was here on the ground. I really don't know what their expressions would be when they find out that all the supplies they had worked so hard to save have been looted. It must be quite exciting. Bai Ze then walked out of the warehouse with satisfaction. Dilanaza was waiting anxiously at the door, and when she saw Bai Ze coming out, she quickly ran up. Let's go. They will find out soon. Bai Ze then pulled Dilanaza towards the gate. Bai Ze felt happy as he touched Dilanaza's soft and boneless hands. You have to know that this is Dilanaza, the most popular top-tier figure. Many star directors wanted to shake hands with her, but she declined with various reasons. And that happened in a public place, which shows that Dilanaza really doesn't give face to these directors and stars. But these people still seek cooperation with her with a smug look on their faces. This shows that the people behind Dilraba Dilmurat should not be underestimated. But now she lets Bai Ze touch her as he pleases. It seems that she also knows how to handle the situation. Soon, they successfully left Zio Yatang headquarters. There is something wrong with everything going smoothly. Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. How come there were only a few dozen people in such a big Xiaoyao hall? At this moment, he suddenly thought of the conversation he had overheard before. They said there was action tonight. What action? Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. Dilanaza, who was standing by, saw that Bai Ze looked troubled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know what Zio Yatang is doing tonight?" Dilanaza pondered for a while and said, "I heard them say before that they were going to attack the Qinglong gang tonight." Bai Ze couldn't help but frown. He was not worried about the Qinglong gang. He was worried about Zhang Xintian, who was in the Qinglong gang. Hurry up. Bai Ze hugged Dilanaza in his arms and sprinted at full speed. Ah! Dilanaza screamed in fright, and her scream was particularly soul-stirring. However, Bai Ze doesn't have time to think about these things now. At this time, the last ray of sunset in the sky is about to set. His forehead was covered with sweat. Just when he was about 10 kilometers away from the Qinglong gang, a burst of gunfire came from the direction of the Qinglong gang base. Oh no! Bai Ze accelerated again, and the delicate body of Dilanaza in his arms kept shaking, and Bai Ze's hand happened to be on her butt. Dilanaza's face couldn't help but turn red. However, she seemed to notice Bai Ze's anxiety and did not stop him, allowing Bai Ze to run with her in his arms. Soon, the two men arrived not far from the Qinglong gang. At this time, the gunfire became more intense. If you want to rush in, you will face a hail of bullets. However, judging from the sound of gunfire, the Qinglong gang is also resisting fiercely and is unlikely to be conquered in a short period of time. Bai Ze also calmed down and began to think of a solution. Now there are two methods. The first thing is to find Zhao Zilong's main force and ask him to come back for reinforcements. The second is that he forced himself on Dilraba Dilmurat. With her 98 points of beauty and the fact that it was her first time, she could provide himself with 1,000 points, plus his current 400 points, can be exchanged for 28 attribute points. Just as Bai Ze was hesitating, gunshots were heard from another place. Bai Ze looked in that direction. The sound is very weak. That direction was exactly the direction of the food processing factory that Zhao Zilong attacked. Bai Ze's face darkened. It seems that Ziro Yatang has made sufficient preparations to destroy the Qinglong gang this time. Now he can only rely on himself to go in and rescue Zhang Xintian. Bai Ze looked at Dilanaza, who was standing beside him, and said, "I'm sorry." Dilanaza looked at Bai Ze in confusion, not understanding what he meant. The next second, Bai Ze picked her up and walked towards the house nearby. Dilanaza seemed to realize something and began to resist desperately. But how could a weak girl like her be a match for Bai Ze? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Bai Ze's restraints. "Stop struggling. You can't escape today. I'm also trying to save people. I owe you today. If you want to leave in the future, I won't stop you," Bai Ze said firmly. At this time, Dilanaza was completely desperate, and tears fell down her face. "I have guarded the bottom line for so many years, but today I have to hand it over to the man in front of me." She stopped struggling because she understood that struggling would not make him stop. She looked at Bai Ze, and strangely enough, she didn't feel any resentment at all. She just felt a little aggrieved. "He tried to possess me by force without my consent." After entering the house, Bai Ze gently placed Dilanaza on the bed. Then he slowly took off her clothes. I have to say that Dilanaza's figure is really perfect. The face is firm and perky, the skin is as white as snow, and even some parts of the body where pigmentation is prone to deposit are unusually smooth. "Don't be nervous, I'll help you relax first." After saying that, Bai Ze reached out his hand. When Bai Ze touched Dilanaza, her delicate body trembled. It seemed that every inch of her skin was extremely sensitive. Every touch made her tremble slightly. But soon, Dilanaza no longer had this feeling. Her body would not resist Bai Ze's touch. Gradually, Dilraba showed physical emotions. But it can be seen that she is still trying her best to restrain herself. However, the body cannot lie. Seeing that the time was ripe, Bai Ze also spoke frankly. When Dilanaza saw Bai Ze's body, she quickly turned her head away, as if she had seen something terrifying. "Don't be nervous, You'll feel comfortable in a while. Bai Ze comforted again. Dilanaza didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes and waited for what was going to happen next. Ah! Dilanaza let out a cry of pain. She felt a tearing pain. That feeling was both painful and indescribably satisfying. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beauty and successfully taking the first blood. The reward is doubled. Bonus points 500 by 2. The gunfire outside continued. Maybe it's because the noise outside is too loud. Dilanaza moaned without any scruples. This made Bai Ze's blood boil even more. This is the former national goddess and top star Dilraba Dilmurat. But now, these irresistible sounds are coming from under me. And her voice is very nice. It makes people feel like they want to pity you. Dilraba Dilmurat is pink and tender from head to toe. It is the result of careful daily maintenance. Bai Ze kissed every inch of her skin. She also exudes a youthful aura unique to young girls. Dilanaza gradually found it difficult to withstand Bai Ze's offensive. He was so tired that he collapsed on Bai Ze. When she looked at Bai Ze again, the disgust in her eyes had disappeared. It turned into a tender look. She covered her private parts with clothes. Then he lay on the bed, gasping for breath. The exercise just now was too intense, and even a girl like her who seldom exercises could not bear it. Bai Ze was already dressed at this time. Dilanaza looked at his anxious expression, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes again. Having just gone through that kind of thing, a girl needs comfort the most. But Bai Ze pulled up his trousers and prepared to leave. At least say something personal. Dilanaza felt very uncomfortable. I'm going to save someone now. You wait for me here. It's very chaotic outside. Don't go out. After saying that, Bai Ze locked the door and rushed out. Dilanaza, who was lying on the bed, suddenly laughed. So he was in a hurry to save people, but he still had time to do these things with others. He is really bad. Dilanaza thought of the previous scene in her mind and suddenly felt a little shy, so she quickly covered her cheeks with her clothes. Fortunately, no one saw her like this, otherwise it would have been shocking. The former aloof goddess Dilanaza actually said something that was not in line with her status. This is quite explosive news. As soon as Bai Ze went out, he exchanged all his points for 28 points of endurance. Name, Bai Ze. Strength, 43. Agility, 28. Stamina, 49. Charisma, 23. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immune to zombie virus. 2. Enhanced kidney function. 3. Increased sperm activity. 4. Retinal enhancement. 5. Hallucinogenic factor. 6. Adrenaline. 7. Change of appearance. Then, Bai Ze found a bulletproof vest and an explosion-proof helmet from the space. Put them all on. All important parts are protected. Then, Bai Ze avoided the area covered by fire. He jumped over the wall from the side and entered the Qinglong Gang headquarters. At this time, the Qinglong Gang headquarters was in chaos. There were wounded everywhere. They lay on the ground wailing in pain. In the face of the disaster, instead of working together to fight the zombies, they shot at their compatriots. That's human nature. Bai Ze quickly passed through the wounded and rushed to the room where they had rested before. At this time, Zhang Xintian was so scared that she hid under the bed. When I woke up, Bai Ze was not in the room and there were still gunshots outside. This made her panic in an instant. At this time, the sound of enemy charge could be heard outside. Zhang Xintian was so scared that she hid under the bed and dared not come out. Just then, her door was violently kicked open. Zhang Xintian was so frightened that her body trembled instantly, eyes wide open in horror. These people soon found Zhang Xintian hiding under the bed. Hey, here's a top-notch item. Haha, brothers are blessed today. As they spoke, several people pulled Zhang Xintian out from under the bed. Let me go. Zhang Xintian resisted with all her might. At this time, Bai Ze had also rushed to the door. When he heard Zhang Xintian's voice in the room, his face darkened. A murderous intent spread instantly. He kicked the door open. The people inside were instantly frightened. They didn't know Bai Ze. Seeing Bai Ze come in and disturb the fun of himself and others, his face immediately turned ugly. The Tiger Gang is doing this. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Bai Ze snorted coldly and kicked the man who was speaking away. The man fell to the ground dead instantly. The sudden scene made others immediately nervous. They raised their guns and shot at Bai Ze. Bai Ze dodged quickly, but the distance was too close and he was still hit by a bullet. The bullet hit him right in the stomach. He felt a sharp pain. Bai Ze's expression became even gloomier. Taking advantage of speed, he broke these people's hands in just a few moves. Then he quickly checked his injuries. Fortunately, The bullet passed through the bulletproof vest, reducing a lot of the impact force, and then was completely blocked by his body. It seems that I need to be more defensive in the future, otherwise it will be too late to regret if I get shot one day. At this time, several people had their hands broken by Bai Ze and were screaming in pain on the ground. Zhang Xintian's nervousness was released all at once when she saw Bai Ze. She immediately threw herself into Bai Ze's arms and burst into tears. Bai Ze stroked her hair gently, trying to comfort her. Then, Bai Ze asked Zhang Xintian to step back and then slowly walk towards these people. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. These people moved back little by little in fear. "Brother, let's talk it over nicely. We are from the Tiger Gang." This person is still trying to use his identity to suppress Bai Ze. Unfortunately, he got the wrong person. Bai Ze stepped on his leg without any hesitation. Ah! In an instant, a pig-slaughtering scream rang out. "Tell me, what forces are involved in this operation?" When the others saw this, they were so frightened that they dared not breathe. Hearing Bai Ze's questioning, everyone told him everything they knew. After receiving this information, Bai Ze also had some understanding of this battle. The three major forces, Zhao Yatang, Menghu Gang, and Brown Bear Gang, took the lead, with some other small forces following, to divide up the Qinglong Gang. With Zhao Zilong's ability, he shouldn't be defeated so quickly. He didn't want to get involved in this battle, but the ambitions of these people made him realize that he had to get involved. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Bai Ze, was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Only in this way can he do what he loves with peace of mind. His talents will not be threatened. The most powerful Zhao Yatang, their boss Wang Shangquan, has been killed by Bai Ze. I believe that it won't be long before this matter spreads. He has already formed a mortal enemy with Zhao Yatang. His name will soon become known. Now that these forces have formed an alliance, it seems that he has no choice but to cooperate with the Qinglong Gang. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Several people in the room quickly asked for help. "We are here. Come and save us." Bai Ze's face turned cold, and he quickly took out the pistol that he had transformed into a magic weapon. He fired a few shots at these people. These men fell to the ground and died instantly. The whole action takes only one breath. However, the people outside had already heard the noise. Coming quickly towards this room, Bai Ze decided to go all out. Rushed out directly. The people outside were all stunned when they saw Bai Ze suddenly appear. However, it was this moment of distraction. Bai Ze had already rushed in front of them. They were thinking it was too late to shoot. At this point, Bai Ze no longer held back. The adrenaline in the body instantly spreads to every corner of the body. His speed and strength were raised to a higher level. Wherever he passed, there were corpses. Whoever is touched will lose his life. The people behind had never seen such a horrific scene. Seeing Bai Ze rushing towards them like a killing god, they were so scared that they ran away. However, these people stumbled and fell to the ground after running a few steps. "Kill these people." Bai Ze gently wiped the blood stains on his body, then quickly returned to the room. He picked up Zhang Xintian and jumped directly out of the window. At this moment, the entire Qinglong Gang's base camp was in chaos. There were shouts and cries everywhere. Many people raped women who were detained and waiting to be sold in public. There are many good-looking women among them. At this time, several people came towards us. These people stared at Zhang Xintian in Bai Ze's arms. His face was full of obscene expressions. They simply ignored Bai Ze and wanted to snatch him away directly. But they never expected that this action would cost them their lives. Bai Ze struck with his hand knife, and the cervical vertebrae of the person in front were instantly broken. The people behind him didn't expect Bai Ze to suddenly attack and saw their companions fall to the ground. They quickly drew their weapons. These men did not have guns, but they had butcher knives in their hands. They all attacked Bai Ze together. Bai Ze simply stretched out his hand to block it. Several butcher knives chopped fiercely on Bai Ze's arm. However, apart from a few tears in his clothes, his arms were not damaged at all. These people's expressions suddenly became terrified. They looked at Bai Ze as if he were a monster. But an afterimage quickly appeared in their sight. Immediately afterwards, I felt my cervical vertebrae broken. My body suddenly lost support, and I fell to the ground instantly. After dealing with these people, Bai Ze continued to carry Zhang Xintian away. At this moment, there are more and more people outside. More and more people of all kinds gathered. They all come from different forces. But their goal is the same, which is to destroy the Qinglong Gang and divide up its property. Now, when they saw Bai Ze appear and the woman in his arms, these people became greedy. Such a beautiful woman was hard to see even before the end of the world, let alone now. The crowd gradually gathered. Bai Ze stopped, and at this moment, he was surrounded by people. Which force are you from? I'm from Zio Yaetang. Put the woman in your arms down, someone shouted. I am from the Tiger Gang, and I am ordering you to put the woman in your arms down. I'm from the Brown Bear Gang. Put her down if you want to live. The three men stood up and looked down upon Bai Ze with arrogance and contempt. Bai Ze snorted coldly and glared at everyone without showing any weakness. Zhang Xian's sweet eyes in his arms moved slightly, and her eye circles gradually turned red. Bai Ze, put me down and run away. 2 lines of tears burst out of his eyes. Hearing this, Bai Ze's heart was moved. His tone was gentle, but his voice was loud. Don't worry. These bastards in front of you are not qualified to touch you. His voice reached the ears of everyone present. The 3 leading men had ferocious looks on their faces, and their eyes were bloodshot. You're looking for death, you little brat. Don't shoot. Don't hurt the woman in his arms. A group of people raised their weapons and rushed towards Bai Ze. Bai Ze looked down at Zhang Xintian and said gently, get some sleep. We'll be able to leave soon. After saying that, Bai Ze quickly released the hallucinogenic factor. Zhang Xintian was also the first to fall into a deep sleep. Anyone who came within 10 meters of Bai Ze would stumble and fall to the ground. In an instant, all those who were shouting and calling for killing fell to the ground. Bai Ze no longer held back and walked around these people. Anyone who falls under his feet will have their liver and gallbladder ruptured and die from blood clots in the body. But more people noticed Bai Ze. A group of gunmen quickly rushed over here. Stopped 20 meters away from Bai Ze. Then, they quickly pulled the trigger. Bai Ze's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around quickly, held Zhang Xintian in his arms, and half knelt down. All the adrenaline in your body is concentrated in your back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, but Bai Ze did not move at all. Countless bullets hit his back. The turmoil here attracted more people to watch. They were all surprised when they saw a group of people shooting at one person. Go over there and take a look. In the crowd, a man covered in tattoos also looked over curiously. Then he followed the main force and rushed here. When he saw the man and woman caught in the hail of bullets, he was stunned for a moment. The gunfire continued. Many people don't understand why so many people would shoot one person at the same time. However, when they saw the bullets falling on the ground, they were all shocked. He is not afraid of bullets. As bullets were fired at Bai Ze, many of them got stuck in his bulletproof vest. The following bullets were unable to penetrate Bai Ze's body and fell to the ground after hitting the bulletproof vest. At this time, the ground behind Bai Ze was covered with a layer of bullets. Is that human being? Oh my God! Gradually, bursts of exclamations arose from the crowd. Soon, the gunfire gradually stopped and the men's magazines were empty. When all the gunfire stopped, everyone gasped again. Look, he's fine. My God, it's a miracle that he survived the hail of bullets. What kind of bulletproof vest is he wearing that can actually block so many bullets? At this time, Zhang Xintian in Bai Ze's arms had also woken up, and she already knew what had just happened. Her eyes became moist again. In order to save her, Bai Ze actually endured a hail of bullets. Congratulations to the host. Zhang Xintian's loyalty has increased to 100 points, daily fixed points plus 100. After a series of system prompts, Bai Ze moved. This movement made countless people's hearts tremble, especially those who fired the shots. At this point, they were so panicked that they didn't know what to do. The look they gave Bai Ze was filled with fear. Then, Bai Ze moved his neck. Several bullets behind him fell to the ground, making crisp sounds, and this made the hearts of those who fired the gun suddenly stop. The crowd exclaimed again. He actually stood up. Oh my God, he's not dead. Bai Ze stood up, slowly turned his head, and stared at the people who fired the guns. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. When they looked into Bai Ze's eyes, they felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. How can this be? Is he an unkillable monster? He's turned around. He's coming to kill us. The crowd instantly took 2 or 3 steps back. Everyone looked at Bai Ze with horror. Then, Bai Ze kicked the bullet away under his feet, and the sound of metal collision rang out again. Bai Ze just took 1 step. However, these people felt endless pressure and they retreated again. The scene just now lingered in their minds. They couldn't understand why he was still alive after being shot so many times and didn't even bleed. Their hearts were completely confused at this moment. At this time, more people gathered around. When they saw the bullets all over the ground and the man walking with the woman in his arms, all were so shocked that they were speechless. At this moment, everyone forgot why they came here. They just watched the man move forward bit by bit. Every time Bai Ze took a step forward, these people took a step back. And those who are watching will follow suit. They always keep a distance from Bai Ze, but never break away from this distance. And around Bai Ze, it seemed like a vacuum zone. No one dares to set foot here. Bai Ze approached step by step those who had shot at him. Most of these people are from Zio Yaetang. Another part is from the Brown Bear Gang, and there are people from other small and medium-sized forces. Bai Ze kept all these forces in mind. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in these fights. However, this incident made him realize that if he wanted to avoid being disturbed, he must first have the strength to make others fear him. Today, almost all the forces, big and small, in Jinghai City have gathered here. Today, he wants to establish his authority in front of everyone. He just wanted to let everyone know that no force could afford to offend him. Bai Ze. Bai Ze paused. He looked around in his place. Those who met Bai Ze's eyes were all terrified. At this time, Bai Ze slowly opened his mouth and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Today, anyone who shoots at me is my enemy. I, Bai Ze, swear here that within 10 days, I will eliminate all forces that are hostile to me." The whole audience was silent. Bai Ze's voice slowly echoed and reached everyone's ears. That kind of domineering aura that made them feel timid just by hearing Bai Ze's voice. Who on earth was this person? How could he walk out of the hail of bullets unscathed? At this moment, everyone has this question in their mind. However, there was only one person in the crowd whose expression became increasingly agitated. This person is Wang Xiaohu, the man covered with tattoos. So his name is Bai Ze. Wang Xiaohu looked at Bai Ze with some excitement. Soon, the crowd began to become agitated. Who is Bai Ze? Why have I never heard of him before? What a terrifying aura. Who is this person? What did he just say? Did he say he was going to kill everyone? At this time, several people wearing clothes from different camps squeezed out of the crowd. As soon as they appeared, they brought with them an arrogant attitude. What an arrogant boy. There are so many of us here. I want to see how you kill them. Brothers, kill him for me. Damn it. He dares to act wildly in our territory. Kill him for me. These people have no idea what just happened here. When they saw Bai Ze's arrogant look, they felt unhappy. They have already taken down the Qinglong gang. Who else would dare to act wildly here? However, it seems that no one is carrying out the orders of these people. Those who had shot at Bai Ze before had already been frightened out of their wits. Now they all huddled back, not daring to make any move. These people didn't expect this result, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. They don't even dare to kill one person. Fuck, here I come. Among the managers, one of them walked towards Bai Ze with a machete in hand. When some soldiers from the same camp saw their captain coming out, they all tried to dissuade him. Captain, don't go. Captain, you can't go. Captain, come back quickly. He will kill you. The captain remained indifferent to everyone's dissuasion. Humph, you guys are a bunch of good-for-nothings. He stood proudly in front of Bai Ze. Boy, I don't care who you are, but this is not a place for you to act wild. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get out of here, you'll die. Bai Ze interrupted him directly. The man was stunned, and then his face turned ugly. He is the captain of a faction after all, but they told him to get lost in front of so many people. How will he survive in the future if he doesn't get his revenge? You're looking for death. After saying that, he rushed over with a big knife in his hand. Seeing this, Bai Ze snorted coldly and picked up a bullet from the ground. Then he shot it at the man. The bullet was fired instantly. Puff! The bullet cut through the air, penetrated the man's chest, and then went out from his back. The captain froze. He looked at his wound with horror and confusion on his face. Help! The man wanted to ask for help, but before he could finish his words, he fell down. This scene made everyone present gasp. You used your body to block bullets before, but now you can shoot bullets with just a flick of your fingers. How incredible this is. The remaining managers were also stunned at this time. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. If I had taken action just now, I'm afraid the same outcome would have occurred. They quickly hid in the crowd. After this episode, those who were still ready to make a move instantly gave up the idea. Bai Ze did not stop and slowly walked towards the gate. Those who were frightened made way for them. Just watched Bai Ze slowly leave. When he left the Qinglong gang, he felt relieved. Fortunately, his last bit of momentum suppressed these people and prevented them from continuing the attack. Otherwise, once his adrenaline is exhausted, he will be beaten to pieces. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded behind me. Bai Ze frowned slightly. He looked back suddenly, then took out his pistol and pointed it at the person chasing him. Wang Xiaohu was stunned and stopped immediately. "Don't shoot, bro. It's me." Bai Ze recognized him, but did not retract his gun. He said in a cold tone, "What do you want?" Wang Xiaohu stopped and said flatteringly, "Brother, you were so handsome just now. How did you manage to be invulnerable?" Seeing this, Bai Ze put away his pistol, ignored him, and turned away. "Hey brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. Where can I find you in the future?" Wang Xiaohu hurriedly followed behind. Bai Ze still ignored it. "Brother, if you need any help from me, just come to the Tiger Gang and find me." Wang Xiaohu shouted and watched Bai Ze leave. A fierce gun battle was taking place on another battlefield at this moment. "Boss, there is no movement at the base. It must have been lost." Zhao Zilong's right-hand man, Li Xiaoxiao, said anxiously. "Damn it." Zhao Zilong pounded the ground with his fist, then picked up the machine gun and fired at the enemy. "Boss, we have to take a long-term view now. If we don't leave now, our main forces will be wiped out." Li Xiaoxiao reminded again. Zhao Zilong stopped, his eyes moving among the fire snakes that were spraying everywhere. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly ordered, "Retreat." Soon, Zhao Zilong's main force evacuated in an orderly manner. Although the situation was extremely urgent, there was no sign of panic at all. On the other side, a celebration banquet has already started in the Qinglong Gang base. The leaders of various forces arrived one after another. As the saying goes, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. Any force that participates in the destruction of the Qinglong Gang can get a piece of the pie. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. I have long forgotten the horrific thing that happened here not long ago. They opened the granaries and warehouses and cheered enthusiastically when they saw the supplies filled to the brim. Especially the two leaders of the Tiger Gang and the Brown Bear Gang. At this time, he was grinning from ear to ear. As one of the three major forces, they gained the most this time. As for the others, they can only get a small portion. However, Lu Shuo, who was following behind the two gang leaders, frowned at this time. After waiting for a long time, Wang Shangquan still didn't show up. Not long ago, he had sent people to look for it. At this time, at Zio Yaoteng base, outside Wang Shanquan's villa, the housekeeper was stopping someone. "I have something urgent to do. Let me in." The hall master has gone out and is not in the house. Did the hall master say where to go? The hall master went to the warehouse. The man quickly ran to the warehouse. But when he saw the situation inside the warehouse, he was stunned. The warehouse that was originally full is now empty. The man was so scared that he ran back to report. "Qinglong Gang. The celebration banquet has been prepared. The leaders of various major forces have already taken their seats." Wang Ming, leader of the Tiger Gang, raised his wine glass and laughed rudely. "Ha ha. This time the joint action of our three major forces has achieved a huge success." But Zhao Zilong ran away. Brown Bear Gang leader Sun Zhuang also raised his glass. "Ha ha. He's just a stray dog, not surprising." He glanced at everyone at the table, but his eyes fell on an empty seat. He showed a sly smile. "We are all here. Why hasn't Wang Shangquan from Xiaoyao Hall arrived yet?" Lu Shuo quickly stood up. His position was only the deputy hall master, so he spoke a little respectfully. "I have sent someone to look for him. He should be here soon." After hearing Lu Shuo's words, everyone present reacted differently. Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang looked at each other. "Haha, it's okay. We'll wait a little longer." Wang Ming smiled but did not drink the wine in the glass. Sun Zhuang also put down his wine glass, and the smile on his face faded a little. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lu Shuo naturally understood that this was blaming him for not knowing the rules of Zio Yaoteng. At this time, Lu Shuo was also a little puzzled. Although Wang Shangquan was usually very unreliable, he had never been like this in such a big matter. Now he could only stabilize the situation. Lu Shuo stood up and raised his glass. "I'm sorry, everyone. My hall master was delayed due to some things. I apologize to you on his behalf." After saying that, Lu Shuo directly picked up a bottle of white wine and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Lu Shuo's move, Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang smiled again. "Haha, what is Deputy Hall Master Lu doing? That's not how you drink wine." "Yes, Deputy Hall Master Lu, we still have to drink well later. Now that you are drinking by yourself, should we accompany you with this glass of wine or not?" "Haha, I am sorry for being rude. I gave you this cup to apologize on behalf of my master. Please feel free to help yourself." After Lu Shuo's efforts to ease the situation, the atmosphere at the table improved a lot. Just then, the younger brother Lu Shuo sent out hurried back. He was sweating profusely and ran to Lu Shuo's side without even having time to report. Then she whispered in his ear. Lu Shua's expression suddenly became serious. Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang saw all this and were thinking about something in their minds. At this time, Lu Shua returned to his previous composure and quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. All the supplies in Xiaoyao Hall disappeared, and the hall master Wang Shangquan was nowhere to be seen. Now, the most important thing is to determine the whereabouts of Wang Shangquan. And now he is here to keep these two old foxes from leaving. After a moment, he slowly stood up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and said with a smile, "I'm so sorry, everyone. I have something to tell my men." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Then he left the banquet, came to a deserted place. Lu Shua said anxiously, "You must go back immediately and find the whereabouts of the hall master no matter what method you use." "Deputy Hall Master, we have searched everywhere except the hall master's villa, but we still can't find his whereabouts." "Then go look for it in the villa," Lu Shua roared.
Yes.
After saying that, the younger brother ran out in a hurry. After returning to Zhao Yatang headquarters, he rushed into the villa with several of his men. The moment they pushed open the door, Wang Shanchuan's body appeared before their eyes. These people were terrified. The housekeeper was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground and became incontinent. These people hurried back and reported the matter to Lu Shua. When Lu Shua heard the news, he was stunned. However, he couldn't show it. If Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang knew about this, I'm afraid that not only will Zhao Yatang not be able to get any of the Qinglong gang's supplies, but it may even face a devastating disaster. Although they are allies now that Wang Shangquan has been killed and all the supplies have disappeared, their strength has been cut in half. Who would share supplies with a force that is much weaker than themselves? Now, all he has to do is divide the supplies and then find out who killed Wang Shangquan and who transferred all their supplies away. Wait until the group grows stronger and then announce the news of Wang Shanchuan's death to the public. Lu Shua was thinking in his mind. Finally, they divided up the Qinglong gang's supplies. Lu Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief, followed the truck back to the base. As soon as he returned to the base, he couldn't wait to go to the warehouse. He couldn't believe that so many supplies could be stolen without anyone noticing. But when she saw the empty warehouse, her heart sank. At this moment, he suddenly saw a few words made of something in the middle of the warehouse. He hurried over to check. Bai Ze was here. Lu Shua was startled, and a chill spread throughout his body. Lu Shua was completely stunned. Isn't Bai Ze trapped at home by zombies? How could he possibly come out to kill Wang Shangquan? And they also took away all their supplies. You know, even if all the people in Zhao Yatang work together to move so many supplies, it will take a whole morning. How did he move all these supplies away silently? At this moment, Lu Shua felt unprecedentedly helpless. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what he heard in the Qinglong gang today. At first, he didn't take it seriously. How could someone be invulnerable to swords and guns? But after the mysterious disappearance of the supplies, he suddenly felt that some things were possible. So he quickly called the person who had witnessed the incident in the morning. As soon as they looked for him, hundreds of people came. They all said that they saw with their own eyes that the man survived the hail of bullets and was unharmed. Lu Shua's expression became more solemn. Did he say anything? He seemed to say something about killing all enemies within 10 days. A person in the team said tremblingly. What else did he say? Lu Shua looked a little unhappy. He seemed to say his name was Bai Ze. Hearing this, Lu Shua's pupils suddenly shrank. He rushed forward, grabbed the man by the collar and roared, "What did he say his name was?" The man repeated fearfully, "He said his name is Bai Ze." Lu Shua's heart skipped a beat. Then he let go of his hand. He stared blankly into the night. After a long time, Lu Shua suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, God is helping me. Bai Ze, you can not only withstand bullets, but also transport a large amount of supplies silently. It seems that you must have some secret. No matter what this secret is, I must get it." At this time, Bai Ze's name was known to almost everyone after this night. Although the leaders of the major forces did not see it with their own eyes, they had heard the news of Bai Ze becoming famous in one battle so many times that their ears were calloused. As for the 10-day deadline and invulnerability, such things were just treated as a joke among the top leaders. After all, how could anyone not be afraid of guns? However, there was one force that did not take this as a joke. "Are you telling the truth?" Wang Ming asked his son in surprise. "Dad, you must believe me. Bai Ze is really very strong. I ran into him yesterday. If it weren't for your son's good luck, you wouldn't have seen me today. If this is true, then we are in trouble. He said today that he would kill all enemies within 10 days. So, Are we considered his enemies? Wang Ming paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Dad, don't worry. None of our people shot him at that time. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, but despite this, he was still a little worried. No, we can't be careless about this matter. You have met him several times. Since he didn't kill you, it means he doesn't hate you. If possible, you must have more contact with him. If such a strong man can join us, the entire Jinghai city will be ours. Wang Ming became more and more excited as he spoke, and at the end he began to laugh wildly. Don't worry, I will definitely try to get him to join us. Wang Xiaohu also became a little excited. After Bai Ze left with Zhang Xintian in his arms, he came to the house where Dilanaza was hiding. It was not until he entered the room that Bai Ze showed a painful expression. Although his body is strong enough to withstand bullets, but that was also under the blessing of adrenaline. Adrenaline only served to dull his pain and strengthen his skin. When the adrenaline fades, the pain returns. After Bai Ze put Zhang Xintian down, he lay directly on the bed. Bai Ze, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xintian was a little frightened, and she touched Bai Ze gently. But then a look of pain appeared on Bai Ze's face. This scene frightened her so much that she was at a loss for words. At this time, Dilanaza, who was hiding in the room, heard the noise and came out. When she saw Bai Ze, her brows frowned slightly. Zhang Xintian didn't expect that there was another person here, and she screamed in fright. Dilanaza quickly ran 2 steps and covered her mouth. Be quiet. Zhang Xintian stared with her big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Dilanaza then let go of her hand and looked at Bai Ze with concern. What's up with him? When she said this, Zhang Xintian's tears fell again. Originally, she thought Bai Ze would be fine. She didn't expect that Bai Ze had been holding it in until he could no longer hold on after entering the house. Then, Zhang Xintian briefly explained the matter. When Dilanaza heard this incredible thing, she couldn't help but be stunned. However, she recovered quickly. Bai Ze brought her so many incredible things. Bai Ze had demonstrated his disguise and hypnosis skills in front of her before. Now he uses his body to block bullets, which can take a person's life. All of these things are things that can only appear in novels. At this moment, Dilanaza's interest in Bai Ze is growing stronger and stronger. She really wants to know what kind of surprises Bai Ze can bring her. Zhang Xintian was still sobbing quietly. She gently held Bai Ze's hand, looking at a loss. When Dilanaza saw this scene, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. But she quickly hid this emotion. Help him take off his clothes. Zhang Xintian finally felt more confident and stepped forward to help. But when they took off Bai Ze's bulletproof vest, they instantly showed a look of horror. There was no healthy skin left on Bai Ze's back. The entire back has turned purple-black. Zhang Xintian's crying, which had just stopped, started again. Dilanaza's brows were also wrinkled into a shape of a chan. Don't cry. I'll go find some medicine. After saying that, Dilanaza ran back to the house, and soon the sound of rummaging through things was heard. Zhang Xintian looked left and right, not knowing what to do. She could only watch Bai Ze wiping his tears. Not long after, Dilanaza ran out. In her hands, she held a medical kit. Soon, she found some ointments for treating external injuries. Then, she gently applied it on Bai Ze's back. She was very careful during this process, fearing to hurt Bai Ze. When she finished applying it, she breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, Bai Ze's body began to tremble. Dilanaza quickly put her hand on his forehead. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from my hands. Dilanaza quickly took her hand away, and her face turned ugly. He has a high fever. What should we do? Let's cover him with a blanket. No, the quilts here are a little damp and can't be used to cover him. Dilanaza frowned even more tightly. What should I do? Zhang Xintian's tears welled up in her eyes again. Take off your clothes. After saying that, Dilanaza began to take off her clothes. Soon, she took off all her clothes, then slowly lay on the bed, pressing tightly against Bai Ze's body. Zhang Xintian blinked her eyes, understood Dilanaza's intention, and quickly took off her clothes. Then she also carefully pressed close to Bai Ze from the other side. Bai Ze was in a daze, and he felt a soft body pressed tightly against him in front and behind. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ze slowly woke up. Only then did he realize that all this was not a dream. Beside him, Dilanaza and Zhang Xintian were naked, helping him keep warm. Bai Ze was touched. He moved slightly and felt his whole body being torn apart by pain. Bai Ze gave a bitter smile. He was lucky this time. If he hadn't exchanged all his points for endurance, he would have been dead by now. Bai Ze opened the system panel. After one day, his points had reached 600 points. and his gene points had not changed, at 302 points. Exchange all 600 points for 12 points of stamina, so he will have 61 points of stamina. Then he turned on the genetic enhancement system. After refreshing 8 times, he found something that was of some help to him. Change the gene sequence to give the host gene the ability to recover quickly. Consume 100 gene points. Increase the failure rate by 10%. Bai Ze was delighted when he saw this option. What he needed now was to recover quickly. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to recover. Therefore, Bai Ze directly consumed 100 gene points to strengthen himself. As 100 gene points entered his body, they began to transform his body. A warm feeling passed through him, and just when Bai Ze thought that he would succeed this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. If the enhancement fails, you will lose 100 gene points. The success rate of the next enhancement will increase by 5%. Bai Ze was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, Bai Ze looked at this option again. Change the gene sequence to give the host gene the ability to recover quickly. Consume 100 gene points. Increase the failure rate by 10%. Host enhancement failure times +1. Success rate +5%. It seems that the success rate will increase after failure. It should be that the gene points consumed before have changed some gene sequences in the body. In this way, even if the first failure occurs, the success rate will increase later. Thinking about this, Bai Ze consumed another 100 gene points to strengthen himself. With 100 gene points entering the body, the enhancement was successful this time. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Ze felt happy again. He felt that his body was slowly recovering, and the physical pain has also been alleviated a little. Bai Ze tried it. Maybe because the movement was too big, the two beauties beside him slowly woke up. When they saw Bai Ze wake up, they woke up from their nap and looked at him excitedly. You finally woke up. How is it? Does your body still hurt? Don't worry. I'm fine. Looking at the two women in front of him, Bai Ze hugged them in his arms. Zhang Xintian's face lit up with joy, and she let Bai Ze hug her. Dilanaza, on the contrary, was a little restrained and seemed to want to resist, but when she thought of Bai Ze's injuries, she did not use too much force. Bai Ze noticed the changes in Dilanaza and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Dilanaza broke away from Bai Ze's arms, picked up clothes from the side, and put them on quickly. Zhang Xintian also looked at Dilanaza at this time. "Thanks to her help today, otherwise I don't know what to do." "It's nothing. I just don't want to see him die in front of me." There was some resentment in Dilanaza's tone. At this moment, no matter how dumb Bai Ze was, he understood what was going on. She must be resenting me for flirting with her even though I already have a woman. But he had no choice in this matter. He had too many women. If he had to explain to each of them, he would have nothing to do. He also said before that if Dilanaza wanted to leave, he would never stop her. Thinking of this, Bai Ze said, "What I said before still counts. If you want to leave, I will never stop you. But I still want to thank you today." At this time, Dilanaza looked at Bai Ze and looked at him with resentful eyes. After a while, she didn't say anything and went straight to another room. Zhang Xintian on the side said quickly, "Why did you let her go? She likes you. Girls just need to be coaxed. Go and coax her." Although Zhang Xintian was a little disappointed, she still forced herself to win back Dilraba Dilmurat. From this point of view, Zhang Xintian is more sensible, and Dilanaza is just throwing a tantrum. Although Dilanaza is very beautiful, this cannot be the capital for her to be willful. In comparison, Bai Ze prefers to spend his time on Zhang Xintian. Bai Ze gently pinched her butt. Then he smiled and said, "No need to coax her. I, Bai Ze, always keep my word. If she wants to leave, I won't stop her." After saying this, he didn't wait for Zhang Xintian to react. He kissed her directly on the lips. Zhang Xintian snorted shyly. He made some hesitant sounds with his mouth. After Dilanaza came to another room, she thought Bai Ze would come to coax her. But I waited for a long time, but nothing happened. And there were some embarrassing noises coming from outside. This made her feel even more aggrieved. Damn Bai Ze, stinky Bai Ze. Dilanaza's eyes gradually became moist. When had she ever been treated so coldly? In the past, male stars and directors were eager to have dinner with her, and would even be ecstatic to hold her hand when walking on the red carpet. Not like Bai Ze, this wooden lump. Even though his behavior was so obvious, he still pretended not to see it and didn't try to comfort others. The more Dilanaza thought about it, the angrier she became, coupled with the noises outside. Dilanaza rushed out in anger. "Bai Ze, you do these things in front of me? Are you worthy of me?" she said in a questioning tone. Bai Ze also let go of Zhang Xintian at this time. Zhang Xintian was like a little girl who had done something wrong. looking around guiltily. At this time, Bai Ze looked at Dilanaza. Dilanaza, I'm very grateful that you helped me just now, but don't you understand your status now? You are no longer a star, so don't put on airs in front of me, and I can't possibly coax you. Bai Ze's words were sonorous and forceful, and left no room for doubt. Dilanaza suddenly became a little dazed. Bai Ze's words were like a thorn, piercing her deeply. Remember, this is the end of the world. If you leave me, you will only be caught by other forces and then sold like a commodity. Bai Ze's tone gradually became cold. Dilanaza was speechless again. She didn't know how to refute. I'll give you one night to think about it. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, then put away your temper and stay by my side without any thoughts. Hearing this, Dilanaza's heart skipped a beat, and her worldview seemed to collapse all of a sudden. Tears flowed from Dilanaza's eyes. Since her debut, she has never broken down like this. Even after being sold off after the apocalypse, she still considered herself a noble star. But today, Bai Ze slapped her hard in the face. In fact, she certainly understood that after the end of the world, she would no longer be the star respected by everyone. When those men saw her, they would blatantly reveal a greedy expression. But she was unwilling to accept this reality. That's why I give myself psychological hints over and over again. She hinted that she is still a star. Implies that one is noble. Now this beautiful fantasy has been broken by Bai Ze. Dilanaza ran back to her room crying as if she was escaping. Zhang Xintian on the side quickly chased after him. Seeing this, Bai Ze lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Dilanaza's mood was much more stable. When she came in front of Bai Ze, she looked haggard and had dark circles under her eyes. Probably because I didn't sleep all night. Beside her, Zhang Xintian followed silently. Dilanaza paused, then spoke. I think it through. I shouldn't ask for so much. I shouldn't ask you to have only me as your woman after I have your protection. I won't be so willful anymore. Bai Ze smiled with relief when he saw this. Although this is a bit unfair to Dilanaza, but the world is the same for everyone. She felt it was unfair, but she enjoyed Bai Ze's protection and food. And even more people may have to worry about being raped, not having enough food, or even death every day. In comparison, being able to become Bai Ze's woman is already very lucky. You guys should just hide here for the time being. I still have these things I need to do. After this night, Bai Ze's injuries had almost recovered. Now he needs to go out and find allies. Are you going out? Zhang Xintian asked worriedly. Bai Ze nodded. Then you must come back safely. Zhang Xintian reminded again. Bai Ze smiled at her again. This was the woman he needed. A woman who always thinks of him and never causes him any trouble. In fact, every woman in the safe house has already had this awareness. Don't worry. No one can hurt me now. Bai Ze left some food and went out. Zhang Xintian forced a smile, thinking that Bai Ze was just comforting her. Seeing Bai Ze go out, the two women also showed worry on their faces. Actually, he is very nice to us. Now the world has changed. The old laws no longer exist. We must adapt to the current environment. Zhang Xintian said gently. Dilanaza turned around and hugged Zhang Xintian. Thank you, I understand. The two smiled at each other. After leaving the house, Bai Ze was a little at a loss, because he didn't know where to find the Qinglong gang. So, he went to the food processing factory that the Qinglong gang had attacked before. Maybe we can find some clues. Soon, he arrived at his destination. It was a mess here, with corpses strewn all over the ground. However, it can be seen from the traces at the scene that the Qinglong gang retreated in an orderly manner. The bodies were neatly lined up, and all their equipment and ammunition were taken away. In that case, they were also able to keep the bodies together. This shows that the Qinglong gang did not lose their fighting spirit because of this accident. This is very important because he doesn't want to find an ally who has lost the will to fight. I checked the scene again, but unfortunately I didn't find any useful clues. There were no traces of retreat around. The Qinglong gang should have cleaned up these traces when they retreated. A new problem arose again. He couldn't find the Qinglong gang. Bai Ze pondered for a while. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Since I can't find them, I might as well let them find me. The Qinglong gang suffered such a huge loss. There is no way they will let it go. They are bound to retaliate. And this ally of his is the best choice for him. But how can he find himself? Bai Ze fell into deep thought again. Soon, he came up with an idea. The best way now is to make a big noise. As he thought about it, he searched for the first target of revenge in his mind. Soon, a name came to his mind. Tian refugee camp. This force also shot at him. Thinking of this, I walked towards the Tian refugee camp. Not long after, he arrived here. The two people at the door stopped Bai Ze when they saw him appear. Who? If you want to go in, you have to pay the entrance fee first. The two guards looked at Bai Ze arrogantly. Bai Ze sneered, toll? Yes, anyone who wants to go in must pay a toll, a bag of instant noodles per person. The guard looked at Bai Ze with disdain. Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He didn't expect to be robbed as soon as he arrived here. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, Bai Ze reached into his trouser pocket. The two guards looked at Bai Ze excitedly, and their eyes followed his hand to his trouser pocket. At this moment, Bai Ze quickly took out the pistol that could be transformed into a magical weapon and held it in his hand. The two guards were shocked. They were about to blow the alarm, but with two gunshots, the two men fell in a pool of blood. The pistol with a silencer didn't make much noise. Therefore, the movement at the gate was not noticed. Bai Ze pushed the door open and walked in. After coming inside, Bai Ze looked around. Soon one room caught my attention. There seemed to be a lot of people playing cards in the room, and it was very noisy. Bai Ze came to the door and kicked it open. The people inside were instantly startled. When they saw Bai Ze, they all started cursing angrily. Who the hell are you? Fuck, boy. Are you looking for death? Where did you come from, you stinky beggar? Get out of here. Bai Ze snorted coldly, then raised his pistol. When these people saw the gun, their pupils shrank suddenly. They subconsciously reached for the weapons around them. Bai Ze quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. There was a burst of gunfire, and everyone in the room was killed. Then, Bai Ze continued to the next room. This room held several powerless women who were tied up. Some of them were naked, and these people must have been captured as playthings for their enjoyment. Bai Ze did not kill them. Looking around the crowd, there wasn't any girl that caught my eye. So Bai Ze continued to move on to the next room. There were a lot of people in this room when Bai Ze pushed open the door. Someone in the crowd recognized him immediately. You are Bai Ze. The others also looked at Bai Ze in horror. Bai Ze, the pervert who shoots bullets with the flick of his fingers. What are you doing here? Are they here to kill us? The air suddenly became quiet. What Bai Ze said that day echoed in everyone's ears. They all looked at Bai Ze in horror, not daring to move. Bai Ze also slowly raised the gun and pointed it at them. After dealing with these people, Bai Ze continued his search. The commotion here quickly attracted other people. Soon, a group of people surrounded Bai Ze. You are Bai Ze. After this person's reminder, others also remembered it. You are the Bai Ze from last night? The crowd suddenly panicked. They can deal with humans and zombies, but what should they do with people like Bai Ze who can't be killed even with guns? Letting them fight Bai Ze is like an egg hitting a stone, isn't that? The crowd retreated in horror. At this time, the boss of the shelter squeezed out from the crowd. As soon as he appeared, the people around him seemed to have found a backbone. Bai Ze, what are you doing? Do you really want to be our enemy? I advise you to leave quickly. We will treat what you said yesterday as a joke. I will also plead for you with other forces and ask them not to trouble you in the future. The man shouted sternly. Bai Ze sneered. This man was still threatening him. He really didn't know how to live or die. Bai Ze ignored him and quickly rushed into the crowd. Instantly, screams were heard one after another. The boss of the shelter was also panicking at this moment. Originally, he just wanted to scare Bai Ze and make him give up. But he didn't expect the other party to be so tough and start fighting as soon as they disagreed. And it was so fierce that in just a dozen seconds, most of his men were injured. Moreover, these people were basically killed in one blow. And even if some survived, they had already lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. Soon, these people were frightened by Bai Ze. The remaining dozens of people did not dare to go up. Bai Ze also stopped and looked at the boss of the shelter again. At this moment, he was so sad that he had no tears left. Who would have thought that what Bai Ze said yesterday was true? He was the first one to find his base. This is obviously killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The man smiled bitterly. This is all his wealth, and he cannot let it all be lost here. His expression struggled. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt down in front of Bai Ze. Mr. Bai, Master Bai, you are a god. We are just an insignificant little force among the forces that shot at you yesterday. Why are you picking on us? The man said with a sad face. Bai Ze slowly walked towards the man, his eyes full of contempt. I regret it now. Why didn't I do it earlier? The man's heart trembled. Seeing that Bai Ze had no intention of holding back, he quickly said, as long as you let me and my brothers go, I will give you half of the supplies in our base. After the man finished speaking, he glanced at Bai Ze. Seeing that his expression was still grim, He quickly said, "No, it's not half, it's 2/3. The man looked a little painful. Bai Ze jokingly said, "Kill you. These are all mine." The man was stunned, and then his expression became ferocious. "Then go to hell." At this moment, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from behind. Bai Ze was prepared and killed the other party with a single knife the moment the other party pulled out his pistol. Then, Bai Ze didn't stop and killed the rest of the people. After killing these people, Bai Ze put their weapons into the space. Then they took away all the supplies in the warehouse. 13 pistols and 105 bullets were seized. There are about 10 tons of supplies. This force is still too poor. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Finally, after leaving a mark, Bai Ze continued to move on to the next force. In this way, until the evening, Bai Ze cleared out 2 more forces. A total of 36 guns and 1,058 rounds of ammunition were recovered. The other materials totaled 50 tons. I believe that after tonight, his name will make the remaining forces uneasy. Afterwards, Bai Ze returned to the temporary camp. The 2 women hid in the room and only ran out when they saw Bai Ze coming back. Dilanaza has also become much more well-behaved. As soon as Bai Ze came back, he took the initiative to come over to help him take off his shoes and then massaged his shoulders. Bai Ze was very satisfied and took the opportunity to touch her twice. The 2 balls are soft and elastic. Dilanaza became shy instantly, but this time she did not show any intention of dodging. It seems that he has adapted to his new identity, comfortably receiving the massage from both of them. "Master, does your back still hurt?" Just as Bai Ze closed his eyes and enjoyed it, Zhang Xian asked timidly, "One more thing, what's wrong?" Bai Ze asked, "I heard there is a way to relieve pain. I'll try it for you." After saying that, Zhang Xintian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Bai Ze didn't understand what he meant and looked at Zhang Xintian curiously. I saw Zhang Xintian taking off her shoes and getting on the bed. Then he knelt behind Bai Ze. Then she gently pulled off her inner clothes. The whole chest swayed instantly. Then, she slowly moved to Bai Ze's back and slowly twisted her body. Bai Ze was delighted. He felt as if there were 2 water balls rolling behind him, which was very comfortable. Bai Ze closed his eyes again, enjoying the tranquility. At this time, the outside world was in chaos. Within one day, the 3 forces were wiped out silently. And the instigator of all this was Bai Ze. Originally, they thought that what Bai Ze said was just the anger of an incompetent person. But now his revenge has really come. And it happened so quickly, in just one day, the 3 forces disappeared. That's hundreds of people. At this time, hundreds of leaders gathered together, and everyone was in danger. Soon, the leaders and deputy leaders of the 3 major forces all arrived. These people immediately started chattering nonstop. "What should we do now?" That guy really took action. In just one day, all 3 forces were gone. "Gang leaders, you have to think of a solution." The leaders of the 3 major forces on the field all looked grim at this time. Of course, some people are just pretending. For example, Wang Ming from the Tiger Gang. Yesterday, his men did not shoot at Bai Ze, so he was not worried about being retaliated against. At this time, the leader of the Brown Bear Gang, Sun Zhuang, looked between Wang Ming and Lu Shuo for a while, and finally looked at Wang Ming. "Brother Wang, how should we resolve this matter? Should we suppress it by force, or negotiate and live in peace with him?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "We still need to find out Bai Ze's attitude towards this matter. If he is determined to retaliate against you, there is nothing we can do." Sun Zhuang was stunned, then grasped the key words. "Brother Wang, what you mean is that you don't plan to get involved in this matter? Of course I can't just sit there and do nothing. After all, we have acted together before. How about this? Why don't you let me be a lobbyist and ease the tension between you two?" Sun Zhuang's expression instantly turned cold. "Haha, gang leader Wang really got away with it. How can you be sure that he won't seek revenge on you? So many people shot at him yesterday. Are you sure he can remember every one of them?" Lu Shuo at the side suddenly spoke up. Wang Ming, who was originally relaxed, suddenly became solemn. Sun Zhuang, who was standing by, looked at Lu Shuo with a different eye. After some calculation in his mind, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.